Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. See Circle Calendar 1520. Naval Headquarters, Malinfendo. The solemn and solemn place symbolizes the absolute justice in this sea. Inside Marine Admiral's office, an adjutant said with a trembling voice. Mr. Akainu, Ronan Vice Admiral he. Just got halfway through. The adjutant stopped again, his eyes were loose, as if recalling something terrible. Admiral Akainu took a sip of the tea, a trace of helplessness flashed across his resolute face. He is privately executing pirates again. The adjutant nodded silently. Go down, I will take care of this matter. Akainu waved his hands impatiently. Wait for the adjutant to leave the office. A nearly perfectly trimmed cigar, lit by a cluster of flames. Those pirates would rather die at sea. Akainu exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and his whole face was covered in the thin smoke. Suddenly, on the desk, a phone bug with an afro and toed glasses rang. Brr brr brr. Turn on the phone bug, and a solemn voice came out. Ronan has lost contact again, do you know where he is? Let him come to the office to find me immediately, there is an urgent task. In a small room. Digital pirates are imprisoned here. On the ground. Countless minced meat, internal organs soaked in blood. In this depressive environment, these few bounties exceeded 1 million, and the tens of millions of pirates looked terrified and whimpered non-stop. Suddenly, under the dim light, a slender figure appeared. I hurt you, but I laughed it off. It's time to eat. The man put on his gloves, and a gentle smile rose from the corner of his mouth. See. The backs of several pirates were instantly drenched in cold sweat. They almost screamed in despair. Don't come here, you lunatic. Why do people like you appear in Marine? No, you are not human at all. Ronan, let me go, no matter how much you want. However, the screams not only didn't make the man stop, but made his eyes a little more excited. As if it's like listening to the most beautiful music in the world. Killing is actually an extremely joyful thing, and even requires some ritual enjoyment. Presumably, you all thought the same way when you killed someone, right? The man sighed softly, and walked slowly towards the pirate curled up in the corner. Next second, the shrill scream was like the roar of a ghost. It was also mixed with the crisp sound of limbs being broken, and the man's morbid laughter. Although the soldiers standing outside the door were no longer surprised, their bodies could not help but began to tremble. 10 minutes later, the screams disappeared, and everything returned to silence. At this time, the door was slowly pushed open. A large amount of scarlet liquid washed out the minced meat and internal organs. The pungent smell coupled with the disgusting scene. Can imagine the tragic situation of these pirates before they died. Thanks to you two. The man walked out of the room, changed from the madness just now, with a warm smile on his face. Not hard. It is an honor to work for Ronan Vice Admiral. The two soldiers shouted in unison. The man nodded and walked straight out. Sitting on the steps of Marinfendo Street, the man silently lit a cigarette, and seemed to dissipate his sorrows in one breath. Pale skin. Amber eyes with deep eyes. A slender figure, with a well-cut short hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose. No matter how you look at it, you look like a worker. And that pure black suit, and the white cloak of justice on his shoulders. Not only did he not see a trace of solemnity, but instead revealed a faint cold evil nature. Ronan traveled to the world of pirates 5 years ago. But when he first came to this world, Ronan met Pirate Tukan. Fine. The system descended suddenly, fused with Xiao Zizai's template. As long as the degree of fusion is higher, you can get additional rewards from the system. Host, Ronan. Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree, 49%. Abilities, Marine 6 styles, perfect, armament Haki, top, observation Haki, top, Conqueror's Haki, beginner, Nianhua finger, great compassionate palm, Lyoku immortal thief. These abilities of Ronan are rewards provided by the system to improve template integration. For every 5% increase, the host will gain an additional ability. And over time, Ronan gradually changed from killing addiction to killing prey bit by bit. To slowly feel the moment of life disappearing, the pleasure brought by it. To enjoy this delicious food, in Ronan's opinion, this is a beautiful process. After 5 years of exploration, Ronan found out. Kill those pirates with higher bounties and greater crimes, and the higher the degree of fusion will be. But 100 million pirates can only increase by 0.5%. Fortunately, Summit War is about to start. With Whitebeard's 5 billion head count, Ronan is bound to win. Suddenly, a solemn voice sounded behind Ronan. Comfortable. Ronan turned around and got a good look at the person coming. With a square face and a serious expression, he wore a dark red suit under the cloak of justice. Just standing there, a fierce aura rushed over. The person who came was none other than the current Marine Admiral, Sakazuki. Marine code name, Akainu. Also Ronan's immediate supervisor. There is no such thing as comfortable or uncomfortable. I just killed a few heinous people through a relatively proper procedure. Ronan smiled and shook his head. Hee. What you said really makes sense. Akainu sat down next to Ronan with a stiff smile on his face. Now, the moderate faction headed by Sengoku resolutely resisted this bloodthirsty behavior. If they knew, Ronan would surely be punished. Although I feel a little helpless. But Akainu is still very satisfied with this subordinate. To this day, he still can't forget Ronan's first words when he joined Marine. My name is Ronan. I'm 23 years old. I'm a bit cruel and like to kill people. Of course, it's better to be a pirate. In the face of this blunt self-introduction, Akainu couldn't help but become interested in Ronan. To this end, Akainu specially sent someone to investigate Ronan's life experience. And the only clue. It is located in a fishing village in East Blue that was slaughtered by pirates. The villagers' bodies were buried, and unnamed tombstones were erected in front of the graves. As for those pirates, their bodies were left forever in the village, rotting, stinking. Perhaps it was because of his nature, or because of the massacre that caused Ronan to hate pirates so much that he became bloodthirsty. No matter how. After knowing what happened, Akainu began to pay special attention to Ronan until he took office as Vice Admiral. I won't chat with you for now, I'll go and relax. After snuffing out the cigarette that was about to burn out, Ronan got up slowly and prepared to leave. Being with Akainu is so depressing. Ronan was afraid that over time, he would also become serious. Mealtime aside, Ronan feels like he's pretty approachable. Mr. Sengoku has urgent business with you, so hurry up. Akainu's voice came from behind. However, Ronan didn't respond, and only left him with a somewhat thin back. Chapter 2. Office of Marshal Marine. Admiral Kizaru, Aokiji also gathered here. Sengoku looked at Ronan who was sitting on the sofa, and suddenly became out of breath. Just now, he got the news that Ronan was executing pirates privately again. This is a big taboo in Marine. On the battlefield, you can kill as many pirates as you want. But the pirates escorted back must be judged with justice. This not only reassures civilians. It is an explanation to the joining countries. Tell me, how many times have you executed pirates privately this month? This is the Naval Headquarters, not your execution block. Sengoku pinched his eyebrows, his solemn voice was full of helplessness. Calm down, Mr. Sengoku. In fact, in terms of civilian values, they hope to have an executioner like me to give those pirates the heaviest punishment. Even torture is not impossible. Ronan took a sip of the tea and said lightly. Only in this way can the hatred in their hearts be relieved. Faced with this rhetoric, even Sengoku, who is the resourceful general, was speechless for a while. Yes. Those civilians killed by pirates. Their relatives hope to take revenge in this way. On the other hand, Kizaru and Aokiji also froze. The two looked at each other and smiled wryly. This idea is even more extreme than Akainu. It is even more impossible to speculate from the perspective of ordinary people. Forget it, let's not take it as an example. Sengoku sighed, before throwing a document to Ronan. Go to Bana Island tomorrow, meet Blackbeard and bring back the ace in his hand. Momuzagi will walk with you. When several people heard this, they couldn't help flashing a trace of surprise in their eyes. Blackbeard. Recently there have been rumors everywhere in the sea that he killed the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru scratched his head, suddenly remembering this. Blackbeard has now caught Ace and notified Marine. What is his purpose? Aokiji frowned slightly, with a vague premonition in his heart. Caught the Ace. Instead of making a deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, notify Marine as soon as possible. There is definitely something wrong here. Blackbeard is going to make a deal with the world government in exchange for Shishibuokai's position. And Blackbeard seems to know some important secret, and offered 1 billion Baileys in exchange. Sengoku looked at Ronan and explained what happened. Heard the words. Ronan nodded silently, a hint of imperceptible excitement flashed in his eyes. Blackbeard's so-called shocking news. It is nothing more than the fact that Ace is Roger's son. So it seems. Summit War is just around the corner. Hurry up about this matter, be sure to bring Ace back before Garp finds out. Sengoku hesitated, his tone full of determination. Just put Ace in Impel Down. Even if Garp is capricious, he still has to make decisions about right and wrong. A family of 4, except for the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Combined with Luffy who let go of Enice Lobby before, such a person does not deserve to be called a marine hero. Ronan sneered, turned and left the office. Original. Ronan held no ill will towards Garp. It can be learned that in order to conceal the whereabouts of Ace, Garp ignored the massacre of more than 100 pregnant women. That alone. Garp doesn't deserve the justice behind him at all. Looking at Ronan's back. The three of Sengoku showed bitter smiles. Luckily Garp wasn't here today. Otherwise, with the tempers of the two of them, they will definitely fight today. The next day. Before dawn, Ronan took the marine warship to Bana Island. The companions, except for a group of marine soldiers. And marine alternate admiral, Momuzagi. Deck. Ronan sat on the beach chair, quietly smoking a cigarette. The soldiers who were in charge of standing guard stood far away, not daring or wanting to get too close. Maybe it was because he was afraid of the faint smell of blood emanating from Ronan's body. Or maybe it's a feeling of fear from the bottom of my heart. Just when everything is quiet. A mature female voice broke the tranquility. Would you like to guess what Blackbeard's secret is? Ronan glanced back. I saw that Momuzagi was walking towards him with a cup of black tea. The phoenix eyes are narrow and long, bright and enchanting. Even though it is not yet dawn, those eyes are exceptionally bright. Her long black hair added a charming feeling to her already tall figure. There's nothing to guess. It's not good for us to know more. Ronan shook his head and said softly. That being said, that secret is worth 1 billion Baileys after all. Are you not curious at all? Momuzagi sat down slowly, and took a deep look at Ronan with those beautiful eyes. I have known this man for 3 years. From being unknown to the current Vice Admiral. It seems that apart from killing pirates, there is nothing worthy of his attention. Hee. Ever thought that Ace might be Roger's son? Ronan asked with a smile. What? Momuzagi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed in disregard of his image. Roger's son. Not to mention 1 billion, even 2 billion is worth it. I'm joking, don't take it seriously. Ronan smiled and waved his hands, looking in the direction of Bana Island. Bringing Blackbeard back to Naval Headquarters this time around is an opportunity. As long as Impel Down is overthrown by him, you can justifiably go in and enjoy the food. Before, every time he entered Impel Down, Ronan felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. That is a criminal who was erased from the sea by the world government. For Ronan, they are the best delicious food except Whitebeard. If it's true, I can fulfill your request. Recently, my tooth hurts a little, and the doctor said I needed to be extracted urgently. Momuzagi whispered in Ronan's ear. Come on, I'm still a kid. Ronan said helplessly. Ha ha ha, don't tease you, it's time for me to catch up on sleep. Momuzagi smiled charmingly, turned around and walked towards the cabin, feeling inexplicably much better. Having known each other for so many years, I finally saw Ronan's embarrassed side today. Nothing to say all night. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. And according to the soldier's report, at this moment, there are less than 20 nautical miles away from Bana Island. It's time to eat. Ronan stood up slowly and looked forward of the bow. Several tiny black dots appeared in sight. At the same time, among the Blackbeard and others waiting on Bana Island, the sniper, Van Oka, was lying on a high place and found the warship that was approaching fast. Captain, Marine is here! Cried Van Oka. It's finally here, get ready for surprises. Blackbeard's eyes froze for a moment, and at the same time he looked at the sea. He didn't forget to kick Ace, who was lying on the ground. On the side, Badgers, Poison Q, and others quickly dispersed, ready to fight. After all, Marine will backtrack at any time and catch them all. As the battleship drove fast, the opponent's figure became more and more clear. When I saw Ronan and Momuzagi standing on the bow, Blackbeard's face became inexplicably grim. Marine sent a woman and a brat with no hair at all. They really looked down on me. Chapter 3. After defeating Ace, Blackbeard's confidence was inflated to the extreme. He didn't take Ronan and Momuzagi seriously. As the warship approaches, Ronan's vision gradually cleared, and he saw Blackbeard on the shore and Ace at his feet. For a while, the inner desire to eat came like a tide. Whether it's Blackbeard, Ace, or Badgers and others hiding in the dark, Ronan deserves to be killed. Don't go up, don't go up. That's the goal of the mission. If you kill them, you won't be able to go back and exchange business. Ronan patted his cheeks with his hands, trying to keep his mind clear. There's really nothing I can do about you. Seeing this, Momuzagi beside him shook his head helplessly. The voice just fell. The marine battleship dropped anchor and docked on the shore. Following Ronan, Momuzagi walked off the battleship with a group of marine soldiers behind him. Instead of showing any fear, Blackbeard stared at them arrogantly. On the other hand, Badgers, Van Oka, and the others in the dark were not as conceited as Blackbeard, and looked at Ronan cautiously. The subconscious told them that this marine vice-admiral was dangerous. The smell of blood could still be smelled from a distance of nearly 100 meters, which made them subconsciously escape from this place. Are you the marine in charge of this transaction? You're really young. I don't know if you peed your pants in fright after seeing us, Jee ha ha ha. Blackbeard grinned at Ronan, his words full of sarcasm. Heard the words. The expressions of Momuzagi and Marine behind him changed suddenly, and they immediately glanced at Ronan. Fine. This guy is not angry, otherwise no one can guarantee what will happen next. Ace under your feet saved your life. This is Billion Pele, and we're going to take the ace as agreed. Ronan frowned slightly, and threw the box in his hand at Blackbeard. Immediately, the soldiers behind him slowly approached Ace. Wait a minute, there are some changes in the deal now. I want to increase the price by 1 billion Baileys. The information in my hand can make the whole world tremble. Blackbeard's eyes were fixed, and a treacherous smile appeared on his face. You turned your back on it temporarily. Momuzagi looked annoyed, and immediately reached for the famous sword at his waist with his right hand, Jinpira. See. The Marines behind them started to be alert, loaded the bullets, and were ready to pull the trigger at any time. I suggest you send the other billion obediently. Dark Fruit's ability is the most terrifying power in the world. Even if Whitebeard comes, I dare to do it. What's more, you are just a vice admiral, an alternate admiral. Blackbeard didn't have the slightest fear. The black mist rose from behind, his face was full of arrogance and arrogance. For a while, the atmosphere at the scene became tense in an instant. The gold vira around Momuzagi's waist was unsheathed and wrapped around armament Haki, ready to strike at any time. Badgers, Lafayette, and Poison Q who were hiding in the dark also showed up one after another, directly posing in a fighting posture. I'm sorry, but now you don't have any money. Ronan smiled gently, and slowly stretched out his palm to point at the three of Badgers. Moment. A burst of inexplicable fear welled up in the hearts of the three of Badgers. Before they could react, the palm-like impact hit them directly. This moment, the three of Badgers suddenly felt as if their bodies were hit by giant sea kings. The tyrannical force exploded on his body. Tie it tight. Just heard a bang. Badgers, Lafayette, and Poison Q burst out a cloud of blood from their chests at the same time. Great mercy and great compassion. This is the reward given by the system after merging the Xiao Zizai template. It may not be useful in high-end rounds, and it is too simple to use to clean up these miscellaneous soldiers. What kind of power is this? Vomit. Badgers spat out a mouthful of fleshy blood and looked at Ronan in horror. Look around. The two companions beside him had fainted to death, and their life and death were unknown. You, who are you? Blackbeard was dumbfounded. He didn't even know how the opponent made a move, so he abolished three of his subordinates? This level of strength. It's just unbelievable. What kind of monster is this Marine Vice Admiral? But at this moment, Fan Oka, who was watching the battle from a high place, went off fire. Boom! The bullet wrapped around Haki blasted out of the gun, aiming for Ronan's temple. Hehe, it's a good thing you regretted it, otherwise I really couldn't find a reason to do it. Ronan's right hand was wrapped around armament Haki in an instant, and his thumb was gently twisted around his middle finger, directly pinching the incoming bullet. Under the gaze of everyone, Ronan's body spun around and flung back the bullet in his hand. Whoosh! Fan Oka, who was lying on a high place, was directly pierced through his forehead, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. See! Momuzagi and the many Marines behind him suddenly felt a wave of shock in their hearts. Ask yourself. Momuzagi, who was backup admiral, was also able to kill these guys without getting hurt. It can be instant killed directly, but it is impossible to do it at all. Just when everyone was stunned, Ronan still walked slowly towards Blackbeard, and whispered again and again as he walked. Don't go up, don't go up. If you grow your appetite, it will be difficult in the future. Having said that, but Ronan's eyes turned scarlet, like a ghost crawling out of hell. I agree to the original deal. No, I don't want money anymore, I'll tell you that information now. Blackbeard backed away trembling all over, and his expression became even more frightened. Don't worry, I won't kill you, you are still useful. While talking, Ronan's figure came behind Blackbeard like a ghost. Relax. Ronan wrapped two fingers lightly around his arm. Next second, only a crisp sound was heard. Ronan jerked Blackbeard's arms off. Tie it tight. The punch the size of a sandbag hit Blackbeard's abdomen directly. Puff! The black mist on Blackbeard's body dissipated, and scarlet blood gushed out from his mouth. Now, are you satisfied? Blackbeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice. It's not that he doesn't want to fight back. But the consequence of counterattack is to die here. Compared with death, it's better to get a beating and pay the price for the slap in the face just now. Clean the battlefield and return. Ronan ignored Blackbeard and spoke loudly to the soldiers behind him. Now, I finally understand why Mr. Sengoku asked me to follow. Momuzagi looked at the man in front of him with a bitter smile on his face. Let yourself do it, not help Ronan. It's about watching Ronan before he accidentally kills Blackbeard and Ace. Chapter 4. It may be because of the loud battle noise just now. Now. Ace, who had been in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. I learned from the soldiers who carried the corpse of Fan Cow and Poison Q. Blackbeard's group couldn't even resist in front of this marine named Ronan. Kill me. Ace moaned in pain. He was captured by traitors and even handed over to the world government as a bargaining chip. This made Ace feel insulted like never before. You still have great use, you can't die yet. Ronan smiled, and suddenly changed the topic. However, it's okay to break your limbs. The voice just fell. There was a sound of broken bones. Click. The white bones poked out from the flesh, and even the beating nerves could be clearly seen. Blood spurted out, reflecting Ace's painful expression. I can't believe that someone like you can be a marine. Blackbeard, who fell on the ground, saw this, and his dark face instantly turned extremely pale. So brutal. Compared to himself, Ronan is more suitable to be a pirate. Hehe, you won't understand. Working in marine not only satisfies my instinctive needs, but also kills people for the sake of the people. It's just, the frequency of meals is a bit low. Ronan spread his hands helplessly. If that happened today at Naval Headquarters, I will definitely take a shower and change clothes before eating, and treat it with care. Instead of killing in seconds like just now. It's so disrespectful to life. Oh. I really don't know how to evaluate your kind of heart, but fortunately you are marine. Momuzagi sighed helplessly. Ronan now. It's like a person who is in the dark but still has a glimmer of light in his heart. I want to climb out of the darkness, but I can't get rid of my inner desire. Okay, hurry up and tell me what you know. Momuzagi turned his eyes to Blackbeard and said in a low voice. Ace is actually the only blood left by Gordy Roger. Whitebeard was equally aware of this. Blackbeard spoke very fast, afraid that Ronan would make a move here. What? After Momuzagi heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he covered his mouth unconsciously and took a few steps back. Ace is the biological son of One Piece, the only remaining demon blood. Blackbeard pointed at Ace, who was lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and repeated aloud. Moment. Everyone in Marine was in an uproar, and looked at Ace with shocked eyes. The blood of One Piece has survived to this day, and he has become the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. No wonder you want to increase the price. The mystery in Momuzagi's heart was solved, and he was suddenly in a daze. Immediately, Momuzagi suddenly remembered something again, and looked at Ronan in surprise. This incident really made him guess right. Kill me quickly! Ace yelled loudly, ignoring the pain in his body. This secret is the only scar in his heart. Now being exposed mercilessly by Blackbeard, the pain in his heart is no less than letting him die last time. Boom! After Ronan knocked Ace out with a knife, he waved to everyone. Okay, let's go back. After getting instructions, the soldiers immediately escorted Blackbeard and others aboard, and drove the oars away from the sea. Night fell. The moon rises quietly from the place where the water and the sky meet in the distance, instantly adding a touch of gold to the dark sponge. Sudden. Ronan, who was smoking on a beach chair, received a system prompt. Ding, host kills, Fan Oka, Poison Q, Lafayette, the total reward amount, 200 million Baileys. Ding, congratulations to host for improving Xiao Zizai's template integration by 1%. Ding, Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree is first increased to 50%. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining one of the 8 wonders, Shuangkanshao. Fusion of both hands. Ronan responded. Next second. All the information about Shuangkan hands flooded into Ronan's mind in an instant. Shuangchuan hand, there are 2 different forms, blue hand and red hand, all called Shuangchuan hand. Blue hand can modify the soul, detect lies, and read or delete memories. It can even rewrite a person's cognition, thereby completely controlling a person. If you want to control others with both hands, that person must have been severely battered, or someone of unsound mind. The red hand is much simpler and more direct. Can modify the body, has the ability to disguise, heal, and reshape limbs. That is, as long as Ronan doesn't die in the future, no matter how many injuries he suffers, he can recover immediately. Hey, this ability is a bit interesting. Ronan took a long breath and looked at the endless sea. At this time, a figure came over and handed a cup of black tea to Ronan. Turn around and look. I saw Momuzagi wearing a silk pajamas, outlining her mature and seductive figure vividly. Unexpectedly, I really made you guess right. Momuzagi took a sip of the black tea and said with a smile. Just guessing, don't think too much about going to bed early. Ronan shook his head slightly, turned around and was about to leave. Here is a warship. Momuzagi is dressed like this again. In case it is seen by soldiers on patrol. Not only will the impact be bad, it will definitely damage Ronan's image as a gentleman. Don't rush away, tell me what you want me to meet. Do you want me to do oral calculations, or fill in the blanks? Momuzagi grabbed Ronan by the lichen corner, eyes full of shyness. Facing this kind of pink butterfly meat delivered to your door. This moment. However, Ronan suddenly possessed morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty, possessed benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and faith, and after slapping Momuzagi's hand off, he said lightly. If the state of most people is called normal, and I am a pervert. So, it's better for you to stay away from me. Finished. Ronan walked into the cabin without looking back. Looking at his back, Momuzagi couldn't help flashing a trace of silence in his eyes, and murmured in a low voice. Is this protecting me in disguise? I don't want to let the desire to kill in my heart hurt other people, but choose to be alone, it's really gentle. At the same time, Badgers, who fainted from the pain, suddenly woke up. When he saw the corpses of his companions around him, his eyes became terrified again. Captain! Badgers groaned under his breath. This time we fell, the strength of that person is far more than that of Vice Admiral. Blackbeard said with lingering fear. During the conversation, the two couldn't help showing a look of shock. It never occurred to them. A Vice Admiral who is about the same age as Ace has such terrifying strength. But it's okay. Although the loss is heavy this time, you can still become a Shishibukai by bringing yourself back. Thinking of this, Blackbeard secretly heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes became fierce again. It's not over yet, the plan is still running normally. Chapter 5. Go back to Marlin Fendo. The warship docked at Crescent Harbor, and Ronan and others were just about to disembark. Then I saw Sengoku waiting with Mrs. Tsuru, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, 3 admirals. Besides, and an uninvited marine hero, Garp. Now, the figure of the strongest man in the old era is not as tall and straight as before, and his eyes are a little more lonely. At this time, with the gangway on the warship slowly falling, Blackbeard, Badgers was shoved off the boat by the soldiers. Seeing this, everyone showed satisfied smiles. Not only was the mission a complete success this time, it even left a huge amount of military expenditures. He also severely injured and killed the 3 cotters of Blackbeard, greatly weakening his power. Ronan, you did a good job this time. The celebration banquet in the headquarters has been prepared for you. Sengoku looked at Ronan who came down, and said with a look of relief. Now is not the time to be happy. Listen to the information that Momuzagi and I brought back first. Ronan shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Ace's matter was not reported through the phone bug at the first time. After all, there may be a risk of being monitored. Momuzagi on the side immediately and detailedly described the before and after of the mission, as well as the information that Blackbeard offered a price of 1 billion. What? When Sengoku learned that Ace was Roger's heir, his eyes widened. And the people around him were also surprised. It's true. Blackbeard, who hadn't gone far, immediately turned around and gave affirmative answers to the marine executives. Now, hearing this, Sengoku looked at Garp in confusion. The relationship between Ace and Garp is only known to Ms. Yuhi. But never thinking about Roger. I've been looking for it for so long, I didn't expect it to be right under our noses, Garp. You have gone too far this time. Sengoku gritted his back molars and let out a harsh sound. This thing has yet to be confirmed though. But judging from Blackbeard's reaction, this matter can basically be qualitative. Facing Sengoku's responsibilities, Garp's face was livid, and he clenched his fists tightly, but finally heaved a deep sigh. If Ace had chosen to join Marine back then, this situation would not have happened today. Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock of this news, Ace was laid on a stretcher and carried off by soldiers. See. Garp also ignored the eyes of others, and strode over to check the situation. But when he walked in, he froze in place. At this moment, Ace has fallen into a severe coma, and not only his limbs have been broken by violence, exposing his bones. Every part of the body was also severely injured to varying degrees, and the stretcher that had just been stepped on was soaked in blood within a short while. Even so, it was just a simple bandage to stop the bleeding on Ace, barely keeping alive. Who did this? Garp's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned his head to scan the crowd. This moment, faced with the tragic situation of his grandson, his identity is not a marine hero. Just a grandpa who wants to protect his grandson. Seeing this, Momuzagi was about to grab Ronan but was a step too late. I broke his limbs. What, Mr. Garp, do you want to avenge your grandson? Ronan stepped forward slowly, with an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. The voice just fell. A surge of breath centered on Garp, instantly diffused to the entire Crescent Harbor. The old man in front of him vented his strength to his heart's content. The merciless killing intent intertwined into flames, and the overlord Black Thunder surged wantonly. Conquerors! Ronan smiled, and a strong overlord Haki surged out of his body, and Garp fought it. Just for an instant. The surrounding soldiers fainted one after another, and the cumulus clouds floating in the sky were instantly dispersed and dissipated into the air. At this moment Ronan seems to be the ruler of the world. The world turned pale, and everything surrendered under his feet. For a while, everyone's hearts trembled suddenly. This is Conqueror's Haki. Ronan actually has this power too. Calm down, both of you. Sengoku frowned slightly, and shouted loudly. This solemn voice was like a basin of cold water, causing Ronan and Garp to stop at the same time. Dissipates with 2 strands of Conqueror's Haki. The sky and the earth returned to peace again. Only the mess on the ground in Crescent Moon Harbor and the soldiers who fell on the ground told the horror of what happened just now. When did you own Conquerors? As Ronan's immediate boss, Akainu couldn't help asking. Well, just now. Ronan prevaricated casually. Everyone's complexion suddenly darkened. Just? Do you think we believe it or not? There are many people who own Conqueror's Haki though. It may reach the level of ease of retraction like Ronan just now, and there are not many in the whole world. That's what you said just now? Liar. Regarding Conqueror's Haki, Ronan will report back to me alone. As for Ace, I decided to execute the execution publicly and announce his life to the world. Sengoku took a deep look at Garp and Ronan, and said in a low voice. Public execution of the offspring of One Piece. This means a lot to the whole world. It can not only end Roger's influence to a certain extent, but also give an explanation to the common people and enhance Marine's credibility to the common people. I object. Sengoku, is it necessary to do this? If it is really a public execution, Whitebeard will definitely save Ace at all costs. At that time, Marine will definitely suffer heavy losses. Garp ignored Ronan and directly vetoed it. He didn't want Ace to stand trial in full view, so he might as well kill him now. This kind of pirate should be executed in front of civilians all over the world. Let the whole world know that the majesty of Marine is inviolable. Faced with this radical approach, Akainu, the chief of the Hawks, of course unconditionally supports it. Ronan didn't speak to Kizaru, and Momuzagi stood behind Miztsuru, quietly watching the dispute between them. Blackbeard, on the other hand, had a flash of excitement in his eyes and grinned silly. Since we all hold different opinions, then let the world government make a decision. First put Ace in prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Sengoku didn't choose to argue, and said lightly. Okay, then Ace will be escorted by the old man himself. Garp narrowed his eyes and glanced at everyone. You have crossed the line, this matter is not your business. Ronan shook his head and said softly. In fact, it doesn't matter who escorts Ace. But just now Garp has lost his mind, who knows if he will let Ace go. Before Garp could refute, Sengoku said immediately. Since the man was captured by Ronan, let him make the trip. Heard the words. Garp had no choice but to take a deep look at Ronan, and immediately called the doctor to accompany Ace for treatment. This is the only thing he can do for his grandson as a grandfather. Just as Ronan was getting ready to board the boat, Akainu stepped forward and said. Don't cause any trouble after going there. Ronan thought about the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down, swallowed unconsciously, and said very sadly. Am I so unbearable in your heart? Actually, I'm very friendly to people. Akainu. Yes, you are so kind. If there is a disagreement, the sky will be lifted. Chapter 6. Originally, Blackbeard also wanted to propose to Sengoku to visit Impel Down. It can be heard that the escort is Empress Ronan. Blackbeard shrank suddenly, his face full of resentment. But fortunately, Ace's execution time has not yet been determined. Even if it is a few days later, the original plan will not be disrupted. Then, Blackbeard looked at Ronan sadly, and Momuzagi escorted Ace to the warship heading for Impel Down. Com Belt, the magnificent city, stands majestically here. It is like a giant lying on a plate, which is daunting. The city is surrounded by 3 layers of huge walls. Amidst the clouds and mist, 12 warships surrounded the surrounding area. In the cold tide, giant sea kings rush out of the sea from time to time, roaring to the sky. Here. It's the biggest prison in the world, Impel Down. As the door of justice burst open, a large warship sailed into the harbor. Because this prisoner is too special. Magellan and Han Yabao, who received the news, were waiting at the gate of Impel Down early. When the warship docks, Ronan, Momuzagi immediately let the accompanying soldiers carry Ace down. For a while, the cold breath hit instantly. However, not only did Ronan not feel any discomfort, but he opened his arms with a relaxed face. This is heaven. Seeing this, everyone suddenly felt a chill. Ronan, go to eternal hell this time, you better be honest. After Magellan signed the escort formalities, he said with a gloomy face. Since Ronan's first visit to Impel Down, regardless of that time after leaving, prisoners held in Impel Down will always die inexplicably. After several times in a row, Magellan also realized that something was wrong and decided to conduct an autopsy himself. That day, Magellan saw the most disgusting scene, so much so that she didn't eat for a whole week. The muscles and fat under the prisoner's skin turned into meat, and the internal organs were crushed to pieces. The whole person is like a humanoid doll stuffed with cotton. It can sink in with a light touch of a finger, and then, countless white maggots crawled out from the prisoner's facial features. I was dishonest that time. The first time I went to eternal hell, I was very scared. Having said that, Ronan's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Special criminals like Ace. It must be detained together by the warden and the escorted marine to ensure nothing goes wrong. It's better that way. Magellan's face darkened, and he turned and walked towards Impel Down. Led by Magellan and Hanyabal, the crowd quickly arrived at the first floor of the sea. Here, every prisoner who comes needs to be baptized. It is to use 100-degree boiling water to disinfect the prisoners. At this moment, Ace has woken up from a severe coma under the doctor's treatment. In the process of accepting baptism. Although Ace said nothing. However, in the boiling water above Beidou, the nerves connected to the exposed bones shrank rapidly. The freshly scabbed wound burst again, staining the entire pot of boiling water with scarlet. After experiencing this inhuman treatment, Ace fainted here as no surprise. The gloomy atmosphere, coupled with the screams of other prisoners. The corners of Ronan's mouth couldn't help but start to rise wildly. Subsequently, everyone continued to walk down and boarded the elevator. Soon, with the sound of iron chains, the elevator slammed down. Impel Down Level 6, the eternal hell is here. This is a dead world, where countless legendary criminals are imprisoned. Their crimes, existence, and even telling are not allowed. The 6th floor is not as gloomy as the other floors, but extremely quiet. It's like a corner that has been forgotten by the world. A layer of real hell concealed by the world government. Ronan strode into Momuzagi, led by Magellan. In the dim corridor, the lights kept flickering, and the prison cells made by sea stone also appeared in the sight of everyone. Although there was no sound in the cell. But everyone could still feel a creepy killing intent passing over him. At this time, a jailer beast opened an empty cell, and Magellan escorted Ace, throwing him inside. The accompanying doctors also hurried into the cell to treat Ace. During this period, Hanyabal couldn't help but introduce the prisoners in the cell to Ronan and others. This circle is full of famous big pirates in the sea. The innermost one is Roger's crew member, Douglas Bullet. He is second only to Roger in the Roger Pirates. Hear the name. The soldier's glasses suddenly became round. Heir of the devil. Momuzagi, who came to the 6th floor for the first time, also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Back then, Garp teamed up with Sengoku, and it took a lot of effort to get Bullet in. On the other hand, Magellan saw Ronan's eyes flushed, and felt that something was wrong. He just wanted to stop Hanyabal from continuing, but it was too late. Hanyabal was emotional, and while walking into the depths, he pointed to the cell next to him and introduced. This is the most vicious female prisoner, Catherine Dme. The largest cell holds San Juan Wolf. This is the world destroyer that has been frozen for 30 years, Burndy. Waldo. This one is a bit powerful, a lone red who stands side by side with Whitebeard and Roger, Baloric Redfield. In a few minutes, Hanyabal introduced the prisoners of the entire eternal hell. Now, there are still waves in everyone's hearts. No matter which prisoner here runs out, it will have a great impact on the world. Hanyabal kid, are you showing off by introducing us? Who saw me back then and was so scared that he peed his pants? In the deepest cell, Bullet's figure slowly emerged from the darkness, his tone full of sarcasm. For a while, almost all the prisoners showed their figures one after another. While shouting, they looked at Ronan and the others with murderous intent. Shut up! Bullet, take a good look, the only heir of your captain has been captured by us. Han Yabao stopped at the door of a cell, put his face close to the fence, and mocked with a smile. Moment. The entire eternal hell fell into silence here. What Roger's son means, they all know it well. If used correctly, that will have a huge impact on the pattern of the entire world. But at this moment, an armful of gnarled muscles reached out from the cell and grabbed Han Yabao's head directly. Next second, only a click sound was heard. Han Yabao's horn-like brow bone was crushed. Chapter 7. All this happened so fast, almost in an instant. Han Yabao lost consciousness before he could even call for help. As Bullet continues to grow in power, except for the sound of skulls cracking, everyone could even clearly see that Han Yabao's head was slowly deforming. The bloodshot eyeballs may be squeezed at any time. Let me go! Magellan shouted angrily, and the tall figure rushed over immediately. If Han Yabao dies today, that would be an indelible stain on your resume. However, just when Magellan was about to reach Han Yabao's side, a figure came one step ahead. If it weren't for the fact that you and I are both Teacher Zephyr's students, I really don't want to care about it. Ronan sighed softly, and put his red right hand on Bullet's wrist. With your soft strength, I can't stop me at all. Let him die. While speaking, Bullet increased the strength on his arm again. Even though he's in a sea stone cell. However, as a fruit-capable user, Bullet has been cultivating uninterruptedly for 20 years in this extreme environment. Although still unable to get rid of the state of physical weakness. But he has already adapted to this environment, and his strength can burst out to some extent. Yet, there was an inexplicable smile on Ronan's mouth. See. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Bullet's heart. But Han Yabao hadn't had time to let go yet. Next second, Bullet couldn't feel his arm anymore. Looked down. The right arm still disappeared, leaving only an empty sleeve, fluttering in the wind. Mr. Zephyr has taught me for 2 years, and I haven't given him any decent gifts yet. Take this to thank him for his teaching. Ronan looked at the muscular right arm in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. What the hell did you do to me? Bullet subconsciously took 2 steps back, eyes full of shock. And Magellan beside him looked at Ronan with a surprised face after helping Han Yabao. Lived for so many years. They have seen all kinds of weird abilities. But in this unaware state, the ability to remove the arm is the only thing the two of them have seen in this life. And there wasn't even a drop of blood left on the arm. As if this arm didn't belong to Bullet in the first place. And at this time, Momuzagi and Marine soldiers also came over, and their pupils trembled when they saw the scene in front of them. How did you do it? Momuzagi came to Ronan's side and asked in surprise. It's just a trick, it's not worth mentioning. Ronan lit a cigarette and said with a smile. This is one of the powers of both hands, red hands. Can't help but repair the physical body. At the same time, it can also perform arbitrary operations on everything in the body. Like, remove Bullet's arm like you just did. Certainly. Thanks to the fact that Bullet's attention was on Han Yabao at the time. Give me back your arm. Bullet glared at Ronan, roaring. I have practiced for 20 years. But now that his right arm is gone, years of hard work have come to nothing. Even if you are lucky enough to get out from Impel Down. The ideal that Bullet had insisted on for many years could not be realized at all, and it all came to naught. And at this moment, the prisoners in Eternal Hell laughed after hearing the general details. Roger's son was arrested, Bullet lost his arm, so much good news today. Bullet, weren't you crazy before, why are you so embarrassed now? A cripple, don't try to surpass Roger in the future. In the face of this endless ridicule, Bullet was about to burst, the veins on his forehead popped up instantly, wishing he could go out and kill this group of slaughterers right now. You guys are too loud. Why, do you want to be like him too? Ronan ignored bullet and said flatly. The voice fell. The entire eternal hell became extremely silent here. Although they are the most ferocious criminals in the world, facing Ronan's strange ability, they still feel a little scared in their hearts. After all, it's really not worth it to make yourself crippled for a momentary pleasure. And at this moment, Magellan crouched on the ground, shaking Han Yabao's body. You can't die, Han Yabao, wake up. Doctor in Ace's cell, come here quickly. Ronan put out the cigarette in his hand, and said lightly. The skull was shattered, the cheekbones were broken and the brain was damaged. I can save him, but you must agree to one condition. Now barring immediate surgery. Otherwise, Han Yabao must die. What conditions? Magellan looked up at Ronan and asked in a deep voice. It's very simple. I want 3 prisoners from Eternal Hell, and the bounty should not be less than 500 million. You have a minute to think about it. In a minute, you can collect Han Yabao's body. Ronan said softly. Heard the words. Magellan fell silent. Private execution of the pirates on the 6th floor of Impel Down is a big taboo. But on one side is the life of his capable men. On one side is the most vicious pirate who should have been executed long ago. After weighing it again and again, Magellan gritted his teeth and said. I can only give you 2, one of which is Berndy Waldo who has been frozen for 30 years. Make a deal. Ronan agreed without thinking. Killing 2 pirates with a bounty of 500 million, this is the amount of food eaten in the past month. There is no need for Ronan to challenge Magellan's bottom line at the risk of increasing his appetite. Immediately, Ronan squatted down and put his red right hand on Han Yabao's head. Next second, Han Yabao's bloody face is slowly healing. The broken brow bone is also being reunited. Not only that. On the side, Momuzagi, Magellan could even clearly hear the small sound of the skull recombining. This strong visual impact kept impacting the hearts of everyone present. After half a minute, Ronan withdrew his right hand and said lightly. All right. The voice just fell. There was a rapid breathing sound. Han Yabao stood up abruptly, panting heavily, and said in horror. What just happened? Looks like bullet almost killed me. However, Han Yabao didn't get a response. Magellan stared fixedly at Ronan, and asked with a trembling voice. What kind of ability is this? Momuzagi, and the eyes of the surrounding prisoners, also looked at Ronan in surprise. Desperately want to know the answer. If this ability is used on the battlefield, marine casualties will be greatly reduced. Ronan shrugged with a smile, a faint scarlet flashed in his eyes. Now is not the time to answer questions. It's time for me to dinner. Chapter 8. At the same time, Marlene Joya, inside a huge meeting hall. Sengoku, Garp, Mist-Tsuru, and Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, 3 admirals, are discussing in 5 elders whether to execute publicly. For this matter, Sengoku, Akainu unconditional support. And decided to mobilize 100,000 troops to strictly guard when Ace was executed. Garp and Aokiji insisted that a public execution was unnecessary. It's that day. The Whitebeard Pirates will definitely do everything to save Ace. Marin Fenduo will definitely experience an unprecedented war. Whitebeard. That is the strongest man in the world, also known as having the power to destroy the world. The captain of the 43 affiliated pirate groups and the captain of the 13th Division. But they are all famous pirates in the New World. Sakazuki, do you know how many people will die in this battle? Soldiers have families too, and their families are waiting for them to come home. Aokiji lost his usual laziness and looked directly at Akainu. If you're afraid of sacrifice, what's the point of being a marine? If you don't dare to execute publicly because of this kind of thing, then what face does our marine have? Akainu's eyes widened, and his voice couldn't help but grow louder. And Staff Officer Kizaru Yuhi did not speak. sitting on the sidelines, quietly in front of the melon-eating crowd. At this time, one of them, 5 elders with curly white hair, said lightly, "We agree to a public execution. If the Whitebeard Pirates come, then use all your strength to keep them in Marin Fendo. Sengoku, Akainu will be solely responsible for this matter, the meeting will be adjourned." Although fighting the Whitebeard Pirates in Marin Fendo is a bit too risky, the aftermath of the war was enough to affect the whole world. But the world government will never succumb to Whitebeard's strength. When Garp heard this, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. At this time, the phone bug in Sengoku's arms rang. Boo 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 boo. After turning on the phone bug, a solemn voice sounded immediately. "Mr. Sengoku, I'm Magellan." After hearing this, all the people present were stunned for a moment, and their eyes unconsciously forgot the past. According to the current time point of view, Ronan, Momozagi has already set foot on the returning battleship. What happened? Sengoku's heart tensed up, and he asked hastily. Could it be something happened to Impel Down? The bullet riot just now crushed Han Yabal's brow bone and skull, and he died soon. Although he survived. But an incredible thing happened. Magellan's words made Sengoku and others breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that people don't die. Wait, what are you talking about? Sengoku asked, frowning. Just now, when Han Yabal's life was hanging by a thread, Ronan actually took off his arm without Bullet noticing. Bullet didn't even shed a drop of blood. Moreover, Han Yabal's broken skull, brow bone, and injured brain were healed by Ronan in less than a minute. The phone bug conveyed Magellan's expression vividly, apparently still not recovering from the shock just now. For a while, the faces of Sengoku, 5 elders and others were also full of surprises, and their hearts could not be calm for a long time. The huge meeting hall could not help but fall into silence. Silently, Bullet's arm was removed, and Han Yabao was healed in less than a minute. What kind of power did Ronan possess? Even OPOP fruit, which offers a reward of 5 billion Baileys, can't do this. A long time. Magellan's voice broke the silence. By the way, Ronan asked me to send you word that Bullet's arm can be fitted to Mr. Zephyr. He told you to summon Mr. Zephyr immediately. Sengoku froze for a moment, his pupils trembled. What? Can this be installed by others? 5 elders and the others looked at each other in surprise after hearing this. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly stood up and said loudly. Since such a serious injury was healed within a minute, then can Ronan treat all the wounded in the headquarters in a short time? As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly burst into light. The issue that was debated just now is to a large extent the issue of war damage. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. From the meeting to the present, Akainu with a dark face showed a smile for the first time. Unexpectedly, Ronan, who enjoys killing people, has the ability to heal wounds. As Ronan's immediate boss, Akainu is honored. Now that the problem is solved, Marine will welcome the Whitebeard Pirates with all their might. The white curly-haired old man looked serious, and his words were full of solemnity. Clear. Sengoku's eyes were firm, still preparing for the worst. The strongest man in the world will definitely come. On the other hand, Garp's eyes were full of seriousness. Bad guys don't deserve sympathy, but family members don't. As for Aokiji, he didn't refute anything. After all, this matter has been approved by 5 elders. As a Marine, I can only obey unconditionally. Then, after Magellan reported on his work again, he hung up the phone. Sengoku and others also left Marlene Joya immediately. After returning to Marin Fenduo, he immediately started to make corresponding preparations for the public execution. Now, Impel Down Level 6, Eternal Hell. In a cell. A howl like a ghost in the abyss came from inside from time to time. Gradually, The sound changed from loud to small, until it returned to calm. 10 minutes later, Ronan walked out of the cell with a face of comfort, without saying hello, and took Momuzagi directly to the elevator. Like that. Like a 20-year-old boy, refreshed after a fast meal in a hotel. See. Magellan and Han Yabao felt a sudden chill. To Ronan's 2 prisoners. One is the world destroyer frozen for 30 years, Berndi Valdo. He was blown in the head with a punch from Ronan. The scarlet blood mixed with white brains made one feel sick. And the other one is the evil king, Obaro Pizarro. Director Magellan, I'll take a look. Han Yabao bravely walked into the cell where the screams had just been heard. Glanced at the ground. A drop of dark red blood remained, and the source was the standing corpse covered by the cloak of justice. Han Yabao took a deep breath, walked in front of the corpse with a solemn expression, and lifted the cloak of justice. Moment. Time seemed to freeze, and Han Yabao froze in place. Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Magellan walked in immediately. Don't look! Han Yabao yelled. But it was too late. Magellan saw the scariest scene of his life. In the bloody scene, a blood-soaked skeleton stood there, and the flesh on its body had turned into the most delicate minced meat. Immediately afterwards, the minced meat, mixed with blood, slipped off the skeleton bit by bit. Obaro Pizarro's 2 eyeballs fell from the eye sockets and drooped on his cheeks, matching the flickering lights. How gloomy and gloomy! I was stunned for a while. Magellan's bloodshot eyes looked at Ronan, who had already boarded the elevator, and roared. Ronan, you better not come to Impel Down. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. Chapter 9. The sound insulation of Impel Down needs to be improved. It's all in port, and Magellan's voice can still be heard. Ronan smiled, and walked slowly onto the returning warship. However, at the moment when the siren was sounded by the soldiers, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ronan's mind. Ding! Host kills, Obalo Pizarro, Berndi Waldo. Total reward amount, 1 billion Baileys. Ding! Congratulations to host for improving Xiao Zizai's template integration by 5%. Ding! Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree is first increased to 55%. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining, intermediate, Conqueror's Haki and comprehending Conqueror's winding skills. Host's current abilities, Marine 6 styles, Perfect, Armament Haki, Top Level, Observation Haki, Top Level, Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate Level, Nianhua Finger, Great Compassionate Palm, Lyoku Immortal Thief, Shuangkanchao. Barely acceptable. Ronan felt the surging power in his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Conqueror's Winding. The top power in the world. Not even Devil Fruit's ability can match it. Although now Conquerors in New World has been a bad street. You can look around. There are only a few people who can be entangled with Conquerors. At this time, Momuzagi's voice came from behind Ronan. I didn't expect you to be able to cure diseases and save lives. How about, you can help me cure the disease? I urgently need an elephant plucking now, to relieve the shaking and itching. Ronan lit a cigarette and sighed helplessly. Just killed 2 pirates. Could you just let me be quiet? Actually, Ronan has killed too many pirates these days. The desire to kill in his heart has been temporarily extinguished. In other words, Laozi has entered the sage mode, and it is useless for anyone to come. Okay. However, before that, can I trouble you to make me more perfect? This request should be a problem for you, right? Momuzagi leaned against Ronan's ear, exhaling blue. A strange look flashed across Ronan's face, and he immediately pulled away. Immediately. After he looked Momuzagi up and down, his face turned black. Beautiful appearance, unique aura of Yuja, plus the aura of Marine Candidate Admiral. The key is, if you bow your head but don't see your feet, you should be a stunning beauty in the world. If any one of these conditions is singled out, it will drive men crazy. Like, on Momozagi's body, there is no room for manipulation, right? Forget it, I won't tease you. Momozagi saw that the goal was achieved, she turned and left with a smile. Start from the last time you performed a mission together. Momozagi became very curious about Ronan. It is also this curiosity driving Momozagi to tease the man in front of him, trying to understand more, to peel off his hard shell. Isn't this bullying honest people? Ronan put out the cigarette in his hand and gave a wry smile. Now, with the continuous sailing of the battleship, the building of Naval Headquarters faintly emerges from the sea level. Marin Fenduo, inside Marshal Marine's office. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji sat on the sofa, looking at Zephyr, who was wearing sunglasses opposite him, and suddenly became out of breath. Advised for a full half an hour. Zephyr just wouldn't agree to replace Bullet's right arm. If it weren't for the fact that Zephyr was his teacher, Akainu would have slammed the door and left. The reason why Zephyr refused is also very simple. The Sea Stone arm is a sharp weapon against those with fruit abilities. And Zephyr is also very repulsed to use the pirate's arm. This is an insult to him. Zephyr, your asthma has reached severe levels. The Sea Stone arm is so heavy that your body can't handle it. Sengoku frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice. Public execution is now imminent. If Zephyr can replace the arm to join the battle, then Marine will add another top combat power. That's the end of the matter. I'm going back to rest, and I have to train recruit tomorrow. Zephyr groaned, got up and walked towards the door. However, the moment he opened the door, a figure blocked the door. Teacher, don't rush to leave. I brought all my arms, you can't let down the painstaking efforts of the students. Ronan knew his teacher's temper. So as soon as he got off the warship, he rushed over immediately. Snort! Take that arm away, it's an eyesore. Zephyr looked at Bullet's arm, disgust in his eyes. Old stubborn. Ronan groaned under his breath. What did you say? Zephyr's old eyes flickered. It's nothing, he said that your heroic appearance remains the same as before. Momozagi quickly explained, and pushed Zephyr back into the office. See. The four of Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the teacher values Ronan the most. Kizaru said with a smile. Back then, Zephyr paid more attention to Ronan than the three admirals now. Otherwise. Nor will I see Ronan coming and not leaving. I value Ronan because his talent is better than yours. Zephyr smiled, but the conversation suddenly changed. But who knew that this brat would be so bloodthirsty? I really misjudged him back then. Having said that, but Zephyr was full of relief. Although Ronan is bloodthirsty and extremely inconsistent with his own ideas, but the people killed were all heinous pirates. Only the means are too cruel. Save what you said to teach me later. Ronan raised his arm and said softly. Strictly speaking, this arm is not Bullet's arm until it is transplanted into you. And, teacher, I can solve your asthma together. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Zephyr's asthma is incurable. Even if you have invited all the famous doctors in the sea, they are helpless. If you can do it, you can consider making an exception and promoting you to alternate admiral. Sengoku slammed on the table, loudly. Actually, judging from Ronan's combat achievements over the past few years, he could have been promoted long ago. But he executed too many pirates privately. This matter can only be suppressed temporarily. It is an opportunity to cure Zephyr now. It's too fast. Ronan seems to have only been in Vice Admiral for a year. Kizaru opened his mouth slightly, his tone full of surprise. The hearts of Akainu, Aokiji, and Momozagi were also full of shock. Ronan is only 28 now. Join the Marine for 5 years and study at the Marine Academy for 1.5 years. It's only been 3.5 years since he actually started to perform the task. Isn't this promotion speed too fast? Teacher, it's important to change the arm first. Ronan's expression remained calm, and his right hand was instantly enveloped by a burst of red air. The next moment, I saw Ronan's thick right arm completely separated from the middle. The beating nerves, the sharp white bones, and the blood vessels were completely exposed to everyone's sight. Tie it tight. The arm unexpectedly began to change rapidly. In a blink. This arm that originally belonged to Bullet is exactly the same as Zephyr's original right arm in terms of size, thickness, and even muscle distribution. This feeling. It's as if it's just been taken off a Zephyr. See this weird scene. Sengoku and others suddenly felt their brains go blank. Chapter 10. As Marine executives, Sengoku and others have not seen any scenes. But this scene is really too weird. If you don't see it with your own eyes. They couldn't believe it was real anyway. But fortunately, they did not see the death of Impel Down Obolo Pizarro. Otherwise, Sengoku and others should have the same thinking as Magellan, wishing to strangle Ronan directly. Teacher, if you can't pass the hurdle in your heart, it's better to change your mind. Cure the old disease in your body, give your wife, children, and students, blood debt, blood repayment. Let those pirates know that the Black Arm Zephyr will return to rule the Grand Line. Ronan held that arm up in front of Zephyr, a maniacal grin on his lips. He hesitated for a moment. A flash of determination flashed in Zephyr's eyes, and then he took off Seastone's arm. Bring it on. Perhaps you are right. The voice fell. A chilling air swept across the entire marshal's office in an instant. Now. Zephyr's eyes changed, instead of the solemnity of the past. It was a strong murderous aura. When everyone saw this, their expressions immediately became serious. They know. The once unkillable Admiral is dead. Instead, it is the other extreme of the past. And the instigator of all this is Ronan. It's long overdue. Teacher, let's kill all these pirates. Goodness must overcome evil, as light goes, darkness cannot hide. Ronan spread his arms like a mad believer, singing the Bible in his hand. Immediately, Ronan pinned that arm to Zephyr's broken arm. Next second, the red air burst out, and the cocoons on Zephyr's arms fell off. Blood vessels and nerves struggled to spread outward until they connected to the arm. When the arm is attached, Zephyr's eyes changed from being calm at the beginning to shocking. Asthma symptoms disappeared. And even the old injuries and hidden diseases accumulated over the years have all disappeared. At this time, Sengoku and others couldn't wait to spread observation Haki over to explore the current situation of Zephyr. Next second, everyone's eyes widened immediately, and they looked at Ronan in disbelief. If we say Zephyr's aura before, it is like an old lion, weak and weak. And now, roaring like a tiger. Domineering and domineering. For a while, Kizaru had a bold idea in his heart. Can Ronan put my Diao-chan on his waist? Just about to say it, but swallowed it back. No way. This occasion is too serious, and if you say it, Sengoku will definitely deduct his salary. 5 minutes later, Ronan slowly withdrew his hand from Zephyr. Phew, that's it. Ronan lit a cigarette and said with a smile. Everyone immediately looked at Zephyr with concern, waiting for him to announce the result. It's all good, I feel like my body now is like when I was young. Zephyr took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Heard the words. The three admirals, Sengoku, Momuzagi and Akainu finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces were full of joy. Now Zephyr is back on top. In the public execution not long after, facing the Whitebeard Pirates, Marine has another combat power comparable to Admiral. That's why Ronan is so eager to give Zephyr a lifeline. In addition to repaying the grace of teaching, the Whitebeard Pirates have too many miscellaneous soldiers. With Zephyr in the fray, Ronan can also eat Whitebeard with less distraction. Okay, now I announce that Ronan is officially appointed as Marine's alternate admiral. The awarding ceremony will start after the task of summoning Shishibukai is over. Sengoku took out a written appointment letter and handed it to Ronan with a straight face. Don't be so troublesome, just make an announcement. Ronan shook his head slightly, and there was no wave in his eyes. Okay, now let's talk about Shishabukai's problem. The elites from all over the world are coming, and only Moria, Blackbeard, and Tyrant Bear in the 7 warlords of the sea have agreed to call. Sengoku sat down again, rubbing between his brows with some headache. Hawkeye, Hancock, Jinbei, and Doflamingo all made no statement, and Jinbei even refused. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help frowning. Jinbei is not afraid that the world government will retaliate against the mermaid for doing this? Now is not the time to turn your face, Sakazuki, you go to Jinbei and try to convince him. When necessary, force can be used. Sengoku sighed and spoke slowly. After Akainu nodded, he got up and left the office to make corresponding preparations. Just go to Dressrosa, please, and make sure you bring back Doflamingo. Sengoku looked at Ronan again, and said with a serious face. Original. I also want Ronan to treat the existing wounded in the headquarters. Judging from the current time, we can only wait for the mission to end. No problem. Ronan agreed straight away, a hint of imperceptible excitement flashed in his eyes. Out of Naval Headquarters no one cares. How many pirates will be killed by then? It can all depend on the desire of your heart. Momuzagi will walk with you. Sengoku touched his chin and added with a smile. Moment. Ronan's face darkened suddenly. But before he could refuse, Momuzagi immediately said, Okay, I will definitely keep an eye on this guy. After finishing speaking, Momuzagi still gave Ronan a charming look. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku announced the remaining plans one after another. Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel goes to Hancock, and Substitute Admiral the Squirrel goes to Hawkeye. The generals who received the mission will set off early tomorrow morning. Just as Sengoku was about to adjourn the meeting, Zephyr got up slowly, and said in a deep voice, the pirate guerrilla plan is restarted. Everyone was not surprised after hearing this, and they all agreed. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Ronan got up and walked to the New World Island distribution map in the office. After watching for a few minutes, Ronan pointed to New World's Kale Bali and said softly, Teacher, there may be unexpected surprises in this place 5 days later. According to intelligence, Whitebeard II, who cut off Zephyr's arm, was in Kale Bali. His bounty is 480 million. Killing him not only allows Ronan to satisfy his inner desire, but also avenges Zephyr. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zephyr didn't ask why, but just nodded silently, okay. Immediately, Sengoku announced the end of the meeting. The next day, Ronan woke up just after dawn. Came to Crescent Harbor. Glancing at the fish belly that appeared on the edge of the sky, he closed the curtain and enjoyed a moment of peace. But not long. This tranquility was broken by the courtship of the tea dolphins. Momuzagi, I like you. This is the 97th confession, can't you see my sincerity? Sorry, I refuse. Momuzagi's crisp and sweet voice said without any hesitation, stop wasting time on me. After finishing speaking, Momuzagi turned and left without any pause. Only the tea dolphin with a disappointed face was left. Ronan glanced at it and said lightly, lick the dog until there is nothing left. Chapter 11. Lick the dog until there is nothing left. Ronan's voice was not loud. But in this silent environment, it still reached the ears of the tea dolphins. For a while, the tea dolphin, who was already sad, looked extremely ugly. That expression, like his fiancée ran away with Lao Wang next door, that kind of anger, that kind of resentment, is moving. Ronan, what do you mean by that? The tea dolphin slowly came to Ronan and asked loudly. Laozi is a licking dog. But you can't say it. Moreover, what happened to licking the dog? Did you eat your rice? As long as I would like to lick all my life. Wake up, women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Look at her 100 times, she is not yours. Draw the sword 100 times, the sword skill is yours. My generation of men should be diligent, with books and swords, to realize the justice that is rejected by the heart. After Ronan sighed softly, he turned and boarded the warship without looking at him. And these words were like a thunderbolt. There was a bang in the T-Dolphin's ear. Let him whisper and repeat countless times. 3 days later. Dressrosa. In a magnificent royal palace. Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai, looked at the information in his hands, with an evil smile on his lips. It's really shocking news that Ace is going to be publicly executed. The reason why Doflamingo has no position on the forced convening of the world government. Just to figure out the reason, and then make plans. And now, Marine actually executed Ace publicly. This means declaring war with the strongest man in the world. This made Flamingo even more hesitant about this mandatory call. Boo boo boo. There was the sound of a phone bug. After Doflamingo took out the phone bug from his arms, his whole face became serious. Virgo, I hope you can send good news this time. As the heart cotter of the Don Quixote family, Virgo was placed in the Marine many years ago. Thanks also to Virgo for the information. Let Doflamingo avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Dover. Virgo's solemn voice came from the phone bug. Doflamingo's eyes moved slightly, and his brows immediately frowned. What's up? As for this mandatory call, you'd better obey. Jinbei was sent to Impel Down by Akainu for disobedience. And the Marine who summoned you is the newly appointed alternate Admiral, Ronan and Momuzagi. The phone bug conveyed Virgo's surprised expression vividly. Okay, I get it. After Doflamingo hung up the phone, his face immediately became extremely gloomy. Now just agree to the mandatory convening. It's like being a free thug for Marine. At this time, the gate of the palace was slowly pushed open. A woman with grass-green wavy long hair and a hot figure walked in. Although women are beautiful, but the hands and feet are the wings and sharp claws of birds, which look very strange. The person who came was one of the cotters of the Don Quixote family, Monet. Young master, just got the news that the one who came to trade the man-made devil fruit this time is Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters. It's about 2 hours away. But, the marine battleship has been found in the sea area of Dressrosa. They'll be ashore in half an hour. Monet said anxiously. In case Doflamingo is taken by Marine now. These cotters can't deal with Jack, one of the 3 disasters. Then hold Marine and let Jack take care of them. Let's go and meet the 2 Marine candidates, Admiral. Doflamingo stood up with a smile, and greeted the cotters of the Don Quixote family and walked towards the port. On the port of Dressrosa, the warship lowered its huge anchor into the sea and slowly docked. It's finally here, Momuzagi got up from the recliner, stretched beautifully, and her beautiful figure was perfectly displayed in front of Ronan. Hope Doflamingo stays out of it. Ronan rolled his eyes, then quickly looked away. Sage time is not over yet. All temptations are jicky snake gods in front of Ronan. It's Doflamingo who should be worried. You must not get on top. I don't know if it's because Ronan ignored his own flash of happiness, or if a relative came. Momuzagi snorted coldly and walked straight off the warship. Immediately, Ronan shook his head helplessly, followed by the accompanying Marine. Just walked out not far. Doflamingo appeared ahead with a group of cotters. This is the 3rd candidate, Admiral, who looks quite refined. It's not like Marine, it's like a little boy. Diamante, who was dressed as an aborigine, said in surprise. Everyone nodded in unison. At this time, the sun broke through the clouds, an array of sunshine fell on Ronan. Not only does it not look small. Instead, it shone brighter. Little boy. Ha ha ha, they really dare to say it. After hearing this, Momuzagi with strong facial features smiled and squeezed Ronan's face. Don't make trouble. Ronan's face darkened suddenly. In the eyes of outsiders, the two are like a couple in love. See this scene. The cotters of the Don Quixote family further confirmed their thoughts. This candidate, Admiral, was probably appointed through connections, right? In Doflamingo's heart, he couldn't help but despise Ronan even more. Soon, the two groups met and looked at each other coldly. This is the summoning order, Doflamingo, please perform Shishibuki's duties and follow Marin Fendo with me. Ronan didn't talk nonsense, and directly threw the summoning order into Doflamingo's hands. According to the previous agreement, 7 warlords of the sea cannot refuse the mandatory call of the world government. Don't worry, you finally came to Dressrosa. As the king of this country, I must entertain you well. Doflamingo did not refuse either, and invited very warmly. Just hold off for a while. Waiting for the drought, Jack is here, enough to deal with this group of Marines. After the event, Doflamingo can also tell the world government that the country was attacked by Jack the Drow and that 2 alternate admirals were killed. He himself was seriously injured, and the entire country was severely damaged. There is simply no way to fulfill Shishibukai obligations. How about hosting somewhere else, Naval Headquarters? Ronan asked with a smile. As the 7 warlords of the sea, I am the king of this country. You don't even give this little face. Doflamingo's face immediately darkened. Time is running out and you only have 2 options. Either come with me now, or I'll beat you back and bring you home. Ronan lit a cigarette and said flatly. Heard the words. Doflamingo and the family officials were taken aback for a moment. Then they all pointed at Ronan and laughed. I'm curious, how would you beat me up? There was a gloomy look in Doflamingo's eyes, and the strong Conqueror surged out of his body. It enveloped the audience almost instantly. Chapter 12. It's too weak. Ronan opened his arms, his eyes bright red. The desire to kill in his heart expanded infinitely at this moment. The next moment, Conqueror's Haki suddenly attacked Doflamingo with Ronan as the center. In a blink, the two forces collided with a bang. The cumulus clouds floating in the sky were instantly dispersed and dissipated in the air. All the surrounding trees bowed and fell in the opposite direction. Besides Sengoku, Garp, there is a marine with Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo's face was filled with consternation. The voice just fell. A violent Conqueror's shock vibrated from Ronan's body. The earth shattered. Trees rose from the ground, and ships docked in the port were shaking unstoppably. How can it be? Doflamingo's heart sank suddenly. See. The cotters of the Don Quixote family immediately put their hands together and released the armament Haki to form a barrier. This helps Doflamingo reduce the pressure. But even so, when Doflamingo faced the impact, he only felt a giant sea kings pressing on him. A group of cotters of the Don Quixote family were blown away in an instant. Now, it was only then that Doflamingo realized that Admiral, the Marine candidate, did not get into office by going through the back door. It's not a joke to beat yourself up. Just when Doflamingo was stunned, his own Conqueror's Haki was defeated. Doflamingo seemed to have been hit hard, and was directly sent flying. After hitting several buildings, he barely stopped. With the dissipation of the two strands of Conqueror's Haki, the world is here to restore peace. Only the devastated land is telling the horror of what happened just now. Your conquerors got stronger again. Momuzagi looked at Ronan in some surprise. Now is not the time to talk about that. It's time to dine. At this moment, the color of Ronan's pupils was replaced by a touch of scarlet, and he approached Doflamingo step by step. Originally, Ronan didn't intend to eat these days. But since someone provoked, then kill everything except the target. No. Impossible. How can you, a marine, have such a powerful conquerors? Doflamingo looked at Ronan, who was approaching step by step, his tone full of surprise. Such a strong conqueror's haki. Even Doflamingo was only seen on Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Now is not the time to answer questions. While Ronan was speaking, he still came to Doflamingo. Just when you are ready to start. The ground suddenly began to shake, as if half of the sea was surging. Immediately afterwards, the Torrible Fruit ability was activated, swinging a huge boulder with slippery slime, and smashing it towards Ronan. Bang! With a bang, Sika made a copy of a head made of stone, broke through the ground, and bit Ronan fiercely. Other members of the Don Quixote family also attacked Ronan one after another. See! The marines behind Momuzagi frowned and were about to make a move. Ronan's figure was like a ghost, and the figure instantly dissipated on the spot. In this gap, Doflamingo also immediately dodged to avoid being accidentally injured by his subordinates' attacks. Next second, when the attack hit the place where Ronan was standing just now, there was a sudden loud roar. Boom! What about others? Diamante widened his eyes and said incredulously. Under his fruit ability, it is already very difficult to stand still, let alone get out of the way. Suddenly, Doflamingo frowned, feeling a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Everyone hide! The voice just fell. Tens of thousands of transparent white thin lines gushed out from the ground, and then spiraled upwards. Finally, a shield made of white lines formed above the heads of the Don Quixote family cotters, enveloping everyone. At the moment of formation, countless palm-shaped impacts hit like a violent storm. Boom boom boom! The strong explosion tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. No, everyone disperses immediately. Just as Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, his pupils shrank suddenly. The voice just fell. The shield made of white thread exploded. Nor did Doflamingo. The defense formed after his fruit awakening couldn't last even a second. At this time, along with an afterimage flashed in from the gap in the shield, Ronan's figure appeared in front of Doflamingo and the others, and his scarlet eyes swept around. Doflamingo and the others instantly felt their backs soaked in cold sweat. It's not the eyes that humans should have at all. My conscience tells me that if I don't run, I won't have a chance. Ronan enjoyed the thrill of predation. As if enjoy a small dessert before the big meal of Whitebeard too. Marine, Dover is a Shishibukai, you can't do business even if you kill us. Diamante pulled out the western sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Having said that, but his voice still couldn't help trembling. But you're not a Shishibukai. Ronan picked up a stone on the ground and threw it straight away. Idiot! Seeing this, Doflamingo immediately pulled the string in his hand and blocked Diamante. However, this thin thread was too fragile in front of the stone that Ronan threw out with his finger. The thin thread was torn apart. The stone passed directly through Diamante's forehead, bringing out a piece of white brain. See! When everyone in the Don Quixote family saw this bloody scene, their eyes shrank suddenly, and the blood in their bodies instantly cooled down. Run, I am a Shishibukai, he can't kill me. Doflamingo was furious and yelled at his subordinates. Treat its enemies, even strangers. Doflamingo never relents, but these people are family. They must not die. Heard the words. The crowd didn't care much, and immediately scattered and fled. Finally, it's my favorite plot. Ronan rubbed his hands together, and first set his sights on Circa, who was the largest. Your opponent is me. Doflamingo manipulated these huge white threads and suddenly attacked Ronan. Shield white line. However, just when the attack was about to hit Ronan, Ronan's hand still went through Circa's back, pulling out a whole spine. Ah! With circus sharp screams just sounded. His gigantic body was thrown by Ronan towards the several white strands attacking him. Puff! The white thread pierced through the body, and the scarlet blood dyed the large white area red. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Doflamingo's eyes were full of blood, and his figure burst into a sudden burst. Let's say these words at their funeral. While Ronan was speaking, the figure had already arrived behind the next target. Torre Pole. You were the one who hit me with a stone just now, right? Before Torrable could resist, Ronan's right hand had penetrated his back, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Next second, a fresh heart was taken out completely, and Torrable froze all over, and fell straight on the ground. Immediately, this still beating heart was directly crushed by Ronan. Boom! Scarlet blood splashed on Ronan's delicate face, forming a great contrast. It looks spooky, weird. Now, in Doflamingo's eyes, Ronan is like a ghost just crawled out of hell. I want to drag myself into the endless abyss. Chapter 13. Violent, cruel, cruel. For Doflamingo, these nouns are no longer enough to describe Ronan. No. He can no longer be called a human being. When Doflamingo saw Ronan's red eyes, there was a faint panic in his heart. Even it can be said to be fear. Let me count how many people you brought are left. 1, 2, 3. Ronan said each number. Doflamingo's heart would twitch violently. This feeling. It's like when my childhood mother died, and my identity as celestial dragons was recognized, hung on the city wall, and everyone shouted and beat me. Powerlessness, despair, collapse, pain. For a while, all kinds of emotions burst out in Doflamingo's heart instantly. At this moment of bewilderment, several screams followed. Some pieces of meat even splashed blood directly on Doflamingo's face. Wait until the moment you come back to God. Doflamingo saw a scene he would never forget in his life. Now, the members of the Don Quixote family who were brought to meet Marine all died. Their blood was all drawn out by Ronan and pooled into a small pool of blood. Various organs are arranged neatly by category. Minced meat, beating nerves, and intact skin, vividly draw the white line world created by Doflamingo with fruit power into a purgatory on earth. I'll go back with you. Stop it. At this moment, Doflamingo's mind went blank. Just want to get out of this place quickly. Is this unbearable? This is the condiment of my life. Only by adding it can I live a good life. Ronan walked up to Doflamingo slowly, smiled and helped him light a cigarette. The light blue smoke was pinched into a long, narrow, and straight line, soaring upwards. Finally, it spread out without a sound. For a while, the whole space fell into silence. A long time. Doflamingo raised his hand to remove the cigarette butt stuck in the corner of his mouth. The silvery white ash had already formed a long string. People like you shouldn't be in this world at all. Ronan did not veto, but said lightly. You turned the people of the country into toys, issued decrees separating humans from toys, and controlled the minds of the residents of Dressrosa. In a sense, you are crueler than me. You and I are both a patient, so don't look down on anyone. Heard the words. Doflamingo was silent here. It's human nature to play with. In order to accuse the tragedy suffered in childhood. But Ronan made no secret of revealing his inner desire to kill. Even enjoying it. This may be the gap between the two. Let's go, I'll go back to Marlene Fendo with you. Doflamingo turned and walked back. He wasn't looking at his dead companion, or Ronan. I don't know if it's fear or unwillingness to face it. Immediately afterwards, the ability of string fruit dissipated, completely exposing the scene here to the outside world. Momuzagi and the accompanying soldiers saw that Ronan was fine. And Doflamingo even took the initiative to ask to return to Marlene Fendo. This surprised Momuzagi. The fight was in full swing just now. does it mean surrendering? According to Doflamingo's character, it shouldn't be. However, when they saw the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the depths, they froze in place. Next second, except for Momuzagi, the other soldiers vomited. Seeing Ronan approaching, they even forgot to salute, trembling unconsciously. They will definitely need to see a psychiatrist when they go back. Momuzagi sighed helplessly. Fine. The moderate faction led by Sengoku did not see the scene. Otherwise, they couldn't resist killing Ronan with their own hands. It's too bad for my heart to bear it. It's better to see it sooner. Ronan lit a cigarette and said lightly. By the way, put a sea stone chain on him to prevent him from causing trouble on the way. Soon, a soldier who had just vomited took out a sea stone chain from his pocket and handcuffed Doflamingo. For a while, Doflamingo suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness, and then fell limply to the ground. Suddenly, Ronan seemed to remember something, walked straight to Doflamingo's ground, and stepped on his knee. With a crisp sound. Click! The knee of the right leg was directly shattered and became bloody. Ah! Ronan, I will kill you, I will kill you! Doflamingo couldn't help crying out in pain, his dark face instantly swelled into a liver color. Although still shouting. But the confidence is far less than when we first met. I said that if you want to disable you, you can't break your promise. But don't worry, I'll cure you when I return to Marlene Fendo. After all, you are one of the forces against Whitebeard. Ronan ignored it and strode past Doflamingo, heading for the port. And the corpse behind. The marine was not cleaned either. Staying there is also a warning to the members of the Don Quixote family. After a simple preparation, the warship immediately left Dressrosa's waters. However, the warship Disaster had just sailed on the sea calmly for less than an hour. The scout on the mast shouted to Ronan in a panic. Ronan Vice Admiral, 20 nautical miles ahead, spot the flag of the Beast's pirates. Etc. That's the ship of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 plagues. Chapter 14. Drought, Jack. Elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form ability user. One of the 3 disasters on the Beast's pirates' big billboard. The bounty is as high as 1 billion Baileys. Just had a full stomach, if killing Jack. The appetite will be whetted. Although Ronan's tone was calm, there was a faint murderous look in his eyes. Food to mouth. But there is no reason not to eat. How about we avoid it? Momuzagi couldn't help hesitating. Marine is about to go to war with Whitebeard. Under such circumstances, provoking another 4 emperors is too bad for Marine. The best moment in life is meeting another person for the first time. You can't take away my right to witness the good. Although Ronan's tone is mild. But in the eyes of Doflamingo, who was on the side. Instead, he saw an almost pathological desire to kill. This is the strong pursuit of killing and cruelty that is hard to resist in my heart. What a madman! Doflamingo murmured softly. Drought came. Ronan, what would you do as a patient? There's really nothing you can do about it, so just wait and see. Load the shells, load the bullets, and everyone is on alert. After Momuzagi sighed, he immediately gave the order. Yes, Vice Admiral. The adjutant at the side saluted and immediately delivered the order. At the same time, on a pirate ship 20 nautical miles away, the pirate in charge of reconnaissance also found the opposite warship. Master Jack, Marine, was found 20 miles away. According to the information from Dressrosa, Doflamingo is on this warship. The pirate shouted happily. Same. The other pirates on the ship didn't have any worries, but their faces were full of excitement. Just lean over. The man standing on the bow had his eyes wide open, and his ferocious aura spread wildly outward. The man was nearly 9 meters tall, with a pair of fast nodding muscles. It looks horrific. This man is one of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, Jack the Drow. Standing on the bow is Momuzagi. Wait, there's an alternate admiral I don't know. As expected of Doflamingo, he was escorted by 2 alternate admirals. Do you want to turn around, Mr. Jack, because our people can't rescue Joker at all? The pirate in charge of reconnaissance saw Ronan, and Momuzagi's briefing was shocked. The excitement on the faces of the rest of the pirates was completely replaced by surprise. A hole. Of course I have to save, who do you think I am? By the boat. Jack's eyes narrowed, and he let out a low growl. Doflamingo is of great use to the entire beast's pirates. Even the 2 alternate admirals. Want to try it out today? The pirates had no other choice, and immediately approached the warship at full speed. When the distance is less than 3 nautical miles. The cannons on the pirate ship were loaded and bombarded the warship wildly. The marines on the warship were also dumbfounded. It was the first time I saw a warship with 2 backup admirals, and some pirates dared to attack on their own initiative. How reckless! Immediately, shells hit the warship. Momuzagi and a group of marine generals looked calm and swung their knives down. Bursts of sword light streaked across the incoming shells. A series of violent explosions exploded in mid-air. At this time, the pirate ship with the flag of the Mammoth Pirate also approached. Marine, release Doflamingo. Jack crossed his arms and looked down at Ronan, Momuzagi. Still looking like a war at any time. He is my prey, and he cannot be enjoyed by others at will. Ronan looked at Jack, as if looking at the top food in the world, his eyes sparkled. Today. Definitely the most comfortable day in my marine career. Do not impulse. Momuzagi just wanted to persuade, but it was too late. The voice just fell. Under the gaze of everyone. Ronan drew out the famous sword on Momuzagi's waist, Jinpira, slightly bent his knees, and then jumped suddenly. It made a perfect arc in the air and landed on Jack's pirate ship. The huge force caused the pirate ship to shake violently. For a while, the air seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Ronan in disbelief. Jack was even more surprised. This marine is here to give away the head, right? The current marine really doesn't take me seriously. Jack came back to his senses and said with a gloomy face. You are wrong, I respect you very much. So I decided to kill the rest of the people first, and then slowly taste your delicacy. A murderous look flashed in Ronan's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the shrill screams continued to sound on the deck. My lower body is gone, help! The devil, don't kill me, ah! Master Hold'em, wake up, ship doctor, hurry up and stop the bleeding. Jack's pupils trembled suddenly, and he immediately looked around. Now, the deck was strewn with dead bodies. Blood, minced meat, and organs were flying everywhere. The severed hands and feet were trembling faintly because the nerves were not completely dead. Marine who saw this scene. Lying on the side of the boat, I vomited it out again. If this goes on, I'm going to see a psychiatrist. Momuzagi held his forehead slightly and sighed helplessly. And now, the entire pirate ship is still standing. Only Sip's head and Kim Rummy are left, these 2 man-made demon fruit power. The 2 gasped heavily, watching the scene in front of them in horror. Jack also looked surprised. Everything that just happened was too fast. Even if the observation Haki is fully turned on, it can only capture the subtle figure of Ronan. But he couldn't foresee his attack at all. Oh, I missed 2 more. Ronan smiled, and gently shook off the blood from the golden Piro blade. Marine, your opponent is me. Jack panicked, and quickly rushed to Ronan, raised the 2 scythe weapons in his hand, and swung them down suddenly. Under this huge figure, Ronan was like a child, about the size of Jack's arm. With the weapon swung down, The strong wind directly tore the deck under your feet. I'm really anxious. Ronan sighed softly. The golden pira in his hand was quickly wrapped in a layer of pitch black, and bursts of red and black lightning appeared on the blade. Boom! The moment the two weapons collided, the air seemed to be torn apart. Huge roars and explosions resounded through the sky. The strong air pressure swept across the sea surface, shaking up a wave of nearly 100 meters. However, Jack's slash did not hit the knife in Ronan's hand, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. And on the opposite warship. Knowing this power, Doflamingo couldn't help exclaiming. Conqueror's Winding. Chapter 15. Conqueror's Winding. Momuzagi froze for a moment, then his pupils shrank suddenly. The existing sea, known to have this power, namely 4 emperors, Rayleigh, Akoku, Bullet. And these people are all the top powerhouses in this sea. Could it be? Ronan's strength is already invincible to these people? This lunatic has the qualifications to become a king. Doflamingo struggled to stand up with his weak body, and looked at Ronan on the other side of the boat in shock. Think about it. Doflamingo shook his head vigorously again. Overruled the inner thoughts. The world government will never allow a marine to have power beyond their control. And at this moment, Jack looked at Ronan in surprise. No matter how hard I tried, the weapon in my hand couldn't move down half a minute. The next moment, sparks flew, and there was a piercing sound of gold and iron clanging. Is that the only way to do it? Ronan's expression remained calm, and his tone became more gentle. You will pay for your arrogance. Jack let out a roar, and quickly retreated a few meters from his side, when his body began to undergo drastic changes. Almost instantly, Jack appeared in front of Ronan in the form of a mammoth orc. A pirate with a reward of more than 1 billion is really scary. Ronan smiled, and couldn't help but feel vigilant. As an ancient ability user, coupled with the fact that Jack himself is a mermaid, his strength is already very strong. Now that he has turned into a half-beast, his strength will definitely increase exponentially. Go together! Jack growled and rushed towards Ronan. After hearing this, Sipshed and Jinrami couldn't help but shuddered, then picked up their weapons and rushed forward. Man-made devil fruit. Sipshed in the form of a sheep turned his arm into a horn and stabbed at Ronan's chest. The big sword in Jinrami's hand also swung towards Ronan's neck, trying to kill him with one blow. The little desserts are delivered to your door. With a smile on the corner of Ronan's mouth, he inserted Jinpira on the deck and twisted his hands at the same time. With his left hand, he held the great sword in Jinrami's hand, and with his right hand, he held Sipshed's horn. Immediately afterwards, there was only a crisp sound of click. The great sword shattered, and the horns were directly turned into powder. Jinrami, Sipshed's heart sank suddenly, before he could take the next step. The two felt that their necks had been pinched by a pair of big hands, and a strong sense of suffocation hit them instantly. Hee, go to hell! Ronan squeezed slightly with his fingertips, and then pulled sharply. In his hand, there were 2 more throats stained with blood and flesh. The 2 man-made devil fruit uttered a painful whimper sound, clutching their necks, trying to prevent the blood from continuing to flow out. However, all to no avail. Blood poured in like a fountain, and within 2 seconds, there was no movement. This moment, Ronan's desire to kill was temporarily filled. But I haven't had time to enjoy it yet. A pair of scythes wrapped around armament Haki still came to the top of his head. Go to hell! Jack's anger still reached its peak, and all his strength burst out at this moment. Horror boost from beastization, plus armament Haki. At this moment, the air around the sickle seemed to be compressed. A sonic boom sounded suddenly. Don't worry, you're the only one left anyway, play slowly. Ronan pulled out the golden pira stuck in the ground, and then swung his sword. Instantly, a red sword aura resembling a shark fin appeared immediately. That terrifying aura, as if it could tear the air, roared towards Jack. How can it be? Feeling the horror of this sword energy, Jack's pupils shrank suddenly. But now even if I want to hide, there is no rush, I can only bite the bullet in hard anus. Next second, the red sword energy crashed into Jack's sickle. Boom boom boom. Under the collision of two forces, the solid deck under Jack's feet completely cracked, and a huge roar resounded across the entire sea in an instant. But even so, Jack only lasted for 2 seconds. Puff. There was a small sound of skin and flesh cracking. I saw that while the sickle in Jack's hand was shattered into pieces, a thick arm was also cut off by the sword energy. However, the sword energy didn't stop, and after cutting through the entire pirate ship, it flew straight to the endless sea. For a while, the sea in front of me was divided into two and stretched into the distance. 10 seconds later, this natural moat slowly healed. To see this horrible scene, Momuzagi, Doflamingo, and a group of marine generals froze in place. The heart cannot be calm for a long time. Hehe, it seems that in Dressrosa just now, this lunatic didn't try his best at all. Doflamingo clenched his back molars and made a harsh sound. Too strong. With just one blow, it can break through Jack's half-beast defense. This piece of sea. I'm afraid few people can do it, right? Did you record the battle just now? Momuzagi came back to his senses and looked at the adjutant beside him. It's all recorded. The adjutant raised the influence phone bug in his hand and said tremblingly. Momuzagi nodded in satisfaction. She could already imagine it. When Sengoku and Akainu saw this picture, their jaws would definitely drop. At this time, bursts of vomiting sounded here. Momuzagi raised her beautiful eyes and frowned suddenly. For a while, a strong sense of physical discomfort welled up in my heart. Yet, he's a lunatic. When absolute justice is corrupted by inner desires, what is the difference between that and the devil? Doflamingo looked across and grinned. Those reddened eyes were filled with the relief after a certain desire was fulfilled. Now, on the deck of the pirate ship opposite, with one arm broken, Jack rushed towards Ronan regardless of the bleeding arm. Don't even think about leaving today. When Ronan heard this, the madness in his eyes became more intense. Oh, is it so? Immediately, the figure was dodging while dodging all Jack's attacks. The golden pira in Ronan's hand slashed 3 times in a row. 3 blood-red sword chi formed instantly. At the same time, it cut on Jack's legs and the only remaining left arm. Just a pop. The sword energy was like cutting tofu, directly cutting Jack into a human stick. Moment. A strong pain hit, and Jack's roar resounded throughout the sky. Ah! I'm going to kill you, kill you. Although still struggling to control his body, Jack moved towards Ronan. Ronan looked at Jack, as if looking at the most perfect masterpiece in the world. I'll enjoy you well. The voice just fell. A hand in a rubber glove wrapped around Conqueror's Haki broke through Jack's defenses and passed through his stomach. The scarlet liquid mixed with gastric juice and undigested food scattered on the deck. Master Kaido will definitely avenge me. Jack still had no intention of begging for mercy, and let out low growls. Not long. Maybe he'll go down with you too. Ronan wiped the blood off his face with a smile, and then took out a whole stomach. Then crush it in front of Jack. Ha ha ha, when you see Master Kaido's power, you will know that your strength is not worth mentioning. Jack roared, but his voice gradually became smaller with the flow of blood. However, when Ronan squeezed out the minced meat from his fingertips and splashed on Jack's face, in this reckless man's heart, there was an indescribable fear. A man's most primitive fear. That is the unknown. It's irresistible to anyone. After all, did Jack know that Ronan's next evisceration was one? Chapter 16. As the various organs in Jack's body were emptied one by one, Even if he is an ancient ability user, he has strong self-healing ability and vitality. At this moment, Jack still felt death coming. Now, except in his body except the spine, only one heart is left to maintain life. Looking at the handsome Marine wearing glasses in front of him, under the instinct of the body, strong fear completely burst out in Jack's heart. Who are you? Jack's eyes were gloomy and his voice was extremely weak. Ronan, a patient. Ronan responded with a smile. Facing enemies who are about to die, Ronan still has a reason to listen to what they have to say. Hehe, I didn't expect it to be you, a lunatic. Ronan's deeds floated in Jack's mind. Then, when Kaido got Ronan's information, he commented on it. A murderer with a heart of justice. If this is your last words, then you can die. Ronan said with a smile. Jack didn't speak, but his body was shaking. One of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates. Even with fear in his heart, he can't say the words to beg for mercy, especially if the other party is Marine. The next moment, with a flash of light, a fresh head was cut off and rolled all the way to the side of the boat. Take Jack's head back to the warship. Ronan immediately issued an order, go to Kale Bali. No matter how late it is, it will be too late. Yes. The soldiers who received the order immediately turned the rudder and sailed at full speed. Jack died really badly. If he turned into a mammoth, he might still be able to fight. Ronan, wait for Kaido's endless revenge. Doflamingo looked at Jack's head and laughed loudly. The dignified 3 disasters died. And died at the hands of a Marine Vice Admiral. Kaido couldn't hold back the anger. I think you are too stupid. If Jack had turned into a mammoth, he would have been a target. In the half-beast form, you can still have the power to fight. After Ronan lit a cigarette, he said lightly. As for Kaido, I'll wait for him at the headquarters. Or, take a trip to Wano Kuni yourself. There is no such dish as Kaido in the menu in Ronan's mind. Certainly. If Kaido insists on delivering it, Ronan doesn't mind eating it in advance. At this time, Momuzagi came over with a sad face, and tugged at the corner of Ronan's clothes. Can you stop making the scene so bloody in the future? I want to take a puff of cigarette to calm down, otherwise, I'm afraid to spit it out. Ronan asked in surprise, you know how to smoke? You taught me. Momuzagi snatched the cigarette from Ronan before he could react. After sucking on Ronan's cigarette butt, there was a slight saliva sound. Very careful, but it makes people feel hot and teasing. For a while, the smoke spiraled upward like a billowing blue tide. Momuzagi also doesn't smoke at all, so doesn't have lung problems. Swirling it in his mouth, he squirted it right in Ronan's face. Ronan didn't run away either. Let Momuzagi's taste of toothpaste and nicotine overwhelm him. You said, do we count as an indirect kiss? Momuzagi flicked her long hair on her forehead and looked at Ronan with a smile. Ronan didn't respond, just looked at Momuzagi through the spreading smoke. Momuzagi took a few puffs, until the cigarette butt mixed with the smell of the two, and then put half of the cigarette back into Ronan's lips. However, Ronan didn't open his mouth. You hate me? Momuzagi curled her lips in dissatisfaction. No, it's just that there is someone watching by me. I'm not used to it. Ronan found an excuse and prevaricated casually. Go away quickly, or I will throw you into the sea immediately. Momuzagi kicked Doflamingo's broken right leg and let out a coquettish cry. Doflamingo's face darkened suddenly. What the hell? Please be human. It's okay to sprinkle dog food. Laozi is still disabled, can you show some respect, can you kick that good leg? Although dissatisfied, Doflamingo was still very sensible, dragging his weak body and sea stone chains, he left slowly. Only, his back looked a little bleak. Taking advantage of this gap, Ronan also quickly returned to the room. Within a few minutes, Momozagi's scolding sounded outside the door. Ronan, UBD. Heard the words. Ronan suddenly smiled wryly. It's really inconvenient now, can you come here when I don't kill people? Sage time to find out. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ronan's mind. Ding, host kills, Jack, Sip's head, gold rummy, pica, torrible. Total reward amount, 1.4 billion. Ding, congratulations to host for improving Xiao Zizai's template integration by 5%. Ding, Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree is first increased to 60%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 8 miraculous skills, Tongdian Lu, unlock armament Haki, emission. Host's current abilities, Marine 6 styles, perfect, armament Haki, top level, observation Haki, top level, Conqueror's Haki, intermediate level, Nianhua finger, great compassionate palm, Lioku immortal bandit, Shuangkanchao, Tongdian Lu. Why is the degree of fusion reduced, but the rewards are more? Ronan frowned suddenly. Ding, the subsequent improvement of the template is relatively slow, but the corresponding rewards have also increased. It's not bad at all, okay. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. Originally increased by 5%, only one reward was given. Now there is one more. But in this way, will the food intake be too much? Think about it. Not only was there no trace of distress in Ronan's eyes, but bursts of light flashed. Another reason to eat. Immediately. Ronan immediately began to digest all the information about Tongdian Lu. At the same time, Marlene Fendo, inside Marshal Marine's office. Closely monitor all the phone bugs of the 4 emperors, and pay attention to all their movements. Especially Whitebeard. Sengoku glanced at the data content of the phone bug, and said in a deep voice. Public execution is imminent. Marine must never make any mistakes again. The 3 admirals in Akainu nodded silently, not knowing whether they listened or not. At this time, the phone bug on the desk rang. Boo boo boo. Turn on the phone bug, Momozagi's voice came out immediately. Mr. Sengoku. Ronan killed Jack the Drow 5 minutes ago. Heard the words. Sengoku immediately slapped the table, stood up and exclaimed. What? That is a pirate with a reward of 1 billion, and it is also an ancient ability user. Strong defense and vitality. Does this mean that you kill it? Momozagi said with a wry smile, I recorded the whole process. You can see it in the latest impact phone switchboard developed by Dr. Pepperpunk. But before Momozagi finished speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone bug and shouted to the adjutant outside. Send Momozagi to the effect of affecting the telephone bug switchboard, and get the backup. The other side. Momozagi looked at the phone bug who was hung up, with a bitter smile on his face. But be mentally prepared and have your bins ready. You'll spit it out. Chapter 17. Look at Sengoku who is a bit groggy. Akainu 3 Admiral, Garp, Ms. Crane suddenly looked at a loss. Just now. Ronan killed Jack the Drow and recorded it with the impact phone bug. Spreading it will definitely boost morale. Sengoku didn't care about the eyes of the crowd, and immediately announced the news. What? After hearing this, Akainu and others present stood up and exclaimed. Even Garp, who had a feud with Ronan, had surprise in his eyes. To know. Jack the Drow's defensive power is also top-notch in the entire sea. Just want to escape. Based on everyone's understanding of the strength of Ronan and Momozagi, it is impossible for them to kill Jack. And it was Ronan who killed it alone. Don't be dazed, watch the video. After Sengoku received the audio material brought by the adjutant, he immediately started to broadcast it. Soon. In the video, there is a picture of Ronan confronting Jack alone. Good. Akainu nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, the others, except Garp, also expressed their approval. But soon, their faces changed. In the picture, apart from blood and blood, there is only Ronan's crazily laughing. For a while, Akainu nodded silently. The video continued, as the knife in Ronan's hand flashed black and red lightning. Immediately, Sengoku and the others changed their expressions, and their pupils trembled. That's Conqueror's winding. Garp stood up abruptly and said in disbelief. How did he learn it? Sengoku was also surprised. Throughout the marine, no one has this power except himself and Garp. Could it be Ronan learned it by himself? That would be horrific. Yes, it is indeed my most important young generation. Akainu raised his head again and glanced around proudly. As the video continues to play, Jack was cut into a stick by Ronan with Conqueror's slash. The faces of Sengoku and others suddenly changed from a look of relief to extremely disgusting, even a little nauseated. Finally, He couldn't bear it at first, and threw up holding the trash can. Then Garp, Sengoku. For a while, the whole office was in a mess. Akainu bowed his head silently, ashamed to say another word. Punish Ronan immediately. Wrong. Remove him from his post. Sengoku wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth and growled loudly. The faces of the others were also ashen. Calm down for a moment. He, who is the General Staff of Marine, said in a deep voice. It's not a question of removal now. It's us Marine who face Kaido's endless reprisals. After hearing this, Sengoku and the others immediately became serious. For a while, although everyone's faces are still ugly, but they still actively discussed and faced a series of countermeasures against Kaido. New World. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. This island with two huge horns floating in mid-air, shrouded in dark clouds all the year round, looks very strange and gloomy. At this time, a huge figure broke into the largest room on Onijima, and said in a hurry. Master Kaido, Doflamingo was forcibly summoned by Marine. The Don Quixote family just received news that near the Dressrosa Sea, Jack fought with Admiral Ronan's marine candidate. On the entire ship, no one survived. The man was obese, with a cigar in his mouth, and a mechanical prosthesis in his left arm. It is one of the three plagues, Quinn. What? Kaido, who was about to drink, suddenly stopped what he was doing, with a look of disbelief on his face. Ronan, he'll know when the time comes. It can be seen from his age and the strength he has shown before. The probability of killing Jack is almost impossible. However, Kaido, who was stunned for a long time, burst into tears. Why didn't I die? But my favorite subordinate. The loud sound really shook the whole Onijima. The room where he was in kept shaking off fine dust. The crying didn't last long. Quinn on the side didn't dare to disturb, so he could only wait quietly. For a long time, Kaido stopped crying, and after taking a sip of wine, a strong murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body. Check Ronan's current location now. I can't find it. After this incident, they seem to have disappeared. Quinn shook his head and sighed helplessly. Heard the words. Kaido frowned suddenly. Doflamingo was taken away by Marine, so the deal couldn't go on as usual. His most capable subordinate died. It must be paid in blood. With a gloomy face, Kaido picked up the 8 fasts beside him. Master Kaido, what is this? Quinn looked at Kaido, who was already furious, and was shocked. Since you can't find Ronan, go to Naval Headquarters. With a roar of Kaido, he jumped up and smashed the roof. In a surge of thunder and lightning, Kaido turned into a huge green dragon, stepping on the flame cloud with all 4 limbs, and flew in the direction of Naval Headquarters. Maybe the sound is too loud. A pteranodon suddenly flew out from a certain room, closely following Kaido's figure. After one day, a warship slowly docked in Kale Bali, New World. Although there are not tens of thousands of lights here, there are nearly 100 houses as far as the eye can see. It may be related to the special magnetic field. Yesterday in Dressrosa, I had to endure the scorching sun, but it has already snowed here. As a little bit of white falls, this quiet island also adds a rich charm. The view here is nice. Go down the gangway and stand on the port. Ronan lit a cigarette, enjoying the moment of peace. Probably soon. This beauty will be completely destroyed by the battle. Momuzagi on the side watched flakes of snow falling on Ronan's face. She suddenly realized. The winter in Kale Bali is very similar to Ronan. It was a lonely kiss that fell on a lonelier face. Heavy and profound. There was a glimmer of light in the darkness. Pull. Perhaps unable to hold back, Momuzagi kissed the snowflakes that fell on Ronan's face. For a while, the atmosphere suddenly became delicate. The soldiers and generals who come and go are also very knowledgeable. Immediately quickening his pace as he passed by, he quickly penetrated deep into the island to track down the whereabouts of Whitebeard too. Soon, there are only 2 people left in the huge port. Just when Momuzagi saw that Ronan didn't respond, he was about to go further. A burst of loud sirens followed. As the anchor broke through the ice, it fell into the reef in the sea. A black warship slowly docked. Damn it! The atmosphere was ruined, Momuzagi couldn't help but cursed. He is our teacher. Ronan smiled helplessly. The voice just fell. A tall figure jumped high from the bow of the warship, drew a perfect arc in the air, and landed steadily in front of Ronan. Tell me, what do you want me to do here? Mysterious. Zephyr pushed his sunglasses a little, eager to know the answer. The voice just fell. The voice of marine soldiers sounded on the island. Ronan Vice Admiral, we have found Whitebeard too. Zephyr was slightly taken aback after hearing this, and a strong murderous aura erupted from his body. The hatred in his heart intertwined into flames. Wu's murderous intent caused a storm all over the sky. Chapter 18. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Zephyr's eyes were red, and the unwillingness accumulated for many years burst out with murderous intent. 9 years ago, his training ship is attacked by Whitebeard too. All the beloved students except Anne and Bins were killed, and their right arms were cut off. When the name Whitebeard too is heard here, the concept of not killing that Zephyr had rejected for many years was gradually disintegrated and swallowed by hatred. That's right, teacher. This matter has been suppressed in your heart for so many years. Since you already have the desire to kill in your heart, then point the butcher knife at the person who deserves to be killed. Ronan's voice was calm, like a demon whispering. It's also like an evil spirit from hell, trying to drag a person with a clean heart into the bottomless abyss. However, Zephyr didn't respond. With red eyes, he strode past Ronan and Momuzagi, and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Can he do it by himself? Momuzagi asked with some concern. Although Zephyr has now returned to its prime, but also old. According to intelligence, the strength of Whitebeard too has far surpassed that of the past. I'll help him. Ronan smiled and immediately ran after him. Heard the words. Momuzagi was even more confused. Isn't this a battle for Zephyr? Is it a bit bad to intervene rashly? With all kinds of questions, Momuzagi immediately followed Ronan's pace. At the same time, deep in the forest of Kale Bali, a woman's sharp voice sounded. Inexcusable, kill em, Weeble. Facing the heavily surrounded marine, the woman's wrinkled face was not a trace of fear, but full of arrogance. Really? Then kill them all, in the name of Whitebeard. An unusually burly man with a Whitebeard-like sword uttered battle roars. These 2 people. It was Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble. And his mother, Miss B.A. Jin. Just when Weiabul was about to start a massacre, a tall figure walked out from the group of marines and walked forward slowly. This person looks familiar. Seeing the person coming, Weibo said in a daze. Silly son, you cut off his arm with your own hands 8 years ago. Miss Bajan sneered. But just finished. The mother and son suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Zephyr's right arm, which was cut off, has grown back. It's been 8 years. Just to wait until today to avenge my students. Zephyr tore off the cloak of justice behind him, and armament Haki quickly wrapped it around his arms. For a while, the terrifying murderous aura enveloped the audience almost instantly. In this case, Weibo, kill him completely this time, and the other Marines. Miss Bajan's old eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness, and said in a deep voice. Yes, Mom. With a roar, Weibo's huge body quickly rushed over, and then swung the big knife in his hand. Zephyr naturally does not have a hard connection. After dodging, he jumped up high and punched Weibo hard in the face. Boom! Weibo's huge body flew upside down. After smashing several towering giant trees in a row, it barely stopped. Momuzagi, who just arrived, saw this scene and was amazed. Teacher Zephyr's body has really returned to its peak. Ronan, you are amazing. Finished. So he hugged Ronan beside him excitedly. For a while, a strong sense of suffocation and a burst of softness hit instantly. Woo woo woo. It wasn't until Ronan let out a painful whimper that Momuzagi let go of his embrace. At this moment, Ronan also had a clear understanding of himself. Momuzagi is definitely a woman that I can't control with my own hands. Suddenly, a strong murderous aura swept the audience. I saw a figure rushing towards Zephyr at a speed that didn't fit his body shape. And what surprised Zephyr even more? There was not even a trace of scar on Weibo's face. It was as if the punch just now hadn't hit him in the face. Come on, if it ends so easily, I'm really sorry for the dead soul of my beloved student. Zephyr flicked his wrist and rushed forward. Despite getting old. But this time, it's completely different from 8 years ago. Zephyr doesn't need to take care of its own students, so it doesn't have any worries. Boom! There was only a muffled sound, and Weibo's body flew out again. A sternness flashed in Zephyr's eyes, and he didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe. Raindrops of black iron fists followed one after another. Go away! Weibo's eyes were flushed, his abdomen jerked up, and Zephyr was sent flying with a slap. Although Weibo is a little silly, but he also knew in his heart that this man was completely different from 8 years ago. Now his fist. Get heavier, stronger, and more fearless. Does it hurt? I've been in pain for 8 years. Zephyr sighed deeply, and kicked up with a high kick, bringing it up to Weibo's chin. The jaw was full of vagus nerves, and Weibo briefly lost consciousness. Before he landed, Zephyr followed with a round kick. But just as he was about to be kicked, Weibo woke up unexpectedly. He hugged Zephyr's thigh with his left hand, and swung the knife with his right hand down to the base of the leg. See? Zephyr struggled hard, but couldn't get rid of Weibo's shackles at all. In an instant, Zephyr made a decision, and said loudly, "This leg is for you." He swung his fist and slammed into Weibo's temple with all his strength, determined to kill the net. Not good. Momuzagi let out an exclamation. Just at this critical moment, Ronan raised his blue glowing fingers and drew a talisman in the air. Amulet of Protection. Just for an instant, a talisman with obscure characters is still drawn. Immediately afterwards, with Ronan waving his hand lightly, the blue talisman quickly stuck to Zephyr's back. With a burst of dazzling light lit up, a golden shield wraps Zephyr's body tightly. Boom! The big knife slashed fiercely on the golden body shield, making a huge roar. Immediately, the body shield shattered, revealing cracks like spider webs. Although it was broken, it managed to block Weibo's knife. The next moment, the huge fist hit Weibo's temple directly. Boom! Weiabul's body was smashed into the ground. The ground collapsed immediately, and a huge deep pit appeared. The dust is everywhere, making it difficult to see Weiabul's current state. And at this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's mouths were wide open, staring at Ronan dumbfounded. Just now. What's the situation? Looking at the man beside him, Momozagi asked in a surprised tone. Is this what you call helping? Chapter 19. The ability that Ronan showed just now is really amazing. Everything is in the blink of an eye. If one step later, Zephyr couldn't keep his legs. What just happened? Seeing his intact thigh, Zephyr was startled, and followed everyone's gaze to Ronan. Could it be that he rescued himself just now? What kind of ability is that? To know. It was Weiabul's full blow just now. Although the shield is broken. But that's what Ronan did in an instant. Such terrifying power. No less than Ronan's ability to connect his own arm at the time. Teacher. Now is not the time to care about that. It's dangerous to be distracted casually. Ronan lit a cigarette and reminded with a smile. The King Kong amulet just now. It is one of the talismans in Tongtian Lu. Tongtian Lu, the ultimate of talisman ability. Characters can be drawn out of thin air. No preparation is required and there are no restrictions. You can draw a large number of talismans in a very short time. Its ability is not inferior to the other 2 8 wonders obtained by Ronan. At this time, as bursts of knife light flashed by, the dust scattered. Weiabul's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Miss Jin screamed loudly with a sharp voice. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill them, don't you want to make Mom sad? It was a piercing scream-like noise. It made Ronan and others frown. If you don't speak, I almost forget you. It was you who instigated Weiabul to massacre the training fleet, right? A blush flashed in Ronan's eyes, he picked up a stone and threw it. Whoosh! The stone hit Miss Jin's right eye, and then pierced through the back of her head. Surprisingly, the eyeball didn't explode. Instead, it fell to the ground together with the cerebrospinal fluid and the glistening right brain. As for Miss Jin herself, she didn't fall directly. From her hollow eye sockets, one can even see the brains falling and dripping blood, which looks extremely scary. Mother! Seeing this, Weiabul burst into tears. Coming in front of Miss Jin, Weiabul kept shaking her body in an attempt to wake her up. Can be shaken continuously. In addition to throwing blood and brains from Miss Jin's empty eye sockets. This stupid man didn't get any response. Oh, the teacher is too honest. Ronan shook his head helplessly. Now Weiabul has exposed his back to Zephyr. This is going to be replaced by Ronan, and he will be slashed with a knife. When the surrounding marine soldiers saw this scene, they only felt a spasm in their stomachs. There is a possibility of vomiting at any time. As for Zephyr, although he frowned, he didn't say anything. After all, the source of the tragedy back then was this dead old woman. Now, Weiabul saw that his mother did not respond for a long time. He knew that man was dead. You all have to be buried with your mother today. With Weiabul's roar, the whole forest trembled. The next moment, the huge figure slashed at Zephyr with endless anger. Brush! The moment Weiabul's broadsword fell, Zephyr dodges quickly, throws himself into his arms, and punches Weiabul in the chest. Boom! A strong effort came out through the body. Puff! Weiabul spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed Zephyr in the face. Zephyr didn't care too much, and continued to chase after the victory, hitting him with an uppercut and knocking him into the air. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr followed quickly, kicking Weiabul hard on his wounded chest. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground suddenly, pressing down the thick snow on the ground. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Weiabul seemed to be unable to feel the pain, and got up again, muttering incessantly. My mother is the only family I have. Everyone has to die, everyone has to die. Now. Both of Weiabul's eyes were stained red with blood, like a ferocious beast. It was frightening. Teacher, it's over. Ronan stomped out the burnt cigarette and raised his finger to volley the talisman. For a moment, the Shenxing talisman and Wudinglishi talisman that increase the strength and speed of the Tongtian Lu are still made. With Ronan's light wave, the two talismans were attached to Zephyr's arm and leg respectively. For a while, Zephyr's eyes suddenly burst into light. My own strength and speed actually had a qualitative leap at this moment. Ronan, what kind of power do you possess? Zephyr couldn't help but marvel. But the voice just fell. Weiabul's offensive was still coming. He recovered the broadsword in his hand, and slashed down suddenly. That power! As if it could tear the air apart, a sonic boom sounded suddenly. Zephyr spun around and landed a roundabout kick in Weeble's head. The terror of power. Everyone could even clearly hear the sound of Weiabul's skull cracking. Boom! The long knife was separated from Weiabul's hand, and his body directly slammed into the big tree in the distance. However, even without the weapon, Weiabul's aura still disappeared. The wounds on his body healed with astonishing speed. Come on, the tragedy of 8 years ago will come to an end today. Regardless of the severe cold, Zephyr tore his suit to reveal his gnarled muscles. The voice just fell. The two rushed towards each other at the same time, punching to the flesh, without holding back a hand. Zephyr kicked Weiabul in the stomach, and Weiabul also smashed Zephyr's sunglasses with a punch. I don't know how long this hand-to-hand fight lasted. Finally, Weiabul still couldn't stand Zephyr's almost desperate style of play. This stupid man fell heavily to the ground with scars all over his body and guilt for not protecting his mother. Call. Zephyr stood where he was, panting heavily. A tear fell faintly on that resolute face. I don't know if it's the guilt towards the students, or the longing for the family members who have died. A long time. Zephyr, who had recovered, looked at Ronan and asked in surprise. What kind of power is that? Just now I felt that my strength and speed have increased a lot. Heard the words. The expressions of Momuzagi and other marine generals suddenly became extremely astonished. Turn out to be. That blue light can not only defend, but also increase strength and speed? If so, Marine's power will increase rapidly in a short time. Ronan stepped forward slowly, smiled and shook his head. Teacher, now is not the time to answer questions. Don't you know the importance of making up the knife? Boom! While speaking, Ronan stomped on Weiabul's head. It all happened so suddenly. Zephyr also had no chance to dodge. Red, white, green, splashes of Zephyr all over his face. Instantly, there were roars in the forest. Ronan, I'm going to kill you BD. Chapter 20. With Momuzagi and others, escape back to the warship. Without the slightest hesitation, Ronan immediately ordered Yang Fan to set sail. Otherwise, with Zephyr's temper, an education of love is inevitable. Teacher Zephyr is going to be mad at you. Momuzagi said with a smile. If it was a little later, Edward Weiabul would definitely wake up. I'm not interested in watching an overtime game. Ronan explained softly. Actually, it didn't occur to Ronan that Weiabul was still alive. At that time, it was the most direct and effective way to directly step on the head. But it's okay. At that time Zephyr had already decided that Weiabul was dead. From now on, Black Arm Zephyr will cleanse the entire sea with a chilling attitude. Oh well. I see that the cabinet in your room is missing a head, how about I add it to you? Momuzagi leaned against Ronan's ear and blew lightly, his eyes became blurred. Ahem. Not suitable, not suitable. Ronan's eyelids twitched, and he immediately distanced himself, dodging back to his room. And behind. Then came Momuzagi's silvery laughter. Well. After Ronan heaved a long sigh, he immediately began to study the Tongtian talisman. A total of 3 kinds of talismans were pasted on Zephyr's body just now. They are the simplest talisman in Tongtian talisman. The top talismans still need to be studied and experimented in the mind. At this time, the system's promotion sounds. Ding, host kill, Edward Weiabul, increase fusion by 2%. Ding, Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree first increased to 62%. The harvest of this trip is really good. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. 3 days later in the morning, as the warship lowered its anchor, it slowly docked. This trip summons the Shishibukai mission. It can be regarded as a complete completion. Healed Doflamingo's leg injury and handed it over to Marine. Ronan did not stop at Momuzagi, and went straight to the headquarters building to report to Sengoku. Inside Marshal Marine's office. Probably knowing Ronan, Momuzagi mission returns. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Ms. Tsuru were all present. This is the mission report. If it's okay, I'll go back first. After handing a report to Sengoku, Ronan said softly. Wait, let's talk about the Conqueror's entanglement first. Sengoku asked in a deep voice. For a while, Akainu and others looked at Ronan one after another, their eyes full of curiosity. The principle is very simple. It's the same as the color of the entanglement armament. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Ronan made up a random excuse and evaded it. Everyone's eyelids twitched suddenly, and their faces darkened. If Laozi had conquerors, would he still use you to teach? Are you looking for a beating? A look of embarrassment flickered in Sengoku's eyes as well. Although own conquerors Haki, but its power can only stun people with unstable minds. Ahem, let's not mention this matter first. Let's talk about another thing first, since you can connect Zephyr's arm. Can you treat the wounded in the headquarters and cure the old injuries and hidden diseases of the generals? Sengoku's voice was a little excited, and he looked straight at Ronan. To know. Any marine who can become a general must have participated in countless battles, even if the physical strength is high. There will be some problems with the body more or less. If it can be cured, then Marine will be more confident in the face of the upcoming Whitebeard Pirates. No problem. Give me 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 200 million. Ronan touched his chin, and immediately made a condition. Light work does not give benefits. Ronan didn't want to be taken advantage of. Now is not the time to bargain. Remember, you are a marine, not an executioner. Boom. Sengoku slammed the table and shouted loudly. Once promised Ronan. That would mean that Marine had acquiesced and could slaughter at will. Even though the target is a pirate, it will also greatly affect Marine's external image. Do you know why I joined Marine? It's because it not only satisfies my instinctive needs, but the people I kill are also killing harm for the people. Killing is like eating to me. Can you not eat or drink for the rest of your life? Ronan glanced around the crowd, a faint scarlet flashed in his eyes. Hear this. Sengoku was speechless for a moment, and leaned back on the chair with a pale face. The eyes of Aokiji, Ms. Tsuru, Kizaru, and Momuzagi are also full of complexity. Yes. Although Ronan was bloodthirsty, he never killed indiscriminately. Self-defense and eliminating demons is his standard for killing people. Why did Naval Headquarters impose such a bondage? There was a long silence. Sengoku said in a low voice. I will send the prisoner to the place you usually go to the treatment as soon as possible. On the one hand is the marine waiting for treatment, and on the other is the heinous pirate. Sengoku can only choose to compromise. Heard the words. Akainu suddenly burst into joy. Sengoku's compromise will represent that the moderates bow to the hawks headed by Akainu. This has never happened before. Call all the vice admirals and the wounded in the headquarters, and gather in Oaks Plaza. Sengoku immediately gave the order. Everyone who received the order immediately walked out of the office and went to prepare. Half an hour later, thousands of wounded and all the vice admirals in the headquarters gathered in Oaks Square. The pain and wailing of the wounded continued to resound. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Ronan walked up to Akainu first. "Relax your body and don't resist." Akainu nodded in a daze. "Okay." The voice just fell. Ronan's red hand rests on Akainu's shoulder. Akainu's old wounds are from before eating devil fruit. Although it seems to have little effect so far. But as we grow older and our body functions aging, sooner or later there will be problems. Suddenly, Akainu's pupils trembled suddenly, and his eyes suddenly turned from calm to horrified. He can feel it. The old injuries on my body are getting better little by little. Less than half a minute. Ronan slowly took his right hand away. "Okay." Heard the words. Sengoku on the side hurriedly asked. "How is your body? Just look at it and you'll know." Ronan smiled, and directly took off Akainu's red suit. Moment. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Akainu. The hideous scars that were originally intertwined on the chest disappeared completely. Even the dark skin has become delicate, ruddy, and shiny. Is the effect a little too good? Akainu looked down, a smile appeared on his serious face for the first time. "It's just amazing." Sengoku couldn't help but marvel. "This treatment effect is really great, it is completely life and death, flesh and bones." Chapter 21. Ronan's treatment continued without interruption. Over time, the wails in Oaks Square gradually diminished. When the time came to dusk, hundreds of wounded and marine with old injuries and hidden diseases were all cured. Period. And the celestial dragons sneak up. Ask Ronan if he can let him, wait for me to rise up and stir up Lindy 50 times. He even promised a consultation fee of 100 million pele. But it was still rejected by Ronan's righteous words. Now, the group of wounded and marine vice admiral did not leave. Instead, they lined up neatly, bowed 90 degrees to Ronan, and said loudly, "Thanks to Ronan Vice Admiral for the rescue, we will defend the justice in our hearts to the death and clear the sea." For a while, everyone seemed to have forgotten Ronan's bloodlust, and they looked at him with respect in their eyes. This moment, the image of Ronan in the hearts of all Marines is extremely stalwart. Yes, Marines' morale is at an all-time high. Sengoku said very relieved. "It's all gone, go back to rest early, and I should go back to eat." Ronan smiled and waved his hand. Thinking of the 3 pirates who had been sent to the private execution chamber, Ronan suddenly became excited. Heard the words. Sengoku, who was originally happy, suddenly drooped. And at this moment, a high-pitched dragon chant came from the distant sky. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a huge green dragon stepping on the raging flames, coming from a distance with billowing dark clouds. Beside, it was also followed by a huge pteranodon. Alert level 1. Everyone is ready to fight at any time. Sengoku seemed to have already prepared in his heart, and immediately issued an order. For a while, the entire Naval Headquarters is in readiness. Looking forward to the arrival of the 4 Emperors Kaido. Reception room. Shishibukai, who had been summoned, also stood up abruptly, looking into the distance. Kaido is still here. Doflamingo's gloomy eyes suddenly became excited. Who dared to break into Naval Headquarters alone? In the whole world, only the 4 Emperors Kaido, the strongest creature, dared to do so. He came to seek revenge on Ronan. Heard the words. Hawkeye, Blackbeard, and Tyrant Bear were stunned for a moment. Only Gecko Moria gritted his teeth. Kaido. Moria let out a low growl, and immediately stood up and rushed towards Oaks Square. The rest of the people also stood up one after another and followed slowly. They have also heard that Kaido has been captured by Marine many times, but has escaped many times. Shishibukai, who was forcibly summoned, was dissatisfied in his heart. Now I can't wait for Marine to be deflated, so as to fill up the resentment in my heart. Oaks Square. He's coming after me. Ronan lit a cigarette, his voice full of excitement. It doesn't matter who it is. Marin Fendo is not a place where pirates can set foot casually. Sengoku nodded and said with a serious expression. Akainu and the others also nodded silently, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Marine's morale is now at an all-time high. If you can keep Kaido today. Marine's morale is definitely at its peak. Even in the face of the strongest man, you will not be afraid at all. During the conversation, Kaido's huge figure still came to Oaks Square. After returning to human form, Kaido leans on a mace and holds the entire marine against each other in a one-man posture. Its powerful momentum instantly swept the entire Marin Fenduo. Sengoku, I don't have any purpose this time. Give Ronan to me and everyone will be fine. Kaido took a sip of strong wine and looked around, his eyes full of arrogance. It seems that I am really old. Even the interns on the Rocks ship were able to talk a lot at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku shook his head, his words full of sarcasm. Yet, I was arrested 18 times, but I still escaped again and again. Unexpectedly, Marine couldn't even kill an intern. A trace of anger flashed in Kaido's eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Heard the words. Sengoku's eyes moved slightly, his fists clenched tightly. The faces of the other Marines also became gloomy. Being arrested 18 times, you really have the face to say it. Didn't you say you want to arrest me? Come on, I also want to see the strength of the dignified 4 emperors. Ronan stepped forward slowly and said with a smile. You actually took the initiative to stand up. Then use your blood to pay homage to Jack's undead. Kaido burst out with a strong murderous aura immediately, raised his mace and rushed towards Ronan with all his might. Just arrived, Shishibuki's pupils shrank suddenly. They really started fighting. This is not a place where you, a pirate, can be presumptuous. Do it. Ronan, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Sengoku grabbed Ronan and said in a low voice. In case Ronan turns out to be anything other than that, then Sengoku can resign directly. World government and naval headquarters will also be spurned by people all over the world. So whatever. Ronan must not have any accidents today. At this time, the cold air rushed out of Aokiji's body. Almost instantly, several ice walls formed in front of Kaido, blocking his attack. Immediately afterwards, Akainu's lava-formed arm quickly extended and blasted towards Kaido. Dark Hound. Facing the oncoming hot lava, Kaido remained calm. The purple lightning exclusive to Conquerors flashed on the mace. Kaido smashed the bricks under his feet, and swung the stick. Boom! Face the Conqueror's twine. Even if it was Akainu's attack, it was directly blasted away. Lava scattered. The temperature of the entire Oaks Plaza also rose instantly, making people feel hot and dry. The 4 emperors are really scary. Kizaru slowly raised his right hand, his fingers gleaming brightly. Immediately afterwards, a golden light shot out from the fingertips, and the air along the way produced a violent wave. Even Kaido couldn't dodge the onslaught. A huge explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! Taking advantage of this gap, Aokiji and Akainu attacked one after another. Great eruption. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. Aokiji's eyes were fixed, and the cold air condensed on his right arm. A giant ice bird spread its wings, and the loud birdsong resounded all around. Form a giant lava fist with Akainu's elemental arm, and attack Kaido together. Boom! The moment the huge lava fist and the cold air from the pheasant's mouth hit Kaido, an air wave like a volcanic eruption also erupted. Water vapor filled the entire Oaks Square in an instant. Successful! A group of marine soldiers couldn't help cheering. No, the monster Kaido has become stronger again. Sengoku shook his head with a dark face. eyes full of seriousness. The next moment, the water vapor is condensed by Aokiji's cold air, and countless ice slags fall down. This sudden drop in temperature caused an inexplicable chill in everyone's hearts. With clear vision, everyone's eyes turned to Kaido immediately. How is it possible? The pupils of the marine soldiers could not help but tremble. Face Marine 3 Admiral's attack. There was only a bloodstain on Kaido's body. This powerful defense made all the marine soldiers present terrified. Seeing this, Ronan shook his head helplessly. It seems that if I don't help you add some material, this battle will not end even if it is fought until tomorrow. Chapter 22. Feed? Sengoku and a group of marine vice-admirals looked at Ronan in puzzlement. What's the meaning? Sengoku said with a frown. He will surprise you. Momozagi's beautiful eyes looked at Ronan, never moving. After a few days of short peers, Ronan is like the soul-calling banner of the abyss, and Momozagi is like the lively fragrance under the banner. The two could not restrain each other. Ronan couldn't escape the momentary confusion, and Momozagi was willing to fall into the bottomless abyss. I'm really curious what kind of picture Kaido is showing fear. Ronan raised a smile, and his hands quickly volleyed in the air. Vajra Talisman. Double, Shenxing Talisman. Double, 5 Dinglishi Talisman. Immediately afterwards, the talisman in front of him turned into streaks of blue light, which were accurately pasted on the bodies of the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. For a while, the 3 of Akainu suddenly felt a force gushing out from their bodies. This is... Seeing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji's power has actually increased. And it's getting stronger in an instant. All the Shishibukai who were watching the battlefield couldn't help but tremble suddenly after feeling this power. Ronan, a lunatic, actually hides such a terrifying power. Doflamingo said sullenly. Now, a terrible idea came to his mind. Kaido will lose this time, and he will suffer a lot. His shadow must be powerful. Moria, who was ready to wait for an opportunity, smiled sinisterly, and looked at Ronan with greed. If you don't want to die, just give it a try. Hawkeye, who had been silent all this time, said lightly. Intuition told him. Ronan was strong, even strong enough to make him serious. And at this moment, the 3 admirals who felt their strength increased were also shocked. Ronan is really getting scary. Kizaru said with a shocked face. As expected of the person I value most. As Ronan's immediate boss, Akainu is honored. Come on, let's do your best. Kaido let out low growls, glanced at Yin, raised his mace and rushed towards the 3 of Akainu. Yin, who hadn't made any movements, immediately understood, flapping the black wings on his back, and flew towards Ronan. See. Momozagi, Sengoku, and a group of vice-admiral just wanted to make a move. Take advantage of this gap. A figure flashed past their eyes. It's fine if you don't let me and Kaido do it. Don't grab this from me. Hearing Ronan's voice, Sengoku's face changed drastically. Want to stop? But it was already too late. I thought you'd keep hiding behind Marine and keep shivering. After Yan Calamity Jin taunted, the flames on his body wrapped the samurai sword in his hand, and then swung it down suddenly. Fire Dragon Emperor! Instantly, a flame in the shape of a dragon shot out from the katana. Its temperature is comparable to the lava of Akainu. I don't know what expression Kaido will show when he kills you. A look of sickness appeared on Ronan's delicate face, and he did not dodge in the face of the coming attack. The voice just fell. The flames directly engulfed Ronan's body, roaring and hitting the headquarters building behind him. Boom! With a huge roar sounded. For a while, smoke and dust were everywhere, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Seeing this, Sengoku, Momozagi and others felt tense. But the next moment, A figure rushed out from the smoke, flew close to the ground, and suddenly attacked Yin. The speed is too fast. Even if it was Yin, he could barely raise his knife and put up a defensive posture, and there was no time for other reactions. Boom! With a muffled sound, Ronan entangled armament Haki's fist, and directly blasted Yin's abdomen. Powerful energy came out through his body. Puff! Jin under the mask spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of pain. How can it be? Yin quickly distanced himself and exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing this, Sengoku and others behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Kei looked at Ronan, but his eyes were full of puzzlement. Just now, Ronan was obviously hit by Yin. Why can you see any injuries? Even the clothes are not damaged at all. You are too weak. Ronan slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Falling with the sound, the 5 immortal trapping talismans that Yin had placed when he hit Yin just now lit up on his chest. When Yin's expression suddenly changed, 5 chains emerged from the talisman, and were respectively tied to Yin's hands, feet, and neck. 5 thunder talismans. Triple layer. Ronan quickly volleyed the symbol. This is the strongest move that Ronan can use in Tongtian talisman today. Soon, a blue talisman with obscure characters is still made. Thunder Dragon whizzed out from the talisman, heading straight for the burning embers. Ah! Seeing that the attack was about to strike, Yin immediately turned into a pteranodon and broke free from the chains on his body. But, it's too late. Roar! With a dragon chant, the Thunder Dragon tore up mountains and seas, tearing through the air, roaring and devouring Yin. Boom! A huge explosion followed, resounding through the sky. The powerful cyclone quickly spread to the entire Marin Fendo, and the warships in the port began to shake violently. To see this horrible scene, Sengoku and the others suddenly opened their mouths and looked at Ronan in astonishment. The blow just now was too strong. At the same time, everyone had a terrible thought at the same time: if this attack hits themselves. I can't even imagine it. Now, Yin, who was blasted into the ground, reformed into a human form. The black leather jacket on the upper body was completely torn, and the face hidden under the mask was also exposed to everyone's eyes. Puff! Yin just struggled to stand up, but a lot of blood gushed out from his mouth. If you didn't change into a beast form just now, facing the attack just now, he might already be dead. He's not dead yet. The vitality of ancient ability users is really tenacious. Ronan came in front of Yin, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Those 200 million pirates. In front of Jin's big meal, it was really not worth mentioning. Yin dragged his seriously injured body, and asked in a deep voice. What ability did you use just now? Ronan shook his head slightly, and murmured almost madly. Now is not the time to answer questions. It's time for me to eat. Chapter 23. When I heard Ronan say the word dining, an icy chill surged in Jin's heart inexplicably. The next moment, Ronan quickly approached Yin's body. Just listen to tear. That was the sound of flesh and bones separating. It might sound a bit harsh to outsiders, but for Ronan, it is the most beautiful and beautiful voice in the world. I see. The flesh on Yin's 2 arms was completely detached from the bones. The speed is fast. Not even blood flowed out, only 2 thick white bones were left exposed. Ah! Yin howled in pain. I wanted to cover the wound, but I couldn't raise my hand at all. Know how I killed Jack? His limbs were cut off by me, and his internal organs were taken out one by one. In the end, only one heart remained. This feeling of life slowly disappearing, you will feel it in a while. Ronan raised a warm smile, and slowly put down the 2 pieces of flesh in his hand, as if he was putting some rare treasure, with extra care. Madman, why does Marine have people like you? Yin didn't care much, and fanned the black wings on his back, as if fleeing. but he has been seriously injured. As soon as it flew 5 or 6 meters away, it was pulled down heavily by Ronan. Senran's arm bone was severely smashed. Blood gushed out from the wound as if it had just begun to circulate. Too naughty! Ronan burst out red air from his right hand and placed it on Yin's shoulder. The next moment, Yin suddenly felt that he couldn't feel the pain anymore. But I haven't had time to be happy. There was a poof, and a stench penetrated into the nostrils. Yin looked down, his eyes suddenly widened. My stomach was ripped open, but I couldn't feel any pain. What did you do to me? Yin roared loudly, trying to escape, but couldn't use the strength at all. It's just a temporary rest for your cerebral cortex, don't get excited. Ronan's tone was extremely gentle, and he put on the medical gloves slowly. Immediately afterwards, 2 fresh kidneys were taken out completely by Ronan. Eat it. Ronan crushed the kidney tenderly and lifted it to Yin's mouth. For a while, Yin's stomach convulsed, and the feeling of vomiting hit instantly. Seeing this, all the Marines frowned. Some soldiers who couldn't take it anymore retched on the spot. Enough, Ronan. Sengoku said in a deep voice, in front of so many people, restrain yourself. Convergence. When they oppressed civilians in Wano Kuni, why didn't they know how to restrain themselves? When doing experiments with civilians, why don't you know how to restrain yourself? How do civilians know how to restrain themselves when they can't even drink a sip of clean water? After Ronan forced the minced meat into Yin's mouth, he asked loudly with red eyes. For a while, the eyes of all the Marine soldiers on the scene were suddenly full of resentment. Their eyes were red and they shouted loudly. Kill him, take out all his internal organs, and feed them into his mouth. Blood is an oath, life is payment. You can't easily spare the pirate, you must let him know what pain is. This moment, in Marine's eyes, Ronan is no longer the executioner. It's a sword of Damocles hanging over the pirate's head. Judge all the evils in the world with a tyrannical posture. But this is Naval Headquarters after all. Sengoku was also speechless when he was stunned, and said bitterly. At this time, it may be that there is too much movement here. Kaido, who was wrestling with the 3 admirals, looked over. After seeing Yin's miserable state, Kaido was furious. Ronan. The angry growl turned into endless power, and the purple overlord lightning wrapped around the iron rod. Kaido ignored the 3 admirals' attacks and immediately attacked Ronan. The big meal is finally coming. Ronan took off the medical gloves, wrapped the Conqueror's Haki around, and slammed it hard. For a while, wherever everyone looked, they were filled with red-purple lightning. The fist collided with the mace in the air. The cumulus clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. The strong wind blew across the room, like rolling waves, attacking in all directions. This is Conqueror's Haki. Ronan Vice Admiral also possesses this power. Never heard of it, it's horrible. Except for Sengoku and other high-level generals, all the Marines and Vice Admiral in the headquarters were shocked. At the same time, there are also many Marines who fell down one after another because they couldn't bear the mental shock. Unexpectedly, you, an executioner who fell into the slaughter, can also have Conqueror's Haki. Kaido's eyes moved slightly, and his strength increased accordingly. However, even if Kaido tried his best, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. A pirate called me an executioner. That's ridiculous. Ronan's face remained calm, but the original amber pupils were gradually replaced by a touch of scarlet. The voice just fell. 3 admiral attacks still strike. Boom! In a burst of explosions, Kaido was blasted out immediately, and after crashing several buildings, his body sank deep into the wall of the harbor. Master Kaido! Yin exclaimed. But just after finishing speaking, a large amount of blood spewed out from the wound again. Blood was pouring on the broken flesh on the ground, and the two thick arm bones were swaying in the wind, looking extremely creepy. Damn it! Kaido stood up again, and frowned when he saw the wound on his body. Originally, although Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji's attacks can hurt themselves. But it won't be like this. What kind of ability did Ronan endow them with? Just when Kaido was in a daze, Ronan reappeared beside Yin. For a moment, Yin's body was cleaned out, and the internal organs were arranged in an orderly manner on the ground. But it's scary. Yin is still alive. Kill me, kill me. Yin was trembling all over, and his eyes were full of fear. Only he himself knew what kind of horror he had just experienced. Watching the internal organs being slowly emptied out with my own eyes, I didn't feel any pain. For a while, Yin would unconsciously recall that when he was young, he was locked up in the laboratory, and in addition to experiencing all kinds of cruel and inhumane human experiments every day, can only eat and sleep mechanically. This moment, the fear that has not been seen in many years is completely bursting out at this moment. Finally broke down. Then it's meaningless, let's kill it. Ronan snapped his fingers lightly. Snapped. With a crisp sound, it seemed as if it touched some kind of switch in Yin's body. All the blood in the body gushes out and the skin explodes. Yin's eyes gradually lost their light, and his life was also passing away rapidly. Just less than a second. Even then, he couldn't feel Yin's breath. Ronan. Today you must be buried with Yin and Jack. Witnessing the brutal killing of his subordinates, Kaido's only sanity was consumed by anger. Kaido turned into a human beast form, the mace flashed bursts of purple thunder, and locked Ronan not far away. Drunken Thunder, Yin Ne Luo. Chapter 24. Bury them with them. With Kaido's roar. The roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth exploded in the mid-air of Marin Fenduo. The thunder and lightning were like a disaster, and together with the mace named Eight Fasts, it wrapped around conquerors and smashed hard at Ronan. This suffocating offensive made Sengoku and the others suddenly change their faces. Get out of the way! Heard the words. Ronan didn't respond, he knew it was inevitable. Immediately, Deo Deo talisman lit up on Ronan's chest, and his strength rose rapidly. Food's struggle before death is still full of bluffs. A flash of madness flashed in Ronan's eyes, and after wrapping his arms around his black and red conqueror's Haki, he resolutely charged towards him. Boom! Two powerful forces collided suddenly. The huge impact caused the ground within 100 meters below their feet to collapse. Overlord Hyliai rushed wantonly, and the panic and coercion made everyone gasp. This is Conqueror's winding. The competition of the world's top power makes people amazed again and again. You are very good. But it's a pity, if you can survive, maybe you will be the next marine hero. Seeing that Ronan resisted the blow, Kaido couldn't help being a little surprised. On this sea, there are only a handful of people who can withstand this blow. I didn't want to be a hero, that thing has nothing to do with me. Ronan smiled, jumped into the air suddenly, and landed his foot on Kaido's chin. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kaido was sent flying again, crashing into a building. It was also the loud noise that made everyone recover from the shock just now. Don't be dazed, hurry up and help. Sengoku immediately roared loudly. Okay, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru showed a wretched look on his face, and his figure attacked Kaido with a bright light. Immediately afterwards, Akainu and Aokiji on the side also started to fight. Try to kill Kaido on the spot today. Akainu blasted out several great eruptions in succession, the scorching heat even turned the ground under his feet into lava. Boom! Lava burst explodes on Kaido. The cross scar, after many years, once again bloomed a strange red color. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. With a loud cry, the huge ice bird flapped its wings and rushed towards Kaido. The ice bird hit Kaido's wound here, and a lot of blood spurted out. And the icy coldness of ultimate also froze Kaido for a few seconds. Next moment, Kizaru soared into the air, bursting out with a burst of light at the words. 8-foot Kyan Guyu. Countless light bullets poured out, completely covering Kaido's huge body. At last, the light bombs exploded one by one, forming a huge impact that roared and exploded on Kaido. See? Everyone suddenly became excited. Such an attack will definitely hit Kaido hard. However, not long after being happy, the smoke cleared, and a huge figure loomed. Is this the only way to do it? Kaido, covered in blood, appears here in the cause of all. Not only that, the wounds on his body are healing rapidly. For a while, the backs of all Marines were immediately drenched in cold sweat. 4 Emperors Kaido, that's terrible. Devil Fruit's power can't really hurt Kaido at all. Let me come. Ronan sighed softly, quickly came to Momozagi's side, and pulled out the kinpura from her waist. The jet black armament Haki wraps around the blade. Immediately afterwards, a strange scene appeared. I saw black and red lightning appearing on the blade. Incomparable aura instantly burst out from Ronan's body. This is... Momozagi covered her mouth and asked in surprise. Winning conquerors in one layer while winding armor colors. I just wanted to try it at first, but I didn't expect it to succeed. After Ronan explained, his figure instantly dissipated on the spot. Heard the words. The eyes of all the high-ranking marine generals suddenly widened, and waves of shock arose in their hearts. Can Haki still play like this? Hawkeye, one of the Shishibukai who was watching the battle, suddenly shrank his pupils. Wrap armor color, wrap around a layer of conquerors. How dare you dare to do this? Think about it. Hawkeye couldn't help but want to draw his sword and compete with Ronan. It's really surprising, Ronan, you showed too many surprises. Doflamingo's eyes were extremely gloomy, and his tone was full of murderous intent. The voice just fell. A flash of light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Although it is now evening, but the bright metallic luster is still very eye-catching. Swish! Instantly, a huge gash still appeared on Kaido's chest. Ah! Kaido was in pain and couldn't help crying out in pain. It's different from just now. This time the wound could not heal. That was a very familiar ability just now. Kaido suddenly thought of something, and said with a shocked face. IMP. You can do the move of Captain Rocks. That's a layer of Conqueror's Haki on top of the armament Haki. As the blood continued to slide from the chest, Kaido's face gradually became ugly. And everyone present also had a look of horror on their faces. None of the 3 admirals could give Kaido fatal damage, but Ronan did it. Kaido's defense was completely breached. Blackbeard was trembling all over, looking at Kaido's wound in shock. This is the strongest creature in the world. No. Impossible. What kind of monster is this? Moria took a few steps back in fright, her voice full of shock. When I was young, I fought with Kaido in New World. How terrible Kaido's defense is, Moria has long experienced it. Back then, even with all his strength, he couldn't break through Kaido's defense. It's really scary. Ronan. The laziness in Kizaru's eyes disappeared completely, and he said with a shocked face. Aokiji and Akainu stared at Ronan even more. Just now. Even if the 3 of them attacked together, they only hurt Kaido. Sengoku stroked the beard on his chin, and said thoughtfully. It seems that the position of Marine Vice Admiral is no longer suitable for Ronan. Chapter 25. Hear Sengoku's words. Momozagi and the Marine Vice Admiral were taken aback for a moment. Could it be? Ronan is going to be promoted again. The ghost spider's pupils trembled slightly, and asked in surprise. Everyone also looked at Sengoku curiously. However, Sengoku didn't respond, but stared straight at the battlefield not far away. Now, Due to Akainu and Aokiji fruit. The blazing high temperature mixed with the ultimate cold rose to the sky. The pouring rain poured down. Marin Fenduo also became sad in this rain, and the dense dark clouds were like faces that needed to vent, glaring at everything on the ground. Come on, let me feel this power again. Kaido jumped into the air, held the mace with both hands, and pulled countless hidden thunders. In everyone's astonishment, the monstrous momentum turned into thunder and struck Ronan head-on. Jong 3. Yin Naraku. It's really energetic to be so alive after being attacked so much. Ronan's eyes flashed red, and he swung the long sword wrapped around Haki in his hand. Instantly, a huge sword energy flashing with black and red lightning suddenly attacked Kaido. For a while, Kaido's offensive froze in mid-air. The powerful coercion burst out bursts of roar. The next moment, sword chi exploded. The resulting terrifying shock sent Kaido flying. Even in the strongest dragon form, he couldn't resist, and a lot of blood spewed out of his mouth. See? Sengoku didn't choose to keep his hand, and turned into a golden Buddha and waved it out. The translucent shock wave suddenly exploded on Kaido. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu's offensives followed one after another, and the power of Logia Devil Fruit was perfectly released on Kaido. In an instant, the violent roar, mixed with Kaido's screams, resounded throughout Marin Fenduo. A few minutes later, the offensive stopped slightly. I saw Kaido collapsed in the deep pit, his huge body was covered with wounds, and blood gushed out continuously. Now, under the continuous attack by Ronan and others, Kaido's physical strength was gradually exhausted. The dragon form is released, and the scales on the body gradually fade away, returning to its original appearance. Now, there are only two choices before Kaido: escape, or bloody battle to the end. In a daze, Ronan, Sengoku, and others have already attacked. Ronan, I'll be waiting for you in New World. Kaido growled. A green dragon broke through the ground and hovered between the sky and the earth again. Is this going? Didn't you want me to be buried with Jack, Yin just now? Ronan laughed mockingly. This time you have a lot of people, I hope you will be so lucky next time. The Cyan dragon spit out human words, and a blazing flame gathered in its throat, and the impact of destroying the world was about to hit. This battle can't help but be fruitless, and let Jin die here in vain. The only thing Kaido can do now is to wreak havoc on Naval Headquarters before fleeing. Don't let him out. Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said hastily. The voice fell. The hot breath in Kaido's mouth has already gushed out, burning all the fiery flames, vowing to destroy this majestic building that symbolizes justice. Just at this critical moment, Ronan raised his hand lightly, drawing a talisman in the air. Protective Vajra formation. A King Kong amulet appeared in Ronan's hand. The Vajra talisman is divided into 10 points, 100 points in 10 points, and 1000 points in white. A golden talisman array exuding golden light was formed, enveloping the entire Marin Fenduo in it. The next moment, boom! Flames sprayed on the golden light curtain, but they couldn't move forward. Seeing this, Sengoku and others suddenly shrank their pupils. What kind of ability is this? Akainu said in a daze. This was Kaido's last counterattack before leaving. Its power is no less than the strongest blow just now, but it was blocked just like that. I told you, Ronan will surprise you. Momuzagi looked at the man standing in front of him and said with a smile. On the other hand, Shishibukai, despite having different thoughts, was also shocked by the strong visual impact. Wait, Ronan, I've made a note of that. Seeing that his offensive was completely blocked, Kaido immediately circled his body and quickly evacuated Marin Fenduo. It's too cheap for you to escape so easily. Ronan focused his eyes, and counted until the sword energy burst out of the air, attacking in Kaido's direction. After a few seconds, there were bursts of screams in the air, and the rain was mixed with scarlet, falling on everyone's faces. Immediately afterwards, a horn fell from the sky and hit the center of Oaks Square. This moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ronan, and they never moved away for a long time. The war is over. Seeing the mess all over the floor, Sengoku said loudly to everyone. For a while, all marine soldiers and generals raised their arms and shouted. We swear to the death to defend the justice in our hearts and clean up the sea. Marine must win. Ronan Vice Admiral must win, 3 Admiral must win. After this battle, in the hearts of all marine soldiers, Ronan's strength is completely equal to that of the 3 admirals. Repair the damaged building immediately. Sengoku immediately gave the order, eyes full of excitement. After Kaido made such a fuss, Marine's morale is at an all-time high. The most important is, the 4 emperors attacked Naval Headquarters without a single casualty. This gave Sengoku another step in his belief in victory in the face of the upcoming Whitebeard Pirates. Immediately, Sengoku glanced at Ronan, then slowly disappeared, and embarked on a voyage to Marie Joyce. Phew, finally I can go back and rest. Ronan looked at the soldiers who were busy again, and silently lit a cigarette. The voice just fell. The mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding, host kill, flame calamity ember, increase fusion by 3%. Ding, Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree is first increased to 65%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 8 magical skills, Feng Kaokuman, unlock observation Haki, and foresee the future for 3 seconds. Host's existing abilities, Marine 6 styles, perfect, armament Haki, emission, observation Haki, foreseeing the future, Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, finger twisting, merciful palm. 8 miraculous skills, Lioku immortal thief, Shuang Chuan Shao, Tongtian Lu, Feng Kaokuman. This time it's a big profit. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. The only pity is, let Kaido's big meal run away. This was just when Ronan was about to take a break. Momozagi's soft voice rang in his ears. Would you like to come to my house to exercise tonight? Are you doing push UPS, or am I doing squats? Ronan. Chapter 26. Marlene Joa. Magnificent fairyland, misty all day long. This is not only the headquarters of the world government, but also the gathering place of celestial dragons. On the bustling street, full of nobles and famous families, as well as the super rich. Certainly, slaves of all races can be seen everywhere. In a huge meeting hall, 5 elders, Sengoku is watching through the influence phone bug, the image that attacked Marin Fendo in Kaido a few hours ago. Soon enough, the effects played out. The huge meeting hall couldn't help but fell into dead silence. Although the expressions of these 5 old people were different, their eyes were full of horror. A long time. 5 elders with white curly hair finally broke the calm and said in a deep voice. Look at the whole world, except Ronan. The only people with this kind of power are Rox, Roger, and the redheads today. The other 4-5 elders nodded silently, and at the same time, there was a wave of shock in their hearts. White curly hair 5 elders continued. Sengoku, this trip should be more than just letting us watch the video, right? Sengoku smiled and went straight to today's topic. That's right. I hope Ronan will be promoted to Marine's 4th Admiral. His strength has reached. Beating Kaido, plus his previous record, the reputation in Marine is enough. Heard the words. The 5 elders glanced at each other and became silent again, wondering what they were thinking. I do not know how long it has been. White curly hair 5 elders spoke again. We agree that Ronan will be Admiral, his code name, Black Dragon. After going back, spread the news together with the news of Kaido's defeat. After hearing this, Sengoku nodded heavily. Okay, I'll get to it right away. Ronan's appointment to Admiral is not only a recognition and award for his strength. It can boost Marine's morale even more. Is Ronan's strength increasing a bit too fast? The bald old man holding the first-generation geisha frowned and asked. Do not worry. As long as he's in Marine, there's no problem. 5 elders with white curly hair said lightly. He's a monster, but a good knife for Marine. Following the World Economic Daily's report on the war. That night, the news of Kaido's defeat in Marin Fenduo swept across the entire sea. At the same time, I don't know who even spread the full impact of the war. New World. A huge ship in the shape of a whale is steadily stopping on the sea. On the mast, hung a skull flag with a white beard. It is one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Pirates. Now, all the captains looked solemn. Father, something is wrong with Marine recently, and all the elites have gathered towards Marine Fenduo. Will. Jaws, the captain of Whitebeard's 3rd team, was halfway through speaking, but stopped talking. The eyes of the captains beside him were also full of worry. Deck. A majestic figure sat on the big chair, revealing a muscle that was about to knot, but the muscles full of explosion were filled with long infusion tubes. The man is Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. Just where you sit is enough to make people happy. At this time, a blue figure streaked across the air. The wings filled with blue flames burst into dazzling brilliance. The person who came was the captain of Whitebeard's 1st team, Marco. Father just got the news that Kaido attacked Marin Fenduo, and was seriously injured and defeated. Marco dropped to the deck, walked right up to Whitebeard, and handed the paper over. Heard the words. The captains were stunned for a moment, and their hearts were shocked. Gulala la. Unexpectedly, that kid Kaido is deflated. Whitebeard took the paper and laughed loudly. However, when he saw the details, his face changed drastically. I didn't expect this executioner's strength to become so strong. I was promoted to Marine Admiral in just a few years. What kind of monster did Marine cultivate? A drop of sweat fell from Whitebeard's forehead, and said in a deep voice. A few years ago. Ronan can kill many captains of the pirate group under Whitebeard. The bloody and cruel methods made people feel terrified. Father, I also found out a piece of news. Marco took a deep breath, eyes full of struggle. Explain. Whitebeard frowned. My people heard a drunk Marine say that Ace was captured by Marine and will be publicly executed someday. And he has to disclose his life experience. Marco clenched his back molars and said word by word. The voice just fell. Countless murderous aura burst out immediately. Dad, let's get to Naval Headquarters and save Ace. Jaws said in a low voice. All the captains also put their hands on their weapons one after another. The meaning is self-evident. Whitebeard pondered for a moment, stood up abruptly, and said loudly. Assemble all the pirate groups under your banner. After Marine announces the date of execution, head to Marin Fenduo immediately. New World, all countries. The head chef of the Big Mom Pirates, Longbread looked at the masterpiece in front of him with great satisfaction. Huge and delicious cakes were pushed in front of Big Mom. Linlin, eat quickly. Longbread said with a smile. Mom is eating cake and watching the video of Kaido being defeated, it's so beautiful. While stuffing the cake into his mouth, Big Mom looked excitedly at the image in front of him. At this time, the video suddenly cuts to the scene of Ronan executing the fire calamity. Even through the screen, Big Mom could also smell a strong smell of blood. For a while, a strong sense of discomfort instantly hit Big Mom's whole body. And the cake in front of him suddenly tasted bad. Ronan, I'm going to kill you. Big Mom's eyes were red, and he looked like he was on the verge of collapse. The voice just fell. There was the sound of a phone bug. Boo boo boo. After opening the phone bug, Kaido's voice sounded. Linlin, let's form an alliance. Now 2 of the 3 major boards have died, and the strength of Beast's pirates has been greatly reduced. To kill Ronan, only seek the alliance of Big Mom. However, as if hearing the funniest thing in the world, Big Mom mocked loudly. I didn't expect you to say such a thing. But at this moment, the screen on the video switches again. A giant red sword aura pierced through Kaido's defense, and the blood flowed freely. Big Mom's heart suddenly set off a wave of waves, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the power mastered by Captain Rocks back then. Instantly, a strong sense of crisis burst out in my heart. He hesitated for a moment. Big Mom said in a deep voice. I agree to the alliance. What are you going to do next? Kaido didn't have too many surprises either. After all, a marine has mastered this kind of power, no matter which pirate will treat it with care. Even the 4 emperors is no exception. Kaido pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice. I have received information that the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd squad will be publicly executed. Whitebeard's character will never sit idly by. The corner of Big Mom's mouth couldn't help evoking a cold smile. You mean, we're going to get involved? Immediately the phone bug rang, and Kaido roared angrily. That's right. Let's start the biggest war in the world. Chapter 27. The next day. Marlene Joa. World Government's largest meeting room. 5 elders, Commander-in-Chief, Gang Gukong, Sengoku, Garp and other high-level leaders gathered here. Naval Headquarters has 1 admiral left behind. All the generals above the major level, as well as the Shishibukai who had been summoned, also came. The eyes of those who don't know the reason are full of puzzlement. Is something big going to happen again? And the Morgans are here, with influence phone bugs. Sengoku slowly stepped onto the stage and said loudly. After the proposal of the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government. Able Vice Admiral, promoted to Marine Admiral, code name, Black Dragon. Become the 4th largest force in Marine. For a while, the audience was silent. Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Mrs. Tsuru, the Vice Admiral, and Shishibukai froze in place. All this happened so suddenly that they had no time to react. Momuzagi smiled wryly. This guy's position was not as high as mine a few days ago. How long will my alternate admiral be? And after this brief silence, all the marine generals completely boiled over. Oh! Black Dragon Admiral! Black Dragon Admiral! Under the cheers of a group of marine generals, the deafening voice shook the entire Marlene Joa. It's almost time to see. Sengoku handed the microphone to Ronan. After Ronan pondered for a while, a stern look flashed in his eyes. My lords! The righteousness we keep in our hearts makes us sick. The Whitebeard Pirates are our medicine. Execute Ace, kill the White Group, let us become normal people. Hearing this seat was full of chilling words. The hawkish marine below suddenly boiled. Ronan took the post of admiral, he is simply the warm baby of the hawks. Kill all the pirates, clear the sea. As Ronan's friend, Ghost Spider was the first to stand up and shout. The rest of the marines also got up one after another. In a little while you will face Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. This battle will make you die worthless like dogs. I've shed the ideal blood, and it's too late to be praised. But please remember, you are fighting for the justice you insist on in your heart. Ronan looked like a master of pyramid schemes, scanning the audience with fiery eyes. His words seemed to have magic power. Completely ignite the emotions buried in everyone's hearts. This moment, world government can only hear 2 words. Ronan. The inauguration ceremony quickly ended successfully. 5 elders and the commander-in-chief, Kong is also very pleased with Ronan's words. Marlene Joa's war room. Kizaru tapped Erlang's leg, sipping a sip of steaming tea. Ronan, you shouldn't be marine, you're too talented. You should be a revolutionary army. Based on what you just said, it will definitely ignite the hearts of ordinary people. Ronan on the side said lightly. Mr. Kizaru, your remarks are dangerous. Sudden. Sengoku strode in, holding a phone bug, and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Which family is going on? Heard the words. There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of Ronan's mouth. He knows. Another big event ahead of the summit war is coming. Kizaru turned his head and asked the adjutant beside him, what happened? The adjutant immediately reported the situation truthfully. A few minutes ago. At the Sabayati Archipelago's Endeavor auction. Monkey D. Luffy beats celestial dragons in public. According to the available information, there are also 2 supernovas Luo and Kid present. There are a total of 13 criminals offering rewards, and 5 of them are newcomers who have offered rewards of over 100 million. In short, 3 celestial dragons are taken hostage, which is an unheard of event. The adjutant swallowed with difficulty, his tone extremely heavy. In case the world government blames it down, the whole marine will suffer accordingly. No matter how we attack the nobles of the world, it is impossible for us not to act, Mr. Sengoku. I'll go out and go back. Kizaru put down his teacup and got up slowly. Let me go, I just took up the position of Marine Admiral, and it's time to stretch my muscles. Ronan pushed Kizaru back into the seat and said with a smile. Kizaru frowned slightly. The old man finally wanted to raise his gun and mount the horse, and hit the heart of the pirate next to him. Then you said relatives came. Wait, let Kizaru handle this. Sengoku's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately raised his hand to stop it. When breaking Ace's leg, Garp had almost f'd Ronan already. This trip to go. In case Luffy gets killed. Sengoku couldn't imagine what would happen to that Garp guy. Marshal Sengoku, it is our duty to protect the bastards of the celestial dragons. Could it be? Mr. Sengoku wants to protect because of Luffy and Garp's relationship. Ronan vetoed it with a icy voice. This big hat is buckled down. Even Sengoku couldn't help but be taken aback. But it's arguable now that the celestial dragons could die at any moment. Finally, Sengoku sighed helplessly. Definitely protect the celestial dragons. Ronan nodded vigorously. My stability is obvious to all marines. Sengoku. Yes, you are so steady. The pirates who have seen you are basically all dead. Now, Sengoku can only hope that Luffy survives. Immediately, Ronan stepped into the dimly lit corridor, his eyes full of murderous desire. The Sabayati archipelago now has a large collection of pirates waiting to be eaten. Protect the celestial dragons? Let them eat Gaoba. Ronan wasn't interested at all. Suddenly, Sengoku roared from behind, Ronan, what did you say about celestial dragons? Sabayati archipelago. A group of supernovas looked at the marines pouring into the island, and had no intention of running away. Captain Yap, Admiral is coming soon, let's escape. The target is Straw Hat Luffy, why don't you meet Marine Admiral? Hangar, Yap sat on the wooden box, his eyes full of expectation. The other side. On the chaotic street. Drake, dressed in black, immediately gave the order. Get ready to sail now. A crew member immediately responded, it's Captain Drake. Drake looked at the clear sky and murmured in a low voice. So, which admiral will appear next? If it's Kizaru or Aokiji, that's fine. But if it is the Marine Admiral who just took office, it will be troublesome. His prey. But there has never been a complete corpse. At the fountain in Sabayati Archipelago Street. Captain Hawkins, let's run away. A pirate in a black cloak said anxiously. Don't panic, I won't die today. Hawkins took out a stack of tarot cards from his arms, his tone full of calm. The voice just fell. A gentle voice sounded in Hawkins' ear. Oh, is it so? Hawkins was taken aback immediately after hearing this, and slowly turned his head to look. This moment, he saw the purest eyes in the world. Chapter 28. The moment I turned around, Hawkins saw the purest eyes in the world. There was no trace of impurity in the amber pupils. It's like looking at the most delicious food in the world. See. Marine Admiral. Captain, run, leave this to us. When Hawkins' subordinates saw Ronan's brochure, they immediately reminded him tremblingly. When did he show up? Why can't I feel a trace of breath? Don't panic, I won't die today. Hawkins messed up the tarot cards in his hand and started divination again. Return rate, 0%, escape probability, 0%. Mortality rate, 100%. With the divination over, Hawkins panicked. So much so that the tarot card slipped from his hand without noticing it. No. Impossible, something must be wrong. Hawkins had already sentenced himself to death, and his eyes suddenly became desperate. A group of subordinates looked at Hawkins with a look of despair. The multifaceted beliefs in my heart also collapsed at this moment. Are you sure you're not struggling? My conscience will hurt if you do this. Ronan scratched his head, immediately feeling bored. Still struggling. Hawkins gave a wry smile. The voice just fell. A burst of dazzling blue light suddenly lit up. The free electrons in the air also sounded. Hawkins' face changed immediately, and a huge sense of crisis rose spontaneously. Although he was desperate, the fear in his heart still made him want to run away. But still slow. The Thunder Dragon, nearly 6 meters in length, flew out of the talisman and swallowed Hawkins' body with a whistling roar. Boom! Blue thunderstorms resounded across the island. He let out a monstrous roar. At the same time, the entire number 33 island began to shake violently. Zizai! Hawkins fell to the ground, his whole body scorched black, and small electric currents flashed through his body from time to time. Immediately afterwards, 10 scarecrows also fell out of Hawkins' charred body. At the same time, 10 of his subordinates also rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Now, Yap, who was watching the battle on the roof, broke out in a cold sweat. Is this the strength of the new Marine Admiral? It's really scary. Yap couldn't help but be amazed. If the blow just now hit him, he would definitely not be half a point better than Hawkins. Well, I like people with principles, but unfortunately, you are a pirate. Ronan sighed, and then looked at the roof not far away, with a scarlet flash in his eyes. Just at this time, Yap on the roof met Ronan's eyes. Moment. There was only fear in Yap's eyes, and the inexplicable chill that kept pouring out of his body. Hello. Ronan immediately flashed a gentle smile. Although I didn't feel any killing intent. But Yap has only one thought at this time, run, run quickly. However, as a figure flashed past, Ronan had already come to Yap. See. Yapo knew that he couldn't run away, so he could only fight to the death. Here we go. He sang, danced, and rapped at the same time, beating his chest and making a roar of drumming. Sorry, I don't have time to listen to your music right now. Ronan smiled, and then made a single-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. Instantly, Yap's movements seemed to be slowed down dozens of times, and the drumbeat also slowed down accordingly. Yap could even see Ronan put on medical gloves and put his right hand through his chest. Time is slowed down, and so is the pain. For a while, fear, panic, shock, all emotions burst out in Yap's heart. He could only watch helplessly as blood spurted from his chest. A beating heart was removed by Ronan and stuffed into his mouth. Next second, the effect of chaotic gold watchman ceases. But Yap didn't listen to his movements, hesitating his habitual movements, and he slammed his head directly. Boom! After another bang, Yop's heart was also bitten by himself, and the strong smell of blood also erupted in his mouth. Haven't had time to feel it too much. With fear, Yop fell straight to the ground. That's right. It's just a monotonous killing, and my mission is worthless. Ronan removed the barrier formed by the King Kong amulet in front of him. His face was full of satisfaction after the killing. This kind of pleasure after the killing desire in the heart is satisfied. It is far from being comparable to the physical pleasure. Certainly. If there is no killing for a long time, that kind of thing is the best substitute. After all, Ronan also hopes that the boulevard he longs for will be covered with his own white dew every morning and night. Sudden, a huge roar came. Ronan looked along the voice with some dissatisfaction. I saw not far away. A powerful laser burst out from the pacifist's hand, blasting Euchre away. Have you failed? It's really tough. Euchre lay on the ground, panting heavily. Just as the pacifists were preparing to attack again, a drake, with an axe in his right hand and a sword in his left, flew in and blasted the pacifist into the wall. Is this all you have, strange monk? Drake curled his lips in disdain. The voice just fell. Euchre seemed to be half drunk, and his stature increased to 7 or 8 meters. At this time, a sharp chill came from behind. Both of them turned their heads in fright. Then I saw Ronan walking over very leisurely, but there was a trace of displeasure on his face. Isn't this the Drake Rear Admiral? Come here for sightseeing and experience the local customs. A warm smile appeared on Ronan's delicate face. In the eyes of outsiders, he might just be a man who loves to laugh. But in Drake's eyes, this is a demon crawling out of hell. Show people with the kindest face, and then kill them with a cruel mouth. There are pacifists in front and Marine Admiral in back. Looks like my life is coming to an end. Although Euchre only showed sorrow in his tone, he had already set up a fighting posture. Then let's start with you. Ronan smiled, and then made a single-handed tactic. Suan character, wind rope. The voice fell. Euchre's tall body was immediately bound tightly by an invisible force. The strong limbs were slowly pulled apart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from this bondage. It's the power of the wind. The harder you push, the tighter it will be. Ronan explained a sentence, walked slowly in front of Euchre, and put his hand on his body exuding red energy. Next second, Euchre suddenly felt a sharp pain. My limbs seemed to be pulled by some force, and my arms and legs were split little by little. Soon, cracks appeared on the skin of Euchre's shoulder, and then exposed flesh, blood vessels, and finally the white bones. After a while, puff! The limbs were separated from Euchre's body, blood gushed out, and his height of nearly 8 meters shrank rapidly like a deflated ball. Ah! What dare you do to me? Euchre, who had become a stick, couldn't help screaming. Bai Chong is so strong, can't bear it. A sickly smile crept across Ronan's face. Immediately, putting on the doctor's gloves, Ronan directly pierced Euchre's abdomen and pulled out all the fields. Just when you are ready to start. Ronan suddenly remembered that there was Drake beside him, and then he smiled and waved to him. Come on, give me a hand. How about the two of us grab one end and strangle him to death? Chapter 29. Killed himself with Euchre's organs. How pervert is this to figure it out? This moment, Drake seemed to hear a demon whispering in his ear. His eyes were terrified. Stepping back a few steps unconsciously. No. I am the captain of Marine's Secret Special Force Sword. I can't possibly do something like this. Euchre, who has become a stick, suddenly went blank after hearing this. You, an undercover agent, pretended to be so real just now? Want to curse? But the neck was already wrapped in circles of bloody intestines. Euchre's face was livid and he couldn't breathe. Ronan smiled and said gently. Calm down, brother. while working as an undercover agent. Seeing civilians being killed by pirates, don't you have the desire to kill those bastards? Come on, now is an opportunity. With that said, Ronan handed another entrails to Drake. This is not an inducement to crime. Just wanted Drake to unleash his inner killing urge. Otherwise, keep it up, and Drake will be the next Ronan. Look at the intestines that are full of tiny blood vessels and dripping secretions. This moment, there was a faint red light in Drake's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he took the section of intestine, and then pulled it with all his strength. Hearing Yukiel's painful whimper, Drake felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. I hope you don't get addicted to this feeling, Ronan reminded with a smile. Next second, the two worked hard at the same time. Woo woo woo. Yukiel screamed in pain. The slippery touch from the intestines, and the strong suffocation. Let the supernova of this extremely evil era feel a lot of indescribable feelings in his heart. This is no longer a simple fear of death. It's a fear that comes from the bottom of my heart. For a moment, the veins on Wooger's forehead were bulging, and his eyes couldn't help but look up. After a few seconds, he lost his breath. Through a relatively proper procedure, kill a few of the most evil people to balance your Xingxing. At the same time, it is the most sensible way to restrain the expansion of one's desire to kill as much as possible. Ronan smiled, and the figure disappeared. He's such a gentle person. After having this weird thought, Derek was taken aback for a moment. Immediately, he murmured again in a low voice. At first it looked like a bloodthirsty ghost. But just now, he looked like a monk with a compassionate heart. He is really a contradictory person. The other side. Capone. Big, the godfather of the gang with a bounty of 138 million, is still calm in the face of the siege of countless marines. The next moment, dozens of small doors were opened in Capone. Big's upper body shoots a bunch of black marbles from it. The marines just wanted to laugh, but their bodies froze in place. The black marble suddenly enlarged. It is a cannonball the size of a human head. The pupils of the sailors shrank. This is firing a cannon. Instantly, numerous bomb craters were blown up by belittling, and gunpowder smoke was everywhere. Boom 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 boom. But what puzzled Capone Big was that he didn't hear the wailing of the soldiers. Is Marine so tenacious now? Capone Big frowned and muttered. The voice just fell. As a gust of wind blew past, the gunpowder smoke was blown away, revealing the vision in front of him. I saw the Marines being shrouded in a golden light. Not even a single casualty. Capone Big's pupils constricted, and a strong sense of crisis emerged spontaneously. Next second, a figure has already flashed in front of him. The abilities of your supernovas are really fancy. Ronan smiled, and slowly placed his palm on top of Capone Big's head. Marine Admiral Capone Big took half a step back, subconsciously trying to escape. But attack is too fast. Now, Capone Big's eyes were already filled by a huge palm-like impact. Great mercy and great compassion. Boom. The impact came down suddenly from the top of the head. Moment. Capone Big suddenly felt his body being forcibly squeezed. The already short body couldn't help being compressed a little bit. Bang bang bang. With a muffled sound, the bones of Capone Big's whole body were shattered, and then the skin and flesh were pierced, leaving the naked body exposed. For a while, all the blood vessels in his body exploded, and the scarlet blood gushed out unstoppably. After a while, a pool of meat paste was presented in front of a group of Marine soldiers. Vomit. Seeing this bloody scene, the soldiers couldn't help bending over and retching. Possibly after death, the fruit ability is automatically released. From this puddle of meat, a bunch of small figures emerged, and then they were continuously enlarged. There are quite a few subordinates in the body. Ronan smiled, and quickly retreated dozens of steps. Immediately, these figures were also suddenly enlarged. But they haven't had time to howl to their boss. Counting to the impact similar to the palm has come one after another. The pupils of all the pirates shrank. This is, hurry up, ugh. A scream sounded. Boom boom boom. Several roars suddenly exploded. Countless pirates were blown beyond recognition by the violent impact. For a while, the entire battlefield was littered with corpses, and the air was filled with the smell of scorched corpses and a strong smell of blood. After this brief killing, Ronan couldn't help closing his eyes and opening his arms, seriously enjoying this moment of satisfaction. Is this the Black Dragon Admiral? A major had horrified eyes and couldn't help swallowing. The rest of the marine soldiers also showed fear in this terrifying environment. This kind of character is so desperate. Not even Akainu Admiral can compare. At this time, the anti-monitoring phone bug on Ronan's wrist suddenly rang. Boo boo boo. Open the phone bug. Jean Doan's voice followed. Hey Lung, I'm Jean Doan, I'm in Area 4, I'm asking for support. Kid and Luo, you should be very interested, right? Ronan rubbed his chin, doubt flashed in his eyes. According to this time point of view, shouldn't Gendarmerie be chasing Straw Hat Crew? It seems that because of his appearance, the situation is completely disrupted. After hesitating for a moment, Ronan sighed softly, with a faint murderous look in his eyes. Kid. As long as you laugh at his dream of the One Piece, you will kill him without hesitation. Well, this kind of person can be killed, or give him a break from the king's addiction. Chapter 30. Fragrant Islands, Bodhi. Area number 4. Beep beep beep. Looking at the phone bug that had hung up, Jean Doan suddenly became excited. As long as Ronan comes, this farce will soon be over. Only, that guy's methods are too bloody. After reading it, you will definitely not be able to eat for several days. Room. Slaughterhouse. At this time, a blue field suddenly unfolded, quickly covering the entire area. Swish! The central core of a pacifist was directly cut off, losing its ability to move. R.O.B.D. With a roar, Jean Doan rushed up quickly, swiping the huge axe in his hand down. To know. The cost of a pacifist is comparable to a giant battleship. Every time one is destroyed, Marine will suffer huge losses. Luo retreated quickly, dodging all of Jean Doan's offensives while dodging the other side. It's too rough and thick. Kira cursed, and kept waving his twin scythes, slashing at the pacifist. However, the pacifist's defenses are simply too strong. Even if you try your best, you can only slightly organize his actions, and you can't completely defeat him at all. And there is marine interference on the side. So it seems that the offensive is weak. Damn, it's all Straw Hat Crew's fault. Kid let out a roar, and then fully activated the fruit ability. Next second, the countless knives and guns on the ground were all absorbed by Kid. It turned into a huge iron fist, forming a shadow that covered the sky and the sun. It's really an eyesore. Kid swung his fist with all his might. Boom! With a loud bang, the pacifist ran around with electric current. The huge body was also swaying in place. Finally, there was a bang in the end. See. The leading marine general suddenly shrank his pupils, and immediately ordered. Retreat, quick! Unlike Straw Hat Crew, Kid and Kira are killers without batting an eyelid. Often takes pleasure in killing. So his bounty is also the highest among supernovas. A bunch of flies, go to hell! With a roar, Kid's iron fist slammed down again. Run! The Marines were shocked and fled in all directions. And a few soldiers who couldn't escape hid. He could only stand there in a daze and wait to die. Mr. Wu Chong, run faster next time. A figure flashed in front of the soldier and slowly raised his hand. Boom! With a monstrous earthquake, the whole world was quiet. There was a cloud of dust everywhere. The violent impact swayed slowly on the emerald green grassland. Who is it? The kid roared, and his strength increased accordingly. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward. Just when Kid was about to absorb the weapon and increase his strength, this huge steel arm was actually torn apart from the middle with brute force. Almost instantly, a handsome figure wearing a cloak of justice has already arrived in front of Kid. Haven't had time to react yet. There was only a sound of, and blood was flying. 10 fingers were directly inserted into Kid's arms. Ah! Kid's miserable scream spread throughout the entire area in an instant. Let go of Kid. With a low growl, Kira stepped forward quickly, and the flying scythe swore to chop Ronan into pieces. Oh, I forgot about you. Ronan kicked Kira's mask with a kick. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kira's body flew upside down tens of meters away. In the smear of scarlet that rose in the air, there was a little bit of white brains mixed in. Kira! Kid's pupils shrank suddenly, wanting to check the situation. But the severe pain from his arm could only make him give up his thoughts. Better take care of yourself first. Ronan raised a warm smile, and the strength in his hands increased accordingly. Click! For a while, the bones, blood vessels, and tendons of Kira's arms were all broken. The intense pain made him unable to bear the cold sweat. Give me. Let go. I will kill you like I killed those foolish people. Seeing that his arm was useless, Kira struggled with all his might. Common massacre of civilians. I often kill people too, why don't we discuss it in depth? There was a faint chill in Ronan's eyes, and he laughed and tore off Kid's arms. Moment. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The nerves in the arm may not have reacted yet, and they are shaking non-stop. Let you see my most satisfying masterpiece. Just repeat it to you. Ignoring Kid's roar, Ronan slowly put his red right hand on his shoulder. Kid sees this. Just as he was about to escape, he felt a sharp pain, which made him fall to the ground. Janin couldn't help shaking. Next second, I saw Kid's skin slowly peeling off from his body. For a moment, a complete human skin fell to the ground, and Kid turned into a blood man. Ah! It hurts, what did you do to me? Kid couldn't help howling, but every time he moved, there was a sharp pain. Unfortunately, this skin is missing 2 arms. Ronan sighed regretfully. Far away, when Jean Doan was fighting, Luo and the others were shocked when they saw this. Regardless of the enemy in front of him, the body trembled instinctively. Ronan, you're so disgusting. Jean Doan resisted the desire to vomit, and cursed in a low voice. That's the new Marine Admiral Black Dragon. The usually calm Luo's voice trembled, and his face was even more ugly. It was too cruel. Such a brutal method of killing. Looking at the entire Marine, I am afraid that only he can make it. That guy is still here. It would be a shame not to be able to continue enjoying this masterpiece. Ronan frowned slightly, and stomped down hard at random. Just heard a puff. Kid's head exploded like a watermelon. The rich blood is mixed with brains, adding a rich touch to this green plain. Just now, in the knowledge-colored map of Sabayati in Ronan's mind, the tyrant bear still appeared. His meatball fruit is buggy. Not only can it take away injuries, but also allow itself to move instantly. The most important thing. His ability can knock all Straw Hat crew flying. Plus Rayleigh's spoiler. Once they are brought together, it will be difficult. Think of Garp covering his mouth and grinning as Luffy runs away. This situation, Ronan can't accept it anyway. Immediately, Ronan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo, and said with a smile. It's useful to keep you, let's not kill you now. Room. Luo, who realized the danger, immediately summoned the whirlpool field. But it was still a step too late. Ronan punched him in the chest. Boom. With a muffled sound, energy came out through his body. Luo's pupils shrank suddenly, his head went blank, and he covered his heart with a look of pain. Putting aside the killing time. Almost instantaneous. 3 supernovas, 2 dead and 1 captured. After the rest of the pirates reacted, they just wanted to resist. But as Ronan's figure flashed past, clouds of blood mist exploded. In a blink, the 2 pirate groups were directly wiped out. Give him the sea stone chain and press him into the 5th floor of Impel Down. After Ronan gave Jean Momomaru an order, his figure disappeared instantly. Now, Tyrant Bear isn't alone in approaching the Straw Hat crew. And that legendary pirate, Pluton Rayleigh. Chapter 31. Area 12 of the Sabayati Archipelago. Boom. The pacifists crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His face was covered with blood, and electric currents ran wildly all over his body. After a wearing red warning appeared in the field of vision, the computer completely crashed. On this green highland, all members of the Straw Hat crew were covered in bruises and were panting heavily. But I haven't had time to rejoice. A huge figure strikes not far away again. Usopp, Chopper, and Brook suddenly screamed with their heads in their hands. Another Shishibukai. Difficult, could it be the real body this time? With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji frowned and said. Whether it's true or not, we don't have the strength to fight this monster anymore. Luffy also recognized the situation, and said in a deep voice. Split up and act. The voice just fell. With a breeze blowing. Tyrant Xiong strode forward holding a purple fairy tale book in his left hand. See. Zoro struggled to get up, and the 3 knives were unsheathed at the same time. You are the main body, right? He already remembered that day on the dreaded 3-masted ship. The breath of the other party. Zoro will never forget it in his life. Yes, if traveling, where would you like to go? The Tyrant Bear stopped slowly, took off the glove on his right hand, and asked in a gentle tone. For a while. Straw Hat crew's nerves tensed up immediately. It can be next second. A blue light burst out from the ground. Sleeping Immortal Talisman. 5-fold. Countless chains flew out from the ground, firmly locking the limbs and necks of everyone in the Straw Hat crew. Usopp whimpered in pain. Help, help, I'm almost out of breath. Nami struggles hard. Luffy, save me. Straw Hat crew struggled hard. But they found that the more they struggled, the tighter the chains became. At this time, Sanji looked at him in astonishment. That's Marine Admiral. I saw a slender figure falling from midair, with a pure white cloak fluttering in the wind. A man with a handsome face stopped in front of the Tyrant Bear. Ronan raised his eyes and asked lightly. Do you know what you're doing? Tyrant Xiong said in a gentle tone, Shishibukai is only under the jurisdiction of the world government. Even if you're Admiral, you can't interfere with what I do. When the public execution is over, will be Vegapunk's last operation on himself. That is, the consciousness of Tyrant Bear will completely disappear. Before that, at least help the son of the dragon to escape from this place. No. To be precise, it was to escape from the sight of the man in front of him. If not for him, the Tyrant Bear won't come early either. Then there is no other way but to dismantle you into a pile of rubbish. Ronan lit a cigarette, a manic grin forming on the corner of his mouth. Next second, black and red lightning loomed faintly. The strong Conqueror's Haki then rushed out, roaring and sweeping the entire number 12 area. Today was pure brutality. It's a good choice to relax your muscles and bones with the Tyrant Bear to help slow down the taste. For a while, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The two of them were ready to go to war at any time. Suddenly, a vicissitudes of voice came. Don't pick off the chutes. The era that belongs to them has just arrived. Not far away, a figure flew towards the ground. Straw Hat crew looked in the direction of the sound and exclaimed in unison. Uncle Rayleigh! Almost instantly, Rayleigh's figure has come to Straw Hat crew. Zhang! The long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and bursts of cold light flashed. Click! With a crisp sound, all the chains tied to Straw Hat crew were cut off. With the sword back in its sheath, Rayleigh said with a smile. When you sense something is wrong, you immediately follow. When Ronan arrives at the Sabayati archipelago, the undisguised strong murderous intent immediately aroused Rayleigh's knowledgeable vigilance. So, he immediately put down everything in his hands and dared to come over. But at this moment, on the ground under Rayleigh's feet, 3 blue talismans rose up, and then overlapped everything. Instantly, bursts of thunder burst out. 5 thunder talismans. Triple layer. Here's Ronan trapping the Straw Hat crew. Ronan pre-planted it specifically for Rayleigh. As long as the chain is broken, the 5 thunder talisman will be triggered by itself. When Rayleigh was shocked suddenly, and the calmness on his face disappeared completely. The Straw Hat crew on the side also froze in place, their pupils full of horror. Run! Rayleigh was about to speak to remind, but it was still a step too late. Ah! With a dragon roar sounded. The 6 or 7 meter thick thunder dragon flew out of the talisman, roaring and rushing towards Rayleigh with the momentum of tearing everything apart. Where the thunder dragon has passed, the rocks turned into dust, and the flowers and plants on the ground instantly turned into coke. Now, Rayleigh didn't care too much. He drew his long sword around Haki, leaped forward and slashed at the thunder dragon with all his strength. Boom! 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 Huge roars and explosions resounded through the sky. The powerful air pressure instantly spread to the entire Sabayati archipelago. Even the sea not far away set off a huge wave of 100 meters, roaring towards the port. With the explosion stopped, Rayleigh was blasted into the distance, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The Straw Hat crew was also scattered to every corner of the plane by the impact of the explosion. They, who were already exhausted, also fainted one after another, their life and death unknown. Feel the terror of this power. Tyrant Bear frowned suddenly. How much power do you still hide? This time the power of the explosion. Obviously stronger than the last time when he slaughtered the Flame Calamity. But the Tyrant Bear can no longer be so scrupulous. Take advantage of this gap. The figure of the Tyrant Bear suddenly disappeared. He rushed to the nearest Zoro out of thin air, raised his bare paw, and charged up to activate the outdated ability. Rayleigh frowned slightly and stood up quickly. But just as Tyrant Bear was about to pass Rayleigh, he whispered. I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, and Luffy is the son of the dragon. My situation is very bad, don't stop my next move. Heard the words. Only then did Rayleigh slightly let go of his guard, but his old eyes were fixed on the Tyrant Bear. If he dares to make deviant actions, he will shoot immediately. Did you have a good chat? Is that right, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army? Ronan smiled, and immediately made a single-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. In an instant, Tyrant Bear and Rayleigh seemed to be slowed down 10 times. Ronan stepped forward quickly. 43 yards of military leather boots wrapped around armament Haki, kicking the Tyrant Bear more than 10 meters away. Next second, the effect of Chaos Gold Watchman ends. Rayleigh's eyes widened immediately, and he murmured in disbelief. What happened just now? Chapter 32. Rayleigh looked at Ronan in shock. Just now. It seems that I have derailed from time. Whether it is mobility, reaction, or perception, it has been slowed down countless times. What exactly is this ability? Pluton, Rayleigh, What a treat. But we'll have to enjoy it later. Ronan greedily forgot to take a look at Rayleigh, and then looked at the tyrant bear who was kicked away. Moment. Rayleigh shook suddenly. That look just now. It felt like a prey, being targeted by some kind of beast. Are the children now so scary? Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile. The voice just fell. The tyrant bear struggled to stand up from the ruins, his expression still calm. Only. At the waist of that huge body, a concave opening is very eye-catching. He knows. Although the transformed body has no pain. But with the level of attack just now, after a few hits, it may be impossible to continue to act. I'm really curious. What does the inside of your transformed body look like? Ronan wrapped his arms around emission Haki and rushed over. It's just a bunch of machinery. Tyrant Bear answered truthfully, but his thoughts had already drifted to Straw Hat Crew. Just when Ronan was about to cut it down. Clang! A long sword blocked Kishin Chen in the middle. Do what you have to do. With swords in both hands, Rayleigh struggled to fend off Ronan's attack. Original. He also remained skeptical of Tyrant Bear's words. But it can be seen from Ronan's kick just now. Tyrant Bear is really trying to save the Straw Hat Crew. Then Rayleigh couldn't stand by. Otherwise, when the Tyrant Bear is dead, Ronan will free up his hand, and everyone here today must not even think about leaving. Whoosh! The Tyrant Bear nodded silently, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. A look of fear flashed in Ronan's eyes, he pulled his body away, and immediately made a one-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. When Rayleigh came to his senses here. Suddenly, he found that Ronan in front of him had disappeared again. Boom! The burly Tyrant Bear approached Zoro again, and suddenly raised his palm covered with pink pads. Zoro, who was still in a coma, opened his eyes suddenly. Bear! The voice just fell. Ronan's figure suddenly appeared, and he punched Tyrant Bear in the face. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar sounded. The body of the Tyrant Bear flew upside down again, smashing into a deserted building. For a while, dust was everywhere, and the entire land was shaken. It can be next second. The huge figure rushed out again, and appeared beside Luffy, stretching out its big hand. Available immediately. The ground under Luffy unexpectedly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a stone pillar rose from the ground, supporting Luffy's figure high. Kun character. Tuheshe. Ronan put down his right hand, and slowly picked up the autumn water beside Zoro. Then have fun with you. I hope you can resist for a while. As the Shenxing talisman lit up on the legs, the figure burst out immediately. Could it be? This is his fruit ability. Not far away, Rayleigh's eyes widened and he said incredulously. Immediately. He vetoed the idea again. Even the lion fruit of the golden lion can control the rocks in the earth. But that also needs to use touch as the medium. And Ronan doesn't seem to need any of that. Here. The Tyrant Bear frowned slightly, and disappeared again in a flash. This time, he found Nami, who was protected by Sanji. Despite the shock, she was well protected and barely injured. Don't want. Nami measured his face and put his hands in front of him in fright. At this time, a voice flew over. Ronan's eyes were faintly glowing red, and he pierced the Tyrant Bear's back with a single knife. At the same time, armor-colored internal destruction, plus Conqueror's Haki's red-black lightning wreaks havoc. Most of the various precision parts in the Tyrant Bear's body were destroyed. Boom! Tyrant Xiong's tall body fell heavily to the ground, although he was embarrassed, his face was still calm. Possible. It's because I can't feel the pain. Ronan didn't draw out the knife, but continued to draw along the wound. All kinds of running parts appeared before Ronan's eyes. No blood at all. It's so boring. Ronan sighed helplessly. Having said that, the movements in his hands did not stop. The voice just fell. Tyrant Bear disappeared again. This time it's Robin, Sanji, Chopper. But don't care about that one time. Both were stopped by Ronan, who then added a new wound to Tyrant Bear. Gradually, the parts that maintain the kinetic energy in the Tyrant Bear's body were destroyed bit by bit. His ability to move was also taken away. Even Vegapunk has strengthened the various performances of Tyrant Bear. But I couldn't help Ronan's bombardment. At last, he still came to Luffy, despite being unable to activate the fruit power. But still persistently poked Luffy's cheek lightly with his finger. Like the guilt of the dragon. It is also like a final farewell to the younger generation. Swish! With a flash of knife light, Ronan cut off Tyrant Bear's arm with a single blow. Before you die, please also look at Luffy's pained look. A smile curled up on the corner of Ronan's mouth, and he lifted the knife in his hand. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed from Luffy's limbs. There are also hamstrings and T-tendons that are constantly retracting between the skin and flesh. Ah! It hurts, I can't feel my limbs. Feeling great pain, Luffy woke up from a coma. But when he saw the Tyrant Bear in front of him, his face suddenly became ugly. Bear, Marine. Luffy's expression twisted, looking at the two in front of him in pain. Hehe, you want to save him, but he hates you. In this world, there shouldn't be anything more painful than this, right? Ronan sneered. Tyrant Bear didn't respond. It's just that the calm expression on his face became indescribable. See? Ronan immediately held the knife back, wanting to kill the Tyrant Bear. No blood. People who have no feelings really can't satisfy their desire to kill. At this time, the phone bug on my wrist rang. Boo boo boo. Ronan frowned slightly, subconsciously wanting to refuse. Who would have thought that the phone bug would connect by itself? Immediately, a girlish voice came from the phone bug. Ronan, this is a phone bug I developed, don't try to refuse it. Release the big bear, and he will be used in the follow-up research and development of the pacifists. Ronan smiled and asked, what if I don't? Heard the words. The phone bug was also silent. Now, the initiative is in Ronan's hands, and killing Tyrant Bear is also legal and legal. Let him go, and I can apply for a criminal with a reward of 500 million. That's a waste of time, I might as well kill him now. 2. No more. The girl on the phone bug said in a deep voice. Make a deal. As Ronan's voice fell, the phone bug hung up. Except for Luffy's painful whimper in the air, it was eerily quiet. Vegapunk, this dead pervert lolicon. People are on Danjian Island, and they are monitoring the fighting through pacifists. Ronan's face darkened immediately, and a murderous look faintly flashed in his eyes. This feeling of being watched. Very uncomfortable. If you find a chance, you must go to Danjian Island and dismantle the doubly punk mechanical loli. He pondered for a moment. Ronan kicked Luffy off the Earth River cart, and asked with a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Rayleigh, where are you going to take Zoro and the others? Chapter 33. Where are you going to take them? Ronan's voice was soft. But to Rayleigh's ears, it sounded like a Shinigami's crooning. The footsteps that were about to take Zoro and the others to escape also stopped. Original. Rayleigh thought the Tyrant Bear would be able to resist for a while. But who knows that the battle is over in an instant? Everyone, run away! Luffy, lying on the ground, raised his head and roared. When you can look forward to your partners. He immediately fell into deep despair. Now, among the Straw Hat crew other than myself, only Nami and Zoro are awake. The rest are unknown. Luffy struggled to get up. But the tendons in the hands and hamstrings have been broken, but every time I use force, severe pain will follow. Pain, despair, collapse. All kinds of emotions burst out in Luffy's heart. Everyone, how did things become like this? Luffy buried his head deeply on the ground, crying out, almost collapsed. Breaking an ice lobby, openly declare war on Marine, world government. Publicly beat up the Celestial Dragon's bastards. It's the leader of the Revolutionary Army again, son of the dragon, you can die 10,000 times for these crimes. But you will not die today. I will let you and Ace be publicly executed, and announce to the world the life experience of the two of you. Ronan lit a cigarette and spoke softly. It's as simple as executing them here. The price/performance ratio is too low. Moreover, Robin, son of the devil, is still useful. Enough. Rayleigh put down Frankie and others on his back, and Conqueror's Haki rushed out of his body. Is this urgent? Ronan smiled, black and red ripples spread out between his brows. Black and red lightning lingered all over his body, bursting out with a powerful momentum, roaring towards Rayleigh. Boom! Two strands of Conquerors collide with each other. The red and silver tsunami tore apart the entire sky of Sabayati archipelago. As the gust of wind howled, it struck in all directions like rolling waves. For a while, Robin and the others, who were already seriously injured and comatose, turned pale. Is this the battle between One Piece's deputy and admiral? Feel the amazing momentum. Luffy is also clearly aware of his awareness among the strong. But it's too late. Suddenly, Ronan and Rayleigh charged at the same time. Famous sword, Autumn Water collided with Rayleigh's long sword, bursting out bursts of sparks. There is still room left. Are you looking down on my old bones? Rayleigh clutched the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands, sweat dripping from his brow. He knows. If Ronan used the move to slow down time just now, you will be seriously injured in an instant. The prey must be killed slowly to feel it. As a pirate, you will not fail to understand this truth. Ronan gave a maniacal smile, then increased the strength in his hand. For a while, the powerful momentum instantly leveled the surrounding grasslands. Pluton, Rayleigh. The reward amount is 1,093,000,000 Baileys. Although it seems a bit unworthy of the dignified One Piece deputy. But this is the bounty before the era of great pirates. Secondly, bounty is not equal to strength. It's the degree of threat to marine, world government. Plus Rayleigh hasn't done any evil for over 20 years, so the bounty stays put. It is because of this. Ronan never found Rayleigh. But now it's different. If he wants to order Straw Hat Crew, he has already been on Ronan's meal menu. Then see if you have the strength. Rayleigh frowned, and with a sudden force, Ronan was knocked back. Immediately. Wrap Conqueror's Haki around the blade, then slam it down. Instantly. The sharp Conqueror's slashes suddenly attacked Ronan. You'll know how it feels after a while. Kill the prey bit by bit, and then slowly feel the pleasure brought by the moment of life disappearing. It's been a beautiful process. A gleam flashed in Ronan's eyes. The desire to kill has been completely unleashed, since it cannot be stopped, it can only be enjoyed. Ronan made a single-handed formula, dry words 100 blossoms. Next second, a dozen Ronans appeared in front of Rayleigh. While dodging the slashes, he ran towards Rayleigh holding Autumn Water. What? Rayleigh's eyes widened suddenly, trying to avoid it. But Ronan has already blocked all his routes. An observation Haki, can't tell which one is the real Ronan at all. This moment, an unprecedented pressure hangs over Rayleigh. Only with the awareness of being killed can you have the power to wield a knife. Mr. Rayleigh, are you ready? Ronan's voice lingered in all corners, his tone full of gentleness. Rayleigh didn't respond. Quiet depression, as if there is a power gathering. At last, he locked onto Ronan in front of him, and swung his knife to chop it down. However, this Ronan was like a bubble, floating in the air the moment he was cut. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh swung several knives in a row, and without exception, all of them were cut in the air. Suddenly, a cold light flashed behind him, and Rayleigh's hairs immediately stood on end. I wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Swish! The long knife was swung down, and the shoulder blade and the 12 ribs on the left were severed. Next second, a strange scarlet color bloomed behind Rayleigh. Blood spurted. Dots of red fell on Ronan's delicate face. With red eyes, it looks like a demon who wants to drag humans into hell. This great contrast. The eyes of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, who were awake, couldn't help trembling violently. Hey, the method is really weird. Rayleigh asked in a deep voice, panting heavily. As the blood continued to spurt, the silver-haired old man immediately felt unprecedented fatigue. It's just that you're old. Ronan smiled, eyes trailing cold, and rushed towards Rayleigh. This time, no. Ronan didn't use the technique of Feng Haokuman. Instead, he slammed his knife continuously. He wanted Rayleigh to know what it was like to have life slip by. Blah 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 blah. Without any fancy attacks, Rayleigh was forced to retreat. I'm going to start dining. Ronan evoked an inexplicable smile, the moment he split Rayleigh's long sword. The left hand plunged into the right side of his body. Next second, there was a sound of bones breaking. Click. When Rayleigh reacted, his face showed pain. A severed rib had been ripped out by Ronan. Blood was scattered all over the place. The pungent visceral stench entered the nostrils of everyone present. Ronan played with the half-rib with the minced meat in his hand, with a bright smile on his face. Mr. Rayleigh, you pick and choose, next time, do you want me to remove the bone from that part? Well, the internal organs are not bad either. Chapter 34. Looking at the half of the ribs dripping blood. The three of Luffy, who were awake, had horror in their eyes. His body couldn't help but tremble because of this terrifying scene. The devil, is horrible, I need to get out of here. Nami covered her mouth, tears kept rolling down her delicate face. However, she didn't get any response. Luffy and Zoro frowned, their eyes fixed on Ronan. Want to come forward and help. But the body has not allowed them to continue to be willful. Ahem. Is it because you hate pirates that you become so bloodthirsty? Rayleigh half-kneeled on the ground leaning on the long sword, coughing up a large amount of blood from his mouth. Who would harbor hatred for someone who is weaker than themselves? Yes, only pity. When you set foot on the road of pirates, you should understand that this day will always come. Ronan shook his head with a smile, his tone still gentle. The voice just fell. Rayleigh's figure suddenly disappeared, hovering around Ronan continuously. Is it the struggle of the prey before it dies? Ronan smiled, but his body didn't move a bit. The next moment, a blade of light has fallen to the top of the head. Odd situation. 8-gate move. Ronan didn't dodge, but made a single-handed trick. In an instant, an 8-gate miracle rose at Ronan's feet, quickly enveloping everyone present. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh's figure disappeared on the spot. After recovering, Luffy screamed suddenly. Ah! I saw a long sword deeply plunged into Luffy's shoulder, blood gushed out, and the wound was deep enough to see the bone. What did you do? Rayleigh's eyes widened, staring at Ronan. Just. The knife in his hand was about to hit Ronan. Available in the next second. It unexpectedly appeared before Luffy's eyes inexplicably. Luffy's arm might have been gone if it hadn't been pulled back in time. In the strange situation, everything is under my control. Ronan explained with a smile. 8-gate transport is one of the spells of Feng Haokuman. In odd games, each direction should have a corresponding space entrance. Just now, Ronan opened the portal and teleported Rayleigh to Luffy. Immediately, Ronan took a step forward, suddenly appeared beside Luffy, grabbed the long sword on his shoulder, and pulled it down suddenly. Puff! With a burst of flesh, bones shattered. Luffy's arm was completely severed. Blood spurted. Even if it splashed Rayleigh's face, he didn't react. Too fast. All in the blink of an eye. Even if Rayleigh saw it with his eyes, he couldn't catch up with his movements. Ar. The arm is gone. Ah. It hurts. When pain-sensing nerves send signals to the cerebral cortex. Luffy raised his broken hand, clutching his arm in pain and screaming. Zoro and Nami stared blankly at the scene in front of them. What have you been doing? Seeing this, Rayleigh looked at Ronan with red eyes. This moment, he felt Ronan's strength. He also clearly knew that he couldn't help but couldn't save Straw Hat Crew, and he couldn't even run away. I just did what you didn't finish just now. Ronan spread his hands innocently. A hole. Rayleigh cursed, wrapped around Emission Haki's fist, and swung it down. The remnants of the old days. There is no place for you in the sea anymore. Ronan threw away the autumn water in his hand, and also punched out. Boom! With a muffled sound. Rayleigh's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Hoo hoo hoo! Rayleigh gasped heavily, adjusting his figure hastily. However, this time, Ronan didn't give him any chance to breathe. Black fists rained down on Rayleigh's chest. Bang bang bang! The energy keeps coming out through the body. All the bones in the old man's chest were reduced to powder. With Ronan's final punch into Rayleigh's stomach, his rapid fall smashed a deep hole in the ground. Boom! A strong shock spread throughout the entire island, pulling down the mighty curtain for the strongest man in the old era in front of him. The smoke cleared. In the deep pit, Rayleigh leaned on his long sword, and although he was seriously injured, he still refused to fall. It seems, my life is about to end here. There was a hint of bitterness in the eyes of the silver-haired old man. I have not seen anyone who inherits free will. It's such a pity. However, haven't had time to sigh a lot. Like a ghost, Ronan's figure has already come in front of him. It's not dead. People in the old days, their lives are really hard. During the conversation, Ronan put on medical gloves, and his red right hand went straight through Rayleigh's chest pain. Then the thighs, the head, the arms. For a moment, all the bones were taken out and a human model was placed. Rayleigh looked at the strange scene in front of him with some horror. He wanted to speak but found he couldn't. After the gums and the skull have been completely removed, without the support of the bones, it is impossible to use the strength to move the mouth. He wanted to move his body vigorously. But Rayleigh at the moment is like a puddle of mud. The whole body is soft. Even with a gust of wind, blood mixed with brain fluid will flow out from the 5 sense organs. Okay, you can die in this pain. Ronan snapped his fingers lightly as he turned around. Snapped. The crisp sound seemed to trigger a switch in Rayleigh's body. He was trembling all over, and his eyes were full of pain. Soon, Rayleigh lost his vital signs under severe pain and suffocation. This is the end of a generation of strong men. See Rayleigh's horror. The three of Luffy suddenly felt their brains go blank. Evil ghost, this guy is definitely not human. Zoro, who regained his strength a little, stared at Ronan who wanted them to come. You're no match for him, let's run. Nami shook his head vigorously, and said later, his voice gradually became inaudible. This Marine Admiral's killing method is too horrible. She doesn't want to be like Rayleigh. Heard the words. Zoro took a deep look at Nami, and rushed towards Ronan with 2 knives in hand. Hehe, do you still have to struggle? Ronan smiled, dodging Zoro's slash. When the swordsman still wanted to swing his sword, he rolled over, and the 43 leather boots wrapped around Haki directly kicked Zoro back. Just when Zoro was still struggling to get up, Ronan stepped on him, looked at the terrified Nami, and said with a smile. Don't you want to run? But Nami, you don't want your partner to be trampled to death like this, do you? Chapter 35. What do you mean? Nami, who collapsed on the ground, unconsciously moved his body backwards. At the same time, she put her arms around her chest, and a strong sense of self-protection immediately rose. Literally. Ronan lit a Victor nicotine stick and said with a smile. The voice just fell. The pacifist, who had been motionless, turned around silently. The heavy body caused a loud noise from the ground. Ronan's face darkened suddenly. Subconsciously wanted to dismantle this broken machine. What the hell? That dead pervert of Vegapunk is still peeking. If he experimented casually by himself, he would reveal his secrets. At this time, a large area of marine surrounded and suppressed them. See. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami immediately fell into despair. They know. Today, I will definitely not be able to escape. A Marine colonel ran up to Ronan, stood at attention and saluted, and reported earnestly. Report to the Black Dragon Admiral. Of the 11 supernovae of Sabayati Archipelago, 6 of them were killed by you. Except for Bonnie and Drake who escaped, all were arrested, including their crew. Immediately afterwards, he took out another statement and said loudly. According to the inventory just now, we have arrested 15 pirate groups, the prisoners have been counted, a total of 600 people. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Take photos of Rayleigh's body immediately and send it to World Economic News, and let them report it immediately. At the same time, arrange for warships immediately. Now escort the Straw Hat crew to the 3rd floor of Impel Down, and put Luffy in prison on the 6th floor. Then carpet clean the entire Sabayati archipelago. Spread the word. Maybe it can attract the remnants of the Roger pirates. In that case, they can be wiped out in a real sense. Yes. The Marine colonel froze for a moment, then nodded seriously. Immediately. A group of soldiers immediately stepped forward to examine Rayleigh's body. But as soon as I got close, the stomach suddenly couldn't help convulsing, and there was a large retching sound immediately. Do you have anything else to do? Ronan glanced at the colonel. Indeed there are. 3 celestial dragons, have been rescued and are in good condition and are not seriously injured. The colonel said seriously. Celestial dragons. Ronan froze slightly. Then it occurred to me that this trip was to rescue the celestial dragons. In the end, I killed, and forgot about it. Say hello to the mother of the celestial dragons for me, I'm going. Ronan smiled, and his figure disappeared instantly. Today is a rare liberation of nature. Just enjoyed the thrill of killing. Can't let those badass celestial dragons ruin it. Black Dragon Admiral walk slowly. The colonel nodded seriously, and saluted very seriously to the place where Ronan disappeared. 1 breath represents nearly 1,000 pirates. 11 supernovas were arrested, 3 were arrested, and 6 were killed. Add the slain Pluton, Rayleigh. Such an event. It is absolutely invincible with Ace's public execution. An hour later, dusk fell. Several warships docked at the Sabayati archipelago poured in an orderly manner. Hundreds of pirates were put on the warship one by one, waiting for justice. The sailors shouted loudly. Hurry up, keep up with the people in front. Burn, kill, and loot outside, it's all right now, let Laozi go to Impel Down to step on the sewing machine, and fencing with men. Around. Numerous reporters swarmed over and kept pressing the shutter to take pictures. Take the returning warship. Ronan on the deck set his sights in the middle of the distant sea. It has been dyed golden by the setting sun, and the seagulls are also active there. There is a sense of loneliness, but also a trace of vitality. Sudden. The system's prompt sounded in Ronan's mind. Ding, host kills, Kid, Kira, Rayleigh, Yucker. A total of 2.5 billion bounties, increasing fusion by 5%. Ding! Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree is first increased to 70%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Xiao Zizai skill, Golden Bell Cover. One of the 8 miraculous skills, Zhuling Dispatch General, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, the color of knowledge within the range cannot be used. Host's current abilities, Marine 6 Styles, Perfect, Armament Haki, Emission, Observation Haki, Foresee the Future, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, Twisted Flower Finger, Great Compassionate Palm, Golden Bell Shade. 8 miraculous skills, Liaoku Immortal Thieves, Shuang Chuan Hands, Tongtian Lu, Feng Kaokuman, Detaining Spirits, and Sending Generals. The degree of integration is less, but the reward is one more. Surprise flashed in Ronan's eyes, and he silently lit a cigarette. According to the original calculation of killing a pirate with more than 100 million to increase the fusion degree by 0.5%. Want to get a 3-point bonus? The pirate with a bounty of 3 billion must be killed. The system is simply giving benefits. Meanwhile, Marie Joyce's fighting time. Boom! An adjutant also ignored the rules, and directly opened the door and said excitedly, "Mr. Sengoku, good news from the Sabayati archipelago." Heard the words. Kizaru, who was drinking tea, was slightly taken aback. "Isn't this too fast?" Sengoku asked in a deep voice. "Ronan rescued the celestial dragons." "Yes." The adjutant nodded vigorously, and said loudly. "Not only that. The principal culprit, Monkey.D. Luffy and his gang, have been arrested along with Luo. The rest of the supernovas were all wiped out by Mr. Ronan except for Drake and Bonnie, who escaped." With the voice down, the huge war room couldn't help falling into dead silence. Sengoku quickly digested the contents. So it seems. Not only the OPOP fruit with a reward of 5 billion has been obtained. Even the Devil's Son, Robin, was arrested. But with 2 grandchildren locked up in Impel Down, Garp can't do anything out of the ordinary, can he? What a scary man! Kizaru took a sip of his tea to suppress his shock. Send him to save the celestial dragons. As a result, the supernova cluster was almost wiped out in one breath, leaving 2 people, one escaped, and the other was an undercover agent? Looks like I need to talk to Garp. Sengoku held his forehead slightly, with a sad expression on his face. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku continued to ask, "What else?" "There are 2 more things about that. Ronan Admiral has dispatched boats to imprison Straw Hat crew early Impel Down. It is said that when the execution is public, they will also be executed by the way." The adjutant looked terrified, and slowly handed Sengoku a photo. "And Ronan Admiral also killed Pluton, Rayleigh by the way." Sengoku and Kizaru were shocked at the same time. "What? By the way? Even 3 Admiral, want to single out Rayleigh. It's also hard to say that it can be killed without injury. Not to mention by the way." Immediately, Sengoku took the photo and glanced at it, his mind went blank. After a long silence, there were bursts of retching and low growls in the war room. "Ronan, this old man must strangle you to death." Chapter 36. After half an hour. "Wipe the vomit from the corners of your mouth," Sengoku asked with a gloomy face. "Has this news leaked?" He gritted his teeth and stared at the adjutant in front of him. Bloodshot eyes, coupled with a gloomy complexion. That posture. As if to eat people. The adjutant nodded blankly. "Photographs of Rayleigh's body have been sent to World Economic News. And according to Ronan Admiral's request, this incident should have been sent." Boom! Sengoku suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and fell straight on the big chair behind him. "It's over. It's all over. Soon it will be time for the public execution. Now spread the word about Rayleigh's death." If the remnants of the Roger Pirates are recruited, it will be troublesome. The strength of those legendary pirates is too terrifying. Even an intern has now become the 4 emperors dominating the New World. Not only that. It is now public that Rayleigh died in Sabayati. The world must think that the members of the Roger Pirates are still active. Definitely cause unnecessary panic. This will deal a big blow to the credibility of the world government. Hey, I see, you go out first. Forget it, let's go back to Marin Fenduo together. Sengoku let out a foul breath, and slowly got up. The public execution of Ace has already rattled Garp. Now it's time for the execution of Straw Hat Crew. Sengoku couldn't imagine what Garp would do when he found out. Now, Ronan's proposal must be blocked. Otherwise, a big fight is sure to break out between Garp and Ronan. New World. The night wind blows slowly. Bursts of hearty laughter continued to sound from a large ship with a red-painted dragon head on the sea. Drink, drink. I must have a drink tonight. The crowd of red-hair pirates held a banquet and sang songs. The atmosphere is very harmonious. But suddenly, a burst of strong Conqueror's Haki suddenly broke out. Moment. There are large cracks on the floor and guardrail on the deck. The originally calm sea surface suddenly set off a huge wave of 100 meters. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the red-haired man on the main seat in puzzlement. What happened? Ben Beckman asked in a deep voice. The vice-captain is dead. The red-haired Shanks spoke softly, but his voice was full of grief and indignation. Instantly, the originally lively banquet suddenly became silent. Get Shanks to call the mate. And only the legendary pirate, Pluton, Rayleigh. But how could the legendary strongman die as soon as he said he was dead? Ben Beckman frowned and picked up the newspaper beside Shanks. On the headline of the newspaper, it was written impressively. Marine's new admiral, Black Dragon, kills Rayleigh, the deputy of One Piece, destroys Straw Hat Crew. After seeing the photo printed below, Ben Beckman's pupils trembled suddenly. This method. It's too cruel, what kind of monster did Marine raise? Shanks said in a cold tone. Not only that. Luffy was also broken by Ronan's hamstring, tendon in the hand, and his left arm was chopped off. Heard the words. A burst of chilling killing rushed out from the bodies of Ben Beckman and others. What happened to Rayleigh is the biggest thing they can do for Shanks. But if Luffy is abolished, then we must take care of it. Boss, let's kill Impel Down and save Luffy. Logi Lu bit the meat and said in a deep voice. Not only to save, but to kill that Ronan. Usopp wiped the sniper rifle, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Luffy wasn't the only one caught. But there is also his own son, Usopp. It will be saved, but now is not the time. Ronan, we'll see each other soon. After Shanks signaled everyone to calm down, he turned his gaze to the sea. For a while, it seems to be able to see countless surging undercurrents under the sea. At the same time, Ronan has just disembarked and is heading to Sengoku's office. Then there was a call of a phone bug. Boo boo boo. After turning on the phone bug, a charming female voice sounded. Ronan, did you miss me? Ronan sighed helplessly. Shaoyulia Gong, I made it clear a long time ago. I can't be your face. When it was Rear Admiral, Ronan once carried out a mission to protect Shaoyulia Palace. After that time, this woman actually clung to Ronan, wanting him to be her face. If it wasn't for Zephyr's presence, Ronan already sold his body for a living. Actually, it's not impossible to betray, after all, Xiaolulia Gong's soft method is too fragrant. But Ronan knew. Xiaolulia Gong is a good painter, a little pink, which has been tarnished by the years. Ronan still likes that. It's the feeling of being chased by a girl and being pressed behind. I'm calling you this time to ask if the Straw Hat Crew caught it. Xiaolulia Gong asked in a slow voice. Caught it, just sent it to Impel Down. Ronan responded softly. Would that send them to Marie Joy's? Celestial dragons like me can't set foot in that filthy place. Xiao Luliagong endured her temper and begged. It just so happens that you can stay in my bedroom at this late hour. A heartwarming good night is not as good as your affectionate morning exercises. Ronan's face darkened, and he hung up the phone directly. What the hell? Who does this woman think Laozi is? Mr. Ronan, is it really okay to hang up on celestial dragons like this? The adjutant asked in surprise. If this changed the other 3 admirals, it would be considered angry. Don't dare hang up on celestial dragons. Glancing at the adjutant, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of Ronan's mouth. Nothing bad. I've given you a mission to tell Garp about the celestial dragons trolling Luffy. Successful, I will give you 3 days off. Adjutant. Too bad. You picked Luffy's hamstring, Titanu, and you're sending him to Impel Down for public execution. Let celestial dragons and Garp tear each other now? And give you enough time to convince Sengoku to agree to the public execution proposal? Yes. After the adjutant complained in his heart, he immediately started to do it. And Ronan walked towards Sengoku's office with a smile. Chapter 37. Inside Sengoku's office. When Ronan pushed the door open and came in, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Momuzagi, T-Dolphin, Ms. Tsuru, and other marine executives are already waiting again. Why are you here? After finding a place to sit down, Ronan asked with a smile. Didn't they all come here overnight after receiving your notice? Sengoku said angrily. Everyone also smiled and didn't talk to each other. After all, Ronan just took up the post of Marine Admiral. No matter how you say it, you have to give him face. I have a proposal. Punish Straw Hat Crew while going out in public, and reveal Luffy's life at the same time. Ronan didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the point. Heard the words. Everyone's complexion suddenly changed. Luffy is Garp's grandson. By doing this, Ronan is clearly going against Garp. I firmly oppose it. The Whitebeard Pirates alone are enough to give Marine a headache. If the Revolutionary Army is recruited, the scene will completely get out of control. Sengoku vetoed it without thinking. The son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Robin, the son of the devil. No matter which weight, it is not worse than Ace. Since Mr. Sengoku disagrees, let's vote by show of hands. Ronan didn't choose to continue arguing, and said flatly. He hesitated for a moment. Sengoku nodded silently with a dark face. Before this, I have already asked 5 elders for this proposal. Their opinion is that as long as the majority of marine executives support it, they will be executed publicly. Finally, Ronan, Akainu, T-Dolphin, Momuzagi support public execution. Kizaru, an old fritter, chooses to be neutral and does not express any opinions. Ms. Crane, Aokiji, and Sengoku can only obey the majority despite their opposition. With the crowd to leave, Sengoku collapsed on the big chair with a sad face. If Garp knows this proposal is passed, with his temper, he will definitely run away in place. The situation will develop in an unpredictable direction. At this time, the phone bug on the desktop suddenly rang. Brr brr brr. Turn on the phone bug, and the voice of the flying squirrel came out. Mr. Sengoku, Empress, Hancock still disagrees with the mandatory call. Heard the words. Sengoku's eyes couldn't help flashing brightly, and he suddenly had an idea in his mind. Send Ronan to summon Hancock. I was trying to find a way to stabilize Garp's emotions. Thus, these unnecessary troubles can be completely avoided. You go back to Marin Fenduo first. This mission is now carried out by Ronan. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone bug. Although the problem had been temporarily resolved, he still couldn't help but get a headache. Back when Ronan was sent Sengoku had already prepared for the worst. But I didn't expect things to develop to this point. After the public execution, you also have to think about retirement. Otherwise, worrying about Ronan's affairs all the time would cost me many years of my life. Exit the Naval Headquarters building. Wait for the others to leave. Ronan stopped the T-Dolphin alone, and asked with a smile. Why did you agree to this proposal today? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. This is a bit too out of character for the T-Dolphin. Don't think too much about it. This is just repaying the favor you reminded me that day. The T-Dolphin lit a cigarette. With one breath, it seemed as if all the worries in my heart had been dissipated. This moment, Ronan saw unprecedented firmness in the tealfish's eyes. This is a kind of determination to rekindle the lofty ideals of youth. Stop talking, I'm going to practice. Marin Fendo at 4 o'clock in the morning must be very beautiful. The T-Dolphin threw away the cigarette in his hand, then turned and left. At this time, Momuzagi walked out of the headquarters building, put his arms around Ronan's arm, and whispered in his ear. It's been a busy day. Go to my house and eat something, it's not only a little sweet, but also a little salty. Ronan. The time came late at night. Impel Down, LV6 Eternal Hell. Boom. With a roar, the elevator landed. A sturdy figure wearing a cloak of justice strode in. Only, this figure was not as tall and straight as before, and the old eyes were a little more tired. It's the marine hero, Monkey.D. Garb. Arguing with the celestial dragons all night. Even though the old man's body was strong, exhaustion was written on his resolute face. It may be that the elevator landed too loudly. The prisoners in the entire eternal hell woke up one after another, laughing unscrupulously. Garp unexpectedly met again. It sounds like your 2 grandsons are disabled, ha ha ha. Garp, you have been arrogant for so many years, and the retribution has finally come. Many criminals here are captured by Garp. They can't wait to tear this old man up now. For a while, the entire eternal hell became full of resentment. Like a real hell. Facing the endless taunts, Garp was probably tired and ignored it. He strode to the deepest part of the prison, which was also the single room that Ronan specially arranged for Luffy. The old man just wanted to reprimand. But when he saw Luffy's miserable state, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. It's too awful. Even worse than Ace's situation. All limbs were severed, even a left arm was cut off. Under the baptism of Impel Down 100 degrees of boiling water. You can even see that the meat on the shoulder is already cooked. Grandpa, Grandpa. Although Luffy, who was locked by Seastone, was surprised, his voice seemed weak. How miserable, Luffy. Who did it? Garp's tone was light, but he clenched his iron fists tightly. Although he is a marine hero, he is the belief of marine. But the same. Also Luffy's grandpa. R.O. Ronan, that marine admiral. Luffy growled. Immediately, 2 lines of clear tears slid down his face. I don't know if it's because of my impulsiveness that I hurt my partner. Or because of the horror of Rayleigh's death. R.O., Nan. Garp had a murderous look on his face, and squeezed out cold syllables through his teeth. The next moment, a powerful momentum swept across the entire eternal hell. Even the most ferocious prisoners in the world are all terrified of it. At this time, a figure flashed out of the darkness and pinned Garp's head firmly to the ground. Garp, you need to know where you stand. Although Sengoku was helpless, he reminded loudly. When it was learned that Garp set out for Impel Down. Sengoku knows it. Even the public execution of Straw Hat Crew. After seeing Luffy's tragic situation, Garp will also find Ronan as soon as possible. Garp put his head on the ground and roared. Yes, Sengoku. Hold me like that, or I'll kill Ronan tonight. The title of marine hero is an honor. At the same time, it is also a kind of bondage to Garp. All tears can only be hidden in the bottom of my heart. Sengoku didn't respond, just a bitter look in his eyes. Battle footage of the Sabayati archipelago. Sengoku has gone through the pacifist data records. Judging from the weird strength shown by Ronan, Sengoku didn't come here to stop Garp from messing with Ronan. Instead, stop him from going to die. Chapter 38. The next day, it was still dark. Ronan took the marine battleship to Nine Snake Island. Sengoku is really an old fox. Are you so afraid that I'll kill Garp? Lighting a cigarette, Ronan's eyes filled with disappointment. Let yourself perform the summoning task this time. It doesn't matter if you succeed or not. Sengoku is purely to prevent Garp and Ronan from meeting. Mr. Ronan, isn't it nice to say this in front of so many people? The adjutant looked sad and reminded in a low voice. What about the 3-day vacation? In the end, it wasn't pulled by you to carry out the task. Marine hero, Marine's faith. Hee. Soon, this belief will completely collapse. Ronan ignored the adjutant, but looked towards the sea. As the warship sails past the calm belt. Dusk. On the sea level, an island surrounded by sea kings appeared before Ronan's eyes. Amazon. Lily. Although in the calm belt, news is blocked. But the island is very rich. Armament Haki users are everywhere. They advocate force. This is a forbidden place for men. Once a man is found on the island, at least be driven out of the island. If it is serious, break the third leg, feed the sea kings, or kill it on the spot. The warship just dropped anchor and docked. A large number of Amazon female warriors emerged from the dense forest, surrounding them with weapons in hand. Leave quickly, this is not the place for you to set foot. Protector of the country, Margaret bows her bow and sets her arrow, ready to shoot through Marine's head. You stay here. After Ronan confessed, he jumped off the battleship and walked slowly towards the group of female warriors. See. Amazon's female warriors are also ready to fight. It can be next second. Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The pupils of the female warriors shrank. A strong sense of crisis rose instantly. Before they could react, the relatively soft abdomen was hit hard. Bang bang bang. Ahem. Margaret coughed up a trace of blood, half kneeling on the ground weakly. Before she could recover, a big hand was about to pinch her neck and lifted it up. Ronan raised his head slowly, a faint red light flashed in his eyes. The reason why you are not killed is because you have never killed civilians. I just ask once, where is Empress Hancock? 9 Snakes. A town surrounded by dense forests. It is built on a high mountain. 9 rock serpents, with their heads facing the sea, deter all intruders. In a luxurious palace, a beautiful woman is sitting on the emperor's chair. That red cheongsam outlined an indescribable figure. Even the pickiest man can't find a single flaw in her body. This woman is the most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Hancock. Now. Hancock tapped Erlang's leg, propped his chin with his right hand, and looked sad. The delicate pretty face seemed as cold as ice. It's all because of the mandatory summoning order from the world government. Just walked through a Marine Vice Admiral. Marine seems to have sent another Marine Admiral. It's really annoying. Sister, what do you think, if you don't agree? Marie Gruder didn't dare to continue. That would only make my sister more restless. Once the Shishibukai status was stripped by the world government, Amazon Lily will be completely reduced to a country of pirates. By the time, the world government will definitely send troops to encircle and suppress, and the civilians on the island will be in danger. I know. Hancock bit his thumb, his beautiful eyes flashed coldly. On one side is national security. On one side is the government's mandatory convening. The two choices in front of her made her heart fluctuate all the time. At this time, Margaret, who had been unconscious, was thrown into the palace. What happened? Sander Sonia and Mari Grote stood up at the same time, frowning and looking out of the palace. The female warriors around the palace also rushed in quickly, looking around vigilantly. How about I give two choices? Or, follow me. Or, everyone on the island except civilians must die today. As the gentle voice rang in everyone's ears, a burst of brisk footsteps followed. Step, step, step. When Hancock et al. Blinked again, a slender and handsome man wearing a cloak of justice has come to him. The next moment, the invisible momentum suddenly broke out and quickly spread to the entire palace. Inside the palace, each female warrior rolled her eyes and passed out directly. The two sisters, Sander Sonia and Mari Grote, were also struggling to get there, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. The same Conqueror's Haki as my sister. No, this momentum far exceeds that of my sister. Faced with this sudden attack, Hancock looked at the man in front of him with a heavy expression, and said coldly, "Marine Admiral. Is this considered an understatement?" There was a smile on the corner of Ronan's mouth, and he said in a gentle tone, "No, I'm just saying hello to you. But you broke the original rules, and please be prepared to become a plaything." The voice just fell. A more violent Conqueror's Haki swayed from the body. Instantly, the whole palace was shaking. The stone pillars standing in the palace were cracked, and sand and gravel were shaken from the roof. How can it be? The two sisters, Sander Sonia and Mari Grote, also changed their complexions drastically, and passed out with a scream. See? Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly. She knows the strength of the two younger sisters, not only armament Haki. Still a Zoan fruit ability user. His physical fitness is far superior to that of pirates with hundreds of millions on the sea. So stunned now? How strong is the Haki of the man in front of him? My time is precious, now you can tell me your choice. Ronan lit a cigarette and asked expectantly. If Hancock insists on not agreeing to call, it will be another good day. Well, my concubine is ill and cannot accept this summoning, can Marine please forgive me? Hancock's complexion was unusually charming, and there was a hint of viscousness in his voice. She believes. As long as there is even a shred of demand for this Marine Admiral, you can't resist your own beauty. Cannot. There was a faint scarlet flash in Ronan's eyes, and he said with a smile. And you don't want the dragon's hoof mark on your back to be seen by the people of this country, do you? Chapter 39. The Seal of the Flying Dragon's Hoof. When hearing these 4 words, Hancock's mind went blank for a moment. It may be on instinct. The memories of that year were turned into fragments, flashing through my mind one by one. What are you talking about? I don't know. After Hancock flatly denied it, suddenly found that Ronan was holding a long knife and walking towards his 2 younger sisters. The blade shone with cold light, bit by bit the clothes on Sander Sonia's body were cut open. At this time, a large number of female soldiers came after hearing the news, just about to prepare to do it. After seeing Ronan's actions, he suddenly panicked. Damn it, this Marine is going to release the Eye of Gorgon. This Marine is too insidious. Once released, everyone will be petrified. Block, everyone get out of here. But Lord Snake G and the 2 Imperial sisters are still inside. Just when everyone was at a loss, Hancock on the big chair immediately rushed to Ronan, Kyunkyu tightly grasping the long knife. Immediately, Hancock turned his head and shouted to the female warriors in the palace. Everyone, get out of here immediately. However, none of these female warriors obeyed. But what about Master Snake G and the 2 Imperial sisters? We will swear to the death to defend Master Shiji. Heard the words. Hancock suddenly felt a headache, and then said in a deep voice. Don't make it difficult for me. Or do you not believe in the strength of the concubine? If the seal of the flying dragon's hoof is seen by his own people, then this country can't stay any longer. Or turn everyone present into stone. Or find a place where no one is there, and spend a lifetime alone. Hancock's hands gripped the long knife tightly, and blood slid down. It was as if bursts of blood and tears were continuously gushing from my heart, and countless painful memories emerged before my eyes. Under the huge palace, Hancock, half kneeling in front of Ronan, looks extremely beautiful, pitiful. The female fighters also immediately made a decision. That's right, we can't disappoint Master Shiji's painstaking efforts. She's all for us. Get out of here immediately, and block the surrounding area at the same time. For a moment, only Ronan and Hancock are left in the huge palace. Tisk tisk tisk, that's ugly. I still like your rebellious look at the beginning. Ronan said with a smile. The petrified curse? The girl's last fig leaf. Hancock is self-willed, has a high self-esteem, and has a bad temper. All the things shown are just a mask to cover up the inner cowardice. You already knew the secret. Hancock's silver teeth seemed to be bitten into pieces, and he raised his head to stare at the man in front of him. This is a past that cannot be revealed. Letting other people know would be worse than killing Hancock. That's right. For Shishibukai who disobey orders. It's just a little punishment. Ronan smiled, then tightened his hand. If Hancock insists on not agreeing. That Ronan didn't mind tearing open the bloody scar on her body in public. You are too insidious. Hancock cursed angrily. Now there are still petrified sea soldiers on the shore, and all the cargo on the warship has been robbed by you. You are not qualified to say that. There was a scarlet flash in Ronan's eyes, and his tone was abnormally cold. If not for the mission, Hancock was already a dead man. Even if she is beautiful, she cannot modify the rotten soul. At this time, a diminutive woman came out from the shadows of the palace. Black Dragon Admiral, I accept this summons on behalf of Hancock. So, that's all for now. Heard the words. Hancock frowned slightly. But even if you are reluctant, judging from the current situation, it can only be they. Do you know? Your men are like bread, it's hard to swallow. And I can't kill you for the time being, this mission makes me really unhappy. So, I temporarily refuse. On Ronan's originally cold face, a gentle smile bloomed again. The voice just fell. The long knife was suddenly drawn from Hancock's jade hand, bringing out a large piece of scarlet liquid. Immediately afterwards, blue light burst from Hancock's feet. Countless chains flew out of the talisman, locking her limbs firmly. 5 thunder talismans. Ronan raised his bluish glowing fingers and drew a talisman in the air. Next moment, a talisman with obscure characters has been made. 5 thunder talismans. A blue thunderbolt as thick as an arm flew out and struck Hancock viciously. Thunder and lightning surged. It devoured Hancock in an instant. Ah! With a miserable cry sounded. Hancock was trembling, and a small electric current was not flashing on his body. Why? Gloriosa hurried forward, spreading her hands to shield Hancock behind her. Hancock had already tacitly agreed to the call. Why wouldn't he just let it go? Boom! Ronan kicked her away, and said flatly. Because I'm very upset. Gloriosa, who flew upside down, slammed into the stone pillars of the palace, and then fell powerlessly. Ahem! The little woman coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked up at Ronan. Ronan held the long knife back and said coldly. Over the years, countless warships have been robbed by you. There are countless petrified soldiers. In terms of this alone, it is not too much to kill on the spot now. The voice just fell. Ronan flashed in front of Hancock, and the scabbard slammed directly into her stomach. Boom! With a muffled sound. Hancock suddenly felt a sharp pain and wanted to cover his abdomen, but his hands were firmly locked by chains. In a trance vision, Ronan had already come behind him. Don't want. Gloriosa's pupils shrank suddenly, and she wanted to stop it, but it was too late. As a Shishibukai, I got immunity from the government, but I haven't been working. Today, I will make you feel real pain. A cold smile curled up on the corner of Ronan's mouth, and he slashed down with the knife. A piercing cold light flashed across the smooth ground. Next second, tear. The bright red cheongsam on Hancock's body shattered. Immediately, Ronan continued to make tactic with one hand. Several fireballs appeared out of nowhere and quickly flew to the backs of the two Marigold sisters. Laozi Firefly Streamer. In an instant, the clothes on the backs of the two Marigold sisters were torn apart. For a while, the huge palace couldn't help but fell into dead silence. Hancock stared blankly at the dragon's hoof marks on the backs of his two younger sisters. It was as if the deepest scar in my heart had been torn open. Powerlessness, despair, fear. All kinds of emotions burst into my heart in an instant. The pictures of the past, like playing a slideshow, keep popping up in my mind. Hancock's vivid eyes were gradually filled with fear. The previous arrogance and willfulness also completely disappeared at this moment. On that beautiful face, hot tears kept falling. Sakura's lips parted slightly. No. Don't. Sorry. With the voice down, the chain disappeared and Hancock fell hard to the ground. There was not a moment's hesitation. She struggled to get up, knelt in front of Ronan, and cried bitterly. I apologize to you for my actions, to those soldiers who were petrified. So, please let us go. Chapter 40. Listening to Hancock's bitter words squeezed through his teeth, Gloriosa knew that all the defenses in this girl's mind, they were all defeated one by the devil-like man in front of them. Ha ha ha. Why, is this a broken defense? Ronan's devilish crooning sounded in the palace. The most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Hancock, actually knelt down and begged for mercy. If this spreads out, I'm afraid that men all over the world want to hack themselves to death, right? But the only thing that makes Ronan feel a little pity is that I didn't see the scene where the Empress completely collapsed and petrified all members of the 9 Snake Pirates. Can you let us go? Hancock still didn't get up, his nimble eyes looked at the man in front of him imploringly. This moment, she revealed the most timid side of her heart. Unfortunately, time is too tight now. Ronan ignored Hancock and sighed in disappointment. Now Summit War is around the corner. It would be such a pity to just kill it. If the ability of the sweet fruit is used well, it will definitely play a key role in the war. After pondering for a moment, Ronan bent down and squeezed Hancock's chin, and said coldly, "Forget it this time. But there will never be a next time." Hancock didn't struggle at all, just nodded slightly. "Yes, Ronan, my lord." This moment, not even Hancock himself noticed. There is actually a kind of joy after being forgiven by the master in my heart. Clean up a little bit. 1 hour later to the shore, decompose all the soldiers on the shore. After leaving a word, Ronan turned and prepared to leave. At this time, Hancock stood up slowly, and asked softly, "That? I hope Master Ronan will not tell others about the seal of the flying dragon's hoof." Ronan stopped slowly and said softly, "If you are obedient, I can even erase the dragon's hoof mark on your back." Talking. Ronan squatted down slowly, and his right hand exuding redness rested on the shoulder of a female warrior. Next second, the injuries on this country protector were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do it all. Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. See this very visually shocking scene. Hancock and Gloriosa froze in place. To know. In order to erase the mark of the flying dragon's hoof, Hancock did not know how many methods were used. But without exception, all ended in failure. Now, Hancock finally sees hope, and finally he can get out of the shadow in his heart and see the ray of dawn. There was a long silence. Hancock murmured, "I have to take a shower and change clothes quickly, don't keep Mrs. Ronan waiting." Gloriosa. The shore of Hydra Island. Looking at the returning Ronan. The flying squirrel teased with a smile, "How about it, did it fail? Not everyone can handle that wayward woman. Don't look at everyone as incompetent because of your incompetence. By the way, why haven't you left yet?" Ronan frowned slightly. "You mean?" Hancock called at the same time. The flying squirrel opened its mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. Recently. No matter how much he persuaded, Hancock would not accept the call. It took less than an hour to go and succeed. At this time, with a gust of fragrant wind blowing, a pretty figure already appeared in front of Ronan, the flying squirrel. "When are we leaving?" Hancock rolled up a few strands of blue hair, and regained his haughty look on his tense pretty face. Now, after Hancock took a shower, he changed into a black star sand dress. It was as deep as the night, and it set off the white skin like a snow-capped mountain. The moving eyes, like a shallow lake dipped in bright gems, are crystal clear and moving. Even the flying squirrel who engraved the 4 characters of a gentleman on his face was amazed. Snapped. With a muffled sound, Ronan slapped the flying squirrel on the head, then looked at Hancock. "Unlock petrification." Hancock's pupils trembled slightly, trying to maintain a haughty posture. Then, she walked to the back of the group of petrified sea soldiers and breathed a sigh of relief. With countless pink hearts flying, all the stone statues in front of them collapsed in an instant. "Lord Hancock!" A group of soldiers who looked like idiots let out a shocking exclamation. "All sail to me, return immediately." The flying squirrel patted his painful head and growled loudly. "The reason why I didn't go back. It is because of these petrified soldiers." The task was not completed, and hundreds of soldiers were brought in. The flying squirrel really couldn't afford to lose face. Immediately, the flying squirrel looked at Ronan in shock again. "How did you do it? It's fine if they can be summoned successfully. Why is Hancock so obedient? You will make me look incompetent." "That's it, let's go back." Ronan lit a cigarette and walked aboard the warship with a smile. Immediately, Hancock followed immediately. "See this weird scene?" The flying squirrel was even more puzzled. But seeing that Ronan was unwilling to answer, he could only urge the soldiers to return and leave this dangerous sea area. Night fell. A beautiful galaxy came into view, which was extremely beautiful. Salty sea breeze, coupled with the sound of waves lapping on the battleship, Ronan felt the long-lost tranquility. As time goes by little, Ronan also felt a little tired, so he turned and walked back to the cabin, ready to rest. But when he was about to close the door of the room, a jade foot stretched in. "It's late, you should rest." Ronan then opened the door of the room and sighed helplessly. This allows soldiers to see. How the hell will Laozi behave in the future? Words are awesome. I want you to help me remove the mark of the flying dragon's hoof. Whatever you ask me to do. After Hancock entered the room, he closed the door, and all the restraints on his body slipped away at this moment. Slipped at the same time. And all the shame of being a girl, and the last bit of self-respect. It's against the rules. There was still no wavering in Ronan's eyes, and he said lightly. "Certainly. If you want to be treated by me as a tool to vent your desires, then I don't care." The voice just fell. Hancock grabbed Ronan and leaned against him. It hit Ronan head-on. Hancock took a deep breath and closed his eyes with a look of reassurance. Ronan frowned slightly. Etc. "Calm down, Hancock." Ronan was about to push away. There was an inaudible voice in my ear. Anything is fine. Ronan didn't unleash the killing desire in his heart today. Reason also gradually disintegrated under this cry. Only the weak, helpless, and pitiful Hancock remained in his eyes. This moment, Ronan knew he was going to make a mistake. And it's a fundamental mistake. Chapter 41. Wait until Ronan wakes up again. Glancing aside Hancock. This is a bad thing. Ronan shook his body slightly, suddenly feeling a little weak. My whole body was stiff. It's as if the body has been hollowed out. Ronan felt a sudden headache. At this time, Hancock slowly opened his eyes, and said sadly, "Lord Ronan. My voice is hoarse, can I pour you a glass of water?" Ronan didn't respond, and got up silently, ready to get up and go out for breakfast. Hancock. Man. Have you eaten something salty and want something sweet? Just as Ronan got dressed and was about to go out. Hancock didn't care about the soreness on his body, and quickly got up and grabbed him. That. My seal of the flying dragon's hoof. Heard the words. Ronan stopped slowly, thought briefly before turning around slowly. Immediately, a pair of red hands rested on Hancock's fair shoulders. Next second, Hancock felt an instant heat up his body. Looking through the mirror behind him, Hancock suddenly found that the dragon's hoof print was disappearing rapidly. But just when 1/6 of it disappeared, it stopped abruptly. The rest depends on your performance. Ronan lit a cigarette and said flatly. Once the seal of the flying dragon's hoof is completely erased. During the Summit War, Hancock will definitely just stand by and do nothing. In order to take care of the overall situation, Ronan could only keep one hand ready. But Hancock is really moist. Moreover, there are not many pink butterflies that can hit the nail on the head. From now on, Master Ronan can come to me anytime you need anything. Hancock froze for a moment, but nodded resignedly. Finish dressing. After finishing their makeup, Ronan and Hancock walked out of the room one after the other. Fine. No Marine soldiers saw it. At breakfast, the flying squirrel who had breakfast with Ronan asked a little strangely. What happened tonight? Hancock was obviously an inside horoscope yesterday, why is he a little outside when he walks today? Ronan. Dusk. 2 warships, Ronan and Flying Squirrel, sailed into Crescent Harbor. When a group of people walked down the gangway, they were greeted by Ronan's old boss, Akainu Admiral. It's been a hard trip. Akainu was smoking a cigar, and there was no trace of warmth in his voice. You're welcome. The flying squirrel knew that Akainu didn't come to greet him, so he left very tactfully. As a moderate, even if there is a quarrel with the Hawks, it is still passable on the surface. Mr. Akainu, nothing happened to Impel Down recently, right? Ronan smiled, then looked in the direction of Oaks Square. Now, compared with the previous few days, Marin Fenduo's military strength is completely different. 2,400 of warships disappeared to patrol the surrounding waters. 100,000 marine elites transferred from all over the world. Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Giant's Vice Admiral were all recalled. Marin Fenduo can be said to be armed to the teeth. Boxes of shells, bullets, and firearms can be seen everywhere transported from warships. The barrels of countless cannons protrude from the bunker. Even the air is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. All Marines are now waiting for the Whitebeard Pirates to come and die. Akainu shook his head slightly, and said softly. Not yet. Garp is now guarding the 6th floor of Impel Down. Now he's escorting Ace, Luffy, and Robin with Doberman to Marlin Fendo for a public execution. Heard the words. Ronan immediately frowned. Shouldn't Straw Hat Crew execute all of them? Immediately. Ronan also figured it out, maybe they weren't qualified enough. What a good grandfather. personally escort your grandson to the execution ground." Ronan lit a cigarette, and a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. "According to time. 4 days until Summit War. Whitebeard's big meal is finally on the table. By the way, the information came today. Kaido and Big Mom actually got into a fight with Red Hair in New World last night." Speaking of this, Akainu immediately frowned. Not only that, Whitebeard also disappeared from Marine's sight a few days ago. The 4 emperors, who dominate the sea, are all making big moves now. And Kaido and Big Mom have formed an alliance. This is a lot of pressure for Marine. Is it? It seems that the progress has to be accelerated, and casualties must be minimized by then. Ronan's voice turned cold. If the Red Hair fails to stop Kaido and Big Mom in New World, then this Summit War will be lively. How many 100,000 sea soldiers will be left? In the end, they can only become a string of cold numbers on the report. How sad. So now Ronan must improve his strength as soon as possible to avoid casualties as much as possible. Let's go, I'll take you to Shishibuki's reception room. Ronan glanced at Hancock behind him and strode past the ghost spider. Heard that? Hancock nodded obediently, followed silently. Reduce casualties, hee. Ronan, you're such a conflicted person. Akainu took the cigar out of his mouth and exhaled half a puff of smoke. The moment just now. Akainu seems to see a figure who is reincarnated between Buddha nature and devil nature, struggling between nature and legal system. Ronan was in the dark with him. But there is such a ray of light in my heart. Suddenly, Akainu couldn't help but froze, and murmured in a low voice. Why was the Empress so obedient just now? What did Ronan do on this mission? Shishibuki reception room. There was a lot of noise in the huge space. Several shadows frantically gathered in Moria's body. The 3 majors waved their long knives wantonly, constantly looking for targets. A few sailors huddled in a corner, rustling. Stop, stop. Mr. Major, I am your adjutant, don't mess around. If you don't stop, you will be punished. However, the 3 majors shook their heads hard and let out a painful whimper. They want to control their bodies, but simply cannot. He could only watch helplessly as the long knife in his hand slashed at his subordinates. At this time, a golden light curtain lit up, tightly wrapping several sailors inside. Clang! The long knife fell, bursting out bursts of hanabi. The next moment, 2 figures flashed from outside the reception room. Not far away, Doflamingo, dressed in flamingo feathers, cut the silk thread in his hand immediately when he saw the person coming. Almost instantly, the entire reception room fell into a dead silence. At this time, along with the sound of footsteps, Ronan's gentle laughter sounded in everyone's ears. Do you know? I haven't dined in 2 days. Step, step, step. Ronan's footsteps were light though. But from Doflamingo's point of view, it seems that Shinigami is coming. Chapter 42. Meal? Hawkeye present, Hancock immediately had a question mark on his face. Only the Doflamingo method heard Shinigami whisper, and the footsteps kept moving backwards. In contrast to Moria, still with a calm expression on his face, he didn't care about Ronan's arrival at all. I'm Shishibuki. You can't kill me without instructions from the world government. Doflamingo leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice. The reason why he was so unscrupulous just now. It's because I heard that Ronan went to Hydra Island to summon Hancock. But who knew he would come back so soon? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ronan said with a smile. Hearing this, Doflamingo felt relieved. But the next moment, Ronan's figure suddenly flashed in front of Doflamingo. Just heard a poof. The 2 eyeballs that reflected Ronan's figure were shut down. Immediately afterwards. Click. Then there were 4 crisp sounds of bones breaking. Doflamingo's limbs were severely broken by Ronan, and the white bones pierced through the flesh and exposed to the air. For a while, the air seemed to stand still. Everyone looked at the scene that just happened before them in disbelief. It was too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ronan did it all. Ah! Ronan, how dare you! Only then does the pain sensory nerve travel to the cerebral cortex. The excruciating pain made Doflamingo curl up on the ground, convulsing. Just now, he could resist. But he didn't dare to do that. Once resisted, the only thing waiting for Doflamingo is death. Don't speak wild words, it will only make you more incompetent. Ronan's voice was cold, then he turned and walked towards Moria. Give back the shadow to the soldier. Now. A dozen or so soldiers whose shadows had been cut off were already lying on the ground. Good thing they weren't exposed to sunlight. Otherwise, Moria is now dead. Good. After paying attention to Doflamingo's tragic situation, Moria immediately released the soldier's shadow without thinking about other things. Ronan's horror. He had seen it before when he fought Kaido. Moria didn't want to die here so easily. However, the moment after releasing the shadow, Ronan had already flashed in front of Moria. Immediately, the fist wrapped around armament Haki slammed into Moria's huge body. The energy came out through the body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Moria suddenly felt a fishy sweetness in her throat. Next second. Boom! 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 Ronan swung 4 consecutive punches, breaking Moria's limbs and leaving her on the table. All soldiers leave. After Ronan gave the order, the right hand exuding red air slowly rested on Moria's shoulder. After all the soldiers have withdrawn, a frightening scene appeared. I saw that Moria's 2 lips were tightly closed, and she could no longer make a sound. There was also a red line on his head, and the skull was cut horizontally along the forehead, revealing a white brain. This time, Ronan didn't cut Moria's pain nerves. The intense pain made him unable to bear the sound of sobs. Laozi firefly streamer. Ronan made a tactic with one hand, and a raging flame burst out from the palm of his hand. What the hell is he going to do? Hawkeye frowned tightly, watching all kinds of things happening in front of him coldly. The voice just fell. Hawkeye, who was always calm, couldn't help but stand on end, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Hancock couldn't help covering his mouth even more, eyes full of horror. Ronan dug out a piece of brain with a spoon, roasted it briefly with the flame in his hand, and fed it to Doflamingo's mouth. Eat it, and I will consider sparing your life. Ronan held the spoon with an unusually gentle tone. The reason why he pokes Doflamingo's eyes is because of this moment. When you know this moment, Doflamingo will probably collapse completely. Ronan couldn't wait to see this scene. Now. Ronan's voice lingered in Doflamingo's ears like a demon's croon. As long as he agrees, we'll fall into the boundless abyss. What is this? Doflamingo endured the severe pain on his body and asked slowly. However, but he didn't get a response, he could only smell an inexplicable fragrance. Because of the moment, Doflamingo still opened his mouth, ignored the temperature on the spoon, chewed a few times, and then swallowed the contents of his mouth. Grunt. See. Ronan also fulfilled the agreement and healed Doflamingo's wounds. For a moment, when vision is restored, the field of vision is hazy. Doflamingo saw the remaining brain flour on the spoon and Moria's craniotomy. Wang! For a while, Doflamingo suddenly felt a boom in his brain. It was as if a grenade had exploded inside, shattering the soul into pieces and pulverizing the consciousness, leaving nothing but a blank. There were bursts of tinnitus in the ears. After half an hour, recalling the soft taste in the mouth and the stench that irritated the nasal cavity just now, Doflamingo suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach and threw up on the ground. See this scene? An almost sickly smile appeared on Ronan's face. I just said that. You will suffer worse than death. Look at this man who looks like a devil. Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly, and there was an inexplicable chill all over his body. If you don't know that he is Marine. Maybe I really drew my sword to face each other. Terrible. On the other hand, Hancock's face was flushed. As if being triggered by some strange little habit, the eyes looking at Ronan are full of tenderness. Come here first today, if you have any comments, you can come to me at any time. After Ronan healed Moria's head and mouth, he left the reception room smiling. Behind. Doflamingo and Moria roared, Ronan, I will definitely kill you. BD, how dare you feed my brain to others? To this. Ronan just smiled contemptuously. After all, who would have hatred for someone weaker than themselves? The reason for doing all this? Just trying to deter the Shishibukai from being lazy in the summit war. If they break out all their combat power, the casualties of the soldiers will be greatly reduced. Marin burned a lot. A lonely little room. This is also Ronan's private execution chamber. 3 pirates with a bounty of 200 million. And the 2 pirates that Vegapunk applied to Ronan for a reward of 500 million were looking at the man in front of them in fear. Now, these 5 pirates, who were famous in the sea, seemed to have collapsed. Except for the eyes. All their facial features disappeared, and they watched their internal organs being emptied, but they couldn't feel any pain. In this depressing to ultimate environment, they just want to die now. Phew, for 2 whole days, it's really cool. Ronan held a heart in each hand, and collapsed straight on the chair, his face full of relief. At this time, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang. Boo boo boo. After turning on the phone bug, the ghost spider's voice sounded. Ronan, Blackbeard requested a visit an hour before your return. According to intelligence. Advance into an unprecedented turmoil. Chapter 43. Oh. What should come is still here, but a little faster than expected. Ronan didn't do anything else, and lit a cigarette with a smile. Follow the original timeline. Blackbeard was the result of sneaking in on the day of Summit War. And now ahead. All because Blackbeard is afraid of Ronan. After hearing that he had gone to Snake Island, he immediately applied to Sengoku for a tour promotion. Only. No one expected Ronan to come back so soon. You don't seem surprised. But. Come to the marshal's office quickly. Mr. Sengoku is looking for you everywhere, and he's going crazy. Ghost Spider said helplessly. Okay, I get it. After Ronan hung up the phone, he slowly got up and walked towards the terrified pirates. A few minutes later, Ronan wiped off the blood on his body, cleaned up briefly, and immediately went to the marshal's office. And on the roof of this execution chamber, the corpses of 5 pirates were being hung up by their own intestines. The soldier on the handle outside the door is no stranger to it. Put away the corpse very neatly. Then they were cremated, and finally their ashes were thrown away. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Ronan's ear. Ding, the total bounty for killing pirates is 1.6 billion. Ding, Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree has now been increased to 72. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. Vegapunk's power is really not small, it seems that he has to be blackmailed. A few minutes later, Ronan came to the Marine Marshal's office. Compared with a few days ago, now the office is full of old vice admirals. The right side is full of generals headed by Akainu, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Dalmezia. On the left is the moderate faction headed by Aokiji, Ms. Crane, T. Dolphin, Hua Shaishan, Flying Squirrel. The 2 factions are not pleasing to each other. If Sengoku is not there, I am afraid that they will start fighting at any time. And what made Aokiji, Miztsuru vomit blood a bit. Ronan just came in. Momuzagi, who is a moderate, immediately ran over and took the initiative to hold Ronan's arm. You haven't come to see me these days. When we met, it happened that you saved paper, and I saved fingers. Everyone's face turned black immediately. Pay attention to the occasion. Seriously, okay. The T-Dolphin held its heart even more, feeling a strong convulsion. Already forgot about Momuzagi though. But when I saw the former goddess licking others, I still couldn't help crying in my heart. Momuzagi. You are the cinnabar mole in my heart, the white moonlight above my head. Ahem. Now that Ronan is here, let's get started. Sengoku coughed, and then his face sank. Now it's urgent to advance to that side. Although Magellan has gone to suppress it, Domino still asks Marine for reinforcements. Heard the words. The veteran Vice Admiral present was shocked. Magellan is going to ask for reinforcements. Could it be? Is there a turmoil on the 6th floor? It looks like a public execution is about to take place. Advance into a riot, plus the alliance of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom. This is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. If it is not handled properly, Marine's face will be wiped out. But who should handle it? Ronan did not express his opinion in a hurry, but silently lit a cigarette. If you take this task directly, it will definitely make the moderate faction headed by Aokiji laugh. Speaking of the Hawks, they will only be greedy for merit and rush forward, regardless of the lives of soldiers. At this time, Sengoku glanced around the crowd, and finally landed on Ronan. Black Dragon. The voice just fell. Ghost Spider and Doberman slapped the table directly, stood up abruptly and roared angrily. A few days ago, a Marine Admiral was transferred for a mere Shishibukai. Now that this kind of top combat power is missing, what should Whitebeard do if he suddenly strikes? Aokiji took off the blindfold and said lazily. Didn't Ronan happen to have time then? He is the youngest Marine Admiral, it's for his own good to practice more. Heard the words. Ronan smiled. Really? There's a reason Akainu broke his leg 2 years later. Akainu directly hit the table, pointed at his nose and cursed. Why don't you go? Call Doflamingo first, kill Jack the Drow, Whitebeard too. The battle with Kaido is over. Killed Rayleigh again, almost destroying all supernovae. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku sent Ronan to summon Hancock. As Ronan's old boss, Akainu really felt a burst of heartache for this once capable subordinate. Think about it. Akainu glanced at Ronan lightly. Instantly, Ronan snapped cleverly, with a wry smile in his heart. Why is this sour? Is the next life in the daily life where the friendship has deteriorated? Although you are my old boss, you also take good care of me. But I really don't like it. Just when a group of hawks and moderates were arguing, Ronan stood up slowly, and said lightly. Everyone is sitting here for the justice in their hearts. As a Marine, it is our duty to impel down riots. I took this task. Finished. Ronan scanned the circle of moderates headed by Aokiji. But that doesn't stop you from being a bunch of trash. For a while, there was silence in the huge office. All the moderates looked at Ronan in disbelief. Although everyone has been contradictory, but they are all competing in secret. This is the first time to be pointed at the nose and scolded. On the other hand, the generals of the Hawk faction were full of excitement in their eyes, wishing they could scold them too. Immediately, Ronan got up slowly, walked out of the office, and headed for the port. Boom! With the door of the office being shut heavily, there was a sudden noise in the room. There is even a faint feeling of wanting to do it. At the same time, on the Sea of New World, the battle between Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair Pirates has come to an end. Now, this luxurious ship with a red-painted dragon head is in dilapidated condition. The crew of the Red Hair Pirates were also defeated in the face of the cadres of the two imperial regiments. Not only that. Even the famous Four Emperors, Shanks has several wounds on his body. Only by yourself, you still want to stop our two pirates. Red-haired brat, don't you think highly of yourself? Kaido said in a deep voice. Having said that. But on that huge body, several wounds with deep visible bones were entrenched on the chest. Shanks' haki is just too strong. If there is no Big Mom, I may have been beaten back to Wano Kuni. If you join the battle, this battle will only add countless dead souls. So. You must be stopped here today. The red-haired man held the knife in one hand, and there was a trace of firmness in his eyes. Mama. We're pirates, don't you think you've lost your life? Big Mom mocked with a smile. Linlin, stop talking nonsense, and finish him with the next blow. The biggest war in the world is still Ronan's head, but it's waiting for us. Kaido groaned, and stood side by side with Big Mom. The next moment, the great sword wrapped around Conqueror's haki, and the mace suddenly swung down at the same time. Ba high. In an instant, a giant shock wave with flashing red and black lightning roared towards Shanks with the momentum to annihilate everything. Facing this terrifying blow, Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Then come on. Chapter 44. Impel Down, LV Blazing Hell. Puff. With the last blow of Shiryu of the Rain, Magellan fell heavily to the ground, blood pooling in a small pool. The wings on the back were broken. It made the usually majestic and dignified director Jin Chang look extremely embarrassed. Monsters on the 6th floor, welcome us. Tsi ha ha ha, let us live the next moment together. After a weird laugh, Blackbeard took Shiryu with him, and badgers slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Magellan still wanted to struggle. But in the end, he fell powerlessly in a pool of blood, looking extremely bleak. A few minutes later, a figure flashed past quickly. The red air right hand rested lightly on Magellan's shoulder. The body was already seriously injured. He recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken wings of the devil also grew rapidly. For a moment, Magellan opened his eyes again, and a delicate face came into view. Woke up. Ronan retracted his right hand and lit a cigarette with a smile. In order to advance quickly, I came all the way standing on the shells. How did you come? Magellan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he asked in a deep voice. I don't seem to have requested marine reinforcements. This will only add a disgraceful deed to the resume. However, thanks to Marine for sending Admiral. Otherwise, advancing into today will completely fall. But why did you send such a pervert? Backup requested by Domino. Let's go, it's time for me to dinner. I wonder if the prisoners on the 6th floor miss me. Ronan smiled gently, his eyes full of urgency. Looking at his back, Magellan stood up immediately and followed. Not just to stop Blackbeard from freeing the 6th floor prisoners. Also kill Shiryu that slaughter. Impel Down LV3 Starvation Hell. All the prisoners here are ferocious criminals with a reward of more than 50 million. However, due to the heat coming up from the blazing hell on the lower floor, this floor became extremely hot. Coupled with the torment of starvation and hunger strike, the prisoners are already half dead. Luffy, is Robin really going to be executed? Chopper rubbed his sagging stomach, tears streaming down his furry face. Heard the words. Straw Hat Crew, who has been imprisoned here, looks even more ugly. Not long ago, Garp had taken Luffy with him, and Robin took one last look at them. Despite being Luffy at the time, Robin still had a smile on his face. But there is only sadness between the brows. Can't see the slightest joy. He hop. Suddenly, a pervert-like laugh sounded out. Straw Hat Crew outside the prison. Ivankov crashed to the ground from the 4th floor, pointed to the Straw Hat crew and said, "Don't be dazed. Cheer up, we're going to rescue Straw Hat Boy and Robin-chan." Straw Hat crew froze for a moment, and asked at the same time, "Who are you?" In front of him was a man in grid black silk and heavy makeup. "Why is it a bit like Xiao Feng in the next cell?" Ivankov twisted his body, raised his orchid fingers, and said with a smile, "Hip-hop. I'm a friend of Luffy's father named Ivankov, and I'm here for you." Snapped. Finished. He snapped his fingers. Several human demons fell from the upper prison. They unhurriedly opened the cell and released all the Straw Hat crew. "I really met a good person." Usopp and Chopper immediately bowed 90 degrees to Ivankov. "How did you know we were here?" Dragging his seriously injured body, Zoro stood up with difficulty, and asked vigilantly. "The thing is..." Ivankov immediately told what happened. Turned out to be. He learned it while eavesdropping on Garp, Luffy, and Ace's chat. The dragon turns out to be Luffy's father. Since then, Ivankov is doing everything possible to save them. But he dared not act rashly. Until Garp took away Luffy, Robin, Ace, and Magellan were seriously injured. Only then did he dare to take the opportunity to save the remaining Straw Hat crew. Although Luffy was not rescued, this is the only way to go now. When it's all said and done, Straw Hat crew suddenly realized. Let's go and save Luffy boy. Just now, a terrifying marine came. If he hadn't already gone to the 6th floor, I wouldn't dare to act rashly. Ivankov said with lingering fear. I just glanced at it from a distance. But there was a strong sense of crisis in my heart. That glance. Ivankov seemed to see the marine sitting in the sea of corpses and blood staring at him. Terrible. Just when everyone was ready to go, a figure flashed in front of everyone in an instant. R.O. Straw Hat crew was shocked. Isn't he locked up on the 5th floor? Don't be too surprised, Ivankov saved me. Heal your injuries first, and try to find a way to get out from here. Luo sighed helplessly. Oh, almost forgot about you, Luo boy. Ivankov touched the huge head and smiled sheepishly. Luo. What kind of pig teammates are these? Just want to rob the court? At the same time, advance to LV.6 Eternal Hell. This was a place of silence. After the arrival of Blackbeard, it became very lively. Even in the air, there is a murderous air everywhere. Have you figured it out? Then fight, I will take away the strongest of you. Blackbeard spread his hands and looked at the prisoner in the cell with a smile on his face. Although the 6th floor is full of the most vicious criminals in the world, may Blackbeard want it? It is the strongest among them to form the strongest pirate group in the world. And that's all. In order to accumulate the greatest power in the shortest time. With the voice down, the prisoners who were detained collectively glanced at each other, and immediately started fighting. For a while, countless howls and roars turned this place into a real hell. The victory of the strong represents the hope of going out. As for the defeated prisoner, death will be their best destination. See this scene. In Jinbei's private room, Clue Dalton frowned. Bullet asked in a deep voice. Teach, what are you doing? The Red Earl opened his scarlet eyes, and smiled faintly. This brat is still so funny. Many years ago, the two of them had met Blackbeard when he was just an intern with the Whitebeard Pirates. The habit of never sleeping. But these two strong men have always been engraved in their hearts. Gee ha ha ha, you two, do you want to join my team? Let's set our goal at the peak and laugh at the people at the bottom. Blackbeard walked slowly to the cell of the two of them, and smiled and extended the invitation. However, he didn't get a response. Maybe not interested. Or maybe disdain. As time goes by a little bit, criminals in eternal hell are rapidly decreasing. Until several cells where criminals were held collectively, the last person standing was left in each. They are winners. The blood beneath his feet was the vote handed to Blackbeard. Countless corpses are an absolute symbol of their mighty strength. The world has forgotten them. To do now. It is to make the whole world welcome their arrival again. Gee ha ha ha. Whether it is the sun or the darkness, there is only one winner. You are the strongest criminals, join me, I will take you out and make the whole world feel the pain. Blackbeard and Badgers opened up all the cells and laughed loudly. The voice just fell. The elevator fell heavily. As the elevator door opened, a gentle voice sounded. Yes, how painful can it be? Chapter 45. Hear this familiar voice. No matter Blackbeard. It was still a group of criminal prisoners in Impel Down, and their hearts sank. At that time, Bullet's arm was removed silently, and the tragic situation when the two pirates died. They are all vivid in my mind until now. R.O. Ronan. Didn't you summon Hancock on Hydra? Blackbeard's eyes were terrified, and even his voice trembled. The reason is to plan ahead. Just because I heard Ronan wasn't at Naval Headquarters. If only he had known that he would come back so soon. Then Blackbeard will definitely not do it now. Magellan. Shiryu on the side gasped even more. Wasn't he seriously injured just now? Why does it seem like nothing is going on now? Hush. Now is not the time to answer questions. Ronan glanced at the corpses all over the ground, and immediately drew a talisman in the air. Soon. A talisman engraved with obscure characters is still well drawn. Immediately. Ronan clasped his hands together and said softly. Spiritual charm. Receive. The voice fell. The talisman in front of him floated into the air and expanded rapidly. Just for an instant. Then enveloped the entire eternal hell. What the hell are you going to do? Magellan frowned, puzzled. Blackbeard, Shiryu and other prisoners also fixed their eyes on Ronan. I was afraid that Ronan would suddenly launch an attack in the next second. However, next second, a scene that made everyone's hair stand on end happened. Countless streaks of black air floated out from the corpses on the ground. Each of these black air represents the soul of a dead person. They struggled and let out bursts of shrill roars. See. Magellan subconsciously wanted to stay away from Ronan. This product is too pervert. I used to torture the living, but now I start tormenting the soul. Meanwhile, Blackbeard and the other prisoners watched the pair of black air drift towards the talisman with dull eyes. Generally speaking, after death, the soul naturally dissipates and is difficult to capture. That's why Ronan didn't choose to act immediately when he saw Blackbeard, but drew his soul. Hooray! Seeing that the souls were almost gathered, Ronan slowly stretched out his palm. Dueling Dispatch General suddenly launched. These gathered souls began to twist and fuse. Finally, it condensed into 10 black beads and fell into Ronan's hands. Through the inside of the bead, Ronan could even see countless tiny figures running around in the beads. Good. I didn't expect to gather so many for the first time. Without even thinking about it, Ronan swallowed all the 10 beads. Next moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from Ronan's body. Everyone present was stunned. They could clearly perceive that Ronan's strength was growing rapidly. What? How can this be? Blackbeard's eyes almost popped out, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Just ate a few souls. Has become so much stronger? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have engaged in a battle of survival of the fittest. This was a huge bargain for Ronan. The prisoners who were released were also deeply shocked. Teach, let me out. How about I kill Ronan for you? Bullet's eyes were red, and his hoarse voice was full of murderous intent. 20 years of hard work were ruined. It made him toss and turn in his sleep, wanting to kill Ronan all the time. Blackbeard was about to say yes, but was stopped by Shiryu on the side. Let me. It's dangerous to release this kind of guy rashly. With a cigar in his mouth and a demon sword in his right hand, Thunderstorm, Shiryu walked slowly towards Ronan. Call. The effect is not bad. Ronan let out a foul breath and nodded in satisfaction. Just used. It is the swallowing spirit in Jingling dispatch. As long as the soul is devoured, the strength can be enhanced. The stronger the strength of the soul during life, the more it will increase. Hundreds of souls swallowed just now. But Ronan has increased his strength by a quarter. Devouring souls, don't you feel any guilt in your heart? Magellan glanced at Ronan, frowning at the approaching Shiryu. Don't look at me that way. If these people are alive, it may be more uncomfortable than death. Ronan said with a smile. These dead prisoners were all criminals. Now that it is dead, it will be used as waste. You have really big hearts. Facing our group of people, we are still joking here. Shiryu approached with a knife in his hand, with killing intent in his tone. Oh! Shiryu Warden, you and I are both drunk and dead, perverts who have fallen into darkness. I really don't want to kill your patient friend. Ronan lit a cigarette and said flatly. Shiryu was killed because of killing. As a result, prisoners and colleagues are often killed indiscriminately, which leads to being sentenced to death. Killing criminals is understandable. But kill colleagues. This made Ronan feel very contemptuous. Yes, although we only met a few times. But I know, you and I are all the same kind of people. During the conversation, Shiryu had already flashed in front of Ronan, and the thunderstorm wrapped around armament Haki swung down suddenly. Step aside. Magellan was startled. He wanted to push Ronan away, but it was too late. Zhang. Accompanied by a golden inscription sounded. Sparks fly. However, Magellan didn't hear the screams, and there was no blood gushing. Looked down. I saw that Ronan actually raised 2 fingers wrapped around Haki, and tightly clamped the chopped thunderstorm. What? Shiryu's heart sank suddenly, and he subconsciously wanted to back away. No matter how hard you try. Couldn't get the knife out of Ronan's fingers. The speed is enough, but the power is almost meaningless. Ronan shook his head in disappointment. Immediately. Under the continuous force of 2 fingers, the blade of this demon sword thunderstorm actually began to have a crack. Next second, with a click, the whole body of red gold, wrapped around Haki's sword, exploded. See this scene. Everyone present gasped. This is a famous knife. Moreover, Haki is wrapped around it, and its toughness is even comparable to that of the Supreme Quaseo 12 works. But now, how could it be broken by Ronan's 2 fingers? What a monster! Magellan's pupils trembled slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. Do you want to continue? Ronan's mouth curled into a manic smile. Heard the words. Shiryu didn't respond, he threw away the handle of the knife and retreated quickly. Too dangerous. The strength of this marine has far exceeded his own cognition. Suddenly, a gentle voice lingered in Shiryu's ear. So you want to run away? Haven't waited for a reaction yet. Shiryu suddenly felt his whole body go limp. I saw Ronan's figure coming behind him, with his hands precisely inserted into his back, pinching the bottom ribs. Next second, in this silent environment, there was a series of sounds of bone shattering. Ka ka ka. Shiryu's ribs were broken one by Ronan from bottom to top. Ronan leaned against his ear, still asking in a gentle tone. I heard that you get pleasure from massacring prisoners and colleagues. Why don't we talk about your condition? Chapter 46. Exchange illness? Although Ronan's tone is gentle, but in Shiryu's ears, it sounded like a devil's whisper. Because this is the tone he used to those prisoners and colleagues who were killed before. Suddenly, Shiryu's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hairs on his body couldn't help standing up. Under the gaze of everyone, Ronan directly pulled the broken ribs out of Shiryu's back. Puff. For a while, blood spurted. Everyone can even clearly see the working organs in Shiryu's body. Ah! Shiryu's painful cry instantly spread throughout eternal hell. See this scene. Blackbeard, and the prisoner who had just escaped from his cell, couldn't help but tremble. Too disgusting. Badgers frowned slightly, his face full of disgust. I like this man, I really want him to chisel me. A strange flush appeared on Katrin Demi's face. The voice just fell. Shiryu's screams sounded again. Ah! Everyone looked over. I saw Shiryu lying on the ground weakly, and the 2 shoulder blades on his back were overturned by Ronan. Immediately afterwards, the shoulder bones, 5 vertebrae, were removed one by Ronan. Then arrange it neatly. Kill me, kill me. Shiryu's eyes were red, and the intense pain made him want to die. He wants to struggle. But there is no spine or ribs, no matter how strong the strength is, it is useless. Don't make trouble. I won't let you die so easily. Ronan burst into a bright smile, and slowly rested his red right hand on his shoulder. Next second, a scene that made everyone feel horrified happened. Shiryu's skin actually started to swell. This kind of swelling began to spread along the skin, to the whole body. For a while, everyone could even clearly see the blood vessels and flesh under Shiryu's skin. Suddenly, just heard a bang. The skin exploded, and a red body was exposed to the air. Under the pain of this ultimate, Shiryu's eyes slowly filled with fear. After the emotions collapsed, the brain became blank. He just wants to die now. Please kill me, please kill me. This short sentence, Shiryu murmured countless times. Enough. Give him a good time. Magellan behind him couldn't stand it any longer, and shouted loudly. Are you ordering me? Director Magellan. Ronan tilted his head and squinted, his tone was unusually cold. Heard the words. Magellan froze in place. Yes. He is no longer Vice Admiral, but Marine Admiral. The official position is even 2 levels higher than himself. No, dare not, Admiral the Black Dragon. Magellan lowered his head and said silently. That's good. Ronan lit a cigarette and his voice became very gentle again. The voice just fell. A size 43 military leather shoe suddenly landed on Shiryu's head. Boom! His head exploded like a watermelon. Blood mixed with brains scattered all over the ground, like a blooming flower of death. Blackbeard and the others also shuddered. They also wanted to go up and help just now. Shiryu was killed too quickly. Even if it is saved, it can only become a drag. Now it's your turn. Ronan looked at Blackbeard and the others, and approached step by step. Step, step, step. Although the footsteps are very light. But in the ears of Blackbeard and others, it was like ringing the death knell of death. At this time, Bullet grabbed the handle of the cell, staring intently at Blackbeard. Let me out. This is your best choice now, or you will all die. Same. It's the best option for Bullet right now. Otherwise, I don't know when I can wait until today for this opportunity. Rather than die of old age in prison, it's better to go out and fight, maybe there will be a glimmer of life. Now, that's the only way to go. Blackbeard clenched his back teeth together and let out a harsh sound. Heard the words. Badgers on the side immediately opened the door of the cell with brute force. Immediately afterwards, Big Wine Baskchot rushed in immediately. The hands wrapped around armament Haki tore apart the sea stone chains tied to Bullet's body. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar sounded. A tall, strong figure slowly walked out of the cell. Ronan! Bullet let out a low growl, and a strong murderous look flashed in his eyes. Buzz! Between the brows, the vast Conqueror's impact rushed out. The disabled also came out. Ronan smiled, and also released Conquerors to collide with it. Boom! Suddenly, two huge auras clashed in this dark corridor. The scarlet and black-purple waves instantly enveloped everyone present. The wind plundered the room. Blow the cloak of justice behind Ronan into a whoosh sound. What a strong Conquerors! Magellan couldn't help but gasp in awe. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the Red Earl, Crossdale, and Jinbei, who were watching the battle in the prison cell. A Marine has a Conqueror's Haki that can rival Bullet. This is so unrealistic. Suddenly, a more violent Conqueror's shock erupted from Ronan's body. Instantly, the two waves dissipated like bubbles. Bullet took several steps back before he managed to stabilize his movement. His face was extremely ugly. 20 years of training? I don't think so. Ronan put out the cigarette butt in his hand, and said calmly. Then let's try. Today, the two of us can only walk out of Impel Down one by one. Bullet let out a low growl, with a cold light in his eyes, and suddenly attacked Ronan. The next moment, boom! The fists of the two collided suddenly. There were bursts of sonic booms in the air, and the ground under his feet exploded. The strong aftermath of the collision. Howling, the surrounding corpses were blown away, and they hit the wall heavily. Do not forget. You only have one arm now. A blush flashed in Ronan's eyes, and his free left hand suddenly stretched out. Puff! There was only a sound of broken flesh. Next second, Ronan's left hand was stained with a layer of blush, and he was holding a layer of flesh in his hand. For a while, pain-sensing nerves immediately sent signals to Bullet's cerebral cortex. Under intense pain, Bullet retreated quickly subconsciously, then looked down. I saw that a large piece of flesh on the abdomen had disappeared. You can even clearly see the slowly wriggling intestines inside. Chapter 47. See this bloody scene? Blackbeard realized immediately. This battle, Bullet can't win, let alone kill Ronan. Now, Blackbeard had only one thought on his mind. That is to run. Otherwise, everyone would have to die here today. But the exit is now blocked by Magellan. Immediately, Blackbeard glanced at the largest cell in Eternal Hell, and he noticed it. The muscles are really hard. Ronan threw away the minced meat in his hands, and lit a cigarette with a smile. There are even harder ones. Bullet looked proud, as if he couldn't feel the pain in his abdomen. However, a drop of cold sweat falling from his forehead betrayed him. Just now, if it weren't for Observation Haki's timely warning, most of Bullet's intestines would be pulled out. Until then, even if there is still fighting power, it is just a struggle to the death. Come, heir of the devil. Among this group of people, only you can make me feel a little bit excited. Ronan closed his eyes and spread his hands, following a puff of smoke. The whole face was submerged in the thin smoke. Now, it is difficult to resist the instinct's strong pursuit of killing, and cruelty burst out completely. Ronan has to kill the prey slowly, bit by bit. Slowly feel the pleasure brought by the moment of life disappearing. Go enjoy Bullet's delicious delicacy. Hee hee. What a freak. After Bullet sneered, all the Haki in his body were released at this moment. Next second, with a touch of blue flashed. Immediately afterwards, Bullet's huge body was completely covered by this blue. This is the fusion of its own ghost energy and Haki. Both speed and strength have been greatly improved. In an instant, the powerful aura enveloped the powerful people present in a tyrannical posture. So strong. Blackbeard's eyes widened, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Is this the legendary heir of the devil? It's worthy of being the strong man on Roger's pirate ship that can keep pace with Rayleigh. Badgers, who admired strength, said with a look of longing. The rest of the people also looked shocked. Not just shocked by this powerful momentum. What's more, the face and skin color are like hell devils. Not bad, quite bluffing. Ronan smiled, and immediately began to draw symbols in the air. Next second, a few talismans were still made, and they were pasted on the arms and legs respectively. Bring it on! Bullet pondered, and Shen Xing shot out suddenly. This time, Ronan still didn't move, quietly waiting for Bullet to arrive. The next moment, the two fists collided again. Boom! This huge impact caused the entire ground within 100 meters to collapse. The powerful momentum is achieved through the push, and it goes straight to the sky. Almost instantly, everyone on the scene raised their hands in front of them at the same time, to prevent accidental injury from the splashing stones. And at this moment, the place where the two fought was surrounded by smoke and dust, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Suddenly, a tall figure flew upside down, turned around in mid-air, and stopped with the help of a buffer. What? Magellan, Blackbeard, Red Earl, and others exclaimed at the same time. That punch just now, Bullet used all his strength. Even so, can't shake Ronan. Ahem. This punch is not bad. If it wasn't for missing an arm, I might have been able to take a step back just now. Ronan stepped out of the dust and looked at Bullet tenderly. Instantly, Bullet felt a sudden chill. It wasn't that lustful look. It's a look like seeing delicious food after being hungry for a week. Makes people very uncomfortable. Don't look at me like that. With a roar, Beret suddenly attacked Ronan. However, this time Ronan didn't dodge, but made a single-handed trick. Chaos Golden Watchman. In an instant, the time of the entire layer of eternal hell seemed to be slowed down countless times. Ronan stepped forward quickly, his hand again digging into the gash in Bullet's stomach. Next second, the effect of Chaos Gold Watchman disappears. Bullet's huge body rushed straight to where Ronan had been standing. Moment. Intense pain hits the brain. After stopping suddenly, Bullet looked back blankly. I saw that Ronan was holding his intestines in his hands, and he dragged most of the intestines out of his stomach like this. Blood flowed all over the place. It's like living a tortuous, unwilling life. This moment, Beryl realized that he had completely lost. Whether it's power or speed. All the people present were also shocked. It seemed that for a moment just now, time stopped. Wrong. Was slowed down. What a terrifying ability, what kind of monster is this? The Red Earl, who had recovered, sighed in astonishment. Even his observation Haki couldn't predict Ronan's figure just now. This strong man who competes against Whitebeard and Roger by himself is also the only one in this life. No. It must have been a hallucination just now. Impossible. Blackbeard is about to tear his eyes apart, constantly realizing his own hypnosis. If time was really slowed down just now, the possibility of him escaping from here is basically zero. Think about it. Blackbeard's heart suddenly burst into a strong unwillingness. I waited for nearly 30 years before I got the fruit ability I wanted. It is absolutely impossible to die here easily. Think about it. He glanced at Badgers immediately. Badgers also understood immediately, and walked slowly to the largest cell. And at this moment, there was no fighting spirit on Bullet, and he watched Ronan walking towards him step by step. Can you give me a decent way to die? Bullet silently lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Then you have to ask, if the sea soldiers are willing to kill the civilians you killed. Get up. Die like a true warrior. Ronan handed him a cigarette and said flatly. Hee. Looks like I have no other choice. Bullet took the cigarette, wrapped it around his armed-colored left hand, and snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately, sparks burst out. The cigarette was lit, and Bullet took a sharp gulp, burning halfway through. Compared to being tortured and killed, he would rather die standing up. Immediately, Bullet threw away the cigarette in his hand, and the fighting spirit broke out again. The next moment, The figures of the two disappeared in place at the same time. The speed is fast. It can't be seen with the naked eye at all, and the two black shadows can only be seen with the color of knowledge and knowledge. Boom! 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 There was a sudden crash like a cannonball. In this ultimate body art, Haki collides with each other. Even the most vicious criminals, such as Blackbeard, can only stay away. Participate rashly. If you get involved, you can only end up in a tragic end. Gradually. With bullets, blood spilled all over the floor. The internal organs were also ripped off by Ronan, and they were still on the ground. For a while. The entire eternal hell is filled with a strong smell of blood. After a while. Bullet fell heavily to the ground, his body literally hollowed out. He murmured weakly. "Give me death." Ronan tilted his head and sneered, and asked with a puzzled expression. "Die? What more stupid things are you talking about?" Chapter 48. Stupid? Hear this simple word. Bullet's eyes glazed over. He gets it. Just now Ronan got himself back on his feet. Just enjoying the fun of fighting, and killing yourself a little bit. To feel the beauty of this short life passing by. Douglas. Bullet, 45. What a wonderful time. It's a pity not to appreciate such a fragile and radiant life as it disappears at the moment it disappears. A gentle smile curled up on Ronan's mouth. Available in Magellan, Blackbeard et.al. It's like a demon crawling out of the boundless hell, looking at all human beings in the world with contempt. Gentle, brutal yet faintly revealing a trace of justice. Terrible. Why do people like you appear on this sea? You this. Bullet's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ronan. But the story is just halfway through. A pair of big hands with red air fell down. The next moment. Ultimate's pain hit, and Bullet's mind went blank. 2 lines of blood and tears slowly slid down his resolute face. Immediately afterwards. Cobweb-like fissures appeared on the face. In a blink. Cracks covered every inch of Bullet's body. This is not just a crack in the skin, but a crack in the flesh, blood vessels, and existence. Everyone could even see the fascia covering the bones through the splitting of the flesh. Ronan's cruelty. Let everyone present be terrified. Ah! Ronan, someone will judge you, this day, not too far away. Bullet let out a deep and piercing scream. As the blood flowed, intense pain was added. The strongest person on Roger's pirate ship other than Roger finally felt the coming of death. This feeling. It was as if the goddess of death was kissing her cheek, and then stretched out her slender, white, and tender arms, pulling herself into heaven. But suddenly, as soon as the screen changed, the goddess turned into a ghost, pulling Bullet down the boundless hell. This is the end of a generation of strong men. Just when Blackbeard, Magellan, and others were still immersed in the massacre just now. Katrin Daimei suddenly pointed at Ronan with a trembling voice. What is he going to do? Heard the words. Everyone looked over immediately. Ronan raised his hand and drew a talisman in the air, which slowly fell onto Bullet's body. Mission Soul Gathering Talisman. Next second. Bursts of black air gushed out from Bullet's body and gathered together. How much do you hate me to gather so much resentment? Ronan smiled and slowly raised his right hand. Kuraying. The voice just fell. The gathered black air quickly drifted towards Ronan's hand. The soul is still fresh, about 80% of Bullet's strength can be retained. Ronan looked at the soul in his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately. The ability of Junling Dispatch activates again. Send General. The soul floating in the hands slowly began to distort and deform. Under the horrified eyes of Blackbeard, Magellan, and others. This black air slowly emerged a resolute face. Immediately afterwards. A human form appeared, with a tall body and a strong physique. It was Bullet himself. It's just different from before. Bullet at this moment is made up of a black mist, and there is no intelligence in his empty eyes. There was a hint of coldness in the whole body, which made people shudder. What kind of ability is this? Magellan's eyes widened and he murmured in disbelief. Being able to absorb souls to increase strength is already outrageous. Now it is possible to turn the soul into a slave and let Ronan drive it at will? So FG pervert. How much useless ability does this guy have? Big Wine Baskchot asked with a look of horror. Blackbeard and the others also looked terrified. For a while, an unacceptable thought came to my mind. If you die, could the soul also be driven by Ronan at will? Instantly, the extreme fear made it difficult for Blackbeard and others to even breathe. Suddenly, Magellan glanced at the largest cell and shouted hastily. No, they are going to release San Juan Bad Wolf. From the very beginning he knew something was wrong. Blackbeard and his gang are just too honest. Can wait for the reaction. It's still too late. If this giant criminal with a height of 180 meters is released, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is it the last struggle? But Director Magellan, you'd better stop moving, your ability is really annoying. Ronan smiled and pointed at the Blackbeards. Let me see your strength, I hope you won't let me down. Bullet received the order and rushed towards the three Blackbeards. See. Katrin Daimei picked up the long knife that had been advanced into the guard, and said in a deep voice. My old lady just escaped from the cell, so she doesn't want to die here so easily. Fight! Baskchot swayed drunkenly, with a stern look in his eyes. It's the only way to do it now. But the voice just fell. A tall figure has already flashed in front of him. Bullet's big hands clasped the heads of Baskchot and Katrin Daimei respectively. Then, he slammed the two of them together. Boom! With a muffled sound, Baskchot and Katrin Daimei suddenly felt dizzy. Before they recovered, a strong sense of crisis instantly rose from the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Go and kill the people in the cell. After receiving the order, Bullet's figure suddenly roared towards the largest cell. Immediately afterwards, Ronan's figure was already in front of Blackbeard. Step, 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 step. The heavy footsteps sounded like ripples in the darkness. The invisible deterrents, like the death knell, swayed in all directions. Ronan's eyes were cold, but his voice was still gentle. Do not be afraid. Actually, I'm not warlike, just a little cruel. Chapter 49. Ronan's voice awakened Katrin Daimei and Baskchot instantly. Without thinking, the two immediately retreated to Blackbeard's side. Blackbeard, what are you waiting for? Fight with him. Katrin Daimei's voice trembled, her eyes were filled with fear. Heard the words. Blackbeard's heart skipped a beat immediately, and a large piece of darkness gushed out of his body. Ronan, come on. I'll show you the darkness of ultimate. Although the voice is full of momentum, it can be seen that there is a gloomy and piercing gaze in Ronan's pupils. The three of Blackbeard shivered for no reason. Is it? Having said so much, it's time to eat. A smile curled up on the corner of Ronan's mouth, his eyes full of desire to kill. The voice just fell. Katrin Daimei and Baskchot chose to take the lead. They know. If Ronan attacks first, the last hope of survival will be shattered. Just for an instant. A long knife and a fist wrapped around armament Haki swung at Ronan at the same time. Vow to kill with one blow. Immediately afterwards, a great swath of darkness unleashed from behind Blackbeard. A large number of stones, corpses, and small buildings that were absorbed before were all released. All of a sudden, he threw it at Ronan. Well, is this the only way to do it? Ronan sighed in disappointment, then twirled the thumb and middle finger of his right hand lightly. Finger. The next moment, with a crisp sound of click, Katrin Daimei's long knife was snapped off by two fingers. And the broken blade He was held in Ronan's hand, and he suddenly swung down the fist that was attacking Buster Choate. Puff! Blood gushed out and spilled all over the place. Buster Choate's right arm was chopped off. Immediately, corpses unleashed through the darkness, rocks, already flew in front of us. Boom! With a roar sounded. The bodies of Ronan, Buster Choate, and Katrin Daime were directly submerged. Tsi ha ha ha! This is the power of dark fruit, Ronan, sleep forever in the endless darkness. Blackbeard's eyes were gloomy, and he bent down and pressed his right hand to the ground. Dark Cave Road. For a while, a mass of darkness was unleashed by Blackbeard and quickly spread in Ronan's direction. The corpses and objects touched are all swallowed by the darkness, and then compressed and shattered. As for the two crew members just recruited, Blackbeard didn't care about them now, as long as he could kill Ronan. All sacrifices will be worth it. What a fool! Suddenly, the Red Earl sneered from inside the cell. How dare this kind of thing come to Impel Down? Crocodile even mocked directly. But Jinbei didn't speak, he was shocked, and couldn't help but start to worry about Whitebeard. There is this person in Marine. Can Papa and the others really rescue Ace, and then escape unscathed? Heard the words. Blackbeard froze for a moment. For a while, the darkness that was being released also stopped. The next moment, Ronan's gentle voice lingered in Blackbeard's ears. Courage is commendable, but a little too arrogant. Pity. You have no chance to correct it. The moment it was hit just now, Ronan used Golden Watcher, leading two of Blackbeard's minions out of the way. It doesn't matter if you get smashed, it will be repaired instantly anyway. But in case the food in the mouth is gone, that would be a great sin. Hearing Ronan's voice, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed suddenly. The warm blood in his body was instantly cooled, and a penetrating chill rushed from the solace of his feet to his whole body. Without even realizing his body, he sat on the ground. Now, there was only despair in Blackbeard's eyes, as well as the inexplicable chill that kept pouring out of his body. So you give up? Don't worry. Let's see how I kill your companion first. During the conversation, Ronan appeared in front of Blackbeard with several huge rats, 2 iron buckets, and unconscious Katrin Daime and Buster Choate. Immediately, several talismans that had been placed in advance suddenly lit up under the feet of the two of them. The next moment, countless chains flew out of the talismans, tightly entangled their bodies, but only the abdomen leaked out. To be on the safe side, Ronan even broke the limbs of both of them before the golden watch failed. White bones poked out from the flesh, and even the beating nerves could be clearly seen. What is this guy up to? Seeing Ronan's series of strange behaviors, Magellan and the others suddenly became puzzled. I saw Ronan put the mouse in the iron bucket and buckled it in the abdomen of Katrin Daime and Buster Choate. The next moment, the raging fire burst out from Ronan's hands, continuously burning the iron bucket until it was red. The rats felt the heat and screamed in the iron bucket. After a few seconds, the iron barrel gradually became quiet. In the sight of everyone, Katrin Daime, Buster Choate's abdomen began to squirm strangely. I know what this guy is going to do. The rats felt the heat, and they burrowed into the bellies of both of them. Until it emerges from a different place in the body. The Red Earl woke up suddenly, and said with a shocked face. Heard the words. The eyes of Magellan, Blackbeard, and others became fearful again. This. It is simply not a torture that humans can think of. Suddenly, Katrin Daime and Buster Choate woke up from the severe pain. After feeling a living thing in the stomach. Whang! It was as if a bomb had exploded in their heads, making the brains of the two go blank. What did you do? Ah! The severe pain of the organ being bitten made Katrin and Daime couldn't help crying out in pain at the same time. At the same time, despair, fear, helplessness, and all kinds of emotions burst out in my heart instantly. I knew it earlier. I should honestly hide in the cell. But there are no ifs in the world. They can only feel their internal organs being constantly eaten. The intense pain caused the bodies of the two of them to twist and convulse continuously. Till the end. A few rats with full stomachs burst out of their bodies, dragging their bloody bodies into the cell quickly. It's so disgusting. Even the Red Earl, who has traveled across the sea for decades, felt a strong discomfort in his stomach. Jinbei and Crocodile frowned even more. As for Magellan, he just retched on the spot. It's just you, Blackbeard. Ronan smiled, and then stomped on the heads of Katrin and Daimei. Brain-laced blood splashed across Blackbeard's face. Ronan. Blackbeard's heart was filled with strong resentment. After nearly 30 years of hard waiting, the fruit of my dreams came. To make myself strong. More than 30 years of sleepless nights, exactly twice as long as other people. Strength is like a mad dog, chasing one's own ambition. Chapter 50. Marin burned a lot. Inside Marshal Marine's office. Boom. Garp slammed his fist on the table and said in a deep voice. Sengoku, is this necessary? This old man will never approve of you doing this. I just escorted my 2 grandchildren back. I heard that the life experiences of Ace and Luffy will be disclosed. Could it be? Do you really want to squeeze their value to the point where there is no drop left? Bastards don't need sympathy. But the family is different. This is not just an execution against pirates. Sengoku crossed his arms and said calmly. You should understand that this will have great significance for the future world situation. The voice just fell. One of the adjutants didn't even knock, just pushed the door open and said eagerly. Mr. Sengoku. Kaido, Big Mom beat the Red Hair Pirates half an hour ago. Now they are sailing towards Marin Fendo at full speed. Heard the words. Sengoku, Garp's face changed drastically. Now the Whitebeard Pirates have disappeared from Marine's vision. If Marin Fendo comes with 2 more 4 emperors, the scene will develop to the point of unpredictability. At this time, the adjutant said with a terrified expression. A&D. Impel Down just got word. In order to escape, the Straw Hat crew actually released all the prisoners from the 1st to 4th floors, and the advance plunged into unprecedented chaos. Hear this. Sengoku suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and his brain buzzed. The 3-4 emperors are approaching. Unprecedented riots in Impel Down. The current situation for Naval Headquarters. It's so bad. Suddenly, Sengoku fixed his eyes on the adjutant and asked. What about the 6th floor? According to information from Director Magellan, there are only 2 Blackbeard pirates left, and all the prisoners who escaped were killed. Including, Shiryu, Katrin Daimei, Bullet. After the adjutant reported, he left the office. And Sengoku muttered in a bewildered look. This solves the riot on the 6th floor. Ronan is too fast, isn't he? Those imprisoned in Impel Down are all the most vicious criminals in the world. And the adjutant reported. He is the strongest person on the 6th floor. Especially Bullet, it was himself and Garp who shot him back then. And what Sengoku didn't notice was. Now. Garp's eyes were red, and he kept muttering in a low voice. Ronan. Impel Down, LV6 Eternal Hell. Now. Watching Ronan approaching, despite Blackbeard's fear. But the heart is strongly unwilling. Let Blackbeard still stand upright, looking directly at Ronan who was walking towards him. Did you finally dare to look at me directly? Don't worry, I will use the best cooking method to deal with your food. Ronan lit a cigarette and said with a smile. You really are a devil. Blackbeard grinned, and there was a huge darkness behind him. The voice just fell. In the largest cell in Eternal Hell, a huge roar suddenly sounded. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew out and slammed into the wall. All of a sudden, smoke and dust rose everywhere. Makes it hard to see what's inside. Wait until the smoke clears. I saw Badgers was dripping blood from the corner of his mouth, and fell powerlessly to the ground. Boat, Captain. Is that Bullet? Badgers asked weakly. That's right. But just an empty soul. Blackbeard's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he nodded blankly. A soul can beat Badgers like this. It's just too scary. It seems to work well. Ronan laughed and let out a puff of smoke. If all the people here are killed, they will be enslaving their souls with dueling dispatch. That summit war will greatly reduce casualties. Think about it. Ronan couldn't help but a flash of light flashed in his eyes. At this time, a strong smell of blood poured into the nostrils of everyone present. This is not a blood volume that an ordinary person can have. Definitely a behemoth. Suddenly, the door of the cell was pushed open heavily. Bullet dragged San Juan Wolf's huge body covered in blood, and walked out slowly. See this scene. The pupils of Blackbeard, Red Earl, and others shrank suddenly. It's amazing that a soul can beat Badgers. Unexpectedly. Even San Juan Wolf, the giant battleship, was beaten like this. For a while, a terrifying idea suddenly came to everyone's mind. Could it be? This Bullet's soul has all the power it had in life. Think about it. Everyone suddenly felt a burst of horror. I like blood. Blood is warm and comfortable. Blackbeard, I hope your blood turns me on. Ronan had a weird smile on his face. Blooms like poppies. Coquettish, yet depraved. Then let's go to war. Death or life is up to fate. If you are afraid, you will really lose. Blackbeard calmed down his fear slowly, and a monstrous black mist burst out from his body. The next moment, the tall figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In this ultimate darkness, the crowd couldn't even see Blackbeard. All he could see was the endless darkness, roaring towards Ronan with the aura of devouring everything. However, Ronan stood where he was, still unmoved. Boom! With a muffled sound, Blackbeard's hand wrapped in black mist directly slapped Ronan's chest. Dark water. See ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, my ability can nullify all devil fruits. Blackbeard looked at Ronan with a smirk on his face, his eyes full of complacency. Then who told you that I ate devil fruit? Ronan asked with a smile. What? Blackbeard's expression changed suddenly. Just wanted to retreat. But it was too late, Ronan's attack was imminent. The pitch-black iron fist wrapped around the collar of the weapon directly slammed into Blackbeard's chest. Boom! With a heavy muffled sound, Blackbeard's chest collapsed directly, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. Impossible! Blackbeard collapsed to the ground, eyes terrified. Everyone also had a look of disbelief. Didn't Ronan's strange abilities come from devil fruit? There are still many things in this world that you don't understand. Are you ready for cooking? Ronan stepped forward slowly, looking down at Blackbeard. No, it's not over yet. Blackbeard struggled to stand up. It can be next second. Bang, 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 bang. A 43 military boot wrapped around Haki, stepped on 4 feet in a row. Blackbeard's limbs were broken. The dense white bone pierced the skin, and the red and yellow bone marrow could be seen faintly at the fracture. Ah! Blackbeard whimpered in pain, fear in his eyes. At last. Is it still your turn? Don't worry, I'll find some gadgets. Ronan put on medical gloves and ran out excitedly. Soon. When Ronan came back again, he had a wooden shelf with a switch, a metal plate and a round iron cap in his hand. This kind of thing can be seen everywhere in Impel Down. Immediately. Put the iron cap on the Blackbeard and place it between the wooden shelf and the metal plate. As Ronan gradually turned the switch, a scene that horrified everyone present appeared. The Red Earl even closed his eyes and murmured in a low voice. What the old book said is indeed true. Angels are ugly in order to deter the world from being ugly, and demons are beautiful in appearance to induce the world to fall. Ronan, I really can't tell, are you an angel or a demon? Chapter 51. Under everyone's gaze, Ronan turned the switch slowly. Only a click sound was heard. Blackbeard's skull was crushed little by the machine, flattened. Painful howls spread throughout the entire eternal hell in an instant. Ah! Ronan, I will wait for you in hell, someone will kill you. This painful howling is like a ghost. It's also like the last swan song of this careerist. However, Ronan didn't pay attention. After all, who cares about that with a dead man? A sickly paleness appeared on Ronan's face at this moment. The speed of twisting the switch in his hand also increased. Ka ka ka. After a series of crisp sounds, fragments of Blackbeard's skull pierced the brain. This also resulted in a robust body that began to spasm. Next second, Blackbeard's facial features began to bleed, looking oozing. See this scene. Red Earl, Jinbei, and others could not help but tremble. And Magellan, who had just vomited 393, retched again after seeing Blackbeard at this moment. What kind of freak did Marine raise? Crocodile murmured under his breath. Fine. When Blackbeard sent out the invitation, he didn't say yes. Otherwise, my end will definitely not be half a point better than Blackbeard. Ronan, Laozi wants to. Just in the middle of speaking, Magellan stopped abruptly. He was afraid of Ronan, the pervert, and killed Red Eye, even himself. After all, Eternal Hell's surveillance phone bugs are all broken. Even if Magellan was killed, there is no evidence at all. Wait, what is he going to do again? Jinbei frowned suddenly. Ronan picked up an iron rod from beside him, and then suddenly smashed it on the iron hat on Blackbeard's head. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. Blackbeard's eyes widened suddenly, and pain echoed throughout his body. Ah! Kill me, quick, kill me! Feeling the inhuman pain, Blackbeard howled loudly. Before. He still doesn't understand why Bullet wants to die. Now I finally know. This is not human suffering at all. However, responds to Blackbeard. There is only the crisp sound of metal colliding with each other, and the crazy laughter caught in it. As the iron rod continued to swing down in Ronan's hands. After a while. Just listen to. Blackbeard's body twitched for a while, and after two eyeballs popped out together, he lost his vital signs. Dying. All the things I have experienced in my life flashed through my mind. We have worked hard for more than 30 years. Now the building is collapsing, and the darkness deep in the clouds completely submerges the landscape in my heart. Is this dead? Ronan lit a cigarette and sighed helplessly. Everyone's complexion suddenly darkened. Who can hold on to this? If time is too short, why don't you try it yourself? Since the mission is over, let's go quickly, all the prisoners on the 1st to 4th floors have been released. Magellan wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but urge. This place is so disgusting right now. He didn't want to stay for a second longer. Not in a hurry. Ronan smiled, then waved his right hand lightly. Next moment, the bullet who received the order blasted San Juan Wolf's head with a punch. Immediately afterwards, he walked towards the only remaining badgers step by step. No. Don't come here. Badgers, who was seriously injured, struggled to step back with his eyes terrified. But there is a wall behind him, and there is no way to avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as Bullet's big hands grabbed his head. Next second, the head was squeezed and exploded, and the blood mixed with the brain was sprayed on the wall. That's right, as expected of my servant, the technique is so beautiful. After Ronan nodded in satisfaction, he immediately raised his hand to draw a talisman in the air. Mission Soul Gathering Talisman. After several talismans were made, they quickly floated onto the corpses of Blackbeard, Katrin Daime, Naeliu, and others. After a while, bursts of black air drifted out from their corpses, and then gathered into shape. Ronan slowly raised his hand and whispered softly. Kuraying. Detaining general ability activation. A small vortex appeared in Ronan's palm, inhaling the gathered black air. These guys are enough to deal with some captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ronan smiled, and activated the ability again. Send General. Instantly, the black air flew out from the palm of his hand, transformed into a human form, and stood alive in front of everyone. Especially the 180-meter huge black shadow of San Juan Bad Wolf, it looks very spectacular. See this scene. The pupils of Red Earl, Magellan, and others trembled, and their mouths opened slightly unconsciously. Horrible. If these people only listened to Ronan's orders. During the public execution, the Whitebeard Pirates only need to kill one captain. The strength of the marine side will increase by 1. Whitebeard, old fellow, it's dangerous. The Red Earl whispered. Unconsciously, I became worried about my old opponent. Dad. Ace. Jinbei was sweating even more, his face was full of bitterness. Suddenly, Crocodile exclaimed. This guy, no way. I heard. The eyes of everyone subconsciously turned to Ronan again. The last test, please get up. Please spirit activate. Blackbeard, who had just gathered into a human form, turned into a cloud of black air again, and penetrated into Ronan's palm. Next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. A large piece of darkness unexpectedly gushed out from Ronan's body, swallowing all the corpses in the eternal hell. This is the ability of dark fruit. It feels really good. No wonder Blackbeard swells up after eating dark fruit. Ronan stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and said with a smile. This is Blackbeard's ability. Magellan's eyes seemed to be popping out, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Very scary. The Red Earl said with a surprised face. Jinbei and Crocodile were even more frightened, with cold sweat rolling down their foreheads. Now, they finally realized that the killing just now was nothing. As long as Ronan hunts down the ability users, then he alone will have countless devil fruit abilities. You can also stand shoulder to shoulder with any force on the sea alone. This is the most terrifying fact. By the way, I almost forgot about you. Ronan's scarlet eyes glanced at the Red Earl and the others locked in the cell. In this instant, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the hearts of the Red Earl and the others. Forget it, for the sake of your honesty, let's talk about it next time. If you don't go down, all the prisoners who have reached the 4th floor will run away. Ronan smiled, turned slowly and walked towards the elevator. Looking at the back of this departure, Red Earl 3.7, Crocodile, Jinbei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. J.A. No one knows when Ronan will come and kill himself. It may be tomorrow, or it may be regrettable in the next second. This feeling of waiting to be tortured and killed is really depressing. Might as well give it a good time now. At this time, as Ronan strode past Magellan, the gentle voice sounded again. Director Magellan, you won't let Naval Headquarters know what happened just now. I just want to give them a surprise when the execution is public. Magellan's body tensed up immediately, and he said word by word. I did not see anything. The Black Dragon Admiral is invincible, cleaning the entire eternal hell. The faces of the 3 Red Earls suddenly darkened. This face is so disgusting. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. Let's go and see what's going on up there. Chapter 52. Impel Down LV. 1. Crimson Hell. Prisoners from the 1st to 4th floors are all gathered here. I vowed to run out of here today. Seeing that the ground floor is about to arrive, the roars of the prisoners can be heard endlessly. People of the world, welcome the arrival of my uncle again. Kill all the guards. Yes, Kill them all. Laozi's second brother was cut off by them. Facing these nearly 3,000 prisoners, the guards of Impel Down could only fight and retreat, looking in a panic. Damn it, Lord Ronan and Director Magellan haven't come down yet. Han Yabao wiped the blood off his face and let out a low growl. What? Master Ronan is here too. I really want to dirty him, break him, and let him fall into the abyss of depravity. Hearing this, Sidi-chan couldn't help licking Sakura's lips. A strange flush appeared on her face. The eyes hidden under the bangs, gleaming with morbid agitation and twisted excitement. At this time, ka-la-la-la, the iron chain rang repeatedly, and the elevator went up to the basement level with a bang. However, the prisoners didn't take it seriously, and waved the stolen weapons at the guards. Today's progress is really exciting. Ronan walked out of the elevator with a cigarette in his mouth. Stop it all for me. All the prisoners are honestly going to the cell, I can let the past go. Seeing the corpses of the guards on the ground, Magellan immediately roared loudly. Everything that happened today. Definitely a major blot on your resume book. However, the prisoners didn't pay attention to Magellan, and instead sent out a burst of memory. Go back? You're right. Ha ha ha, we will kill all the guards in Impel Down. I was imprisoned for 10 years, and I will use your blood to commemorate my lost 10 years. Now is the only hope of escaping Impel Down. Think about it. The prisoners' desire to survive was fully developed. As if they were not tired, they kept waving the swords they picked up in their hands. Hey! Sure enough, force is the language that pirates can understand. Ronan put out the cigarette butt in his hand, and said loudly. All guards, evacuate immediately, and leave the rest to me. Heard the words. A bitter look appeared on Magellan's face. Now, it seems that there is no better way. If you do it yourself, Impel Down guards are sure to be poisoned in large numbers. And now there are so many antidotes in Impel Down. Now, after seeing that the guards had almost evacuated, Ronan tore off the cloak of justice behind him, and disappeared in place. Next second, the shrill screams and painful wails instantly resounded through the entire basement floor. This is the most violent massacre, every punch will smash the head of a prisoner. Blood splattered with brain pulp added a lot of color to the huge crimson hell. Original. Ronan can stun them with Conqueror's Haki. But in this way, it completely lost the fun of killing. In Ronan's mind, killing is an extremely joyful thing, and even requires some ritual enjoyment. Seeing this terrifying scene, the guards of Impel Down immediately froze in place. This is one person fighting with nearly 3,000 prisoners. Suddenly, Han Yabao saw a few familiar shadows and couldn't help but say. Wait! That's Shiryu, Blackbeard, and the others. Sidi-chan, Domino, and others immediately looked into the crowd. I saw Blackbeard, Katrin Daime, and others wantonly slaughtering. But their eyes were empty. The body also seems to be composed of a group of black shadows. Magellan said lightly. Don't bother, forget everything you saw today. Ronan wanted to keep this a secret, in case it is revealed. Magellan was terrified that the pervert would do something terrible. Everyone nodded silently. But Sidi-chan twisted his hot body and murmured excitedly. It is said that a man can give everything he has for the woman he loves. But for Master Ronan, I am willing to welcome you. When I saw Ronan torture and kill Avalo Pizarro last time. Sadistic Sidi-chan. Then there was a lot of almost crazy feelings for Ronan. She has only one wish now. That is to let Ronan whip himself hard and get a huge pleasure out of it. See. Magellan and the others shook their heads helplessly. Really too pervert. Slowly over time, the number of prisoners dwindled rapidly. The wailing that originally resounded through the world also gradually disappeared. They trembled and collapsed to the ground, struggling to retreat, trying to stay away from this group of monsters. All hope in his eyes disappeared. Instead, it is the color of despair that goes deep into the bone marrow. Now, the blood stained the ground red, forming a pool of blood, and the corpses piled up into mountains, exuding a stench. This horrible scene drew crimson hell vividly into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The head of the last prisoner was blown to pieces like a watermelon. Ronan lay in blood. Not tired. Instead, after the desire to kill is satisfied, he quietly enjoys a moment of peace in his heart. Today, definitely the happiest day of Marine's career aside from killing Whitebeard. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ronan's mind. Ding, host kills, Blackbeard, Bullet, Shiryu, Badgers. Bounty totals 5 billion, increase fusion degree by 6%. Ding, Xiao Zizai's template fusion degree first increased to 78%. Ding, congratulations to host for acquiring the skill, Golden Light Curse. One of the 8 miraculous skills, Divine Mechanism, Thunder King Color Haki, top level. Host's current abilities, Marine 6 styles, Perfect, Armament Haki, Emission, Observation Haki, Foreseeing the Future, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, Flower Finger, Great Compassionate Palm, Golden Bell Jar, Golden Light Curse. 8 miraculous skills, Lioku Immortal Thieves, Both Hands, Tong, Ma Wang Zhao, Tian Lu, Feng Kaokuman, Detaining Spirits and Sending Generals, Divine Mechanisms hundreds of practices. Integration of Divine Mechanism 100 refinements. Ronan murmured softly. Next second, all the information about the Divine Machine flooded into Ronan's mind in an instant. Divine Mechanism, the ultimate of the refiner. A refiner can only refine 1 or 2 magic weapons in a lifetime. The magic machine is different. It can mass-produce magical instruments in a short period of time. Even the magic weapon itself, whether it is quality, complexity, or agility, is far superior to the magic weapon refined by ordinary craftsmen for a lifetime. Without any exaggeration, possessing a divine machine is equivalent to owning a god-level armed force. Not bad. After learning all the information about Divine Machine 100 alchemy, Ronan nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, a thought suddenly popped into Ronan's mind. If all generals above the Marine Vice Admiral level are equipped with magic weapons, does that mean that the Whitebeard Pirates can be abused? Chapter 53. After the idea of arming Marine emerged, Ronan couldn't help but start to have another headache. After today, there are only 3 days left before the summit war. Time is too tight. Go back and get ready. Ronan sighed and was about to stand up. Negligible. A gust of fragrant wind mixed with a strong smell of blood poured into Ronan's nostrils. Immediately afterwards, City Chan's excited voice came from beside him. Master Ronan, I want to get an injection. Ronan turned and looked. At this moment, City Chan took off the tight red leather jacket and put on a tool. She was lying lazily in a pool of blood, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and her facial features after fringing her bangs were abnormally glamorous. That slightly aloof attitude resembled the teacher in charge very much. But the graceful figure under the tool formed a great contrast with the temperament. For ordinary men, if you see such evildoers, you must serve them with sticks. Even if there are countless people on the same path, we must explore the dark alley. But Ronan was unmoved at all, his eyes were cold and his face was abnormally calm. As a soldier, pay attention to your image in public. Magellan, get me a boat. After standing up and lighting a cigarette 803, Ronan walked silently to the ground floor. No way. Today's inner desire has been completely satisfied. The sage has time to find out, or make an appointment another day. Anyway, today is very inconvenient. See. The people in the distance suddenly laughed bitterly. Could it be? Does Ronan really have no other desires other than killing? City Chan is not lost either. After getting up from the pool of blood, he immediately followed and continued to stalk. When we walked out of Impel Down, night had already fallen. Ronan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said softly, "Fight the Straw Hat crew in the surrounding waters. In the massacre just now. Even if observation Haki covers the entire progress, the Straw Hat crew has not been detected. And even Ivankov, a group of ladyboys, and Buggy didn't notice it. The only possibility is that they have already taken advantage of the chaos and ran away." "Yes, Black Dragon Admiral." Magellan nodded and said in a deep voice. "Prisoner escapes from Impel Down. No matter what the process is, it is a serious dereliction of duty by the director. Thanks for your hard work." Ronan smiled softly and walked slowly onto the boat that Magellan had prepared. Immediately, Ronan beach, the deck, practice. Next second, a ball of light blue light burst out from Ronan's hand, and then sank into the hull. Under the watchful eyes of Magellan et al., all the ships began to emit light blue light. When the light fades away, the boat, which was a bit old, turned out to be brand new. "What's the situation?" Magellan's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief. "You will know later." Ronan smiled, and began to control the boat under his feet with his mind and the unique energy of divine machine. The next moment, whoosh! The boat accelerated suddenly, and shot out of the barrel like a bullet, leaving a series of waves on the sea. Looking at Ronan going away, everyone froze in place, unable to calm down for a long time. A long time. Magellan came back to his senses and murmured in a low voice. "It's too fast, it's going to be 100 nautical miles per hour, right?" "Wrong. Even faster." City-chan, Han Yabao and others nodded blankly, then silently turned and entered the process. Crimson Hell still has a lot of dead bodies waiting to be cleaned up. But when I returned to Crimson Hell again, the corpses here had begun to rot slowly. When the stench poured into the nasal cavity, everyone couldn't help retching. Magellan even vomited and roared. "Ronan! Even if you kill me in the future, it's impossible for you to set foot here again. Marin burns more, Crescent Moon Harbor." With a gust of salty sea breeze blowing, the waves rushed to the embankment, splashing waves more than 1 meter high, and thousands of white and crystal pear blossoms bloomed. Now, Sengoku, San Admiral, Ms. Tsuru, Momuzagi and other marine vice-admirals have been waiting again. "What can't we talk about tomorrow?" Aokiji took off the blindfold, and the voice was full of laziness and puzzlement. Ronan said, "Summoned you to make an important announcement. To save time, just wait for him here." Sengoku squeezed the space between his eyebrows, and said a little tiredly. "Public execution of many matters. It has consumed most of the old man's energy. The advance into riots is now over. However, Kaido and Big Mom's Double Emperor Alliance is heading towards Marin Fenduo. Plus the loss of the Whitebeard Pirates. This caused Sengoku to be even more physically and mentally exhausted. Hope Ronan has some good news." Suddenly, Sengoku and the others looked at the sea together, and observation Haki also spread over. When seeing the figure on the boat, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were filled with surprise. That was Ronan. "This speed is approaching 200 nautical miles per hour, right?" Sengoku said with a shocked face. "Although it doesn't sound like much. But even the giant sea kings can't reach this speed." Everyone nodded in a daze, staring at the distance. Soon, Ronan's figure gradually became clear. However, but when the ship is about to arrive at Crescent Moon Harbor, a strange scene appeared. The boat came to an abrupt stop on the sea. And Ronan also took advantage of the powerful inertia to jump directly in front of everyone. "Don't look at me like that. Strange." Ronan lit a cigarette and said with a wry smile. "What happened just now? Can that kind of ship be popularized in marine?" Is this what you want to announce? Sengoku stared at Ronan and asked a series of questions. If Marine has a boat of this speed, casualties can be avoided. Save a ton on shipping too. No, it won't be popular either. Didn't I tell you to bring 2 rubies here on the phone bug? That's my announcement. Ronan shook his head slightly, and let out a puff of smoke with a smile. Heard the words. Akainu and the others behind them suddenly looked disappointed. What the hell? Is it fun to be cute? It's late at night, why don't you go and explore the mysteries of black holes? Sengoku also looked disappointed, and then threw the 2 rubies to the past. Oh, you guys are too impatient. I can make all Marine Vice Admirals, all have 2 layers of armament Haki. After scanning the crowd around, Ronan said with a smile. What? Sengoku and the others suddenly widened their eyes, and exclaimed at the same time regardless of their appearance. 2-tier armament Haki? If this is true. Even facing Whitebeard, Kaido Bigmom 3-4 emperors at the same time. Marine also has enough confidence to win this battle. But I have a request. You can ask whatever you want, and I will approve all of them here. Sengoku immediately waved his hand and said loudly. Ronan stomped out the cigarette butt with all his might, a gentle smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Execute Luffy, Ace's executioner, it must be me. Everyone. Chapter 54. Making Ronan the executioner. Hear this. The brains of Sengoku and others suddenly felt a buzzing. Leaving aside the identity of Marine Admiral, whether it is suitable or not, Garp can't explain anywhere. He caught his 2 grandsons and beat them. If Garp finds out about this, he will definitely fight Ronan. This critical moment is now. Marine can't stand any internal friction. Ahem. Don't even think about it. But anything else, I can promise you. Sengoku coughed and directly vetoed it. Okay. You step down now and let Akainu take over as Marshal of the Marine. Ronan touched his chin and said seriously. Right now Sengoku is way too moderate. If Akainu can take office sooner, then I will lose a lot of constraints in the future, and the opinions I put forward can be passed unconditionally. Although Ronan also thought about taking office by himself. But it's really not 340 freedom anymore, and I have to flatter 5 elders' stinky feet every day, disgusting. When Aokiji and others heard this, they were immediately on the list. This word. Can it be said casually? On the other hand, Akainu lowered his head a little shyly. How did this speak Laozi's heart? Ronan. You are simply the gospel of the Hawks. Don't go too far. With anger in Sengoku's eyes, cold words popped out one by one. Okay, no kidding. After seeing the effect of that thing, you are making a decision. After Ronan shook his head with a smile, a faint blue light burst out from the right hand holding the ruby. Under the gaze of everyone, the ruby gradually began to change, and the internal material deconstruction gradually decomposed. Gradually, a ruby turned into a round bead engraved with eerie patterns. What's left is imperial things, turned into things. Practice. With Ronan's snort, a cloud of light-like blue substance emerged from Ronan's hand and poured into the bead. Yawu is to feed the energy of Divine Machine 100 refining to the magic weapon for refining, so that it can be operated. At last. It's a refiner. Use your own energy to train him to be independent and have special abilities. Such a vessel can be called a magic weapon. Little by little over time. 5 minutes later, this magic weapon was condensed and completed. It's called the Black Duke Eye, try it out. While launching it with the mind, it is winding armament Haki. Ronan tossed Black Bucket Guy to Sengoku, smiled and lit a cigarette. The reason why he proposed to be the executioner. It felt like it was a waste to kill them so simply. Don't feel the moment when life is gone. Instead, cut off their necks directly. Ronan even thinks Sengoku and the others are out of their minds. Then try it. After Sengoku caught the black buck guy, his arms quickly wrapped around a layer of jet black armament Haki. Immediately afterwards, let Akainu and others' unbelievable scene happen. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. A layer of black armor quickly covered Sengoku's original armament Haki like water flow. Feel the power brought by Wuda Guy. Sengoku's pupils were shocked suddenly, and he said with a look of horror. The effect is really not much different from the power of armament Haki. And even the physical strength consumed is only a quarter of that of armament Haki. Talking. Sengoku's iron fist slammed down to the ground. Boom! With a huge roar sounded. Cracks like spider webs appeared on the hard ground of Crescent Moon Harbor. The next moment. Boom! The ground centered on Sengoku suddenly collapsed into a huge pit. Feel the blow of terror. All the people present froze in place immediately, and there were waves in their hearts that could not be calmed down for a long time. Those who own observation Haki know it well. The punch just now was Sengoku's most common punch. Kin force. But it is twice as strong as usual. Now. Time seemed to have stopped. Except for the whirring of Hi-Fi and the sound of waves beating the shore. The huge Crescent Moon Harbor can no longer hear a single sound. A long time. Sengoku's solemn voice sounded. Is there any room for negotiation? Ronan shook his head slightly, no. Mr. Sengoku, the decision is in your hands, come to me anytime you think about it. You don't have much time, though. Finished. Ronan turned and left without moving his head. The faces of Akainu and other hawkish generals were also extremely ugly. If you don't agree this time, then Sengoku is too partial to the moderates. What happened to the execution of a criminal? Why care about that old garp thing? Are you two having another leg? At this time, Sengoku also made a decision. With a dark face, he said in a deep voice. I agree. However, if Garp is looking for you, you must notify me immediately. This thing called Black Dogai is really important to Marine. With it, not only can it greatly reduce the loss of Marine high-level combat power. When facing Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom 3-4 Emperor's pirate group, it can also have a surprising effect. Based on these 2 points alone, let Ronan punish Ace and Luffy. It's not too much. Hehe. I knew Mr. Sengoku that you would say yes. Things can be done tomorrow, and I will distribute them on the day of public execution. Ronan didn't look back, he waved his hands as he walked. Look at this thin back. Everyone couldn't help but recall Ronan's words when he joined Marine. My name is Ronan, I am 23 years old, and I like to kill people. Now it seems. It's not instinct. It should be called instinct, or nature. Well. Sengoku sighed heavily, turned around and left without saying hello. This moment. I don't know if it's an illusion or real. Akainu, Aokiji and other generals felt that Sengoku had aged a lot. Ronan returned to the villa in Marinfendo town. Just about to close the door, ready to wash and go to bed. A jade foot suddenly inserted into the crack of the door. Hancock, I'm going to rest. Ronan said helplessly. You seem to be in a good mood today, maybe being a concubine can help you be happier. Now you need 2 slices of abalone, reduce swelling, quench thirst, reduce phlegm. Hancock's beautiful eyes are particularly bright at night, and his voice is soft and shy. It is as moving as the delicate stamens in the rain. This moment, Ronan realized. It seems that I am about to make a mistake again. And it is a fatal mistake of principle. In a daze, Hancock slammed the door open, threw his arms around Ronan, and kissed him. Ronan closed his eyes. This time, he didn't dodge like last time. The next day, early morning, Hancock rose quietly from Ronan's arms. There was also no mention of the seal of the flying dragon's hoof. After a brief cleaning and cleaning up the scene, he quietly returned to his residence. At this time, Ronan also opened his eyes, and murmured with a wry smile. "This woman. Why did you leave Fatsai and stockings here?" The voice just fell. Garp's deep voice sounded outside the house. "Ronan! Hurry up and get out of here, old man." Chapter 55. I found it early in the morning. After Ronan sighed softly, he slowly dressed and got up. Originally, I thought that Garp would come to him later to complain for his 2 grandsons. But whoever thought? This early in the morning, he ran to the door of the house and cursed. I don't know if it was hard to explore the black hole last night. After a simple wash, Ronan opened the door and walked out. "Brat! I heard you're going to be an executioner." Garp's bloodshot eyes fixed on Ronan, fists clenched. "On last night. Because of accompanying Ace, Luffy chatted very late, and the phone bug didn't take it. It was not until this morning that I received the news from Aokiji." After learning about the situation, Garp's brain became hot, and he rushed over without thinking. "In what capacity are you talking to me like this again? A grandpa who loves his grandson, or a marine hero?" Ronan lit a cigarette and asked lightly. "Seriously? There are too many marines in the living area where there are many marines." Ronan really didn't want to kill Garp here. That would just give Marine a huge jolt. "No matter what your identity is, you should be punched by me first." 14. Garp let out a low growl, and an invisible momentum rushed out of his body instantly. The ground beneath his feet gradually began to crumble. Even the cumulus clouds in the sky were directly washed away. The next moment, Ronan and Garp shot almost simultaneously. 2 fists wrapped in armed colors crashed into each other. The terrifying roar sounded like dozens of shells exploding at the same time. Boom! The terrifying aftermath spread wildly. The sound wave directly shattered the glass of all surrounding villas. The Marine Vice Admiral sleeping at home. I didn't even have time to put on my pants, so I ran out to check the situation. "It's really fighting," the Flying Squirrel said with a wry smile. "Ronan's armor color is comparable to that of Mr. Garp." The Ghost Spider exclaimed in surprise. The rest of the Vice Admirals nodded silently after hearing this, and a hint of horror flashed in their eyes. Garp's armed color has always been the strongest in Marine. None of them. And now this one is the strongest. It seems that Ronan, who has only joined Marine for 5 years, will be pulled down from the altar. You'd better go back and put on your pants. The 3-centimeter heirloom is really an eyesore. The Ghost Spider glanced at everyone and said very disdainfully. Cut, even an embroidery needle. With the speed of a sewing machine, you can turn a rag into a beautiful dress. After the Flying Squirrel scratched its neck, it ran towards the house. The figures of other people also slowly disappeared. Standing in the street wearing only fat clothes like this really affects the military appearance too much. IMP. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent in 5 years. Garp's face was gloomy, and the more he beat, the more frightened he became. Although already prepared. Feeling the power of not losing the wind at all, Garp was also very surprised in his heart. And the next second, the strength on Garp's fist also increased again and again. The speed, the power, the reflex. Not at all like what an elderly person should be. Morning practice is over. It's time for breakfast. There was a faint scarlet flash in Ronan's eyes, and he said very gently. Now that it's done. Then you must kill Sengoku before he arrives. Although it violated the previous agreement. But so what? Who would complain about a dead man? Immediately, Ronan took a stand and made a one-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. In an instant, Garp immediately felt as if he was out of touch with time. The surrounding villas, flowers, and plants, and even the flow of air have all slowed down. When Garp reacted again, a fist wrapped around armament Haki hit his chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, Garp's chest suddenly burst into a cloud of blood, and his strong body flew upside down. Iron body. Ronan walked slowly towards Garp, a look of disdain on his face. Iron body is harmful. Enough. With a lazy voice sounded. A figure suddenly appeared, standing in front of Garp. It is a group of moderates headed by Aokiji. Marine heroes can commit murder in the street. Or, you want to go with him? Ronan stomped out the cigarette that was about to burn out, and asked in a gentle tone. Look at those scarlet eyes. Although there was no murderous tone in the tone. But Aokiji and the Marine Vice Admiral were shocked for no reason. I don't know if it's an illusion. They feel that they are not dealing with a human being. It's an evil ghost who just crawled out of hell, vowing to stain the whole world with blood. Get out of the way. The old man can beat him so much that he can't get out of bed for 3 days. Garp struggled to get up, pushed away Aokiji and others, and faced Ronan. But when Aokiji saw the sunken fist mark on the old man's chest, his heart sank. Ronan was ready to kill with that punch just now. See. Aokiji hurriedly stopped Garp, and said in a deep voice. Ronan, today's matter is over, everyone can live well. I can give you 3 prisoners with a reward of 200 million. 5, sent to my execution chamber tonight. Ronan exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile. Although Garp is not pleasing to the eye. But kill him now. Not to mention that I can't improve the degree of fusion if I don't use my efforts. Sengoku is also a bit unreasonable. After all, the two of them have been good friends for many years. Good. Aokiji nodded emphatically. Hey, kid, you don't think God has lost, do you? Garp was still unconvinced, and made a gesture to charge Ronan. It can be next second. Ultimate's air conditioning instantly froze this muscular body into ice cubes. Calm down, Mr. Garp. Aokiji sighed heavily. Seeing the cobweb-like cracks on the ice, a group of vice admirals hurriedly moved Garp away. After Aokiji took a deep look at Ronan, he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Then turn around and leave. To this, Ronan didn't pay attention either, with distress written all over his face. 520 How should I enjoy these 5 people tonight? The time came to noon. Inside Marine Admiral's office. Call. It's finally over. Looking at the dozens of black buck guys on the table, Ronan let out a heavy breath. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly opened. Akainu walked in with a serious face, and said in a deep voice. Garp is hospitalized. The sternum was shattered and the internal organs were severely damaged. When informed of the news, Akainu was also shocked. Especially when I heard that Ronan only punched Garp seriously. The entire Naval Headquarters couldn't help shaking. It's a shame he didn't die. Ronan shook his head with a look of disappointment on his face. Akainu's face darkened suddenly. At this time, kill the marine hero. Then you, Admiral, are at the end of the day. By the way, I made a little toy. Maybe it can target Big Mom's soul fruit. Talking. Ronan produced a golden bell. Akainu. Chapter 56. For soul fruit? Toy? Just this bell? Akainu looked at Ronan with a bewildered face. A series of question marks kept flashing through my mind. This thing is called Shaking Soul Ling. The ringtone produced by its shaking can launch an attack on the soul. And the objects that are infused with the soul by Big Mom will deal a devastating blow. Ronan lit a cigarette and introduced with a smile. Heard the words. Akainu didn't speak. Instead, he sat down, lit a cigar, and took a deep puff. The smoke filled the room. Akainu seems to see the future outlined. This thing. It was created to restrain Big Mom. If it's true what Ronan said. Finish off the Whitebeard Pirates. When Marine was facing the Kaido and Big Mom Double Emperor alliance, it can also make Big Mom lose most of its strength, so as to win a bigger fighter. A long time. Akainu exhaled a puff of blue smoke, tried to restrain his emotions and said, "Experiment. I'm going to be a test subject." Ronan touched his chin, smiled and said, "I hope you don't regret it. Soul attacks are no joke. Mild to dizzy. Seriously. Will directly become a fool, or even die on the spot. Bring it on." Akainu's resolute face was full of firmness, and he nodded vigorously. "It feels like a strong man going to die." Next second, Ronan shook the bell in his hand. Jingle bell. With a crisp bell ringing. With Ronan as the center, circles of ripples visible to the naked eye quickly spread out. Almost instantly, Akainu's body froze in place, and even his eyes became hollow. This feeling. It was as if the brain had been hit hard with a hammer. Its degree of pain. It was countless times more unbearable than physical pain. And at this moment, the door of the office was pushed open again. Sengoku came in angrily, roaring, "Ronan!" The voice just fell. Ong! Without any defense, Sengoku's brain suddenly felt a buzzing. Blood gushed out from the facial features. The justice cloak was also stained with a touch of bright red, like a coquettish flower blooming in the wind. Instantly, Sengoku seemed to hear the sound of blood flowing constantly beating his eardrums. Even the sound of falling leaves outside the window and the waves resonated in my mind countless times. "Mr. Sengoku!" Ronan immediately put down the bell in his hand. Immediately, the crisp bells stopped. Sengoku and Akainu felt much better. But the strong dizziness from the brain is far from disappearing. "What is this?" Sengoku slumped on the couch, clutching his head and murmuring. Ronan sighed helplessly. After recovering them with both hands, they can only repeat the reason of the matter. Actually, the ultimate use of this thing. It was after Zeus and Prometheus of Big Mom were severely injured. Ronan used Juling Dispatch General for his own use. The reason why I don't say it now. It's entirely because Ronan is afraid that Sengoku, an old man, will find out. Let yourself turn Zeus and Prometheus over to the world government or marine. After hearing Ronan's explanation, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly, as if the dizziness disappeared. He stood up suddenly and said, "Everything you said is true?" Ronan nodded, smiled, and said, "You have already felt the pain just now, if you still don't believe it. Or do it again." With that said, Ronan was about to pick up the soul-shaking bell. See. Akainu and Sengoku shook their heads again and exited the office with a look of pain. Boom! As the door was closed heavily, the calendar office was set. Sengoku woke up with a start. "Did I forget something?" "Oh yes! The old man is coming to scold Ronan. A Marine Admiral and Marine Hero, openly fighting in the street? It's okay to fight. And put Garp in the hospital with one punch." Just about to turn around and go back. But Sengoku stopped again, with a sad face. "How can I scold this? In case Ronan drops his pick and quits. That loss was Marine. So I can only feel sorry for Garp." Night. Marlin Fenduo's temporary prison. An old man with grey hair, dragging his injured body, slowly sat at the door of the cell. "Chicken sauce, Grandpa, you're here." Luffy, who was tied up by Seastone, greeted feebly. "Old man, you look miserable." Ace struggled to open his eyelids, frowning slightly. The Garp he knew. But it has always been a look of fearlessness, always carefree. Instead of being lifeless like it is now. "Hehe, I was just injured by a brat. Counting it all together, he should be a few years older than you. The imaginary age is about 29, and the full age is about 28. When he sat down too much just now, the wound on his chest cracked again, making Garp's smile look unnatural. Blood soaked the white suit, stained with scarlet. "Can it hurt you?" Ace asked with some surprise. "What do chicken sauce, su sui, and jo sui mean?" Luffy's eyes were lost, and he didn't care that Garp was hurt. In his eyes, chicken sauce is invincible. Ha ha ha. The imaginary age is the time to come out of the father's body. 1 year old is the time to come out of the mother's body. Garp pinches his nostrils and laughs. But Luffy and Ace are even more confused. But what they didn't pay attention to was, with tears in the corners of his eyes, the old man tried hard not to let them stay. There is some seriousness in the laughter. This is in addition to the love that Grandpa has for his 2 grandchildren. And mixed with a promise to a deceased dear friend. Just this promise. It's just too heavy. It was so heavy that even Garp, the marine hero, couldn't straighten his broad back. After tonight, there are only 2 days left in the execution. Thinking of this, Garp felt mixed feelings. Why? Why don't you join Marine, as the old man said, Luffy, Ace? If that is the case, this old man will be able to protect you in a legitimate way. There is a love that is hidden under the scolding. It's not turning a blind eye, not turning a blind eye. Garp is restricted by the title of hero, and all tears can only be hidden in the bottom of his heart. These words. Garp didn't say it, but kept telling some interesting stories from his childhood. He wanted his 2 grandsons to be happy in their final moments. Late at night, in a hut located in a remote location in Marlin Fendo, 5 pirates with a bounty of more than 200 million are looking at everything here in fear. Strong smell of blood. A piece of complete human skin hanging on the wall, an exquisite human skeleton. An organ soaked in formalin. All of these terrified the 5 famous pirates. Suddenly. Just listen to creak. The door of the house was suddenly opened, and a man wearing a cloak of justice walked in. His appearance. It seems that the surrounding temperature has dropped a few degrees. It makes people feel indescribably cold, filling the surroundings. Welcome to my happy house. Next. I'll make you happier than ever. Ronan walked slowly behind a prisoner and said with a smile. These 5 people. These are the 5 pirates that Aokiji promised to send. Everyone is a heinous person, burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of crimes. And Ronan also happened to like to communicate with them the most. Immediately, 2 soldiers pushed a huge copper bowl in. Then, after throwing all the 5 prisoners into the belly of the copper bowl, they slowly backed out. Laozi firefly streamer. Ronan made a tactic with one hand, and the flames burst out from his fingertips, and quickly floated below the copper bowl. Copper conducts heat very well. After a while, the copper bowl was burned until it was red. After the pirates felt the intense heat, they screamed in pain. However, Ronan could only hear a low growl. Roaring like an angry bull. It's a genius who invented this thing. Ronan seemed to be listening to the most beautiful song, his face was full of enjoyment, and there was a crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. As time goes by little, the low growls gradually decreased, and the room was filled with the smell of meat. Well, Master Ronan, Di Wang Hao, is getting more and more good at playing. The sea soldier outside the door shook his head helplessly. Go on like this. Maybe it will become like this too? A long time. Ronan pushed the door out, with a gentle smile on his face again. Thank you for your hard work. No hard work. After saluting, the 2 sailors skillfully rushed into the room and began to clean it. As time goes by, 2 days passed quietly. Shishibukai doesn't tell the truth. Even Garp wasn't coming to trouble Ronan. And today, it's the day of the public execution of Ace, Luffy, Robin. Early morning. Ronan woke up slowly, looked at Hancock lying in his arms, and smiled wryly. Last night, I seem to have made a mistake again. And it's still a fundamental error. Time to get up and get ready. Ronan said helplessly. Really? On the surface, the woman who is soft and hard does not eat, but behind her back, she is so hard that her mouth is soft. My whole body hurts, can I not go? Hancock's delicate and pretty face showed a paleness, which was charming and charming. However, Ronan didn't respond, and then went to the balcony, looking at the Zingtai that had been built. Now, Ronan's mind was already on Whitebeard. The most delicious supreme delicacy in the world. Chapter 57. Marin burns more, Crescent Moon Harbor. Now, there were only 3 hours left before the execution. Under the gaze of countless people, the 2 sailors took Luffy, Ace, and Robin, who were all covered in bruises, and walked up to Zingtai step by step. Then, the sea soldiers will lock the prisoners' iron chains on both sides of Zingtai. Under the execution platform, 100,000 naval elites looked sideways one after another and began to make remarks. Robin, the Devil's Son, Luffy the Straw Hat, Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I heard that Ace is the trigger for a world-class war. Wait, there's no Straw Hat Luffy on the execution list. Here. Office of Marshal Marine. Boom. Garp slammed his fist on the wall, and asked in a deep voice. If you are afraid of the Revolutionary Army, then why execute Luffy in public? Luffy is not on the public execution list. Do it. It's because Marine doesn't want another force to intervene. Sengoku said flatly. We are facing 3-4 emperors today. If the Revolutionary Army comes, even if we are fully prepared, it will cause an irreversible situation. Marin Fendo is located at the very center of the world. Behind us are thousands of ordinary people. If the headquarters is gone, it can be rebuilt. If we fall, who will protect them? He raised his eyes slightly, and stared at Garp with a cold gaze reflected in his frog glasses. Before. I do lean toward moderates. But what Buddha Sengoku rejects in his heart is the justice that reigns supreme in the world. Once the execution is successful today, it will completely suppress the morale of the Revolutionary Army. Garp clenched his fists and wanted to say something, but he hesitated to speak. He could only turn around and leave silently. Looking at his back, Sengoku said lightly. As for Ace, you, as the person involved, also bear a great responsibility. If not for the status of Marine Hero, coupled with the careful protection of myself and Ms. He, just by raising Roger's offspring, Garp is already a prisoner. Garp didn't respond, clenched his iron fists tightly, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. At the same time, all the Marine soldiers looked at the 3 of them on Zingtai with serious expressions. If not them, I don't have to risk my life to face the strongest man in the world. Admiral is here. Why are there only 3, Black Dragon Admiral? Sudden. Someone among the soldiers exclaimed. 870. For a while, everyone's eyes gathered at the bottom of Zingtai. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji walked slowly to 3 big chairs and sat down. Akainu sits in the center seat. Kizaru and Aokiji sit down with each other. Just sit there. The restless heart of the 100,000 elite sailors suddenly calmed down. It seems that the 3 of them are like a moat that pirates cannot cross. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the heads of the 3 admirals. Moment. All eyes focused on the past. A slender and handsome man, wearing a cloak of justice and a black suit lining, walked towards the executed prisoner step by step. Step, 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 step. It was like stepping on a ripple in the endless darkness. Even if he stood alone on the huge execution platform, the brilliance of the rising sun shone on him. Let him not only not look small. Instead, it shone brighter. What a guy to envy! Everyone thought in their hearts. But when a group of marine soldiers reacted, they suddenly realized something was wrong. This is Marine Admiral, Black Dragon. The youngest admiral in history, this is the first time I've seen him. A colonel from West Blue said in surprise. Yet, I always feel that he is about the same age as my nephew. A middle-aged soldier murmured in a low voice. The appearance is too young, and the appearance is too white and tender. By contrast, it is not at the same level as Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Stop looking. He's the most famous executioner in Marine, he broke through the advancement to the 6th floor by himself. The people killed by him, don't mention how bloody they are. A lieutenant colonel had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, reminding him in a low voice. Heard the words. The two people beside them shut up. Ronan, this guy overwhelmed us as soon as he came up, it's really scary. Kizaru couldn't help curling his lips when he watched the soldiers' reactions. He deserves it. Akainu's eyes were cold, and there was no emotion in his voice. Aokiji, Kizaru's face turned black. You two won't. Bah, how evil. Crescent Harbor. 4 Shishibukai, as the first line of defense, stood at the forefront. Sigh. I didn't expect Ronan, an admiral, to be an executioner. Doflamingo said with a surprised face. Eat my brain and you become smarter. Gecko Moria looked back, grinning shrilly. Heard the words. Doflamingo's face immediately sank. It looked like it was about to explode. Can be final. He still endured it. Eating this guy's brain is a lifelong disgrace to Doflamingo. When the war breaks out and nobody notices. You see, if Laozi kills you, you will be finished. He's getting stronger again. And the smell of blood on my body is getting stronger and stronger. Hawkeye folded his arms around his chest and stared at Ronan with a pair of sickle-shaped pupils. It started from Zingtai just now. The world's #1 swordsman felt an unprecedented pressure on his heart. It's not just about momentum. It is the morbid desire to kill that is hidden in the bottom of my heart. It's like unbuttoning the clothes. You can see a man sitting in a sea of corpses and blood overlooking everything in the world. Why didn't I feel it? Hancock twitched his nose slightly, his delicate and pretty face was full of doubts. I have been living with that guy for the past few days. A nightlife of exchanging sincerity for sincerity and exchanging strength for voice. What kind of smell does he have all over his body, can I not know? Only. I thought that if I served well, I would not be able to participate in this battle. But Ronan still disagreed. Humph. A man with a small belly. Think about it. Hancock kicked the pacifist beside him to the ground. Vegapunk monitoring the battle. At the same time, the largest park on Island 1 of the Sabayati archipelago. 3 huge screens are standing here, broadcasting the grand occasion of this public execution. Except for civilians here. Reporters from all over the world also gathered here, and the surrounding area was filled with water. 100,000 soldiers, 4 marine admirals, all vice admirals in the headquarters, it's too scary. With this scale and force, can Whitebeard win? It was Ronan Admiral on Zingtai, had to take more pictures. Yet, he is the most famous person recently, if he is an auction point, next month's bonus will definitely be doubled. All the reporters kept pressing the shutter, constantly recording the Marines' every move. They are afraid of war. Same. I also hope that war will break out, so as to make more money. For a while, the atmosphere of the approaching war not only enveloped the entire Sabayati archipelago. At the same time, also covers the whole world. Next. It will be 3 hours that will change the pattern of the world. Marin burned a lot. Under this live broadcast that attracted the attention of the world. Sengoku strode up the Zingtai and stood beside Ronan. Marshal Sengoku. What is he going up there for? Before the big battle, didn't these generals go up and say a few words? The sailors below whispered to each other. At this time, Sengoku took out a broadcasting phone bug and said in a deep voice. There is one thing I want to announce to you, and even more so to the whole world. For a while, the 100,000 sea soldier elite's complexion became extremely serious. After Sengoku looked around the entire Oaks Plaza, he continued. Ace, Luffy, it means a lot to die here today. The solemn voice, through the phone bug, echoed throughout Marin Fenduo. Out of Zingtai. Garp clenched his iron fists tightly, and his complexion was extremely gloomy. Ms. He on the side stepped forward to persuade but finally gave up. After all, it is his 2 grandsons who are going to be executed. If you can't pass the hurdle in your heart, perhaps Garp will no longer be able to carry justice behind him. On the execution stand, Sengoku went straight to the point and shouted loudly, Befk, Ace, Luffy, state your father's name. Father. My father is Monkey.D. Dragon, what's the problem? Luffy, who didn't know the truth, blurted out directly. Moment. There was an uproar in the audience. Everyone present was stunned, and there were waves in their hearts. Monkey.D. Dragon. That's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The most ferocious criminal in the world, has overthrown dozens of kingdoms. Now the #1 criminal in the world government. Day. Garp slapped his face directly, what an idiot. On Zingtai. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Ace. Ace, say your father's name. Ace, with all his limbs broken, buried his face on the wooden plank of Zingtai, and said hoarsely. My daddy, it's Whitebeard. Wrong. There's nothing wrong with Whitebeard and no one else. Ace struggled to look back at Sengoku, and let out low growls. Ai Maisie. No, Ace, you're calling a thief your father. Ronan lit a cigarette and couldn't help but sneered. UBD, kill me if you dare. Ace stared at Ronan, his fierce gaze wished he could swallow him alive. Ronan smiled, wait a minute, I'll let you die and suffer. Talking. The killing desire in his heart could not stop expanding. Ronan could already feel it. Whitebeard was very, very close. Just a little bit away, you can taste this peerless delicacy. Sengoku glanced at Ronan disapprovingly. After that, he continued to say in a deep voice. At that time, we searched all over the world for your mother, but your mother ran away. But while fleeing, she injured her fetus. Even so, this mother was still pregnant for a full 20 months, at the cost of her life, and gave birth to the most evil bloodline in the world, that is you. Speaking of which, Sengoku paused, then shouted loudly. Your father is the One Piece, Goldo. D. Roger. This sentence. As if a bomb was thrown into the crowd of soldiers. For a while, the huge oak square couldn't help falling into a dead silence. At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago and even the whole world fell silent at the same time. Ended in silence. There was an instant burst of amazement. Fire Fist Ace, is Roger's son. Luffy turned out to be the son of a Revolutionary Army dragon. A young reporter stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. Hurry up and let the news agency make an exception. A middle-aged reporter picked up the phone bug and shouted because of the sound. Still alive, the most evil bloodline. The middle-aged reporter looked horrified, and kept taking notes in his hand. But no matter how much fierce material is recorded, not as good as the life experience of these two people, Luffy and Ace. Marin burned a lot. After the soldiers on Oak Square regained their senses, they kept discussing. Roger's son, no wonder he is so strong. Son of the Revolutionary Dragon, no wonder he declares war on the world government. These two should be put to death. The most important thing is, I heard that the two of them are still brothers, it's too scary. Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth while watching the soldiers constantly discussing his life experience. This hateful bloodline. He would rather not. No one wishes to be born, no one. Living in the world by yourself is simply a mistake. As early as when you sailed the seas with your mother's surname, we noticed that Roger's blood was not broken. Sengoku glanced down at Ace, and said loudly. At the same time as us, there is Whitebeard. In order to train you to be the next One Piece, let the son of the former rival board the ship. Gritting his teeth, Ace retorted word for word. Wrong. I built the ship for my father to become the One Piece. Go to daddy everyone. Joining the Whitebeard Pirates is voluntary. Ace never agrees that the heroic father would do such a thing. Only you think so. We wanted to shoot you too, but you were protected by Whitebeard. Sengoku paused, and shouted loudly to the 100,000 sea soldiers below. So. Going to kill the heads of the two of you today is of great significance. Even if it's a war with Whitebeard. This shocking fact. Plus Sengoku's speech like a master of success. For a while. The whole Marlin Fenduo is boiling. Oh. Countless soldiers raised their weapons and shouted loudly. It was because of Roger's words that the era of great navigation was completely opened. It is precisely because of this sentence. It is not known how many innocent people died. Therefore, Marine's hatred for Roger and pirates has reached its peak. For Roger's descendants, I wish I could kill them myself. This moment, Marine's morale has reached an all-time high. At this time, the alarm at Crescent Moon Harbor suddenly sounded. Woo! Accompanied by piercing screeches. Far away, pirate ships emerged from the water, their coatings shattered. For a moment, the mighty pirate fleet is quickly heading towards Naval Headquarters. Instantly, the entire bay is on alert. The cannon was loaded, and the sailors immediately loaded the bullets and pulled the safety. Everyone's nerves tensed up. Where's Whitebeard? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Coming. Ronan stomped out the burnt cigarette, the corners of his mouth crazily raised upwards. The voice just fell. In the Crescent Moon Harbor, the calm sea surface was riddled with huge ripples. Bang! 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 4 large whale ships have surfaced. Looking at the legendary captains standing on the bow of the ship, the sailors were dumbfounded. The way it came out was really unexpected. Immediately afterwards, a burly old man, holding a big knife, walked to the bow with his head held high. See? Ronan kept muttering. Calm. Sengoku at the side glanced, his pupils shrinking. Now, Ronan's eyes are scarlet, like a ghost crawling out of hell. Chapter 58. Calm. It's not time for you to act yet. A drop of cold sweat could not help but fall from Sengoku's forehead, and his tone was as light as possible. In case Ronan couldn't help himself. Then all the rehearsals before will be in vain. Relax, Mr. Sengoku. Before eating a big meal, I still want some snacks to adjust. Ronan took a deep breath and said slowly. At this time, Whitebeard grinned. Gulala haven't seen you in decades, Sengoku. Sengoku's face was extremely ugly, and he squeezed out 3 words with difficulty between his teeth. Whitebeard. Now the Whitebeard Pirates are too close. Even Sengoku as the resourceful general didn't expect them to appear in this way. Whitebeard's old eyes flashed a really cold light, and Kong Yun cut a click. Is my beloved son all right? Threatenin'. Outright threats. The meaning is very straightforward. Ace is fine, everything is negotiable. If something happens to Ace, you all have to be buried with him. Countless sailors were astonished. 4 Emperors Whitebeard, offering a reward of 5,046,000,000 berry. The strongest man in the world. Now, this living legend actually stood in front of him like this. The powerful momentum is all admirable. Ace's tendons and hamstrings have been broken by me. If you want to snatch this cripple, then come here. Ronan lit a cigarette and looked directly at the towering man on the bow. Heard the words. The complexion of everyone present changed immediately. It's not a good choice to PS off Whitebeard right now. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates frowned slightly. All eyes looked at Xiao Zizai. I saw Ace at this moment, his complexion was pale. There are 4 scars on the tendons of the hands and feet, and the bones are clearly visible. Gulala la brat. Who gave you permission to do this? Whitebeard stopped activating the fruit ability, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the crushing momentum burst out from the old man's body, roaring towards the execution. Conquerors. Ronan smiled, releasing a vast Conqueror's shock between his brows. Boom! Just when Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki is about to spill over to the soldiers, a burst of scarlet stopped him. Suddenly, 2 huge auras clashed in the square. Crimson and blue waves rushed to the sky. During the violent wind, waves of hundreds of meters set off in the bay, attacking in all directions. See! Sengoku and other senior generals breathed a sigh of relief. If ordinary soldiers are affected, it will definitely lose a lot of combat power in the first place. At this time, a stronger Conqueror's shock vibrated from Ronan's body. The next moment, the 2 auras just now suddenly dissipated. Whitebeard couldn't help taking half a step back. See this scene? The pupils of the 13 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates quivered slightly. But can't show it. That will only affect the morale of the entire pirate group. This kid, what a strong Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard frowned slightly, and moved half a step forward. See this scene? The faces of Sengoku and other generals, soldiers, Shishibukai suddenly became extremely astonished. Whitebeard is Conquerors on top of the world. Now, so easily crushed by Ronan? In this battle, you will die worthless like dogs. But please remember, you are for the justice that you insist on in your heart. Whoever dares to touch this place that makes my eyes dream, I will fight with my life. Ronan took the phone bug in Sengoku's hand, and scanned all the soldiers under the stage with scorching eyes. Instantly, as the sound continues to spread, the soldiers' emotions were all ignited, and they raised their arms and shouted. Oh! A wave of sound shook the world. Meanwhile, Sabayati Archipelago. The people exclaimed and the reporters were excited. Whitebeard's momentum was crushed by the Black Dragon Admiral. Terrible! This sea battle, no matter who is the winner, will be recorded in the annals of history. Hey, look, what is Whitebeard going to do? Suddenly, a female reporter pointed at the big screen and exclaimed. Under the gaze of countless people, Kong Yunki stuck in the bow. Whitebeard's body sank slightly, his fists clenched and crossed across his chest. Next second, 2 huge fists slammed into the space on both sides. Boom! Space is like broken glass. A large number of huge cracks, crawling all over the wind at high speed. Accompanied by the tearing of the space, the shock. The sea was choppy, and the entire island of Marin Fenduo began to tremble violently. The sea soldiers stared wide-eyed, all shocked by it. The atmosphere cracked. Is this what Whitebeard is capable of? Cause an earthquake, even a tsunami, this is the strongest man in the world. In the face of this natural disaster, they are like ants. Even one of the pink-haired teenagers had already started to think about quitting. However, not long after, the tremor of the island stopped, as if everything was an illusion just now. And at this moment, the pirate group under Whitebeard has approached within 400 meters. The soldiers wanted to open fire. But helplessly, there is no order from the superior. To know. Those 43 pirate ships are all famous captains on the sea. They are all pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Once they are allowed to go ashore, they will definitely cause huge casualties. Dad, guys. Looking at the partners who came for him, Ace was extremely excited. Seeking Flowers 0. He raised his head and shouted vigorously. Obviously I ignored Dad's orders and ran out. Why didn't you give up on me? It's all because of my behavior that caused this situation. However, just as the Titmadara teenager choked up, a pair of red air hands rested on his shoulders. You're too noisy, be quiet. Ronan smiled, and immediately withdrew his hands from his shoulders a little resignedly. See. Ace looked blank, not knowing what he meant. Next second, a huge pain hit. I saw a small lump bulge under the skin of Ace's shoulder, and then quickly swim all over his body. The skin and the flesh are separated. A trace of blood oozed from under the skin, and Ace's whole body became incomparable. J.A. He wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't do it at all. It seems to have lost the ability to speak. When the bulge under the skin travels around the whole body, the skin heals again and connects with the flesh. However, not long after Ace was comfortable, the great pain struck again. Round after round, round and round. This is great physical and mental pain. Can't let out a roar. I can only be alone, tasting this kind of taste, it is so painful. Enjoy it slowly, after 3 hours, I will kill you with my own hands. Ronan relighted a cigarette and said with a smile. Sengoku on the side glanced at it and pretended not to see it. At this time, Whitebeard looked calm, and said loudly. I made you go, didn't I, Marco? Ace of great pain in the depths, pupils constricted. Everyone on the boat knew that it was their own way. Tay. One sentence from my father wiped out all the mistakes I made. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't open his mouth, and could only immerse himself in boundless pain. I hear you, it's hard for you, Ace. In this sea, everyone knows what will happen if we attack our companions. Marco put his hands on his hips and said in a deep voice. We'll never let anyone hurt you, Ace. Bramank, the captain of Division 6, roared loudly. Wait for me, we'll come back to save you. Be prepared, Naval Headquarters. 01. There was a sky-shattering sound wave, and all the pirates shouted loudly. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and Marinfendo trembled violently here. It was as if the sky-shattering shout of a pirate disturbed the sea. Instantly, a huge tsunami roared across the sky, coming from the left and right sides of Marinfendo. And at this moment, the world's top battle has officially started. Chapter 59. Nearly 100 meters of tsunami hit from both sides. It looked like the sea was surging up violently, as if vowing to swallow the entire Marinfendo. For a while, countless sailors panicked and exclaimed one after another. What is that? The size of the tsunami caused by this is simply too large. See. The faces of Sengoku and other marine executives immediately darkened. This is not to drown Marinfendo. Instead, Whitebeard is going to scrap all of Marine's guns. At that time, the artillery of dozens of pirate ships will bombard Marinfendo indiscriminately. On the bow of a whale-shaped pirate ship, Whitebeard scorned the panicked Marines and laughed loudly. Gulala-la. At this time, seeing that the tsunami was about to hit head-on, Aokiji, who was sitting on the big chair, suddenly disappeared in place. Chirp! Chirp! 2 long icicles extended from Aokiji's hand, and hit the tsunami on the left and right. Ice Age! This moment, time seemed to have stopped, and the tsunami also stopped in midair. Immediately afterwards, click la 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 la. In an instant, extremely cold temperatures spread rapidly. The tsunami roaring from both sides, from top to bottom, was instantly frozen into 2 icebergs by 500. The crisis is resolved. All the sailors and marine generals breathed a sigh of relief. Whitebeard raised his old eyes and smiled darkly. Aokiji, you little brat. If you can make the tsunami fall, just let Marine's thermal weapons be all scrapped. The situation on the battlefield will be completely dominated by the Whitebeard Pirates. Mid-air. Aokiji did not stop there, but stretched out his left hand to condense several ice grasses, and shot towards Whitebeard. Ice Cube 2 thorny spears. Whoosh! 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 Facing this sudden blow, Whitebeard smiled contemptuously, raised his arms sideways, and slammed into the space. Boom! The atmospheric space in front of him exploded instantly, and countless spider web-like cracks continued to spread. Not only the incoming ice spear was smashed to pieces, but even Aokiji in mid-air was smashed to pieces. Countless ice cubes fell in the sea lake of Crescent Moon Harbor. But the next moment, the sea was quickly frozen. Aokiji of the elemental story also reorganizes his tall body. He squatted halfway on the ice, with one hand on the ground. Frozen Fruit's ability is released on red. For a moment, it will freeze all the sea surface within 1 kilometer. Not only the marine battleship is frozen. Even the 43 pirate ships that attacked were not spared. Although it created a fighting field for the Whitebeard Pirates. But even if they wanted to run now, it was too late. Only fight to the death. At this time, Ronan, who was in Xingtai, made a single-handed tactic, and said loudly, Xianzong of heaven and earth, the root of 10,000 qi, the light cultivates 10,000 kulpas, and proves my supernatural powers. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only Tao is the only one, with golden light shining on my body. This sound was full of energy, like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, echoing throughout Marin Fenduo. Golden curse. With the voice down, a large piece of golden light enveloped Ronan's body. For a while, everyone looked at the past one after another, and suddenly felt a burst of surprise. Now, they actually felt that Ronan was upright. The strong smell of blood on his body disappeared without a trace at this moment. I didn't expect Ronan to hide a trick, he's just like a monster. Kizaru turned his head to look, and murmured in a low voice. He has more surprises, just wait and see. There was also a hint of surprise in Akainu's eyes, and he said lightly. The faces of the yellow ape and the pheasant suddenly darkened. It's real. You too. Phew, how disgusting. Under the gaze of countless people, the golden light lingering around Ronan quickly dispersed into pieces. Immediately, they converged into golden fireballs and surrounded Ronan. It's not really fire. It is another form of the golden light curse. Under the continuous operation of the energy in the body, a golden light with extremely high temperature is formed. Subsequently, Ronan flicked his fingers. The golden fireballs all over the body flew out like meteors. Instantly, in the eyes of the Whitebeard Pirates and its subordinate pirates, only the golden light of the room remained. Hey, why are you so dazzling? Whitebeard stared straight at the incoming golden fireball, narrowing his old eyes. What's the matter with this fireball, why is it golden? What does he want to do? No, the target of these fireballs seems to be Mobadai. Our ship. The pirates under Whitebeard were shocked. But they were still slow to respond. As golden fireballs continued to fly out from Ronan's body, nearly half of them fell directly on the ship of Whitebeard's pirates. Bang! 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 Golden fireballs hit the hull, sails, masts. For a while, a raging fire ignited. 43 pirate ships turned into a sea of flames. The pirates on board panicked. Our ship! Who can stop me? Ah, help, why is the temperature of this fire so high? Some pirates who know the color of arms stopped the golden fireball. But some people didn't react at all, and were directly burned into coke. While the smell of meat is exuding in the air, there are also bursts of burnt smell. However, and that's only half of it. As for the other half of the attack, it flies in mid-air. Middlebeard shoots straight away. At this time, a phoenix streaked across the air and soared into the sky. The wings are burning with blue flames, emitting a bright light. Flutter your wings slightly. He faced countless golden fireballs and went straight. Immortal Thistle. With Marco's sigh, blue flames burst out, and the round shield stuck tightly in front of Whitebeard. Bang! 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 With a series of explosions sounded. The golden light passed through the shield, and due to the deviation in direction, scattered on the 4 Moby Dicks. Marco was also burned. But from the root of the wound, large blue low-temperature flames gushed out from far away. With the last beam of golden light bursting, Marco spread his wings and landed on the ice slowly, creating a breeze. Although bruised and bruised, but under the phoenix flames, it kept repairing. It's really a troublesome ability. But it should be fun to kill, right? Ronan dissipated the golden light, and a faint scarlet flashed in his eyes. Now, Shishibukai at the forefront. Seeing the extremely visually shocking scene just now, I couldn't help being extremely surprised. Sigh, sigh. The attack just now was really brilliant. Doflamingo's eyes were full of gloom, and he said in a deep voice. If Ronan's strength is still growing, how then to avenge the Cotters of the Donquixote family? Thinking about the tragic situation when they died, Doflamingo couldn't stop the murderous aura in his heart. It seems that after eating my brain, my eyes have also improved. Gecko Moria teased shrilly. Heard the words. Doflamingo's face turned dark again. But the bad breath was still swallowed. Wait a little bit more, Laozi will show you what cruelty is. The golden light just now. It's really righteous, maybe Ronan is a killer who advocates justice. Hawkeye murmured softly. Want to come? Only he can handle such contradictory words. What a beautiful golden light. I don't know if this kind of radiance can also emerge from the heart of good Aoxen. I'm really looking forward to. Hancock's face was full of spring, and his lively eyes were full of anticipation. Immediately, another kick kicked the pacifist who had just climbed up from the ground. Vegapunk watching. The Whitebeard Pirates sighed. A large part of the 43 pirate ships under its banner. Under the erosion of raging flames. In just a moment, there are only a bunch of frames left. And because Marco didn't completely prevent the golden fireball just now. Now, the 4 Moby Dicks have been burnt to the ground with flames. Masts, decks, cabins. Countless flames burned it to death. Soon, several large ships have been dilapidated. Countless pirates looked at all this with grief and indignation in their eyes. Moby Dick is a testimony to the past. At the same time, also witness, this era belongs to Whitebeard. However, it's all ruined. Not only that. Judging from the current situation, these ships are basically useless. Now the only way out is gone. Looking back. Looking at the burnt 2.3 pirates on the ice, and the broken ships. Whitebeard was suddenly furious, raised his hand and threw it backwards. Boom! Atmospheric rupture. As the cobweb-like cracks continue to spread. A violent impact, swirling the gust of wind, extinguished the flames. Is this all you can do? The executioner in the marine. Whitebeard raised his old eyes and stared at Ronan not far away. Bursts of murderous aura then spread. I have more fun here. Ronan smiled, and then threw out the empty devouring orb prepared in advance. Under precise control. Several round beads engraved with strange patterns. Scattered in the hands of all Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral respectively. Ronan lit a cigarette and said loudly. Although I doubt whether you can survive in the future. But with this, please don't let me down. Chapter 60. What it is? Whitebeard frowned slightly. Do not know why. After seeing this thing appear, a faint feeling of uneasiness rose in Whitebeard's heart. And at this moment, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates also regained their strength. They withdrew from the pirate ship and immediately placed the injured companions. Damn Marine! Hitting ace, destroying our ship, unforgivable. The pirates raised their weapons one after another, their eyes full of anger. Let's go. Since the boat is gone, grab theirs. Let this group of Marines know that they have messed with the worst person in the sea. Skiad, who was thanked, raised the big knife that was longer than himself, and roared angrily. Kill them all! Thousands of pirates on the ice simultaneously launched a fierce charge towards Marine. And the cannon that the injured pirate moved off the ship, as long as it can still be used, immediately calibrated the angle, and the shells continued to bombard the Marine soldiers as if they didn't want money. Boom 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 boom. However, a pitch-black cannonball, just halfway through. It was cut in half by bursts of knife light, and exploded in the air. The next moment, one by one, Marine Vice Admiral, wearing the cloak of justice, landed on the ice of the bay. Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Stoloberry. Look around. All Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The pirate who launched the charge was just about to shout. However, he was shocked by what happened next, and his progress suddenly stopped. Come on, let me show you the surprise that Ronan specially prepared for the Whitebeard Pirates. There was a cruel smile on the corner of Ghost Spider's mouth. All the Vice Admirals nodded to each other. Both hands are clenched tightly at the same time. Under the gazes of countless people, a layer of jet-black armament Haki wrapped around both arms and weapons. Immediately afterwards, an incredible scene appeared. I saw another layer of red and black armor covering the original armament Haki of Vice Admiral as if flowing like water. See! Everyone froze in place, their eyes filled with astonishment. Two layers of armament Haki. How is this possible? It must be my eyes. For a while, the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates took a few steps back subconsciously. The faces of all the captains, the captain of the 14th pirate group, became even more ugly. Originally, there was a huge disparity between the two sides in terms of military strength. Now the opponent has 2 layers of Haki. It will only make this gap bigger and bigger. What kind of power did this executioner get? Standing at the bow of the boat, Whitebeard couldn't help muttering in a low voice, with a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. It is different from the ignorance of the pirates. Marine's morale was greatly boosted. Whitebeard Pirates, Marine doesn't care at all. The justice we bear must not let the pirates run rampant, holy light on them. Oh! The sailors raised their weapons and let out bursts of high-pitched shouts. The entire Oaks Plaza. 100,000 naval elites shouted one after another. Bombardment, don't give them a chance to breathe. Pointing to Whitebeard, an officer issued immediate military orders. The voice fell. The cannon in the bunker immediately adjusted its angle and began to load the shells. Bang! 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 Countless cannonballs carrying Marine's anger, like raindrops, blasted away intensively. At this time, Harta, who was dressed in a white and green knight uniform, flashed past and split several shells with one knife. Immediately, Harta, making girlish noises, yelled. If you don't want to die, don't stand still. The third team captain Diamond Jaws yelled loudly. Just one extra layer of armament Haki scares you. Our goal is ace, we must not stop here. Foil Vista holds 2 western swords in his hand, and raises a rose in the shadow of the sword. Not only did it split dozens of shells, it set off a gust of wind, and returned all of them to Marine. With bursts of explosions sounded. The pirates also came back to their senses, and their eyes became firm again. On the Moby DK, countless elite pirates jumped off the big ship. Armed with various weapons, he rushed to Crescent Moon Harbor. But with several figures flashing past, all Marine Vice Admiral directly stopped the captains and the captains of the pirates. No traffic here. Dalmizia flashed a murderous look, and said lightly. Then try it. Team 8th Team Captain Namur said in a deep voice. The voice fell. The two shot almost at the same time, and their huge fists collided with each other. However, at the moment of contact, Namu suddenly felt a huge force. Next second. Boom! With a muffled sound, Namur was directly blasted out. Ha ha ha! What the Black Dragon Admiral made is too powerful. This feeling of suddenly increasing one's strength by a large margin is really very exciting. Feeling the power in his body, Dalmizia laughed loudly. The Flying Squirrel and the other Vice Admirals also nodded in unison. The next moment, all the Marine Vice Admirals suddenly disappeared in place and rushed towards the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Instantly, the scene directly presented a one-sided situation. Originally, a captain can compete with a Vice Admiral. And now, it takes a whole two of them to compete against Kankan. See this scene. Doflamingo was heartbroken. He kept murmuring. Why can't I have this power? If only I could have that kind of thing in bulk. Then kill Marie Joy's, celestial dragons of the holy light now. On the execution stand, Ace looked at the retreating Whitebeard pirates and kept shaking his head vigorously. There was a burst of whimpering in the mouth. Big tears kept rolling down Madara's tit-filled face. Like Marine's saber, it cuts unfit pirates. It's Ace's heart. Is that sad? It's not enough, just open your eyes and take a good look. Ronan sneered, and immediately volleyed the interview. Complicated runes are completed in an instant. King Kong Amulet God Amulet Gold Armor Talisman. Immediately afterwards, the talismans in front of them turned into streaks of blue light, which were accurately pasted on the backs of the Marine Vice Admirals. Moment. Dalmizia, Ghost Spider, and the others suddenly felt a force gushing out of their bodies. This is... All the Vice Admirals' eyes widened. This moment, both strength and speed have been greatly improved. I really can't believe it. This turned out to be the power he possessed. Immediately, they turned to look at Ronan, nodding. When you were fighting with me, who gave you the courage to look around? Namur dodged to Dalmizia's back, and punched out fiercely, vowing to kill him with one blow. However, when the fist is about to hit, Dalmizia's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Next second, a deep voice sounded in Namur's ear. Murloc. I wonder if you can resist my punch. The voice fell. A fist the size of a sandbag, wrapped with 2 layers of armed colors, with a series of blessings such as the Golden Armor Talisman, the Divine Movement Talisman, and so on, boom. Boom. With a muffled sound, Namur's body flew straight out like a kite with a broken string. Hit hard on the Moby Dick's bow. Situations like this keep happening. The whole war was fought by Marine against the Whitebeard Pirates. What kind of power was that just now? Looking at the current situation, Sengoku said with a shocked face. If it goes on like this, in this battle, Marine will completely defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. But also just think about it. Now Whitebeard still didn't make a move. And he was on the Moby Dick. Except for the captain, I haven't seen a pirate come down yet. It's just a trick, not worth mentioning. Ronan said lightly. Sengoku. You can die if you don't pretend, right? Out of Xingtai. Kizaru and Akainu, 2 admirals, also looked at the whole situation with disbelief. Go on like this. Is it not Admiral's turn to do it? Ronan really looks like a monster. I wonder now, does he still have some kind of ability that is useless? Kizaru stroked his chin, his original lazy tone was replaced by surprise. There will be, I believe him. Akainu suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his voice was flat and unusual. Snapped. Kizaru slapped his face. Stop saying such ambiguous words. Laozi has had enough. At the same time, Marco was hovering in the air to observe the situation. And the blue flame on his body is gradually getting smaller. The temperature of this flame is extremely low. It only appears when you are injured. And when the flame disappears, it means that the phoenix will be reborn from the ashes. Just a few minutes. The body injured by Ronan's golden light curse has recovered more than half. What kind of ability did this executioner use? No, you must stop him. Marco frowned, and his body wrapped in blue flames turned sharply down. Aim straight for Ronan on Zingtai. If you continue to let him release that terrifying ability, the entire Whitebeard pirate group will be completely destroyed today. See. Whitebeard tried to stop it, but it was too late. Oh. Is this following me? Ronan lit a cigarette and said with a smile. And below the execution platform, Garp couldn't help clenching his fists as he watched Marco flying towards him. Want to do it? But in the end he gave up, and slowly let go of his iron fists. Now. The old man was very conflicted. Even if he wants to stick to the justice in his heart, he also wants to save his 2 grandchildren. And at this moment, Marco's figure has already reached the top of the execution platform. See. Kizaru was about to make a move, but was stopped by Akainu. It's time to warm him up, too. Otherwise, he'll be suffocated. Kizaru. You are enough. Hello, Marco. It's the first time I've seen you, so this is a gift for you. Ronan looked up into the air and greeted with a smile. Immediately, a pair of big hands exuding redness rested on Ace's shoulders. Next second, an extremely miserable cry resounded throughout Marin Fenduo. Ah! Kill me quickly! Ace, who had regained his language ability, screamed in pain. In the past 10 minutes, he just wants to die. Not just for my own relief. It's even more about wanting Whitebeard to evacuate. I don't deserve it at all, and let so many people sacrifice for me. What have you been doing? Marco looked at the half-dead Ace, bursting out with strong murderous aura. It's nothing. It's just that Ace's skin is separated from his body little by little, and it's been cycled hundreds of times. There was a faint scarlet flash in Ronan's eyes, and he said in a gentle tone. Heard the words. It wasn't just Marco who looked sad and indignant. Under the execution platform, Garp's eyes became bloodshot instantly, and his iron fists clenched again. Like that. It seemed as if he was going to rush up and kill Ronan at any time. Ah, Ace, did you suffer so much pain just now? BD, unforgivable. Luffy on the side yelled at Ronan. Robin also looked horrified, and a burst of fear surged in his heart. Wait. This man wouldn't do the same to himself, would he? That's it. Marco burst out with blue lotus flowers all over his body. The humanoid body quickly turned into a beast, turning into a legendary creature. The huge phoenix uttered a chirping sound. Following the light shake of 913 swings, its huge sharp claws ruthlessly grabbed Ronan's head. Crane claw. With a cigarette in his mouth, Ronan raised his arm slightly in defense. Boom. With a muffled sound, Ronan's body took half a step back. What? Marco's face immediately changed drastically. Just now Ronan didn't even use the weapon color. It's just that I resisted myself with my body. But even so, only half a step back. The speed is enough, but the strength is still a little short. My conscience tells me that if you don't run, you have no chance. Ronan's tone was still gentle, and he smiled and puffed out a puff of smoke. Heard the words. Marco just wanted to retreat. But it's too late. The next moment, Ronan grabbed the phoenix's sharp claws, wrapped his left fist around emission Haki, and swung it out hard. Boom! This punch hit Marco directly on the head. Even knock him back from beast form to human form. For a while, Marco, who was thrown on the ground, only felt dizzy and his brain was buzzing. Instantly, everyone's eyes on the entire battlefield were focused, and their faces were full of surprise. This is the first team leader of the Whitebeard Pirates. The bounty is as high as 1.374 billion berry. Now he was killed with one punch. Doflamingo in the distance is almost gnashing his teeth. To be honest, seeing Ronan become stronger again is really more uncomfortable than killing him. This punch seems to hit my heart. No. You must get an injection of Master Ronan's 37.2-degree protein mixture solution to be good. Hancock held his delicate cheeks in both hands, whispering non-stop. Hawkeye ignored this love-brained, Stockholm Syndrome woman. A pair of sickle-like pupils stared at Ronan. Hidei behind him was even more ready to move. Do you know why you didn't punch your head off just now? Ronan walked up to Marco with a smile and asked softly. Marco didn't respond, and wanted to leave subconsciously. Too strong. That punch just now. It was as if he had been hit by a giant sea king's. It's not like the power that humans can achieve at all. Don't rush away. Ronan grabbed Marco's shoulder, and then punched him down again. Boom. Instantly, Marco's brain seemed to explode, and the events in front of him began to distort and deform. Okay, I won't kill you, because I'm going to start eating. Now. Ronan's pupils were already dyed scarlet, and the desire to kill was completely on the rise. To see him like this, Sengoku didn't even think about it, and roared loudly. Cut off the live broadcast immediately. If the world sees the scene of Ronan's massacre, then Marine's face will be gone too. Chapter 61. Sabayati Archipelago. Area 1. Tens of thousands of ordinary people were deeply shocked. Are the current vice admirals this strong? 2 layers of armament Haki, what a terrifying power. Not only that, look at the blue light that just flew out of the hand of the Black Dragon Admiral. After sticking to Vice Admiral's body, the fight became more fierce. Everything is moving in a good direction. The commoners also want Marine to win. And it is best to win this war without a single soldier. After all, among the civilians, many are the families of the soldiers. Suddenly, the 3 screens fell into a snowflake, and the live broadcast was forcibly interrupted. For a while, Sabayati Archipelago, and the whole world, Doctor of Grievances. Marin burned a lot and was executed on the execution platform. Watching the live broadcast be interrupted, Ronan said with a displeased face. Mr. Sengoku, you shouldn't have cut off the live broadcast. The civilians should be allowed to see the scene of the pirate being tortured and killed. Only in this way. In order to calm the resentment in the hearts of the common people. Especially civilians whose relatives were killed by pirates. Marine is a symbol of justice. Can't be entangled with dirt and blood. Sengoku murmured, and turned around as if he didn't see anything. Ronan must not be stopped at this time. Once blocked, he's definitely going to target Ace, Luffy. That way, Garp will definitely run away in place, and the scene will be out of control. Whatever you want, I'm going to start eating. Let me see how tenacious the vitality of the phoenix is. Ronan smiled, bursts of golden light suddenly burst out from his body. The next moment, the golden light around him quickly condensed into a long knife, which was held by Ronan. Immediately afterwards, the golden long knife swung down suddenly. The clothes on Marco's upper body were torn, and a bloodstain appeared on his chest, extending from his chest to his abdomen. Next second, blood burst out, and the flesh bloomed to both sides. This knife is very accurate. Not only were the organs not damaged, they were even working and wriggling non-stop. Little scarlet sprays in the air. Then it fell on everyone on the scaffold. Like hundreds of passionate fire roses, blooming on the clothes. Ah! Marco's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared because of the sound. But the next moment, countless cyan flames quickly emerged from his body, continuously healing the wound. For a while, everyone's eyes turned to him. The devil is about to use the death penalty again. There was a smile on the corner of Doflamingo's mouth, and there was a slight tremor in his tone. It's not fear, it's excitement. Since the last time I saw Ronan's murder method, Doflamingo seems to be in love with this scene, and even dreams about it from time to time. It just pisses off Whitebeard. Hawkeye frowned and said, Whitebeard. Lord Ronan will definitely kill him. Hancock's pretty face was full of seriousness, but then he murmured. It's just, after Lord Ronan is satisfied. Aren't you going to play the game of hiding a chicken like a hole with my concubine these days? Think about it. Hancock suddenly looked sad. Under the execution platform, Kizaru was sitting upright, trying to restrain the curiosity in his heart, not turning around to look. He can't help it either. On this occasion, an admiral retching in public would really affect morale and military appearance too much. But in the end curiosity trumped reason. Kizaru still couldn't help turning his head to look over. However, when he saw it for the first time, he regretted it. Everyone stared blankly at the scene on Xingtai. Ronan pulled off Marco's waist and raised it to Ace's mouth with a smile. The choice is up to you. Choose, which of the three of you eats it. Originally, Ronan still had a way to make Marco's death more painful. But like that, it doesn't have the effect of deterring the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Heard the words. The pupils of Ace, Luffy, and Robin shrank suddenly. Seeing them hesitated. Ronan frowned slightly, and said lightly. In this case, let me help you make a choice. Finished. Ronan directly crushed the kidney in his hand and forced it into Ace's mouth. For a while, the strong smell of blood, stench, nausea, pupils burst out in Ace's heart. He wanted to spit it out. But Ronan directly pinched Ace's head firmly, and swallowed it alive in front of everyone. Grunt. Kill me, please kill me. Ace shook the minced meat from his mouth and roared loudly. This feeling of watching a companion being slowly tortured to death because of himself is really too painful. You are in too much of a hurry. It's not time to kill you yet. Ronan shook his head with a smile, then reached out and tore off Marco's spleen. For a while, although the wound is constantly healing, the intense pain makes Marco howl uncontrollably. Ah! Ronan, Daddy will kill you, will kill you. Listening to Marco and Ace screaming in pain, the pirates who were fighting in the bay couldn't help but tremble. If Ronan kills Marco cleanly, then they will definitely be angry. But watching Marco being tortured and killed, the fear in his heart couldn't help surging. It's terrible, is this a marine, or a ghost? I can't stand it. Come back, now is not the time to back down. Gradually, many pirates began to think about quitting. They didn't want to die at Ronan's hands. This feeling is almost unbearable. On the other hand, Marine sighed. It seemed as if he was used to this scene. Or, pirates' screams and screams will only make them more excited. The long knife in his hand swung down continuously, taking away the lives of the pirates. What's more, many Marines stuck their necks and shouted loudly. Black Dragon Admiral, you are so crazy. That's right, let the blood of these pirates defend the justice in our hearts. Black Dragon Admiral, when Ace, Luffy, and Robin are executed, do the same. The killing mood quickly spread in Marine. Countless sailors went on and on. Squeeze the trigger on the pirates mercilessly and swing down. Although the methods are cruel and bloody. But this is for justice in my heart. It was as if a seed had been planted in their bones, and it kept taking root and sprouting. Until that blood-red Bana flower fully blooms. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship with cold eyes. The murderous aura on his body crazily spread outward. "You kid, you really deserve to go to hell, you shouldn't come to the world," Whitebeard called coldly. "Kill Marco with one punch." However, brutal killings are being carried out. This is not ravaging Marco. This is slapping the entire Whitebeard Pirates in the face. Even now is not the time for Whitebeard to make a move. But this is the case now. Who can swallow this bad breath? Immediately, the majestic old man picked up the cloud and whipped up countless wines. The Whitebeard Pirates belong, everyone get out of the way. Shock Fruit's ability was activated suddenly. On the wide blade, a white light wave gathered and slashed toward Zingtai heavily. Boom! The space was shattered, and the clouds above the sky were even cut apart. At the same time, Diamond Kiaz lifted a huge iceberg tens of meters high and smashed it out of Zingtai. The shadow that covered the sky and the sun fell, covering almost half of Oak's Square. Even if the countless wash soldiers below are killed above. Oh, by a disc, the iceberg is about to fall. The sailors fled for their lives, panicked. Is this really the power that humans can reach? The sailors in the distance broke out in cold sweat. Although Jaws is 5 meters tall. But what I moved was an iceberg of tens of meters. The weight is nearly 100 times that of his own. Actually, what they don't know is, the power of shock hidden behind the iceberg is the most terrifying. Hee. Finally can't help but shoot. After Ronan smiled and force-fed the spleen in his hand into Luffy's mouth, he immediately drew a talisman in the air. At the same time, the golden light around him suddenly burst out. An Akainu below also stood up slowly, hot lava emerged from his right fist, and swung into the air. Great eruption. Boom! The extremely hot lava smashed the giant iceberg directly. It pierced directly from the inside, and a large amount of steam came out. Immediately afterwards, the magma fist that penetrated the iceberg turned into meteors and scattered on the battlefield. For a while, the wailing of countless pirates resounded throughout Marin Fenduo. However, when Akainu saw the shock force behind the iceberg, his pupils shrank suddenly. Instantly, a piece of golden light, mixed with countless talismans with obscure talisman characters, was instantly wrapped around Zingtai. Golden Curse. Vajra Amulet. 5 layers. After seeing this light curtain, Akainu immediately felt relieved. That feeling, force. It's as reassuring as long johns tucked into socks. Next second. Bang! A violent roar suddenly sounded on the execution platform. For a while, thick smoke billowed in all directions, causing storms all over the sky. Chapter 62. With the roar that resounded through the sky and the earth, all eyes looked over. It was Whitebeard's hard hit. And on the execution platform, standing again are Sengoku, Ronan, Akainu, and Kizaru, the 4 top marine generals. Once they have an accident, the morale of the army will be completely shattered. At this time, a gust of breeze blows slowly. Smoke and dust scattered. The vision of the execution platform gradually became clearer. Both pirates and marine held their breath, waiting for the announcement of the result. The next moment, the execution platform shrouded in golden light was reflected in the depths of everyone's pupils. Peripheral. They are countless talismans with obscure characters written on them. Immediately afterwards, on this layer of golden light and talismans, cracks like spider webs appeared. With a bang, the golden light burst and turned into countless dots of light, dissipating in the air. And Ronan and others on the execution platform reappeared in the eyes of everyone. Instantly, the air seemed to stand still. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Not only the execution platform was a little damaged, Even Ronan et.al. After taking a hard hit from Whitebeard, nothing happened. The sailors kept swallowing their saliva, their eyes full of excitement. As for the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the crew. Then everyone's faces were extremely ugly, as if they had eaten Charlie. Whitebeard is like a god to them. Result. Now the god's attack was easily undercut, which made them unacceptable anyway. At this time, the crisp sound of the lighter sounded. With the cigarette lit, Ronan picked up the speakerphone and said loudly. This war has undoubtedly been brutal. Every minute, every moment, colleagues die beside you. Their screams surround your ears and I see their faces, their blood, their torn bodies, every face is familiar to us, and they are our colleagues. So, take up your weapons, for the common people, for your colleagues, and for the justice in your heart, completely crush these pirates. As Ronan's voice continued to echo in Marin Fentuo. Every word is like a bomb. It exploded in the mind of every 830 Marine soldier. Gradually. Their eyes were gradually bloodshot, and there was only one sentence lingering in their ears. Kill these bastards. Leave no Marine left. For peace, for justice, for civilians. Kill. While passion is ignited. Countless sea soldiers swung their knives vigorously, slaughtering the pirates in front of them. Blood splashed and spewed wantonly. Countless pirates lay on the ground whimpering in pain. Their hands covered their barrel-punctured bellies and wounds. What's more, his long knife slashed at the pirate, but the knife got stuck in the ribs, so he could only pull it out. A sharp and piercing sound followed. This scene is bloody and violent. Painting Oak Square as a bloody hell makes people feel terrified. See this momentum. The battle of the pirates charging was instantly disrupted, and they were completely defeated. You can really stir up emotions. Sengoku looked at the current situation and nodded in satisfaction. It's the only way they can survive and see their families again. No one remembers what is dead, so live on, gnash your teeth and live. Ronan exhaled a puff of smoke. The whole face was shrouded in that thin smoke. Heard the words. Sengoku couldn't help laughing bitterly. You are too contradictory. Just now I was like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, but now I am like a merciful monk who is always accompanied by the ancient Buddha with a green lamp. Finished. Sengoku just wanted to ask about Ronan's ability just now. Next second. Sengoku suddenly regretted saying the review just now. I saw Ronan condense a golden long knife again. Little by little strokes broke Marco's heart. Blood spurted. But in the next second, he was quickly healed by the blue flame. Immediately afterwards. It's the remaining kidneys, intestines. The strong smell of blood instantly permeated the entire execution platform. Ah! After feeling the pain, Marco cried out in pain again. The shrill voice made one's heart tremble. Please, let him go, I am willing to atone for my blood. Big tears rolled down Ace's face, Bia begging. This moment. He gave up his so-called dignity. He just wanted to keep his companions alive. Or, it doesn't need to be so painful. Seeing the despair on Ace's face, Luffy shouted at the top of his voice. A hole. Let us go if you have the ability, and watch me blow you away with one punch. Ronan smiled and spoke softly. Don't worry, I hope you can say something like this after a while. The voice fell. The long knife dissipated, and a pair of red hands rested on Marco's shoulders. I am also very curious. Under this kind of pain, how long can you, as a phoenix fruit-capable person, last? Ronan touched it, and murmured with a smile. The next moment, Marco's eyes were immediately stained with blood. He could feel that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. A strong sense of pain and tearing came over in an instant. Seeing this, Sengoku felt a spasm in his stomach. Under the execution platform, Garp stared at Marco, clenched his iron fists tightly. Ronan! If I wait for a while, my 2 grandsons will end up in the same way. Then what should I do? Think about it. Garp squatted down slowly, constantly tearing at the white hair on his head. Now, Marco's skin was like a dry river bed, cracked open. Then there is the flesh, the bones. In this severe pain, Marco couldn't even speak, his face was pale and he was whimpering. However, the scariest thing is, whenever the flesh and bones are cracked, the bright fire of healing will always be ignited. After cracking, healing slowly, over and over again, the body suffers twice as much pain. Seeing such cruel methods, Kizaru couldn't help shivering. Terrible. I can't imagine what would happen if this kind of thing happened to me. Akainu snorted coldly. It's nothing more than death. How? Are you afraid of death? Yellow Ape. You are not afraid? Then why don't you try it? Laozi will definitely cheer for you from behind. The forefront of the harbor. Doflamingo opened his arms and said excitedly. Li. Right. That's it, kill him, let him feel the pain he has never felt before. See. Moonlight Mariah touched his head, and murmured puzzledly. If you eat my brain, you won't be stupid, right? Although the sound is very small. But Doflamingo still heard it, and the smile on his face stopped abruptly. Instead, there was a look of gloom. Wait a minute, Laozi will kill you. Hawkeye frowned, although he didn't speak, but there was a murderous look in his eyes. Lord Ronan was so gentle with me back then. It's really like arguing with you now, and let you hit my concubine hard. Hancock's face was full of happiness, and he kept shaking his graceful figure. At that time in the palace of Nine Snake Island, Ronan just hit himself a few times, though it hurt. But compare with Marco. That is simply too gentle, it is the education of love. On the execution stand, under this severe pain, Marco is already half dead. He murmured intermittently. Kill me. Ronan stomped out the cigarette that was about to go out, and asked in a gentle tone. Is this unbearable? Yes, I lasted for 5 minutes. Although 5 minutes doesn't seem like a long time. But for Marco, every second is extremely long, this is simply unbearable pain for human beings. Give him a break. Sengoku said in a low voice. Yeah, it's no fun to go on. Ronan smiled and put his foot down. Just heard a poof. Marco's head was like a watermelon, and was directly crushed by Ronan. The blood mixed with brain matter splashed directly on Ace, and Luffy's face was completely covered. Ma Marco. Feeling the moisture from his face, Ace's voice was hoarse, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Filled with strong self-blame, countless pirates stared blankly at this scene. Whitebeard's face became even more gloomy, and his heart suddenly tightened. Marco not only followed himself since childhood. Witness the countless history of the Whitebeard Pirates. Countless memories turned into fragments, constantly flashing in the old man's mind. Next second, a burst of angry roar suddenly sounded. Little ones, avenge Marco and save Ace. As Whitebeard's voice continued to echo in Marlin Fendo. Damn it, definitely make Marine repay it twice. Fire, kill that black dragon admiral. Captain Marco, we will definitely avenge you. All the pirates turned their grief and anger into strength. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked Marine desperately. The cannon even adjusted its angle, and launched a salvo at Marine, and even at Ronan. Bang! 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 Cannonballs rained down on Oaks Square. However, at this time, the 5 Shishibukai at the forefront moved. Lasers were fired from the palms of the pacifists, and a dozen bombs exploded in midair. Moria used the shadow, and Doflamingo pulled out the silk thread, blocking dozens of shells in midair. Hawkeye pulled out the black knife. Yeah, pulled out a beautiful knife flower, and sent the cannonball back to the past. Hancock kissed the 2 fingers of his right hand lightly, and pulled out a huge pink love heart. After bending the bow and knotting the arrow, countless slave arrows turned all the shells, as well as the pirates and soldiers below, into stones. Empress, what are you doing? Even sailors are fighting. A marine general, clutching the wound on his left arm, gritted his teeth. The other injured sailors also stole resentful glances. Really? Pirates are pirates after all, you can't trust them at all. Although we fought Whitebeard together, it doesn't mean that Ishan and you are companions. Talking. Hancock put on a charming pose, and said with a weak face. However, for the sake of my concubine's beauty. Instantly, all the Marines were so excited that they turned into licking dogs one after another, shutting up about what happened just now. This woman has committed another mistake. Ronan frowned slightly, then looked at Sengoku. Give me 5 minutes. The voice just fell. The long-sleeved figure instantly dissipated from the execution platform. Now, seeing that Marine didn't respond, Hancock was about to kick the petrified pirate and soldier. A gentle voice sounded in her ear. What were you doing just now? Heard the words. Hancock froze in place immediately, and responded in a daze. Master Ronan. Immediately. She immediately unlocked the petrification of all soldiers. But Hancock could still feel a burning gaze looking at him from somewhere. That feeling. It seems that you can pierce yourself in the next moment. Hancock knew that wasn't the answer Ronan wanted. Master. This beautiful woman murmured in a low voice. Sorry. This is not Nine Snake Island. Now my every move is watched by the whole world. Although the heart has surrendered. But she still wants to show her previous image in front of the world, so her voice is inaudible. Cannot hear. A figure flashed by. Ronan suddenly appeared in front of Hancock, gently rubbing his palm against that beautiful face. Master, I'm sorry. With a tender cry, Hancock threw himself directly into Ronan's arms. Heard the words. Many people suddenly widened their eyes with surprise on their faces. Pirates do whatever they want, but you can't hurt Marine. Is it clear? Ronan lit a cigarette and said softly. Although the tone is still gentle. But in Hancock's ears is the supreme command. At the same time, she had a moment of rejoicing. Fortunately, Marine was not kicked just now. Otherwise, Master Ronan will definitely not spare himself lightly. Yes, Lord Ronan. Hancock responded with a choked voice. And at this moment, on the distant sea, a huge shadow is slowly approaching. Ronan seemed to have sensed something, and said with a smile. Ounce. Wonder if he can beat the San Juan wolves. Chapter 63. After Ronan kills Marco, Sengoku immediately resumed broadcasting to the world. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 1. Looking at the 3 huge screens that had a signal again. Countless civilians and reporters watched this scene in disbelief. I saw it on the screen. The last scene of Marco's tragic death on the execution platform is being played. This, how did Marco die? It's a terrible way to die, disgusting, I can't do it, I want to vomit. However, the death of the captain of Whitebeard's first team should be regarded as a good thing, right? At this time, the screen suddenly changed. There was a scene of Hancock and Ronan embracing on the screen. The eyes of all the men present gradually changed from surprise to anger. Kill Ronan, grab the Empress. Why can he hold Hancock? Don't stop me, Laozi is going to Marin Fendo to hack him to death. Marin burned a lot. Under the execution platform, Kizaru looked at the 2 embracing in front of him, and suddenly opened his mouth. It's really scary. If Momuzagi sees this, there will be a fight. Too bad she went to West Blue to keep order. Women fight or something, the old man likes to watch it the most. Akainu's face was calm, and his eyes glowed coldly, staring down at the two people below. Snort. Women only affect how hard I punch. Kizaru. Yet. You are amazing. You are noble, you don't need a woman. On the battlefield. The pirates also looked over. Humph, the bombardment black dragon descends from the sky. That's right, he just killed Ace, and then hugged the Empress, he really deserves to die. Rush together, take the opportunity to break through, and rush to the harbor. Seeing that Ronan got off the execution platform, the pirates suddenly launched a new round of charge. Around the bay. All the marine generals also came to their senses. Fire, don't let them charge up. A major kept waving the command flag and shouting loudly. Bang! 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 Countless cannons in the bunker fired in unison, and it was like a group of shells densely packed like raindrops. Snort! Even if the Empress, Shishibukai, isn't she obedient in front of the Black Dragon Admiral? A sailor kept filling the shells with a cigarette in his mouth. Even if it's Shishabukai's Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, isn't one brain poached and one brain eaten? Another sailor lit the fuse, his face full of disdain. So what about Shishibukai? After all, they are just a group of pirates who have obtained immunity. A few days ago, Doflamingo ate the brain of Gecko Moria, and it went viral in Marlin. It is said that he did not eat anything for 3 whole days. This made many sailors take it as a joke to teach children who don't eat at home. Crescent Harbor, the front shore. The 3 Shishibukai, and Vegapunk watching through the pacifist, have different expressions. So funny. I didn't expect that Hancock, who is arrogant and treats men like nothing, would cry in Ronan's arms. Moria looked surprised and laughed shrilly. Hey 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 hey! Hancock must have something in Ronan's hands. Doflamingo immediately realized this and said darkly. Hawkeye glanced at Ronan indifferently, then turned his gaze back to Whitebeard. Woman! It will only affect the speed at which I can draw the knife. If there is no woman in my heart, I will draw my sword and be a god of nature. However, Hancock ignored the strange looks. Now, she only had eyes for Ronan. Go. Ronan said lightly. Master Ronan, tonight. A blush appeared on Hancock's face, and he exhaled blue. What's wrong with a girl? She just wanted the man in front of her to keep her youth in her body. See your performance. Ronan let go of Hancock, his tone still soft. Good. Hancock nodded heavily, feeling a sense of amnesty in his heart. Immediately, she jumped off Salome. With the longing for the night, he rushed into the crowd of pirates and launched a crazy offensive. Are you going to continue to be so leisurely? Ronan tilted his head and squinted, his tone was suddenly cold and abnormal. They've been standing here watching the play for far too long. It's time to make an effort. Otherwise, Ronan didn't mind killing them now either. There is still a small surprise in Gecko Moria's body. Heard the words. Moonlight Mariah and Doflamingo froze instantly. Immediately. Without even thinking about it, he rushed directly into the group of pirates and started fighting. I hope that after this battle is over, I can fight with you. Hawkeye's sickle-like pupils stared at Ronan, with a strong fighting spirit pouring out of his body. As the world's #1 swordsman, he can feel it. Ronan's sword skills are definitely not inferior to his own. No problem, as long as I have time. Ronan said with a smile. The voice fell. Hawkeye's figure suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, several turquoise sword chi overturned countless pirates. For a while, under Shishabukai's all-out attack, the Whitebeard Pirates were hit hard again. Marine's morale was naturally boosted again, taking the opportunity to set off a fierce offensive. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, it was extremely uncomfortable. Isn't she Shibukai a theater? How did the Black Dragon Admiral look so frightened? And Hancock, she just listens to Ronan. Damn it, no wonder she Shibukai is going to be a lackey of the world government, a bunch of soft bones. The pirates cursed and cursed. But Doflamingo and Moonlight Maria fought even harder. These stupid pirates couldn't understand Laozi's pain at that time. As for Hancock, but it is all about thinking about the winding paths leading to secluded places at night, and the flower terraces to explore the man. Just when the pirates were retreating steadily. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps rushing from a distance. Everyone look over there. A pirate pointed in the direction of the sea and exclaimed. It's finally here, little Aussie. For a while, many pirates breathed a sigh of relief. This real monster came, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under this huge sound, all the marines looked over. Misty Sea. A huge monster, showing a majestic figure. Then, what kind of monster is that? The size of the giants is not so big. Many soldiers showed expressions of astonishment. The body of more than 50 meters is almost like a hill. Even the giant Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Then compare. Also like a child who hasn't grown up. On the execution stand. Sengoku frowned suddenly. It's really a big guy. Ace, lying on the ground beside him, shouted hoarsely. Ounce. The voice crossed the entire battlefield and reached Ozzy's ears. He raised his eyes to look at the execution platform, his exposed fangs made a dull voice between opening and closing. Ace is gentle, I won't let him die. With the voice down, little Ozzy drew out the tens of meters long knife from his waist and swung it down abruptly. Bang! Under the huge blade, the warship in front of him was directly turned into two halves. Countless sailors were astonished. Even Marine Vice Admiral, who has received a series of blessings. The pirate, who was originally crushed and breathless, suddenly became excited. That's right. Destroy all these cannons and rush into the slag. Let Marine see what true power is. Not just to save Ace. Or for the trust of your companions. Ozzy swung his giant blade all the way, chopping countless soldiers, bunkers, and warships blocking the way to pieces. Even all kinds of artillery can hit him without aiming. But it doesn't hurt at all when it hits the body. When it was about to enter the bay. Under the execution platform, a group of guarding giant vice admirals immediately launched a charge upon seeing this. However, Ounce stretched out his hands and forcefully raised the warship on the water. Asking for flowers. Deck. Countless sailors rolled down screaming. Ah! With Ozzy's roar, the warship smashed heavily towards Vice Admiral, a group of giants. Boom! The warship smashed all the giants back. It was about to hit the city wall. A huge black shadow suddenly rose, and the warship and a group of giants, Vice Admiral, stopped it. And the soldiers who rolled down from the deck also landed safely with a burst of talismans lighting up. For a while, the entire battlefield could not help but fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the huge black shadow. Original. They thought Ounce the Devil was big enough. But who knows? In front of this black shadow, Ozzy looked like a 3-year-old child. With a height of 180 meters, it can block out the sky and the sun. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Sorry, this thing is too big, it took a long time to release it. With Ronan's voice sounded. Sengoku and other marine executives came back to their senses. This is Sanwan Wolf. Sengoku's eyes widened, and he came out in disbelief. He was obviously dead. Why is it here? Same. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji under the execution platform also looked confused. Moonlight Maria fell directly into madness. He. Masterpiece, this is simply a masterpiece. What the devil Ounce, little ounce. It is too small in front of this 180-meter tall giant. Whitebeard, standing on the bow of the ship, also had a dignified expression. Originally thought that relying on little Aussie, he could break through the encirclement and get out of Xingtai. But who knows? San Juan Wolf came out suddenly. And the smiles on the faces of the pirates who were excited stopped abruptly. 2. It's terrible, what kind of monster is this? Does little Aussie have a chance? No. I don't know, this size is almost the same as the giant sea kings. Just when all the pirates were astonished, Ronan lit a cigarette, smiled and gave the order. Kill ounce. In the way I am most familiar with. Immediately, several talismans quickly flew to the body of San Juan Bad Wolf. With bursts of blue light bursting, San Juan Wolf, who received the order, crossed the warship in a group of giant vice-admirals, and rushed towards little ounce. The speed that does not conform to the body shape at all, every step is taken. There will be a violent tremor across the ice. Ace must be saved. There was no trace of fear in little Aussie's eyes, he picked up the giant blade and slashed at the attacking behemoth. Boom! However, the giant blade that was swung down was firmly held by San Juan Wolf. That feeling! It's as if an adult wants to snatch a child's toy away. Immediately afterwards, San Juan Wolf kicked little ounce in the stomach. Boom! Just when little Aussie couldn't bear the huge force and was about to fly out, San Juan Bad Wolf quickly reached out, pulled it back, and then made another kick. Puff! Little Aussie suddenly felt a stagnation in his chest, and a lot of blood gushed out of his mouth. Whether it's speed, strength, or size, San Juan Wolf is several times better than little ounce. Although he is just a soul, he can be under the jingling dispatched general. 80% of the strength can also be exerted. At this time, San Juan Wolf snatched the giant blade, and directly pierced little Aussie's abdomen. Then, constantly meandering and turning inside. Instantly, blood mixed with meat paste, kept falling from Ounce's abdomen. The scene was extremely bloody. Enough! Whitebeard roared, his arms rounded, and then he slammed down hard. The space shattered, and countless spider web-like cracks spread upward rapidly. Next second, the majestic shock force roared and attacked San Juan Bad Wolf. But at this moment, Ronan's gentle voice sounded again. It would be nice to just watch little ounce die. Don't make trouble, again. Chapter 64. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 1. Countless people, remember, were shocked by the two giants in the picture. Those Hancock-licking dogs didn't care about chopping Ronan anymore, they all exclaimed. A monster bigger than Ounce, it's terrifying. Let's wait and chop Ronan. Go now, I'm afraid I'll be trampled into a pulp. That black shadow is too cruel, vomit, I can't do it, I'm going to vomit. Along with 3 huge screens. Big beaches of meat paste, mixed with blood, and viscera flowed out from Ounce's abdomen. The eyes of the world suddenly became dull. Suddenly, the entire Sabayati archipelago fell into violent tremors. The live broadcast screen suddenly changed. Accompanied by the appearance of a figure in Whitebeard's figure, the golden light suddenly lit up. Wait, that's the Black Dragon Admiral. Is he going to FK Whitebeard? Whitebeard must be angry, Naval Headquarters won't sink. Countless people are anxious and panic. Once Marlin Fentuo is destroyed, the world will experience great turmoil. At that time, pirates will be everywhere. Countless civilians must live in dire straits. For a while, countless people around the world began to pray for Marine, pray for Ronan. Marin burned a lot. On the bow of the whale, Whitebeard's old eyes stared at Ronan in front of him. Do you think you can stop me? Hey? Executioner. Ronan smiled Chi-Chi-san and said, is that what you all call me? I like that title very much. With the voice down, Accompanied by the dazzling golden light, the whole body lights up. Countless talismans suddenly appeared in front of Ronan, forming a light curtain. Next moment, the majestic power of the shock came with a bang. Boom! The huge roar instantly resounded through the sky and the earth. The powerful air pressure spread rapidly, sweeping the entire battlefield. For a while, even Marin Fenduo felt a strong shock. Seeing this, the people present all listened. All they could see was a slender figure facing Whitebeard alone. Ahead. It is a talisman engraved with countless obscure characters, and the sky is full of smoke and dust. Seeing this, all the pirates suddenly shrank their pupils. Can be next time. That may have been a coincidence. But Whitebeard's second fruit ability was blocked. It is definitely Ronan's strength, which has far exceeded their cognition. To actually summon San Juan Dire Wolf, Ronan's method is really weird. Kizaru crossed his legs and murmured softly. Can't say it's weird. It can only be said that he is strong, and he will definitely surprise us. Keep your eyes wide open. Akainu lit a cigar and said lightly. Kizaru's eyelids twitched. This line seems familiar. Wrong. Isn't that what Momuzagi said? You too. Phew, how disgusting. Akainu ignored Kizaru's reaction and looked at Ronan with approval. As his old boss. Akainu and you wrong Yan. On the execution stand. Listen to the giant blade cutting flesh, chopping bones, and Ozzy's heart-piercing roar. Ace burst into tears immediately. Ounce. He gritted his teeth, eyes full of pain and struggle. At this time, a soldier ran up and said hastily. Mr. Sengoku. Do not know why the door of justice was opened. Heard the words. Sengoku couldn't help frowning, and looked at Luffy subconsciously. I see. Can still mess up now. Only the Straw Hat crew and the prisoners who ran out were left. And at this moment, San Juan Wolf threw away the giant blade, and pierced little Ozzy's abdomen with his big hand. Puff! As the big hands continued to tear in the abdomen, large pieces of internal organs and broken bones were pulled out by San Juan Bad Wolf. For a while, the strong bloody smell instantly permeated the entire battlefield. The smooth ice surface was also stained with a large scarlet. Ah! Must save Ace. It may be because of the persistence in my heart. Ozzy held his breath and threw himself at San Juan Wolf. B2. Even if you die, you have to drag this monster to be buried with you. However, little Ozzy's power is too weak in front of San Juan Wolf. Even with all your might, can't shake him one bit. Immediately, San Juan Wolf took half a step back and directly kicked Ozzy's right leg. Bang! Little Ozzy staggered and fell heavily on the ice. The entire ice battlefield was shocked. Before waiting for his reaction, San Juan Wolf picked up the giant blade again, and slashed at little Ozzy's head. Puff! The huge head was split in half like a watermelon. Pirates and soldiers who are close can even see brains and nerves that are not completely necrotic. Dying. Little Ounce saw the straw hat that Ace gave him. The arrogant straw hat that shields oneself from the sun and rain in summer, and the sky that protects oneself from wind and snow. The next moment, San Juan Wolf kicked Ozzy's body loudly. Bang! 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 The huge corpse rolled and crushed many pirates to death. Finally, the corpse flashed past Whitebeard and fell into the sea, becoming the nourishment of the Sea Kings. Looking at the tortured little Ozzy and Ronan facing Whitebeard alone, all the Marines expressed their admiration and surprise. Stupid pirate, weren't you still very arrogant just now? Don't think that you are the only ones who have monsters. How about the devil, in front of the monster released by Ronan Admiral, isn't he just like his younger brother? Fire the cannon and pursue the victory. For a while, countless cannon fires were fired, and Marines' morale was boosted again. Watching Ozzy flying into the sea, Gecko Moria suddenly gritted his teeth and screamed in pain. Why? Why can't we wait any longer? It's such a waste. If only Ozzy's shadow and body could be obtained. Then his strength will definitely skyrocket again. Pity. Just got kicked into the sea by San Juan Bad Wolf. Sigh, sigh. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates are really trash. A look of disappointment flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, and he said with a smile. What kind of length has Master Ronan's power reached? Oh, no, its height. Hancock held his pretty face in his hands, and suddenly recalled the nights of the previous few days in his mind. The entrance is very soft, and then a sword seals the throat. Here. The hearts of the Whitebeard Pirates sank to the bottom of the valley, and their morale was also very low. Why did such a monster suddenly appear? That black dragon guy, how much ability is he hiding? Damn, to kill ounce like this. The pirates were very sad and angry. But looking at the 180-meter tall monster in front of him, there was nothing he could do. The Marines can't hit ounce with their shells. Same. Pirates can't face this monster either. Instantly. They couldn't help but look at Ronan again, a trace of fear flickered in their eyes. The executioner. It's really scary. At the same time. Moby DK good bow. Ounce. Whitebeard glanced at Ounce leaving bloodline and entrails on the ice, vicissitudes in the noise. I said it long ago. Let him not come to this war. Such a large body is undoubtedly a living target for Marine. But since he is here, it would be the best destination to die here. But Ozzy is also Whitebeard's son after all. Killing in front of the whole world is undoubtedly a great provocation. Little ghost, I will let you, an executioner, experience what it is like to be executed by others. A murderous look flashed across Whitebeard's old eyes, and his tone was extremely cold. That's my pleasure. But the premise is, you have to be capable, Mr. Whitebeard. Ronan stamped out the cigarette that was about to burn out, and said in a gentle tone. For a while, an invisible aura swayed from the two of them. They stared at each other. It's like two lakes with no waves, but the bottom of the lake is turbulent. At this time, a huge figure came out of it. There's a leak, Whitebeard. Vice Admiral, a giant with an iron mask, holds a giant axe, and the head of Whitebeard. However, facing the attacking giant axe, Whitebeard didn't even look him in the face, and punched him with a backhand. Boom! The atmosphere shattered, countless spider web-like cracks spread, and the giant steel axe shattered into thousands of pieces on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard jerked his hand up and grabbed the man's head. Just at this critical moment, Ronan's one-handed tricks. Chaos Golden Watchman. Instantly, Whitebeard felt that time was slowed down countless times. He could only watch Ronan flash past him and save the giant Vice Admiral. Then, Ronan's big hand reached for Whitebeard's neck, ready to hurt him directly. However, Whitebeard moved at this moment, and the power of the shock contained in the palm smashed hard towards Ronan. There is no way. Ronan had no choice but to take the next best thing, and slammed his right hand down, tearing off a large piece of flesh from Whitebeard's abdomen. The next moment, the effect of Chaos Golden Watchman ceases. Ronan reappeared in his original position, but with a giant Vice Admiral beside him. And Whitebeard. There is also a blood hole left in the abdomen. Don't make trouble, get out. Ronan wiped his hands with the cloak on the back of the giants with a look of disgust, and said coldly. Laozi dare not say that he found a flaw. What the hell are you doing here? Just now Whitebeard used the fruit ability under the chaotic golden watchtower. It was completely an instinctive reaction of the body. If he hadn't retreated in time, he might have been blown away by now. And this 3.7 giant who doesn't have eyes, Vice Admiral, must die. Ah, yes, Ronan Admiral. The giant Vice Admiral nodded in a daze, and quickly withdrew, looking for the next target. Honestly, he himself didn't know what just happened. All he knew was that his head was being pinned down by Whitebeard, and he was going to smash it on the deck. Suddenly, not just who shouted. "Look, Whitebeard's belly was wounded by the Black Dragon Admiral." Heard the words. All eyes focused on the past. I saw that Whitebeard's abdomen was torn off a large piece of flesh. The blood flowed endlessly. You can even see the intestines wriggling inside. For a while, both the Marines and the sailors were amazed. "Let's make it quick." Ronan glanced at the air, and immediately made a one-handed tactic. "Send generals to arrest the spirit." The next moment, the huge figure of San Juan Dire Wolf turned into a jet of black air and entered Ronan's hands. "Can be replaced. But Bullet, Katrin Daime, Blackbeard, and the most vicious pirates." Chapter 65. Send generals to arrest the spirit. Following Ronan's voice fell. Bursts of black air flew out of his hands and landed floatingly. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of countless people, the black air slowly gathered into shape. A tall and familiar face came into everyone's eyes. It is Blackbeard, Katrin Daime, Badgers, Bullet, Baskshot, and Shiryu. See this scene. While fighting pirates, the sailors stopped their movements at the same time, looking at Ronan in disbelief. And the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates are even more resentful. "Teach, UBD who broke the rules of the ship. Killing your companions is the bottom line, it's unforgivable. Come on, kill him." Countless pirates burst out with monstrous murderous aura. If it weren't for the marine in front of me. They really want to rush up and use Ronan's method of massacre to kill Blackbeard, the BD. On the execution stand, Sengoku's eyes widened and he exclaimed. "Aren't they dead?" He wanted to confront Ronan. But now is not the time. Sengoku could only swallow the words on his lips. "Teach." Ace also looked shocked. Now, Blackbeard and other 6 vicious pirates stood straight in front of Ronan with empty eyes. Like a servant, waiting for orders at any time. Immediately, a terrible idea appeared in Ace's mind. Since they are dead, that Marco, Little Ozzy, and the dead companions. On the bow of the Moby DK. Whitebeard glanced at the wound, then at the 6 dark figures below. He looked down at Ronan, and said coldly. "Little ghost, what kind of tricks are these?" When San Juan Wolf suddenly appeared on the battlefield, Whitebeard just didn't feel right. Then the time slowed down, the giant Vice Admiral slipped away, and he was injured. Finally to Blackbeard they appear. It's too weird. 14. Even this Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man. A drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead. There are more fun. Now, the real slaughter has begun. There was a faint blush in Ronan's eyes. Immediately, countless spiritual talismans prepared in advance flew over Marin Fenduo. "Spiritual amulet, take it." Ronan clasped his hands together and shouted softly. With the voice down, countless streaks of black air floated out from the dead pirate. For a while, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop sharply, causing an indescribable coldness to fill the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, the black air quickly drifted towards the talisman in the air. This is a very impactful scene, constantly shaking the hearts of everyone present. On the execution stand, Sengoku asked with a trembling voice. What are these things? These black air? It's eerie, terrifying, and just looking at it makes people sweat." Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes widened suddenly, and he said incredulously. "Could it be? These black air are the souls of dead pirates. Think about it." Sengoku suddenly felt a shudder. What the hell is Ronan going to do? Wait. Marco, don't go. Watching the black air in Marco's body float out, Ace spit out painful bites in a hoarse voice. The black air floated out from the corpse. It made Ace feel extremely painful. These idiots, why come to save me? People like me are not worth your life to save. Boundless remorse and self-blame kept whipping Ace's heart. There is nothing more tormenting than people who value you, dying in front of you one by one. And the soul cannot find peace. This undoubtedly made Ace accept another, more cruel execution. Under the execution platform, Kizaru sitting on the big chair was also very surprised. Ronan is acting like a monster right now. Be more careful when dealing with him in the future. Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke, laughed and said, Monster. Since they have chosen to come to Marlin Fenduo, their souls will not be comforted. And you don't have a deep friendship with Ronan either. He knows that he is a hopeless pervert, but he carefully protects innocent people, so as not to be hurt by his pervert. Heard the words. Kizaru nodded thoughtfully. What a gentle person. But then he was slightly taken aback. Why do you know him so well? Kuraying. See that the soul gathering of the pirates has been all gathered. Ronan directly launched the arresting general. The gathered souls floated in front of them, and gradually began to twist and fuse. At last, it turned into black beads the size of marbles. And Marco's soul. Then it was separated and floated over alone. Ronan took the beads, raised his hand and shouted softly. Kuraying. The next moment, a burst of suction suddenly sucked Marco's soul into his hand. Send General. With the ability to activate again, Marco has completely become Ronan's servant. The black air also slowly condensed into shape. For a moment, a face that was extremely familiar to the Whitebeard Pirates was reflected in their pupils. For a while, the pirates are completely fried. Even Whitebeard's eyes couldn't help but look terrified. Captain Marco, resurrected again. The Black Dragon Admiral was resurrected, what is he going to do? Captain Marco, kill him, don't forget how he tortured you just now. The pirates waved the swords in their hands and roared. However, next second, with a flick of Ronan's finger, Blackbeard and others around him suddenly rushed towards the pirate group. The original human form of Marco quickly turned into a bird of prey. Become the phoenix known to the world again. Only, this time, that bright blue flame turned into black. Under a cry, the phoenix flew into the air and swooped towards its former partner. For a while, following these 7 people rushed into the battlefield. The Whitebeard Pirates, which were already retreating steadily, are even more in decline. Captain Marco, wait a minute, I'm your team leader. My hand is gone, ship doctor, ship doctor. Caitlin Daime, you dare to cut my big baby. It's just a 3-centimeter heirloom, hurry up and fight. The countless pitiful wailings of the thieves continued to sound. This made Marine, who had already boosted his morale, even more excited. Cannons and bullets, as if they don't need money, keep shooting at the pirates. Hee. How about Whitebeard, isn't that a surprise? These, but I have prepared for you a long time ago, enjoy them. Ronan lit a cigarette and opened his arms. Listening quietly to the screams, roars, and bursts of broken bones of the pirates. This moment, Ronan seemed like a pious believer, listening carefully to my God's call. Whitebeard watched the sons with whom he lived with each other die one by one. The wrinkled old face was full of anger. Control but kill companions. What a cruel method. It's just murderous. Just when Whitebeard couldn't help but want to shoot, Ronan directly swallowed the soul beads in his hand. Spirit swallowing. Next moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Ronan's body, sweeping the entire battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield suddenly became cold. They can feel it. Ronan's strength is growing rapidly. See this scene. Doflamingo's neat bite of White Fang was almost crushed, and he said word by word. His strength has become stronger again. How the hell is this done? Honestly. Watch as Ronan grows stronger. It was worse than killing Doflamingo. He. Is this jealousy? What a joy! Gecko Moria's sharp voice sounded, his tone full of sarcasm. However, the voice just fell. A few silk threads shot towards Moria's head. See? Gecko Moria dodged quickly, and then released a large number of bats to fight back. That's all. Because of Ronan, the two people's long-standing grievances broke out completely. Hawkeye on the side ignored the two who were fighting, and after cutting down several pirates with one knife, he murmured. How the hell did he do it? Could it be? Is it the beads gathered by those souls just now? With this idea, Hawkeye suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If so, that entire battlefield will become Ronan's cafeteria. Master Ronan has become stronger again. I don't know what's next. Well, enough is enough, there is no need to be stronger. After Hancock shot several slave arrows, an astonishing spring appeared on his face. It is said that it is either suffocated or dripped to death. But when it comes to Ronan, why is there a steady stream? Moby Dick disembarked. Ronan regained his composure and nodded in satisfaction. Good. The last time I swallowed spirits on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Only a quarter of the strength has been increased. And this time, it also increased the strength by a quarter. Although it looks the same. But this time it is a quarter of the enhanced one. Little devil, you must die here today. I'll use your blood, natural Mamarco, and the spirit of Ounce. Whitebeard's old face was full of anger, and a strong murderous intent burst out. Heard the words. Ronan smiled and shook his head. You know, I'm a picky eater. Your son is as good for food as bread. But after enjoying your delicacy, I can't eat other people. So, I won't kill you for a while until I've executed Ace, Luffy, and Whitebeard's regiment. Finished. There was a faint flash of scarlet in the amber pupils, and the eyes looking at Whitebeard were full of gentleness. See. Whitebeard frowned suddenly. At the same time, I was sure in my heart that this is definitely a pervert. It's not like looking at human eyes at all. 740 instead. The eyes that appear when you see food, even the most delicious food in the world. Think about it. Whitebeard suddenly felt insulted, and said in a deep voice. Don't look at me like that. Immediately. The old man pulled up the Kong Yunki stuck in the bow of the boat, and jumped down deeply. The broad blade flashed with red and black lightning, pointing straight at Ronan's head. He, since this is the case. Then I will enjoy your supreme delicacy in advance. Ronan smiled, his eyes flashed a cold light. The golden light burst out suddenly. The long knife condensed in the right hand in an instant, and slashed at Whitebeard. Boom! The two blades have not yet collided. A powerful storm erupted in the air. Countless black and red lightning bolts exclusive to Conquerors burst out, constantly stirring the cumulus clouds in the sky. Finally, a loud roar sounded. A burst of hurricane was set off, roaring and blowing away the gunpowder smoke of the entire battlefield. Conquerors winding. At the top of the power in the world. Just one eruption caused the entire Naval Headquarters to tremble. But at this moment, bang! There was a sudden loud noise in the sky. A huge marine warship fell from the sky. The screams all over the sky attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Look, what is that? An ordinary sea soldier pointed to the sky and exclaimed. A warship that fell from the sky. All the pirates also looked up, all stunned. Could it be? Is this marine's secret weapon? The ones on the boat seem to be pirates. On the city wall, Kibi looked up at the sky and murmured in confusion. No, it's not the prisoner who escaped from Impel Down. Belmber asked with some surprise. On the execution stand. The sea soldier in charge of the investigation immediately ran over. Mr. Sengoku. It has been confirmed that those in the sky are the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. For a while, Sengoku frowned suddenly, and clenched his fists tightly. It seems that my prediction has come true. Seeing that the situation is very good. At this time, there are still people coming to make trouble. Straw Hat Crew, Luo, Ivankov, Buggy, these troublesome guys are all on this ship. Ronan, who was fighting Whitebeard for Conquerors, saw this. That delicate face couldn't help cracking a crazy smile. Finally come. I will let you see with my own eyes how your captain and grandson died. Chapter 66. As the marine battleship falling from the sky is getting closer and closer to the ground. On the execution stand. After Luffy looked up, he shouted excitedly. Hey everyone! But suddenly, Luffy couldn't help but recall Ronan's strength, and the current situation. Immediately changed his words and shouted to the sky. Run away! The people here are not what we can compete with now. However, he didn't get a response. On the battleship, countless pirates screamed in horror, resounding through the entire sky. It's all Ivankov's fault. Who will save us? I don't want to fall to my death. It's all ice underneath, and if we fall, we'll be turned into meat paste. No. I turned into bone sauce. This moment, a group of prisoners who escaped from Impel Down finally know that life is precious. It was hard to get out of that ghost place. Did not expect to encounter this kind of thing again. Luo slapped his face, and murmured helplessly. Why would I be teammates with you? Just 1 second before the warship was about to hit the ground, Luo opened the vortex field. Room. Boom. With a huge roar sounded. The warship smashed heavily on the ice. Sabayati Archipelago, under 3 huge screens. Faced with the sudden Straw Hat Crew and others, the public was not surprised. Their thoughts. With Whitebeard injured, a series of the most vicious criminals such as the resurrected Marco flew away. Head to meet Whitebeard head-on, Ronan is too strong. Some people stuttered when they spoke. At this time, the Straw Hat Crew and the others are coming, what is the difference between sending them to death? And what are those shadows? Yet, Marco beat his companions, and he didn't show mercy at all. It's terrible, with the ability to resurrect the dead, and can continue to use the fruit ability. For a while, Sabayati Archipelago and even the whole world were deeply shocked. At the same time, sea warships fall into the ice. After Ronan pushed Whitebeard back suddenly, he said softly. The battle between us is not yet. Appreciate the next picture carefully, it will be a memory that you will never forget even if you go to hell. Heard the words. Whitebeard frowned, and suddenly swung Kong Yunki down in his hand. IMP. I didn't let you go. While waving the long knife, the air was directly torn, and the sonic boom sounded suddenly. You can say nothing. Ronan smiled, and immediately made a one-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. Instantly, Whitebeard's movements seemed to slow down dozens of times. When the old man came back to his senses, it wasn't just Ronan who disappeared in place. Even the abdomen is once again a sharp pain. Whitebeard looked down. I saw that 2 pieces of abdominal muscles were missing, and the flesh on them was torn off. The pain was intense, though it didn't make Whitebeard cry out. But bursts of cold sweat could not help but slip on his forehead. This ability to control time is really weird. After Whitebeard murmured in a low voice, he turned his gaze to the sea behind him. Just. If it weren't for being slowed down, the time would be less than a second. Whitebeard was already a corpse. Certainly. If Whitebeard is that easy, Ronan has waited so long for nothing. Same moment. On the marine battleship that crashed into the ice. The prisoner who survived the catastrophe heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, finally saved. Thank you Luo, Master Usopp, declare that you will be our friend from now on. That's right, without you, I'd be smashed to pieces. Straw Hat crew thanked each other. Luo said lightly. No, hurry up and save your captain. Finished. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Ace, Luffy, and Robin on the execution platform. Let's talk. Wait, do I really want to do that? Ivankov came over and glanced around the crowd. If you want to save Luffy and the three of them, this is the only way now. Certainly. It still depends on whether he agrees or not. Luo tilted his head and glanced at him, his tone still indifferent. Heard the words. Ivankov and the others were silent for a moment. He was right. Judging from the current situation, that is the only calendar. Don't be dumbfounded. Those are things for later, let's talk about escaping from Shishibukai now. Luo pulled out Ghost Cry and looked into the air with a solemn expression. Now. In mid-air, a man in a pink haori was stepping on a thread and moving at high speed. Doflamingo looked down at the people who had just landed, grinning, and said. Hey. We haven't seen each other for years, hey. After seeing the warship falling from the sky, Doflamingo realized right away. The things I once lost seemed to fly back very intimately. Straw Hat crew go first. Can't make a living target for Marine here. After Ronan reminded in a cold voice, he raised his left hand slightly, summoning a vortex field. Heard the words. Straw Hat crew didn't hesitate, nodded seriously, and headed towards the execution platform. But they haven't run very far. Gecko Moria came to him. Ha. Long time no see, Straw Hat crew. A thin voice echoed. Straw Hat crew's complexion suddenly became ugly. At the same time, a group of Marine Vice Admiral, the captain's high-end team. Hateful. Marco, I am hiding, stop. Yi Zhang wrapped his arms around armament Haki, resisting Marco's attack with difficulty. Although Marco is not as good as before. You can start with your partners. Yi Zhang can't do this kind of thing at all. However, Marco seemed to have lost his ability to speak, an endless murderous intent surged out of his empty eyes. Every time you strike, it will only get heavier. Ha, how does it feel to be hit by a former partner? It must be cool, right? Dalmizia, who had already turned into a beast, shot Namur away in a circle, and laughed loudly. The leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates did not respond, nor did they have the energy to go back. This battle was really frustrating. Although they have 2 layers of armament Haki, and Ronan's talisman blessing. But at the beginning, he could still compete against 1 or 2. Since the addition of Marco, Blackbeard et.al. In a short period of time, no less than 3 captains have been seriously injured. Even 2 of the captains of the pirate group died. Diamond Kiazi, who wrestled with Bullet, was even beaten with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Certainly. Except Badgers. This product was directly snatched down by Yi Zhang. On the execution stand. The pain of continuous separation and healing of skin and flesh made Ace almost faint. He still gritted his teeth and persisted. There are so many people trying to save the 3 of them, and they can't easily fall down. At least. Not before the execution begins. Ace said with a painful face. They shouldn't have come. Luffy was surprisingly unresponsive this time. What he can do now? There is only one who can trust his partner unconditionally. Now. These hundreds of prisoners became no small force. The Marines suddenly darkened, their eyes full of murderous intent. Damn pirates, and Straw Hat crew. It's okay to make a big fuss at Nice lobby before, but now they even have to participate in this kind of battle, they really don't know what to do. Absolutely don't let them break out, bombard them. Kill them here, with the righteous ministers we bear. Oh! The cannons, which were as dense as raindrops, ignited the fuse again and blasted towards the prisoners. After a round of shelling ended, numerous Marine soldiers surrounded the past one after another. The icy battlefield at Crescent Moon Harbor turned into a melee in an instant. Here, after a brief confrontation with Whitebeard, Ronan immediately galloped out of Xingtai. Now, he wants to execute Luffy early to deter pirates. And what if Kaido and Big Mom's Double Emperor alliance suddenly descends on Marin Fenduo at this time? Then this execution will only drag on for longer. The moment Ronan reached the bay, Hancock, who had just dealt with a group of pirates, saw that it was a sucking swallow throwing himself into the forest. Feel the softness. Ronan frowned slightly, and said lightly, "Open. I have other business." The voice just fell. No less than dozens of murderous auras enveloped him. Ronan knew it was all Hancock's licking dog, and ignored it. "Lord Ronan, look, I killed a lot of pirates." Hancock lay in Ronan's arms, flaunting softly. "Very good." Ronan gasped a cigarette and said softly, "Then how do you reward my concubine tonight? Or let the concubine live in her crotch." Hancock blushed and murmured softly. The voice just fell. A burst of knife light flashed. "Ronan, you executioner! It's really cheap for you to die in the gentle village." A pirate jumped into the air, and suddenly swung down the 2-meter sword in his hand. "Damn it!" Hancock yanked Ronan down behind him and kicked Perfume Femur with one blow. Moment. The pirate turned into a stone statue. Behind Ronan, through a layer of mist, he saw Hancock's serious and tense face. Like a child guarding a favorite toy. That tense, cautious mood was completely written on his face. "I'll keep the door open for you tonight." Ronan's eyes moved slightly, and although his tone was still cold, there was a hint of warmth in it. "Heard the words?" Hancock's eyes flashed brightly. "Although there is no redemption for protein kidnapping. But the concubine's body really seems to be filled. Under the execution platform. See that somewhat warm scene?" Kizaru said with a smile. "I didn't expect Hancock to value Ronan so much." Akainu snorted coldly. "Time to remind Ronan that it's time for moderation. A man's voice is about 53 liters. Don't be squeezed dry by then, you don't even have the strength of a knife." Kizaru's face darkened suddenly. "Good guy. I'm such a straight guy. Really stand up today." At this time, a black shadow flashed by. Ronan suddenly appeared behind Luffy. "What are you doing?" Sengoku asked hastily. "Don't get excited, just execute the sentence in advance." Ronan smiled, golden light burst out all over his body, and a long knife quickly condensed. Before Sengoku could stop it, the long knife fell suddenly. Directly chopped off Luffy's only remaining jump arm. Ah! The pain that hit at this moment made, okay, Luffy couldn't help but howl. A hole. "Don't touch Luffy, kill me if you can." Ace stared at Ronan with red eyes. "It's not your turn yet, don't worry." Ronan smiled, another 2 strikes under his command. Moment. Blood gushed from Luffy's legs and arms. The long knife condensed by the golden light curse is extremely sharp. So that the 3 wounds are a complete section. The beating nerves, the dense white bones, and the yellow marrow are all clearly visible at this moment. Under the execution platform. Listening to Luffy's growling garp, a pair of iron fists clenched tightly. Now, if it weren't for the justice behind him to bind himself, the old man may have rushed up. Negligible. A more tragic howl instantly resounded throughout Marin Fenduo. I saw Ronan's red air right hand lightly resting on Luffy's shoulder. The next moment, Luffy's body began to swell. Then he shrank back severely. The bones in the body continued to burst, and there were bursts of crisp sounds. For a while, a large amount of scarlet liquid sprayed out from Luffy's facial features, looking extremely permeable. Immediately afterwards, Ronan's left hand directly pierced Luffy's abdomen, and then tore open. Just for an instant, the internal organs that exploded in the body, the bones that had been shattered into dregs, mixed with blood flowed out. Enough, Ronan. Sengoku frowned, turned his head and said in a low voice. Too disgusting. Now Luffy can't look at the pregnant at all. Immediately. Without any reason, Sengoku shouted immediately. Cut off the live broadcast immediately. The voice just fell. Sudden. A fitted iron fist wrapped around armament Haki smashed hard at Ronan. Chapter 67. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 1. Sudden. The live broadcast of the signal has just been restored, showing a snowflake shape again. Countless civilians present, the faces of the reporter drooped instantly. Hey, it was interrupted twice in 10 minutes, what's the matter? But, when Ronan killed Luffy just now, wasn't it too bloody? Hey, all pirates deserve to die, you have to use this method. But, Garp seems to have attacked Ronan just now. I must have read it wrong, that is the hero Garp. But, Ronan hugged Hancock again just now, he is so damned. Be it the Sabayati Archipelago. People all over the world still have anxious expressions on their faces. Marin burned more, on the ice battlefield. Countless pirates, sea soldiers, and generals looked sideways. They looked at the black iron fist that suddenly appeared in Xingtai in disbelief. Just as he was about to hit Ronan in the head. Is it finally unbearable? Ronan smiled, and slowly lifted the left hand wrapped around armament Haki. Bang! The huge impact produced when the palm and fist collided together created a cloud of smoke and dust. That powerful momentum soared into the sky. However, to Garp's surprise, his iron fist was firmly held by Ronan. No matter what, he couldn't make him take half a step back. And the palm of the fist is still increasing in strength. Sheng broke the armed collar, not to mention. Even 5 fingers pierced through the flesh, leaving 5 small bloody holes. Vice Admiral Garp, 997. What do you mean? Ronan asked with a smile. Garp stared at the man in front of him. The sturdy figure brings huge pressure. He clenched his molars tightly, and spit out 2 cold words. Shut up. If it was simply killing Luffy, then everything would be fine. But why not torture? In this world, how can a grandson be treated like this, but a grandfather is indifferent? Garp had also warned himself. Going to sea to be a pirate is Luffy's own choice. Whether you are arrested by Marine or killed, you must be prepared accordingly. However, the moment he saw Luffy being tortured and killed, his internal organs flowed out. The old man knew. After all, I still can't continue to bear the justice behind me. In front of Garp, dying Luffy turned his head away, even though the blood blurred his vision. It's just the familiar breath and voice that can still tell his identity. Chicken sauce, Grandpa. Luffy's noise was extremely hoarse, and the intense pain made her voice tremble. Looking at the tragedy of my brother. After all, Ace fell into madness. Luffy. He growled, gritted his teeth, and twisted his body constantly. Attempt to break free from the sea stone chains. Tay. With his limbs crippled, it was still futile after all. Maybe it was the roar. Straw Hat Crew, who was trembling with Gecko Moria, also looked at Chu Xingtai. Seeing such misery, the pupils of Nami, Solo, and others shrank suddenly. The brain immediately went blank. Luffy, dying? He. Ronan, kill well, be cruel. Gecko Moria laughed out loud in a thin voice. The voice fell. A large number of bats were released from the shadows and attacked the Straw Hat Crew who was standing still. Suddenly, with a flash of knife light, the sky was filled with roses. They're here to save Ace, Luffy, Robin, and I won't allow you to hurt any of them. Foil Vista's two western swords were pointed at Moria, and the murderous aura kept rushing wildly from his body. The next moment, several Whitebeard pirate team leaders rushed over and confronted countless Marines. On the execution stand, scarlet blood flowed out of Luffy's body continuously. He lay down on the execution platform in despair, looking at his partner below. Dying. Countless memories of the past turned into fragments, flashing through Kong's mind. There is still much to say to them though. But Luffy knew that his life had come to an end. Immediately. This once hot-blooded, cheerful, and a little silly boy grinned and looked at Robin aside. Feel sorry. I can't continue sailing with you. This smile seemed to be frozen in Robin's pupils forever. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. Despair, helplessness, pain, all kinds of emotions burst out in my heart instantly. Robin shook his head hard and shouted loudly. It was you who pulled me out of the abyss, obviously I will see the light soon. You can't die, Luffy. With this burst of shouting, Luffy's breath is gradually dissipating, and the signs of life are also disappearing. Close your eyes. The dark-haired boy's last bright smile met Garp's eyes. At the same time, it is also reflected in the eyes of countless people. The childhood days with Luffy are fleeting. Big. It kept flashing in the old man's mind. Garp's old eyes were gradually covered with moisture. So much has been said and so much has been taught. Why won't you listen to Grandpa once? And only got along with the red hair for a short year, because of his broken straw hat. Just formulated a lifelong dream. Could it be? Is that BD with red hair really more important than me finding a grandpa? What goes to sea to be a pirate is for freedom. What the FK is farting. Hee hee. What a wonderful time, life is fading before our eyes. No one escapes from sorrow, and sorrow is the greatest devil. Ronan murmured. The golden long knife in his right hand was suddenly thrown out. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Luffy's head was chopped off. Immediately, the golden knife is scattered, forming a long golden thread, hanging Luffy's head from the scaffold. Straw Hat Luffy's head. Just hang it here, to deter pirates and alert the world. Ronan took a few steps back, picked up the speakerphone and said loudly. Ronan. UBD. Garp's eyes were red, and he exuded an astonishing aura. How? Do you want the body? Ronan smiled, and bursts of murderous aura burst out from his body. For a while, two astonishing auras collided on the battlefield, encircling the sky with dust and smoke. Both pirates and marines were overwhelmed by this momentum. But on the marine side, their hearts were extremely solemn. Why, Mr. Garp, are you quarreling with the Black Dragon Admiral? Even if the opinions are different, but now it is on the battlefield. Well, Luffy seems to be Mr. Garp's grandson. Ah, that really shouldn't be tortured like this. But a group of hawkish generals immediately retorted sharply. Mr. Garp is now in serious breach of discipline. Luffy is a pirate, and this is how pirates should die. Garp is a marine hero. It is also a symbol of marine. His actions just now undoubtedly shook the army's morale. The pirate also seized the right time and immediately started a new round of charge. On the execution stand. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Sengoku immediately acted as a peacemaker. Garp, now is not the time to mess around. Go down quickly. During the conversation, Sengoku felt happy again. Fortunately, the live broadcast was cut off just now, otherwise the world would see Garp's current appearance. Then Marine will definitely be despised. However, Garp was silent at the moment. The old man's mind is full of all the good things he experienced with Luffy and Ace in his childhood. And the brutality of the celestial dragons. Jun's icy, and Sengoku sucked all the value out of the Ace. At last, all that came to mind was the scene of Luffy being tortured and killed by Ronan. The pain and beauty of the past are intertwined and form a thread. The choice between justice and affection behind the scenes. Countless thoughts kept washing away the last trace of reason left in his heart. Finally, the cloak of justice behind her was thrown into the air. This sturdy, white-haired old man let out a burst of roars. Old man! From now on, exit Naval Headquarters. The merciless killing intent intertwined into flames, and the monstrous roar shook the entire battlefield. Chapter 68. Suddenly decided to blow up the entire Marin Fentuo. Garp's words are undoubtedly a blockbuster. It exploded in the minds of all Marines. With the white cloak of justice slowly falling to the ground, the hearts of the Marine soldiers sank to the bottom all of a sudden. A dignified Marine hero. He is the belief in the hearts of countless soldiers. Withdrawing from the Marine at this time will undoubtedly cause the Army's morale to slacken in an instant. On the execution stand, Sengoku looked annoyed, and scolded in a deep voice. Garp! UBD! Wait until the war is over. About Luffy and Ace, he will definitely give Garp an explanation. But now, he gave up the identity of Marine, and undoubtedly gave up himself. It even gave up the justice that has been rejected in my heart for many years. On the battlefield, countless sailors, the general's pupils became dizzy for a while. For why, Mr. Card? Is it the end of the world? Marine heroes actually quit Marine. My faith is gone, where is the justice we uphold? Hey, don't be distracted, the pirates are coming. For a while, even with a huge disparity in strength, Marine also fell into a passive situation. Somewhere on the ice, Kaba knelt on the ground, with snot and tears running down his face, crying loudly. Luffy-san! Mr. Garp, you are the light that illuminates my life. The horror of Luffy's death. Exit Marine's Garp. Undoubtedly, the faith in this young man's heart has completely collapsed. Looking at the cloak of justice that fell to the ground, Aokiji, who was paddling somewhere, had a look of disgust on his face. Ronan! You ended up with Mr. Garp cornered. Long-lost anger burst out from those lazy eyes. Why? Why do you have to torture and kill to satisfy that pervert's inner desire? Or the reason why Ronan did it? Just deliberately making Luffy the straw that broke the camel's back? Aokiji's eyes reflect the word justice on the cloak of justice. But the justice in my heart. But it began to gradually shake and collapse. Below the Mobadai, Whitebeard's old eyes stared at his former opponent. Garp quits Marine. For a while, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Gulala. Garp, insisting on justice for many years, is it still no match for a moment of hatred in the end? The towering old man smiled wryly and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of Whitebeard as the vortex field unfolded. Cooperation, Whitebeard. Ivankov put his hands on his hips, Rizeo said angrily. Under the execution platform, Kizaru frowned slightly. Garp-san, I'm really angry this time. Looks like he and Ronan will have a fight. Kizaru was surprisingly not joking this time, and his tone was a bit vicissitudes. It's like offering condolences before death to the old man who is dying of a hero. Snort. Soldiers who are swayed by emotions cannot bear the justice behind them at all. Akainu said sullenly. Kizaru's face darkened. Boil. Is that why you don't want a wife? When you want to find a wife when you retire, the pink you yearn for has already been tarnished by the years. On the execution stand, Ronan lit a cigarette and said lightly. Hee. Mr. Garp, I hope you will not regret this decision. Really? A person's faith can never withstand a moment of hatred. Just like Teacher Zephyr. Adhere to the principle of not killing pirates for many years. At last. But because of the pirate who killed the students, he became Shishibukai. And quit Marine, become Neo Marine, determined to wipe out pirates all over the world. Is this all within your plan? From taking out Ace and Luffy, and then being their executioner. Actually, did you want to kill the old man when you were troubled last time? Garp loosened his tie, thinking a lot at once. Before this, the reason why he tolerated. All because of Sengoku, from which Ms. Tsuru dissuades. But now, watching Luffy being brutalized, the valve of anger in the old man's heart was completely opened and could never be turned off. Unless... kill Ronan right now. The next moment, Garp wrapped his fists around armament Haki, and suddenly swung out his pitch-black iron fist. You can understand it that way. But now that you have quit Marine, take off the aura of the Marine hero. Then stop whitewashing your image. Several talismans drawn in advance flashed on his body, and Ronan also wrapped around Haki to meet him head-on. Boom! The fists of the two collided loudly on the execution platform. Bursts of powerful air pressure burst out instantly. The aftermath swayed. It quickly spread outward, clearing the smoke of the entire battlefield. See. Not far away, Aokiji couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Ronan. We need a reason. A reason to legitimately throw a punch at the Marine hero. In his heart, Garp has no disdain for power and is totally unafraid of celestial dragons. He even flatly refused the promotion opportunity many times. In the old days, he even led Marine to glory together with Sengoku. Garp's exploits. No one in Marine is qualified to punch him. Heard the words. A group of moderate generals also said loudly while dealing with the pirates. Yes, we need a reason. Mr. Garp, hold back, we know you're getting carried away with anger. Black Dragon Admiral, don't fight, what can't you say well? They knew about Garp's temper. Usually he is careless and easily angered, and he often says the wrong thing. This time, they believe that Garp was angry because his grandson was killed. And the primary target now is the Whitebeard Pirates. What can't be said later? Ronan took a look at Chu Xingtai, which was on the verge of falling, and immediately made a single-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. The next moment, Garp's time seems to have been slowed down several times, and the movement of punching is also extremely slow. After kicking him down, Ronan picked up the speakerphone and said loudly. Since you want a reason, I'll give it to you. I hope you don't regret it. Immediately, Ronan's voice can be heard in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. The one who left Rouge back then led to the birth of the most evil bloodline. An ace was raised by no one else. It is the Marine hero in your heart, Garp. Speaking of which, Ronan's voice couldn't help being a little colder. Countless soldiers have died in this war. They think this battle is for the justice in their hearts, but they don't know that the culprit is your belief, Mr. Garp. Not only that, Garp was trying to save Ace. As a result, hundreds of pregnant women died tragically, and the babies in the womb were not born. You tell me, why Ace can live, and those babies who died in the womb can't? The sound falls. All Marines were in an uproar immediately. No, it's impossible, I don't believe Mr. Garp would do that. I finally understand why Master Ronan has such a bad relationship with Garp. How is it possible? He is the faith of countless Marines. For a while, the belief in the soldiers' hearts gradually collapsed and festered. Although some people insist on not believing. But seeing that Marshal Sengoku did not refute, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. His silence. It is enough to explain many problems. Watching Marines' morale drop, the counterattack of the pirates became more intense. Rush forward, everyone, now is a good time to save Ace. Ace, we will definitely get you out. Garp, you must delay that monster a little longer. Oh. The will of those dead companions will be inherited by those of us who survived. Watch the pirates fight back like crazy. Sengoku couldn't help frowning, lowered his voice and said. Enough is enough, now is not the time to talk about this. This is on the battlefield, and it is also the world's top battle. No matter who is at fault first. It would be a big mistake to start your hands at this time. This level of infighting, coupled with the collapse of Marine's heroic image, Marine's morale has been low. Ronan threw the phone bug back, and said flatly. Are you still showing mercy to him? Things have come to this point. There is no such thing as stopping, only when something is broken can it be stopped. And it was Garp who started the attack, and he just fought back in self-defense. Immediately, Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared in place, rushing towards Garp below. It doesn't feel good to have a secret revealed, does it? The voice just fell. Garp and Ronan shot almost simultaneously. Two pitch-black iron fists wrapped in armed colors crashed into each other. Bang! The impact of the explosion level spreads rapidly like a shell. The sound waves produced are even more deafening to the people around them. A hole! Garp roared angrily, and kept swinging his iron fists. This matter. It was the pain in his heart, and he couldn't explain it. Ronan speaks out now. Undoubtedly, the deep scars in Garp's heart were uncovered. Rest assured. I won't kill you. I will break your limbs and make you kneel in front of the tombstones of those pregnant women and repent for the rest of your life. Facing this iron fist, Ronan accepted it easily and said in a gentle tone. Immediately, Ronan grabbed Garp with both hands and swung an iron fist, and Tianji buckled down hard. Puff! Moment! Flesh was shattered and blood gushed out. The clothes of the two were also stained with scarlet. Like a bewitching flower from the other side, it blooms in the wind. Garp frowned, and immediately kicked Ronan in the stomach. It can be next second. Dazzling golden light burst from Ronan's body. Body is here too. Under the powerful force, it slides along the ice all the way. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Ronan hit the platform hard. For a while, the smoke filled the air, making it hard to see what was going on inside. The next moment, a sturdy figure broke through the smoke and dust, roaring towards Ronan. I will repent and I will atone. But not now. Garp let out bursts of roars, and the pitch-black iron fist burst out with infinite fighting spirit. Then, if we knew that the world government would do such an amazing job, even if it is betrayal of a friend's entrustment, Garp will not save Ace either. But there are not so many ifs in the world. Hee. It's too late to repent now. What did you do earlier? Ronan sneered, and immediately made a tactic with one hand. Chaos Golden Watchman. The next moment, Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. When Garp swung his fist in the air and came back to his senses, countless Deo talismans shone brightly under their feet. Sleeping Immortal Talisman. 5-fold. Countless chains flew out from the talisman, binding Garp tightly. However, in the face of Garp's strength, the chains were only bound for a second. Just when he was about to find Ronan's figure. Sudden observation Haki's warning suddenly flashed in his mind. Immediately afterwards, Ronan's gentle voice sounded above him. 0. Sorry, I can't waste all my time on you. With the voice down, 5 talismans suddenly lit up above Garp's head. 5 lightning talismans. 5 layers. This is the limit of the Thunder Talisman, and it is also the most powerful attack in Tongtian Talisman. The 5 talismans overlapped together, sparking bursts of electricity. Roar! With a dragon roar, a 6 or 7 meter thick thunder dragon flew out of the talisman. With the momentum of destroying everything, it tore through the air, roaring and rushing towards Garp. See! The faces of Akainu and Kizaru under the execution platform changed drastically, and they left immediately. Is it? This kind of attack can't even try to defeat the old man. Garp clenched his iron fist with blood on it, and directly hit his anus. The next moment. Boom boom boom. Huge roars and explosions resounded throughout the world. The powerful air pressure crazily spread, sweeping the entire Marin Fendo. For a while, the entire battlefield was shocked, and they looked sideways at the execution platform. Mr. Garp will be fine, right? Who dares to say this? The attack just now is too strong. If this blow kills Garp, it's really cheap for him. In Marine, some were sad for Garp, and some were angry because of the pregnant woman and Ace. But the last thing Garp wants to do is Sengoku. Just now, the execution platform collapsed, and Sengoku took Ace and Robin to evacuate immediately. He looked at the smoke not far away, and suddenly frowned. Suddenly, a strong momentum roared and dispersed the smoke. Garp was covered in blood and his well-crafted suit was in tatters, looking extremely embarrassed. "IMP. Are you just hiding it?" Garp clenched his fists and let out battle roars. The blow just now was too strong. Even if Garp used Iron Body in time, armed with color, he was hit hard. "Is it? I'm right behind you, why didn't you notice?" Ronan's voice sounded behind Garp, and the long knife condensed by the golden light curse fell down suddenly. Puff! With a burst of broken flesh, the sound of bone breaking sounded. Directly cut off Garp's right arm. He gritted his teeth, trying not to let out a wail. Just about to turn around and fight back. But Garp's time was slowed down again, and he could only watch helplessly as the golden long knife chopped off the other arm. Blood splattered all over the sky. A rain of blood spilled from the severed arm. Immediately afterwards, another golden knife flashed, and Garp's hamstring was picked out. Thump! The burly Garp knelt heavily on the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness. Why? Garp's sensibility doesn't foresee Ronan, it's unreasonable. Sengoku's eyes widened suddenly, and although he was angry, he still murmured in surprise. The voice just fell. Suddenly, a burst of Peng Bei's turbulent momentum burst out from the direction of the Moby DK. Chapter 69. About why observation Haki can't be used. Sengoku was in no mood to think about it anymore. He clenched his back molars, his eyes were full of grief. Garp. As a Marine, it is absolutely honorable to die on the battlefield. But this kind of limbs are useless, half dead. It's really frustrating. Not only that. In the future, the Marine hero Garp will no longer exist. In its place, there is one who saved the blood of One Piece, the notorious seaweed. Think about it. Sengoku's vision became hazy. The former Marine hero, the former partner who fought side by side. It ended up like this in the end. But now is not the time to shed tears. Whitebeard's strength seems to have changed. Beside, Ace lying on the ground was already crying. Chicken. Chicken sauce. It turned out to be my own life. It was in exchange for the pregnant women and the babies in their wombs. You shouldn't be mine at all. Thinking of this, Ace's heart became even more sad. It seems it was a mistake to be born on your own. Robin's delicate face was covered with tears, and he began to suffer. Luffy, Mr. Garp. Not far away. Aokiji, Mist Tsuru, and a group of moderate generals were all angry. They wanted to go up and beat Ronan. But the only reason is to alert them, and they must not mess around. Because the real war is about to start at 570. Ronan's ability just now is so strange. You can't even foresee Mr. Garp's knowledge. Kizaru touched his chin and said with a shocked face. In Marine, Garp's armed color and knowledge color are undoubtedly the top existence. But the ability to invalidate his knowledge can't help but remind Kizaru of another man. One of the 4 emperors, Redhead Shanks. Snort. The current Ronan has the potential to surpass us. And this war should end soon. Akainu folded his hands on his chest, took a sip of his cigar, and bursts of blue smoke spewed out from his nostrils. Kizaru nodded. But in my heart, I can't wait to clock in and get off work, so I can cook a piece of butterfly meat. Twice cooked pork is not bad. Just when the audience was shocked by the marine hero's fall, Garp, who had been deposed, knelt on the ground, his old eyes burst out fiercely. He struggled to stand up. But being picked on the hamstring is undoubtedly a futile move. Finally, the old man gave up anyway. He knelt quietly on the ground with calm eyes. Like remembering the dead Luffy. It is also like repenting for the hundreds of pregnant women and babies who died. Prison. After Ronan gave the order, he turned around and looked in the direction of the Moby DK with soft eyes. He can feel it. The breath just now came from Whitebeard. The strength seems to be a few times stronger than before. Honestly, if this is not on the battlefield. Ronan really wanted to take a shower and change clothes to enjoy this supreme delicacy. Dining also requires a sense of ritual. At this time, Garp raised his eyes slowly, and asked in a deep voice. I know that the small fishing village you are in has been slaughtered by pirates. But that's not the real reason you like to kill. Speaking of which, the old man straightened his back and said in a deep voice. What is the justice you uphold? Still, you only have endless killing in your heart. Ronan's methods are cruel and heavy. Even taking pleasure in killing. This is like an evil ghost, looking for happiness in the world, but also thinking of pulling the world to hell. But he is human after all. The endless killing is just the desire to fill the void in his heart. I am in the dark, but there is still a light in my heart. In order for the remaining light not to be swallowed by darkness, I chose black to eat black. Ronan's tone was very flat, but there was a hint of madness. The people I killed were all criminals. Is it wrong to fill my inner desire with this? The desire to kill should be called instinct for me. It's like you need to eat and drink, but I need to kill, but human morality and order restrain me, so that I can't kill as much as I want. I also know that this is right. Speaking of which, Ronan looked a little lonely, but then his delicate face was filled with a sick smile. Originally, I thought that joining Marine would suppress my evil, but I was wrong after all. It's my instinct, it's innate. Having said so much, it's time for me to eat, and now the plan is about to start. With the voice down, Ronan turned and left directly. Looking at his back, Garp's face was full of bitterness. Although he didn't answer his own question. But between the lines has already explained everything. The only remaining light is Ronan's justice. A person who is full of killing in his heart suppresses this desire. I don't want this morbidity to hurt others. He is bloodthirsty but never kills indiscriminately. Self-defense and elimination of demons is his standard for killing. Just this. Ronan is worthy of the word justice behind it. Neither of us is wrong, it's the world government, it's the celestial dragons, it's the 5 elders. The old man shook his head and sighed, looking at his grandson's head with tears in his eyes. Looking at Garp kneeling on the ground. The eyes of all the Shishibukai were full of surprise. Haki just now should be similar to Shanks. Release Conqueror's Haki, to block all knowledge. Ronan, how much ability do you have left unused? After Hawkeye chopped down several pirates, his voice was full of surprise. At the same time, the sickle-like pupils looked at Whitebeard at the bow in surprise. Not only the 2 pieces of flesh removed from the abdomen by Ronan healed. Even the body has returned to its peak. I already know that Lord Ronan will destroy that old guy. Even if it's Whitebeard, Master Ronan will definitely be able to kill him. Hancock's eyes moved slightly, and his delicate cheeks were full of admiration. Somehow, she even wanted some yogurt. And I want Ronan to hand-feed it to his mouth. At the same time, Moby DK disembarks. Whitebeard stood upright again with the knife in one hand, exuding an astonishing aura from his body. It turned out to be a success. Whitebeard, you are too strong. Ivankov twisted his body, faintly feeling an urge to go up and kiss this man forcefully. Fine. He held back. Otherwise, Whitebeard would definitely be able to kill this BD with a single blow. Available immediately. Ivankov thumped in pain. Luphibia, you died a terrible death. Whitebeard Bia, you must kill the demon Ronan. Luo's face suddenly darkened, and he said with disgust. Can you stop calling me Whitebeard boy? It's so abrupt. Look at this body shape, and this old face. What the hell are you telling me, where does it look like? Whitebeard snorted coldly. That's what I thought. For a while, all eyes were on the three of them. What the hell happened? Bringing Whitebeard back to peak form. What happened just now? A general swallowed his saliva and said in horror. Before this, most people's attention is on Garp and Ronan. No one noticed what the Whitebeard trio had done. Go back in time a little. When a vortex field appeared in front of Whitebeard, two figures appeared instantly. Cooperation, Whitebeard boy. The fighting situation is not very happy for you beard pirates, right? Ivankov asked with a smile. Due to the appearance of fierce criminals such as Marco, Blackbeard, Bullet, and so on. Coupled with the blessings of Ronan's Black Dogai and Tongtian Lu. The Whitebeard pirates almost shattered at the touch of a button. Not just optimism. It's a dead game. Whitebeard frowned slightly, looking down at Luo and Ivankov. What can you do? These two look familiar. One seems to be a supernova, and the other seems to be a troll. Ivankov held out his hands, 10 spikes protruding from them. My healing hormones can heal your body. But there's only a 1 to 2% chance of the market costing 10 years of life. I don't know if you have a single quantity to try, Whitebeard boy. Provocative method. Very poor. But Ivankov knew that this was what Whitebeard and other strong players would do. Especially the current situation. You have to give it a try, otherwise the fruits of victory will definitely be plucked by Marine. I can also help you heal your skin wounds. But I have a condition, help me kill Doflamingo. Luo glanced at Doflamingo, who was also staring at him from a distance. However, Whitebeard didn't respond, still looking down at the two of them. Luo and Ivankov didn't have a trace of fear on their faces, and looked at the world's strongest man indifferently. In a minute, Whitebeard laughed loudly. Gula la la. 1 to 2% chance, the success rate is very high. Come on, I'll kill Ronan and Doflamingo for you. The voice just fell. Ivankov's fingers suddenly dug into Whitebeard's ribs. Luo also started treatment surgery. During this time, Whitebeard suffered nothing less than death. But this towering old man still didn't let out a cry of pain. And with the fight between Ronan and Garp over, Whitebeard is also in peak condition, bursting out with unparalleled momentum. Back to the present time. Whitebeard felt the power gushing out from far away in his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Immediately, the old man wiped Kong Yunqi in his hand, and said loudly, Ronan, come and die. The voice fell. Whitebeard immediately led a group of pirates and launched a massive counterattack. Keep up with Dad, don't fall behind. All together, let these 5.2 Marines know how powerful we are. Oh! For a while, under the leadership of Whitebeard, the morale of the pirates is extremely high. I don't know if I'm afraid, or what. Marines generals withdrew directly. The soldiers also retreated while fighting, and ran all the way back to the bay. The delivery of the execution platform. Sengoku, Ronan, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru are also regrouped. Has the surrounding wall project not started yet? Ronan's face was calm, but there was a hint of excitement in his voice. The ice is really in the way. Akainu glanced at Aokiji in disgust. These moderates are such an eyesore. Surprisingly, Aokiji didn't reply, his eyes were full of grief. The person he admired was abolished face to face. And I can't do anything. And at this moment, Marine has all withdrawn to Oaks Plaza. At the same time, the soldiers in the control room also pushed the gate to the top. Surrounding wall, activate. The voice just fell. Bang. 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 Barriers of special materials broke through the ice and surged. For a while, shadows enveloped the entire bay. Finally, countless barriers formed a huge encirclement, surrounding all the pirates who rushed in. See. Ronan's amber pupils were immediately stained with scarlet. Bring it on. The real slaughter begins. Chapter 70. Looking at the huge surrounding circle, the pirates who were still charging bravely stopped one after another. Damn, what do these marines want to do? Are you trying to trap us in it? A hole. A pirate held a giant mace and smashed it hard. However, the mace cracked, and it had no effect other than leaving a little mark on the surrounding wall. What's more, a pirate picked up the bazooka and blasted it directly. Boom! The shells smashed hard on the surrounding wall. But the smoke dissipated, and it was still the same. Even when Whitebeard slammed it in a circle, the surrounding wall remained motionless. Suddenly, the turret on the barrier aimed downwards, aiming at the heads of the pirates. See! The pirates gritted their teeth even more. The encircling wall they mentioned just now refers to the steel defensive wall. Damn it, don't you want to fight, Marine? The muzzle is aimed at this side. Looking around, there are all black and high iron walls. There is no trace of loopholes at all. The only way. Get out of the bay. Then look for other places and break into Oaks Square. And at this moment, a large number of tyrant bears appeared. These mass-produced giant robots form a human wall. The only gap 14 is blocked. The sound of the internal mechanical parts running seems to be the swan song of the pirates. On the execution stand, Sengoku looked solemn, glanced at the pirates below, and said solemnly, "Ronan, Akainu, let's get started." Heard the words. Akainu took a step forward. The elementalized hands billowed with a fiery face. Immediately, Akainu raised both fists to the sky. Bang one bang. 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 Countless large lava fists shot towards the sky, and then disappeared into the air. At the same time, Ronan also dodged to the front bank of Crescent Moon Harbor and began to draw talismans in the air. 5 Thunder Talismans. Soon, a 5 Thunder Talisman flashing with electricity appeared in front of Ronan. Immediately afterwards, the 5 Thunder Talisman is divided into 10, 100, and 100%. Go! With Ronan's pleas, the 5 Thunder Talisman quickly flew into the air, forming a blue light curtain above the heads of the pirates. The next moment, countless thunderbolts as thick as arms poured down like a torrential rain. Under the almost desperate looking up of the pirates, Ronan's thunderstorm, Akainu's meteor volcano engulfed the entire ice battlefield in an instant. Ah! Pirates were ruthlessly wiped out one by one. The shrill scream before dying was like the roar of an evil spirit. They want to run. However, the lava fist and the endless thunder continued to fall. The cannonballs surrounding the wall poured out one by one, and exploded among the pirates. The pacifist legion also kept bursting out bursts of laser light. Instantly, the number of pirates is extremely reduced. Even if Whitebeard uses shock fruit one after another, blasting the lava fist to the square, destroying the marine front, it can't reduce the pirates' loss at all. At last, with the last thunder, the lava fist fell. The entire icy battlefield melted, and the lake surface was billowing with steam, turning into a lake of hot water. Even though there are still some pieces of broken ice floating, the pirates can only lie on it to survive. For a while, despair, fear, and helplessness instantly spread among the remaining pirates. Under the execution platform, Ronan closed his eyes, quietly listening to the howls of the pirates. Inner desire to kill also got temporary satisfaction. But this is not enough. Whitebeard's big meal, but it's not on the table yet. Ace and Robin, lying on the ground, looked resentful. If you don't get caught, none of that will happen. Father. I'm sorry everyone. Ace gritted his teeth, tears kept pouring out. Bang. 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 He gritted his teeth in pain, knocked his head hard on the hard ground, tears streaming down his face. At the same time, the front shore of Crescent Harbor. Sigh, sigh. Luo, you really gave me a surprise. Doflamingo looked at Whitebeard in front of him with a gloomy face, and said in a deep voice. Just now. He was just a little short of being able to catch Luo by himself. I wanted to chase. But who knew he ran to Whitebeard to seek refuge? He. So many corpses, Ronan, Marine, you guys are amazing. Moria laughed in a thin voice. Although he failed to kill Luffy himself, it also made Straw Hat crew run away. But so many corpses still made him excited. Hawkeye on the side didn't speak, and his sickle-like pupils stared at the bottom of the sea. It seems to be able to see countless undercurrents rushing under the sea. Cut. Hancock glanced at the corpse on the sea, and the man beside him. Dirty man. The more dead the better. Best of all, the world is left with women, and Ronan a man. If that is the case, on my own tree-lined path, every morning and night, can be covered with Lord Ronan's white dew. Think about it. A strange flush suddenly appeared on Hancock's exquisite face. On the battlefield in the bay. The surface of the lake, which has been boiled, is continuously evaporating seawater, forming a huge sauna. And it's extremely hot. The bodies of the pirates were hot and red. With a little touch of the flesh, a layer of flesh can be peeled off, which looks extremely terrifying. Damn it, what a massacre! Ah, so hot, my little bird is going to be cooked. Quick, go ashore right away, mine is almost ripe. The living pirates rose from the boiling water. They can only run as far as the outermost perimeter of the surrounding wall. There is also part of the ice surface, which can play a cooling role. However, the pacifists bombarded the fort on the wall again. Bang 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 bang. Ah! A large number of pirates were shot and killed on the spot, and while screaming, they looked unwillingly at Ace, who came out of Xingtai. The goal is not accomplished. Our will can only be given to our living companions. It was a bloody massacre. Marine is not just defending the justice in her heart. It is protecting the civilians behind it. Listening to the pirates who kept screaming in pain, Akainu snorted coldly. The war is over, and the era of Whitebeard will come to an end. Now, Marine's combat power of 267 is relatively well preserved. As long as Whitebeard is successfully killed next, then facing Kaido and Big Mom, Marine will be fearless. After today, annihilating 3 of the 4 emperors, and the remaining red-haired Shanks is only a matter of time. At that time, Marine will also clean up the entire sea with an invincible attitude. Not only is the era of great pirates completely over, but the pattern of the sea will also undergo earth-shaking changes. So, the death of Whitebeard and Ace is of great significance. Sakazuki, that's Whitebeard back to his prime. As strong as a monster. Kizaru curled his lips and teased with a smile. Ronan will fix him. Whitebeard is Ronan's long-awaited prey. After Akainu lit a cigar, he gave Kizaru, the pheasant, a very contemptuous look. Aokiji and Kizaru's complexions suddenly darkened. What the hell? What do you mean? Looking at Laozi with that look, the medical insurance card owes you money. At the same time, Sengoku also picked up the speaker phone bug, and said in a deep voice. The battle went very well. Ronan, as the executioner, execute poor gas Ace immediately. With Sengoku's voice echoing in Marin Fendo. A scarlet flash flashed across Ronan's eyes. Early execution. It's really not in Sengoku's way, but I like it. Chapter 71. As the news of the execution spread throughout Marin Fendo, the pirates were instantly resentful. Damn it! Ace was executed early, damn Marine. Unforgivable, it's just so despicable. Rush, everyone, make sure Ace sees us. Is there anything Daddy can do? As soon as the words came out, all the pirates turned their eyes to Whitebeard. This towering old man is the god who illuminates their lives. It is also a kind of symbol. In this desperate situation, I am afraid that he is the only one who can do it. Now, standing on the ice floe, Whitebeard looked at the floating corpse with grief and anger on his face. If they were to die in a head-to-head confrontation, that too was fought and died with the glory of the Whitebeard Pirates. But now, their death is really unacceptable. This is a massacre planned by Marine in advance, a brutal massacre. Feel the scorching eyes of the suns. Whitebeard straightened his back and shouted loudly. Everyone, holy calendar kenning. The heroic voice, like the drums of war, slammed into the hearts of the pirates. Just for an instant, the pirates seemed to find a way forward, and the injuries on their bodies were ignored. Charge with all your strength, swim over and kill them all. At this temperature, we can use it as a hot spring, let's go. Ace, wait for us to take you home. For a while. As long as the pirates were able to move, no matter how injured they were, they rushed into the sea water one after another. Their faces were full of grief and indignation, and their eyes shone with a ferocious light like a beast. The foreshore of String Harbor. A crumpled cigarette is lit by a cluster of flames. Ronan exhaled a thin puff of smoke and said with a smile. I still want to counterattack. It's too tenacious, I'll leave it to you to eat here. Finished. Ronan glanced at Shishibukai. Doflamingo, Moria, and Hawkeye nodded silently. As long as it's about Mr. Ronan's affairs, the concubine will always agree to it without saying anything. But my concubine is working so hard, I hope Lord Ronan is a man who knows his kindness. Hancock immediately ran to Ronan and said charmingly. Okay, let's see how you behave. Ronan smiled, turned, and left. But the next moment, boom! A muffled beeping sounded suddenly. Wrapped with armament Haki bullets, they roared towards Ronan's head. Everyone's face changed immediately. The bullet pierced the air and was about to hit Ronan, but he still didn't move. For a while, everyone present seemed to see the scene of Ronan's head bursting. And Hancock next to him subconsciously rushed to block the gun. Just at this critical moment, a golden light appeared faintly around Ronan's body, while holding Hancock in his arms. Twist the thumb wrapped around armament Haki with the middle finger, and directly pinch the incoming bullet. Under the gaze of everyone, Ronan flicked the two lightly, and the bullet was returned immediately. Puff! With a muffled grunt. Immediately, there was a sound of bullets piercing through the flesh and coming out through the body. Instantly, Shishibukai and the others looked at Ronan in disbelief. Just now, it was the bullet that entangled Haki. Didn't even look back, just caught it. How strong is his Haki and knowledgeable color? Doflamingo gritted his teeth, and muttered with a gloomy face. The golden light just now is different from the golden light used before. Ronan, you've revealed another ability. Hawkeye's sharp eyes fixed on Ronan, and the horns couldn't help but slightly raised. Now, the world's #1 swordsman is looking forward to the battle soon. You captains are really an eyesore. Ronan put his arms around Hancock and turned slowly, looking down. I saw the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. And the captains of several pirate groups are standing on the few ice, staring at Ronan. We will not let you, cruel executioner, continue to torment Ace. Yi Zhang covered his right arm that was pierced by his own bullet, and said in a deep voice. Just now. They are still struggling with Marine Vice Admiral. And Marco, Blackbeard Bullet, and many other most vicious criminals. But who knew that he would be executed early? They didn't care too much, and rushed over to stop Ronan immediately. Ace was tortured and killed by this kind of person. They are absolutely not allowed. It's really troublesome. Then let's start with you. Ronan let go of Hancock, and the figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Originally, I wanted to save them until the end to kill them. Since I came here to seek death. Then Ronan doesn't mind having a pre-dessert first. What about others? Yi Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank. I can't feel it, his breath seems to have completely disappeared. Observation Haki was also unpredictable. Foil Vista said with a surprised face. The other captains, the captains were also in a daze. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in Yi Zhang's ear. Are you looking for me? Heard the words. Yi Zhang's face changed drastically immediately, and he was just about to turn around. But the next moment, a golden long knife condensed by golden light suddenly fell down. Puff! Yi Zhang's right arm was cut off directly. Surprisingly, the wound did not bleed immediately. The blood-red flesh, beating nerves, and the yellow bone marrow and the white bones were all exposed to the air. Breathe! A large amount of blood gushed out, and directly sprayed Vista's face on the side. Ah! The severe pain hit, and Yi Zhang couldn't help crying. He's behind. Vista wiped off the blood on his face, and the two western swords in his hands circled the sky full of roses. The sense of smell is very keen, it's a pity. Ronan smiled, ignoring the oncoming attack, and threw out a punch. See! Vista quickly raised his sword to defend. Boom! With a muffled sound. In front of Ronan's powerful strength, the two western swords broke directly. Vista also flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Finally, it smashed hard on the front edge of the harbor. The pupils of the other captains suddenly trembled. Too fast. Before they even reacted, the two captains had already lost their fighting power. Come back to God. Jaws and the other captains just wanted to fight back. I won't play with you anymore, 2 snacks are enough. Ronan immediately made a one-handed tactic. Chaos Golden Watchman. In an instant, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of his own pirates, time seems to be slowed down. All incoming attacks are also slowed down dozens of times. Ronan ignored them. Lifting Yi Zhang directly, and Vista, which hit the front of Crescent Harbor, returned to the original point. Still waiting for Hancock, Hawkeye to react. Bang bang bang! Wrapped with Haki's 43 size military leather shoes, stepped on 7 feet in a row, crushing Yi Zhang and Pisa Tower's limbs. The shattered bones pierced the flesh and were reflected in the pupils of everyone. Ah! Ronan, Daddy will kill you! Vista and Yi Zhang couldn't help crying out in pain. A hole! Give us back Zhang and Vista! With murderous intent in his eyes, Jaws let out low growls. Stop barking! Let's settle the troubles in front of us first. Ronan pointed to the back and said with a smile. Now! All Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, as well as Marco, Bullet, and other most vicious pirates have arrived. See! Jaws and the others' complexions suddenly darkened. No way! They could only temporarily abandon their companions and bite the bullet to deal with Marine's attack. Okay, enough talk. Ronan's right hand exuding red energy slowly rested on Yi Zhang and Vista's shoulders. Next second, the complexions of Vista and Yi Zhang suddenly changed. The originally resolute pupils were also filled with the color of pain. At this moment, the skin of the two of them slowly fell off as if they had been scalded by boiling water. Blood and water mixed with blood, flowing continuously. The severe pain made the two of them couldn't help but want to struggle and resist. But without the protection of the skin, every time they struggled, a large piece of flesh and blood would be worn away. Blood dripping. Hawkeye couldn't bear to look directly at them, so he rushed down to fight. On the other hand, Moria, Doflamingo became the audience with a look of great interest. However, next second, the cold sweat of the two of them couldn't help but break out. I saw Yizang and Baista on the ground, and their facial features began to slowly fall off. The two eyeballs rolled all the way to their feet like glass balls. Ah! Kill me, kill me! Yizang couldn't bear this pain any longer, and roared loudly. You executioner, father will definitely kill you. At that time, you and I will meet in hell, and I will definitely return this pain to you 100-fold. Vista roared to the sky, sending out bursts of miserable roars. They have killed people. I have also seen many pirates who take pleasure in torturing people. But they have never seen this kind of torture. Are you giving up now? It's not interesting. Ronan curled his lips uninterestedly, and then stepped on with both feet. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds. Yizang, Foil Vista, the two well-known pirates, had their heads exploded directly. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered. A lot of them even flew to the faces of Doflamingo and Moria, and then slowly flowed into their mouths. The two froze for a moment. First he glared at Ronan, and then couldn't help but started to retch. Sorry, Doflamingo, I'm giving you brains again. But how should I execute the sentence? Speaking of which, Ronan immediately looked distressed, and then stepped on the moonwalk and ran towards the execution platform. At the same time, in the bay that has been boiled, countless pirates rushed towards Oaks Plaza. There are only so few people left, why don't you give up? Don't be careless, maybe Whitebeard has some plans. It's just a dying struggle. All fear comes from the lack of firepower, fire. An officer snorted coldly and immediately issued an order. With the voice down, the turrets on the surrounding wall adjusted their angles one after another, and they bombarded the pirates again. Bang! 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 The dense shells like raindrops crashed down. Countless pirates die in the sea every second. As the roar of shells continued to sound in the bay. Every time, it can bring up a large piece of residual limbs, and gradually the entire bay is covered with a touch of scarlet. But even so, the momentum of the pirates remained undiminished. Rush with all your strength, don't be your father's son if you are afraid of death. Marine, you pay Laozi's little bird, and when Laozi lands, 10 of you must be cut off. Ace, wait for us. Oh! There was a sky-shattering sound, and the pirates shouted loudly. This moment, they seemed to have forgotten the injuries on their bodies when they were in the boiling water. Because what they want to save is their own family. Since joining this family named Whitebeard, then one cannot be absent. Pirates. There are also things that must be carefully guarded. See this shocking scene. The faces of the Marines became extremely astonished. In this extremely disadvantaged situation, the momentum is still shocking. Like that. As if the Whitebeard Pirates were the winners. A Marine soldier muttered in a low voice, "Are they all monsters?" At this time, a huge black shadow faintly appeared in the scalding sea water. It was a search ship, roaring close to the bottom of the sea, coming at high speed. It was originally a calm sea. Suddenly there was a huge wave. The Marines looked surprised. What it is? Isn't Ounce resurrected? No, something bigger than Aussie, Qian Zhao's, is about to rush up. No, it's a coated pirate ship. A scout shouted towards the square below. Boom! Suddenly, a giant ship shaped like a whale jumped out of the sea. Soap bubbles burst. Countless pirates stood on the bow and shouted and clamored. And the pirates who were struggling to attack the square just now grabbed the hull of the ship and got on board. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard moved. This towering old man leaped high and landed in front of the paddle steamer. Ed. An incredible scene happened. I saw Whitebeard holding the bow of the whale with both hands, and let out a chilling growl. Ah! Dash dash! Whitebeard's gnarled muscles, blood vessels, and veins bulged. Vigorously push this big ship above the surrounding wall. Under countless shocked eyes. This large whale ship directly jumped over the surrounding wall and slammed into the Oaks Square. Bang! With a huge roar, dust and smoke filled the sky. The marine that was close was even flew out directly. Sengoku under the execution platform frowned and said in a deep voice. Alert! The Whitebeard Pirates have invaded the plaza. Moment! All Marines' hearts suddenly sank. Too close. This big ship is too close to the execution platform. At most only 500 meters away. See. Ronan put the long golden knife on Ace's neck, and looked at Whitebeard with a smile on his face. You say. How should I execute him? I've been puzzled by this question for a long time. Chapter 72. Oaks Square. Countless sailors looked at this giant whale ship in shock. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, the four top marine generals, also looked extremely ugly. So close. If Whitebeard explodes at full strength, then Marines' casualties will be greatly increased. And Whitebeard is in his prime right now. Below the square. After hearing that Ronan is going to execute Ace, there was no trace of fear on the faces of the soldiers. Hee hee. Whitebeard is really fierce, but you have the guts to come over. Black Dragon Admiral, kill Ace. Who wants to kill the little pirates in Marine? Laozi will show you what a giant python is. Execute Ace, in the cruelest way. For a while, all Marines have raised their swords, loaded their bullets, and are ready to go. Opposite. On the bow of the giant whale ship, all the pirates looked at the golden long knife on Ace's neck and roared angrily. If you have the ability to fight, don't threaten us with Ace. Ahole, we will never let you go, Ronan. Ace, wait a moment, we will come to rescue you right away. Oh! The pirates roared deafeningly, and their momentum hit the sky. Seeing this scene, Ace lying on the ground couldn't help sobbing. Everyone! The Whitebeard Pirates, are these the only ones left now? For myself. So many people were sacrificed. I really shouldn't be born in this world. Ronan glanced down at him, and said lightly. It's useless to be sad now. You are just a trivial mistake in the vast world. Just feel the pain. Finished. A pair of right hands exuding redness slowly rested on Ace's shoulders. The next moment, Ace's pupils shrank suddenly. Pain that was stronger than before hit instantly. Just heard a poof. The ribs on both sides of Ace's body began to pierce the flesh little by little. Immediately, Ronan lifted Ace up, with a morbid smile on his face. This is the most complete moment for Ace right now. I hope you can keep this scene in your heart. With the voice down, Ace's ribs on both sides were completely stretched out at 90 degrees. Puff. For a while, blood spurted all over the ground, and the bones of the dead were exposed. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates on the opposite side. You can even clearly see the working kidneys in Ace's body. This cruel scene. All the pirates were indignant. Ah! The intense pain made Ace scream uncontrollably. Originally Ace thought, the pain of the separation of skin and flesh is already very strong. But now it seems, I was wrong. Now just move every time. Even when a gust of wind blows through the internal organs, the pain is countless times worse than just now. Brat! You are courting death. In the distance Whitebeard leaps to the bow of the whale. Angry roars spread throughout Marin Fendo. For a while, the strong murderous aura couldn't stop bursting out from the body of this towering old man. Killed Yi Zhang, Baista in front of his own face. Now it's ace again. Hee hee. I finally lost my temper. Ronan smiled softly, and then put ace on the ground. Boom. Click. There was a crisp cracking sound. Ace leaked a broken rib on the outside. There were even quite a few fragments that pierced into the kidney minister. Ah! There was another heart-piercing scream. This unbearable pain left Ace with only one thought. That is death. Not only is he freed himself. Dad and the others can escape, and everything is happy. Is not it? You will only annoy them even more. Sengoku muttered under his breath. He knows. Can be heard with Ronan's observation Haki. If that is the case, you can kill them all. There was a faint flash of madness in Ronan's eyes, but his tone was still gentle. Mild enough not to kill. Bedg, and it's like killing a chicken that's been 2.5 years old. At this time, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate team, the captain of his pirate team, is under Ja's highness. They also crossed the surrounding wall one after another and rushed over. At last, a tall figure leaped down from the surrounding wall and crashed to the side of the Moby DK. It's the captain of the second team, Diamond Jaws. Only. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and one arm was chopped off. And a group of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Marco, Blackbeard, Bullet, and many other most vicious criminals followed closely and returned to the execution platform. Everyone's nerves tensed up at this moment. They know. The final battle has begun. Whitebeard walked to the bow, raised the weight high, and Kong Yun shouted angrily. Little ones! Rescue Ace and destroy this rotten, stinking place. Hearing this, the pirates on the ship also had an unprecedented fighting spirit in their eyes. Oh! Kill them all, let Marine know how good we are. My little sparrow is gone, I must let you pay it back with blood. Revenge for the dead comrades, save Ace. For a while, the pirates screamed and jumped off the big ship with a strong killing intent. Said. Under the lead of the captains, all the pirates followed closely behind. This is their last chance. If not, then the Whitebeard Pirates will become the history of the sea. His own corpse will also be thrown into the sea and become the nourishment of sea kings. Sea. Marine Vice Admiral, and other generals also led troops to meet them. Instantly, blood spilled all over the sky, symbolizing their will. The clanging of guns and swords is the sonata of their progress. Boom! At this time, Whitebeard also jumped down and landed on Oaks Square. The towering old man waved Kong Yunki and said in a deep voice. Don't come into my direct range. Okay, Dad. The pirates all signaled. The range and destructive power of shock fruit is simply too great. It is impossible not to accidentally injure teammates. Even if it doesn't enter the straight line, it is very likely to be affected. Immediately, Whitebeard swung Kong Yunki with one hand, condensing a surging force of shock. Immediately swiped out. Boom! The atmosphere is broken, countless cracks spread. The incomparably tyrannical shock force roared towards the execution platform. Do you know that I will make a move? It's old and strong. Ronan shook his head slightly, and at the same time as the golden light burst out all over his body, he immediately drew a talisman in the air. King Kong Amulet. The next moment, countless talismans flew out, blocking most of the soldiers, forming a light curtain. And behind the light curtain, it is a golden wall condensed by the golden light spell. At the moment of formation, Boom 1. The roar that resounded through the sky suddenly sounded. The formed air pressure screamed and scattered a large number of pirates. For a while, Marine behind the golden light breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Although the Black Dragon Admiral looks brutal, but the heart is still very gentle. The next moment, the light curtain shattered, forming dots of golden light that dissipated in the air. Immediately afterwards, the Marines all raised their arms and shouted, their eyes full of strong fighting spirit. Stupid pirates, Whitebeard's attack is no longer working. Die, Whitebeard, Lord Ronan will cut off your head. The one who will be cut off, Laozi will give you a few blows. Oh! The whole square was boiling, and countless sailors held up their guns and sabers. Under the high fighting spirit, they also gradually became fearless of life and death, and kept swiping the long knives in their hands. Okay, I should go to heaven too. Ronan lit a cigarette, his delicate face was full of uncontrollable excitement. This day, this moment has finally arrived. Whitebeard. What is the expression of the strongest man in the world before he dies? Think about it. Ronan took a sharp drag on his cigarette, his whole face covered in the thin puff of smoke. What about the execution of Ace? Sengoku asked, frowning. It is a big taboo to temporarily change the executioner. And now Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu 3 admirals have been dispatched. In case a captain kills him. Is it possible to let this dignified marine marshal fight with him? I'm already executing him. There will be a surprise in 2 minutes, take a good look, Sengoku-san. Ronan glanced at him, and the figure disappeared instantly. Heard the words. Ace shrank suddenly in pain. 2 minutes later. What happens? Is it more painful than now? Think about it. The firmness and self-esteem in Ace's heart were slowly smoothed out bit by the severe pain. Now. His mind was full of what would happen in 10 minutes. His brain was also blank, and he completely ignored the screams that shook the sky beside him. The fear in my heart burst out in an instant. Looking at the reaction of Ace beside him, Robin's eyes were gradually filled with fear. All fear comes from the unknown. Then wait for a while, will he be tortured to death? Shishibukai also worked from the front. While Doflamingo smashed the pirate's heart with silk thread, he looked for Luo's figure. He suddenly realized that Ronan was charging at Whitebeard. Cha-chakakaka. I'm really looking forward to what will happen when the two monsters fight. Doflamingo said with a gloomy face. He. It must be better than you, a brain-eating guy. Gecko Moria sneered unceremoniously. Doflamingo's face suddenly turned black. Butcher. Look at Laozi, if you don't kill him now, you will be finished. Immediately. Several threads shot towards Gecko Moria. Hyuxia. Cook looked at the two fighting with disdain, and said with a sneer. Smelly man. Why didn't Lord Ronan kill you two then? Finished. Hancock glanced at the petrified pirates and nodded in satisfaction. Tonight. How will Lord Ronan reward himself? Will you drink freshly squeezed soy milk for yourself? At the same time. Seeing that Ronan disappeared from his field of vision, Whitebeard swung the cloud again. The power of the shock on the blade was several times stronger than last time. Immediately afterwards, Kong Yunqi slammed it out again. Boom! But the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Whitebeard. A pair of size 43 military leather shoes wrapped around Haki stomped Kong Yunqi on the ground. Whitebeard, it's best not to swing this knife. It's too dangerous. Ronan exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile. And at this moment, the vibrating force on the blade is still roaring non-stop. Only being suppressed by Ronan with all his strength did not erupt. Seeing Ace who was abused by Ronan, Whitebeard roared angrily. I wish you could do it, kid. But before that, go die. Next second. The power of the shock has been strengthened several times by Whitebeard again. Despite being suppressed by Ronan. But the tyrannical shock column suddenly erupted from below. Boom! Numerous huge gaps appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. All marines and pirates along the way were blown away. For a while, the whole Marin Fenduo was full of heart-piercing wailing. It's almost time. Whitebeard, it seems time to start. Ronan stepped back a few steps and said with a smile. Heard the words. Whitebeard suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be? It's Ace. The next moment, Ace's wailing like a ghost suddenly spread throughout the battlefield. Ah! Kill me, kill me! Chapter 73. A corner of the battlefield. Buggy was speechless looking at the phone bug that had already withered. The phone bug I finally picked up from Marine, how did it become like this? Now, the video phone bug has died. It's like rewarding myself 20 or 30 times just now. One prisoner said helplessly. Maybe it's because it was put in seawater just now. Buggy took a look at the battle between Marine and Pirates, and then at Whitebeard and Ronan. This situation is not suitable for doing things. It would be a disaster if he was involved in a battle. Then, Buggy waved his hand and said in a high tone. Phone bug, throw away. I'll take you out. Oh! The eyes of all the prisoners flashed brightly. This kind of battle is no longer something they can participate in. Throw away the phone bug, Queen. Led by Buggy, a group of prisoners immediately ran to the distance. And at this time, the video phone bug that was thrown on the ground also slowly popped out of its head. The direction of the two eyes is Ace. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 1. Countless people, including military families, are extremely anxious. Is the line not working yet? Damn! In this way, there is no way to provide information in the first place. How about the Whitebeard Pirates, have they been wiped out? Even if countless civilians are in a hurry, there is nothing they can do. If it continues like this, we can only wait for Marine to win and announce the result. Boom! At this time, the large screen in the center suddenly lit up. For a while, countless people's eyelids twitched, and their eyes immediately looked over. I can see the screen. But why is there only one lens? Look, it's Ace, disgusting. That's right, who did it, it's too pervert. Sabayati Archipelago, and even people all over the world, couldn't help but frown. What's more, I couldn't bear it anymore and vomited it out. At this moment, under the execution platform. Use. Compare. What the hell did Ronan do? Sengoku's face was full of black lines, and his stomach was overwhelmed. Now, Ace's unrolled ribs aren't just coming off in one by one. Even the skin gradually began to fester and quickly rot. And the flesh and blood under the skin is more like being thrown into a meat grinder, turning into minced meat. The whole body is like a rag doll. Limp. As long as you shake it, the skin will be broken, and a large pool of blood and flesh and blood mixed with broken bones will flow out. But surprisingly, Ace's head was intact. He could only watch his body slowly decay bit by bit. Feel life slowly disappearing bit by bit. No one knows when he will die, it may be the next second, or it may take a long time. Ah! Kill me, kill me! Ace's heart-piercing wailing was like the roar of a ghost. Also like an ordinary person consumed by fear. See this scene. Sengoku wanted to give him a good time. But as the Marine Marshal, he knew that he couldn't do this. Garp, not far away, also had tears in his eyes. The previously strong back also bent down, and his head was firmly on the ground. 2 hours ago, I was still a Marine hero. Garp can also get Sengoku to give Ace a kick. But now, he knew that he was no longer qualified. As for the soldiers on the battlefield, after hearing Ace's scream, they fought chicken and were generally excited. Go to hell, pirates! The person you are trying to save is about to die, don't resist. A group of lingering pirates, let me die. The strong smell of blood gradually filled the entire battlefield. The huge square is littered with dead bodies, and you can see the stumps all over the ground. The blood gathered into a pool of blood, and after being trampled by countless people, it became extremely filthy. The Marines stepped on the corpses of their enemies or companions, and swung their knives with all their might. At the same time, Whitebeard looked at the dying ace, his cloudy eyes couldn't help but blurred. Too cruel. This is simply not the pain that humans should bear. Finally. The old man still did not shed tears, but said loudly. Ace, answer me a question before you die. The heroic voice echoed in everyone's ears. It was this sound. Pulled Ace back from fear. Enduring the severe pain, he raised his head slightly. Dad, what? Whitebeard looked solemn, his old face tensed, and asked in a deep voice. I'm your father, so I'm still a passer. For a while. The lacrimal glands of all the pirates collapsed, and countless hot tears gushed out. Ace even cried loudly. Certainly. In an instant. The past that I experienced with everyone on the boat flashed in my mind. Happy, happy, sad. But why didn't I know how to cherish it at that time? Don't be impulsive. In the end, because of my bad life, I got so many partners. Gulala. Whitebeard kicked Kong Yunki to the ground, looked up to the sky and laughed. Heard this answer before dying. This life worthwhile. Since Marine doesn't stay alive. Then in this last life, let's have a grand carnival in Marin Fenduo. What are you laughing at? Laughing at your son dying. Ronan sighed helplessly, then snapped his fingers lightly. Day. With the crisp sound sounded. It was as if some kind of switch in Ace's body was triggered. Instantly. Ace, who had been tortured to the point of being inhuman, suddenly convulsed all over his body. Under this burst of body twisting, the rotten flesh was all broken, and the minced flesh in the body was left all over the place. Ah! Ace's hoarse cry of pain came out again. But gradually, his voice is getting smaller and smaller. Just for a moment, Ace's body immediately disappeared, turning into a pool of blood. Only one head remained in place. His eyes stared at Whitebeard and Ronan, and there was only endless pain in his pupils. See this scene. The eyes of the pirates suddenly turned red, and the murderous aura emanating from their bodies was like a ghost. I want you to pay for Ace's life. If there is no one in this sea who is willing to let you die, how boring is life? If I don't kill all Marines today, I will never give up. All the pirates turned their grief and anger into strength and counterattacked desperately. Some people even had 4 or 5 knives inserted into their bodies, but they still struggled to chop one knife after another. All the captains, as well as the captains of the pirates under their banner, also burst out with an unprecedented momentum. Ace died so badly. They must make Marine pay. But what makes all the pirates feel depressed is that these Marine generals actually commanded the soldiers to retreat to an open place while fighting? Brat! You destroyed what I wanted to protect. Then the soldiers you want to protect, Naval Headquarters, let's also be destroyed today. Whitebeard grabbed the void with both hands and pulled down hard. Boom! The entire Marin Fenduo lost his balance in an instant. The island slopes sharply. Under the violent shock, it seemed as if the world had been turned upside down. Dad finally got angry too. Quick, run away to an open place. Help, that sailor who called the big python, please forgive me for now. Whitebeard's blow, whether it is teammates or enemies, will be affected. See. Ronan frowned slightly, and immediately released San Juan Wolf. The figure covering the sky rushed towards the soldiers who had no time to escape. But even so, only a small number of soldiers were saved. Fine. It was Ronan who deliberately killed Ace at the last moment. It is to allow Akainu and others to quickly adjust the formation. Evacuate the soldiers to an open area. If this is not the case, once Ace dies, the pirate fish will die. Whitebeard went berserk. It will be a disaster for Malinfendo. It doesn't matter if the island is destroyed in 5.1 and can be rebuilt at any time. Soldiers died. Their families will be very sad. Before enjoying your delicacy, look first at your sons killing each other. Ronan grinned, and several spirit-summoning talismans flew out quickly, condensing into a light curtain in mid-air. The next moment, countless black air poured out from the corpses of the pirates. Immediately, Ronan gently raised his hand, "Juling, send the general." The gathered black air was sucked into the palm. Most of them turned into black beads. And there are 3 black air, staying beside Ronan. The face and body shape change rapidly. For a moment, Vista, Yizang, and Ace were reflected in Whitebeard's pupils. Ronan condensed a golden long knife, and said in a gentle tone, "Sorry for the waiting. After doing so much, I'm going to start eating."